Yi Qing hails from a realm of higher existence. He traversed into the world of Harry Potter, becoming the closest confidant of Harry. Initially intending to alter Harry's fate, he inadvertently nurtured him into a dark, twisted, yet charming savior. Upon the conclusion of their mission, due to unsatisfactory results, he and his friend Li Qi found themselves once again in the world of Harry Potter for a second round of existence. However, this time, they faced not only the darkened savior, but also malice from the very fabric of destiny itself. They discovered that the world of numerous universes had amalgamated, occasionally encountering characters from other realms, while the indigenous inhabitants remained blissfully unaware of these occurrences. Chapter 1. A Journey into the World of Harry Potter. It is often those who have traversed the depths of darkness who appear most composed in its shadows. Yet, this is not the case. The seemingly calm Yi Qing conceals a heart fraught with trepidation. "Very well, my child." A gentle voice interrupted Yi Qing's melancholy. "From now on, you and Harry shall reside here. You will take good care of him, will you not?" The elderly gentleman, with a mane of white hair and a long, white beard, regarded Yi Qing with wise and benevolent eyes through his spectacles. His demeanor was tender, devoid of any pity, imbued with wisdom and decisiveness. He bore no ill will. Upon encountering the 8-year-old boy cradling little Harry, he reached out to gently touzle Yi Qing's hair. "Rest assured, Professor Dumbledore, I shall look after Harry well," Yi Qing replied with a smile directed at the esteemed elder. His visage bore the faint scars of shattered glass, etched lightly upon his cheek. Having just endured a life-and-death struggle, this 8-year-old child demonstrated a resilience far beyond Dumbledore's expectations. This boy had been taken in by the Potters, lacking any blood relation to them, and now found himself without a place to belong, thus temporarily arranged to cohabit with Harry. The boy possessed a crown of black hair and striking black eyes, cradling a peacefully slumbering infant in his arms. The infant bore a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, a remnant left by the Dark Lord. Dumbledore rapped upon the door of the Dursley residence. After a challenging negotiation fraught with chaos, and under the sagacious persuasion of Mr. Dumbledore, the Dursleys, though reluctant, eventually acquiesced to care for the two burdensome children, allocating them a storage space beneath the staircase. In perfect accordance with the narrative, Yi Qing silently accepted the situation, for he had no alternative. Moreover, out of gratitude for Harry's parents' kindness, he chose to remain. The 8-year-old Yi Qing undertook the majority of household responsibilities. He was tasked with caring for the ravenous little Harry and also for Dudley Dursley, the pampered son of the Dursleys. The infant possessed a tuft of light blonde hair. He was but a month older than Harry, yet he proved to be quite the handful. His cries were particularly piercing, and during such times, Yi Qing had to prepare the pre-made bottle of milk with utmost readiness. Since his arrival in this world, Yi Qing has become accustomed to his identity, beginning from the turmoil that befell the Potter family, and subsequently finding himself in the Dursley household. Prior to his traversal, he was a graduate of Xingtu Academy, with aspirations to venture into the ancient realm, yet he mistakenly submitted a classmate's application, leading to his transportation to this world. Having not perused the original novel, Yi Qing initially presumed this to be a cliched tale of motivation, only to discover it was set in a world of magic. Just when he believed it to be a magical realm, they found themselves once more entrenched in the arduous life of ordinary mortals. During his encounter with Harry's parents, lacking a place to stay, he resided in their home for 3 years. It was only after Harry's birth that Yi Qing's long-buried memories began to resurface. Harry is a protagonist, navigating a path fraught with challenges and tribulations. Time has flown like a fleeting shadow, and Harry has already reached the age of 5. The morning of Privet Drive was shrouded in white mist as Harry, still half asleep, awoke to find Yi Qing's absence from the narrow edge of the bed. He extended his small hand to gauge the coldness of the blanket's edge, realizing that Yi Qing had been up for quite some time. Rubbing his bleary eyes and sporting a tousled mane, the little fellow donned his old clothes and oversized shoes before emerging from the cramped storage room, only to find Yi Qing setting a bountiful breakfast on the table. Ye Vink. After placing the last dish, Yi Qing approached, scooping Harry into his arms and leading him to the washroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. After squeezing toothpaste onto Harry's brush, Yi Qing wielded a comb to tame Harry's unruly, fluffy black hair, which seemed to defy all attempts at neatness. No matter how often it was cut, by the next morning, it would revert to its original state. Consequently, the Dursleys frequently found excuses to complain about Harry's scruffy appearance. Over time, Yi Ching allowed Harry's hair to grow long, caring for it daily as one would for a little girl, tying it up like a refined young aristocrat. All done, Yi Ching. Harry wiped the droplets of water from his hands. All right, go play. We will eat shortly. Okay. Though the little Harry agreed, he always trailed behind Yi Ching like a devoted shadow. Before long, the Dursleys began to stir. Mr. Dursley took a sip of milk at the perfect temperature, casually muttering his discontent. Not sweet enough, as he continued to peruse the newspaper, raising an eyebrow and refraining from further inquiry. Mrs. Dursley was chasing after Dudley, who was running down the stairs in his undress. Upon seeing Yi Ching, she let out a sigh of relief, handing him Dudley's clothes with her usual haughty demeanor. Make sure my precious Dudley is dressed properly. Certainly, Aunt Petunia, Yi Ching replied, devising his own strategy in the face of Dudley, who lurked menacingly at the staircase. Dudley, come down. You can have breakfast once you put on your jacket. I don't want to. The stubborn little chub was filled with resistance, his face expressing disdain. I refuse to wear last year's old clothes. But the weather has turned cold. If you don't wear anything, you will catch a cold. I don't care, I want new clothes. Dudley howled, only to receive Mrs. Dursley's concession in return. All right, sweetheart, we will go buy you new clothes today, but if you don't get dressed now, I can't take you out to shop. Thus, Dudley obediently allowed Yi Ching to help him dress, settling into his designated seat, not forgetting to kick Harry lightly beside him. Harry glanced at him and cautiously scooted closer to Yi Ching. Throughout breakfast, Dudley was the loudest at the table. He always picked at the food on his plate, scattering it everywhere. During this chaos, Yi Ching could only manage to eat a bite before resuming his busy task of tidying up. When Mrs. Dursley took Dudley out to buy clothes and Mr. Dursley drove off to work, the house truly belonged to Harry and Yi Ching, marking the most serene moments of their day. They could lounge on the soft sofa watching television. Though the set was small and black and white, they still found it captivating. However, such moments were fleeting. After Mrs. Dursley returned, Yi Ching became the full-time caretaker, needing to be ever vigilant in ensuring that the precious little prince did not encounter any mishaps at home. In contrast, Harry was well protected by Yi Ching. He was aware of the circumstances surrounding his parents and the mysterious figure, and he understood himself to be a wizard. Harry was quite knowledgeable about his heritage, eagerly anticipating his 12th birthday when he could escape this place and take Yi Ching with him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yi Ching was merely an ordinary human without magic. Moreover, they shared no blood relation, not even friendship. Yi Ching had chosen to stay and care for him out of gratitude for the refuge provided by Harry's parents. Dudley, I am about to tidy your room. Do not wander off, understand? The golden-haired boy tilted his head, exhibiting a defiant demeanor. He was well aware that within this household, no one could discipline him, not even the older Yeching standing before him. His mother had stated that Yeching was merely a stranger with no familial ties to their family. I shall not heed your words. I am off to seek out the little monster, Harry. Do not speak of Harry in that manner, Dudley. Yeching once again sought to correct him. Whenever Aunt Petunia was absent, Yeching would employ every means possible to adjust Dudley's mindset. Chapter 2. 3 daunting tasks this winter arrived more swiftly than one could have imagined. As Christmas approached, the Dursley residence was bustling with guests. After completing his chores, Yeching found Harry in the backyard and placed a piece of cake in his frostbitten hands. Cake, Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yeching, how did you manage to get this? Shoo, Yeching replied, feigning mystery. I secretly cut a piece for you in advance, just for you. Go on, eat it. Touched by this gesture, Harry gazed at the modest piece of cake in his hands. Instead of indulging himself first, he spooned a bite and offered it to the boy in front of him. Yeching, you should eat too. Yeching took a bite of the cake, savoring the rich aroma of cream and the sweetness that melted in his mouth. I'm full, you can have the rest. Beneath the grass, the lively atmosphere of the house and the warm glow of the lights did little to disrupt the tender bond shared by the two children. At 13, Yeching had already begun to formulate plans for the future. In a year, he would turn 14 and could seek employment in the nearby community, thus no longer living off the generosity of others. As for Harry, he was nearing the age for schooling. After finishing the cake, Yeching quietly led Harry back to the storage room. The temperature inside the house was considerably warmer than outside, and the confined space of the storage room felt even cozier. He tucked Harry under a blanket and retrieved another quilt from beneath the bed. Hearing his name called several times from outside, he responded, "Coming." Turning back to Harry, who looked concerned, he reassured him, "It's all right. You rest first. I'll be right back." "Okay." Harry nodded obediently, watching as Yeching opened the thin wooden door of the storage room. Warm light poured in, but within seconds, the door gently closed and the light vanished. He could hear Yeching being summoned by his aunt and uncle, and Yeching, ever cheerful, complied without a hint of annoyance. Harry found it perplexing. He had never seen Yeching angry. Yeching always wore a smile, akin to a flowing stream, or a mist that refused to dissipate. Later that night, Yeching awoke to a still and quiet yard, where the roses bloomed vibrantly, their delicate fragrance wafting through the night air. A faint gray mark on his wrist flickered in and out of visibility. This was a standard mark unique to every student of the Starry Path Academy. As a worker traversing through time and space, each individual possessed the ability to navigate across dimensions. With over 20,000 students at the academy, each pursued different vocations. Before graduation, every student was required to achieve 3 stars of accomplishment. Yeching had meticulously planned for 2 months, selecting an ancient future timeline for his examination. He intended to share the fruits of human wisdom with primitive humanity, yet inadvertently swapped scripts with a classmate, landing him in this fanfiction universe. He genuinely had never read the Harry Potter novels, though he had heard of them. In the days following his arrival, Yeching downloaded the storyline and stayed up late to familiarize himself with all the materials, thus formulating a strategy. He had merely skimmed through the plot, realizing that many details remained obscure and required more careful observation. Due to the script mix-up, the detection system randomly assigned him 3 tasks. These tasks represented his achievements at Starry Path Academy, and failure to complete them would relegate him to a subsidiary system. A subsidiary system is a position where one must seek various hosts, find them, and lead them through different dimensions to complete tasks. Yeching loathed such a life. He would rather remain at Starry Path Academy for eternity than become a wandering subsidiary, drifting through distant and unfamiliar realms. Upon opening the task panel, he noted that all 3 uncompleted tasks were in a state of 0 progress. The first task, save a character from being slain by a villain. The second task, collect Harry Potter's happiness points. The third task, locate the reincarnated individual. The first task seemed relatively straightforward, especially since Starry Path Academy offered a course on rescuing individuals from villains, which posed no challenge for Yeching. The second task, however, was somewhat nebulous. Humanity's definition of happiness was exceedingly complex. Some sought a life of wealth and luxury. Others yearned for unwavering love until death, while some desired a tranquil existence marked by the passage of time. What did Harry Potter seek? As for the third task, it essentially compounded the first 2. This world was not merely a fanfiction. Within it, a character had been reincarnated, and Yeching had to identify that individual. He had suspected many, including the hidden Voldemort, the sagacious Professor Dumbledore, the affectionate yet short-lived Snape, and even Draco had not escaped his scrutiny. The purple dragonfly he had dispatched returned that night, bringing back information it had gathered throughout the day. The suspicious characters observed by the dragonfly remained unchanged, their actions mirroring those outlined in the narrative. Yeching dismissed Draco Malfoy from his list of potential reincarnates. He simply could not be the one. Next, he ruled out Snape for the same reasons. Now, only the enigmatic Dumbledore and the concealed Voldemort in the depths of the Albanian forest remained. The dragonfly's observational range was limited, and Yeching was currently unable to pinpoint Voldemort's hiding place. Dumbledore was astute. He had already captured the dragonfly on 2 occasions, so Yeching dared not act recklessly. With a sigh, he concluded that it would be prudent to wait until Harry enrolled in school. Sunlight streamed through the delicate cracks in the curtains, and the moist morning air rendered the small storage room humid. Abandoning the warmth of his blankets, the young boy rose early to prepare breakfast. Today was July 31st, marked by a red circle on the calendar, signifying a special day. Yeching always woke up precisely on time without the need for an alarm. When he finished baking a cream cake, sunlight flooded the table. As he brewed coffee, the sunlight gradually dissipated the fog that enveloped the streets. After placing the final dessert down, Yeching glanced at the clock on the wall. It ticked steadily as thumping footsteps echoed from upstairs. That was Dudley, stomping heavily on the stairs. He did so deliberately, intending to rouse the still slumbering Harry. Feeling triumphant, he turned and saw Yeching, who was watching impassively from the living room, and stuck out his tongue at him, entirely unconcerned. "Don't bully him like that, Dudley," Yeching admonished. "Mind your own business," Dudley retorted, unafraid of Yeching, yet wary of offending him. After all, in this household, Yeching was the best cook, and offending him would mean enduring a week of culinary misery. "Mr. and Mrs. Dudley descended, kissing their son good morning, then began to complain about Harry's unkempt hair. Harry had reached an age where he no longer required Yetching's assistance. He could tie his hair back quite well on his own. In the absence of Mr. and Mrs. Dudley's watchful eyes, he shared a smile with Yetching, relishing the treats he received from him. Chapter 3. Threatened by a Peculiar Wizard. Mr. and Mrs. Dudley were engaged in a discussion regarding which dreadful school to enroll Harry in, ultimately settling on Stonewall High. Dudley smirked maliciously, remarking, "I've heard that Stonewall High bullies its new students terribly. Would you like to hear the details?" "I'd rather not. Thank you," Harry declined. If he were oblivious to the circumstances, he would undoubtedly be terrified at that moment. However, he was acutely aware of his own heritage and knew that at the age of 11, he would receive a letter from a magical academy. Faced with the malicious gazes of his aunt and uncle, he remained composed, devoid of panic. "You can be envious. I'll be attending Smeltings," Dudley boasted, proudly holding his nose high as he turned to his mother, demanding a trip to buy new school uniforms. The idyllic family scene was of no concern to Harry. He was indifferent. Yetching observed Harry's happiness level, which stood at a mere 20%, and sighed, feeling that the gap between expectation and reality was too vast. Currently, finding the reincarnator seemed an arduous journey, let alone the tasks that lay ahead. Mr. Dudley drove the family away from their home, a manager at Grunnings, a drill company, while Mrs. Dudley had been a typist with her own office before marrying him. After Mr. Dudley pursued her, she became a full-time housewife, dedicating herself to caring for their son, Dudley Dudley. Finally, they were gone. Harry flopped onto the sofa, wishing they would return later. He yearned to savor the tranquility of the day rather than being dispatched to the garden to weed under his aunt's incessant nagging. Yetching tidied up the mess on the dining table. He had secured a cashier job at a convenience store in Little Whinging, starting at 9 o'clock, giving him a full hour to clean the house. "Yetching, what if I don't receive an owl's letter? Will I be sent to Stonewall High?" Dudley asked boldly, biting his lip. Though Yetching had reassured him that he was a wizard, and that his parents were also wizards who hadn't perished in a car crash, but had been slain by a formidable foe, Dudley still felt a twinge of concern about the mythical owl's arrival. The diligent youth chuckled softly and confidently replied, "It will come." The narrative would not alter unless the reincarnator possessed the extraordinary power to disrupt it. Harry exhaled, feeling invigorated. At least Yetching's assurance filled him with hope. "What gift do you desire for your birthday?" Yetching inquired, skillfully washing the dishes, performing the task with such finesse that even with his eyes closed, he would know precisely where to place each dish. Mrs. Dudley could scarcely match his culinary skills. In that realm, she would forever fall short of Yetching's expertise. "I would cherish anything you give me," Harry replied. "Then I shall gift you a back-to-school present." Yetching hummed a tune while wiping the countertop. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Harry's happiness level rise to 31%. He pondered, could it be that receiving a gift brought Harry joy? Upon further reflection, he realized it was peculiar. He had given Harry gifts every year, yet today, the leap in happiness was unprecedented. It seemed Harry was filled with anticipation for Hogwarts. "There's lunch in the fridge. Remember to heat it up if you get hungry. I'm off to work now," Yetching said, donning his coat hanging in the hallway while advising Harry. "Come back early. MHM. The door closed gently behind him, and Harry gazed out the window, watching until the slender figure disappeared into the flower bushes, then reluctantly withdrew his gaze back to the cramped storage room. "My apologies for being late," Yetching said. The convenience store in Little Whinging was not bustling with customers, and the owner, a young man named Mr. Jarg, was known for his ill temper. Before Yetching arrived, Mr. Jarg had frightened off a dozen applicants. His notorious history in Little Whinging was well known, and only a good-natured employee like Yetching could endure his tyrannical behavior. "Did you sleep in?" As soon as Yetching stepped through the door, Mr. Jarg's tirade greeted him. "I'm sorry," Yetching replied politely, returning to the counter to organize items. The morning had seen few customers, but he had much to accomplish. "You're half an hour late." Mr. Jarg leaned against the counter, meticulously counting the minutes to deduct from his pay. Yetching regarded him with a blank expression, causing Mr. Jarg to feel slightly embarrassed. Just as he hesitated to relent, the boy offered a faint smile. "All right then." As the residents of Little Whinging often remarked, the child fostered by the Dursleys resembled a porcelain doll devoid of temperament. Mr. Jarg rubbed his nose and ambled to the back to attend to the clutter on the shelves. By noon, the number of customers had increased. Yetching worked as usual, contemplating how to locate the reincarnator and rescue the characters slain by the antagonist. A peculiar customer entered the store, meandering about without making a purchase, covertly observing Yetching from a distance. Highly attuned to attention, Yetching had already noted the stranger's scrutiny, but did not recognize him, thus paid no mind. It was not until he was stopped on his way home that he realized the peculiar customer had once again intercepted him. The man, clad in a black cloak with light gray trousers tucked into tall boots, and a pale gray shirt that lent him an imposing height, stood before Yeching. He was a striking figure with black hair and eyes, appearing to be in his late 30s or early 40s. His handsome visage, coupled with eyes reminiscent of a chilling spring, instilled a sense of dread. One felt as though a venomous snake was fixated upon them. "Sir, do you require assistance?" Yeching inquired. The man's hollow gaze revealed terror, quickly followed by confusion. He opened his mouth as if to speak 1,000 words. Yet not a single syllable escaped his lips. He recognized Yeching. Yeching discerned that the man's gaze was familiar, indicating that he knew him, though Yeching did not recognize him. The man withdrew a wand from his sleeve, an object Yeching recognized as a wizard's wand. A jolt of apprehension coursed through him, prompting him to step back. As a pale green light surged towards him, it was repelled by the safety detection system he carried. "Just as I suspected," the man uttered, his first words leaving Yeching bewildered. "You are a wizard." The man smiled, possessing a beauty that could captivate countless admirers. Handsome, graceful, and exuding an extraordinary presence. Yeching would not have felt so defensive were it not for the unsettling aura surrounding him. Chapter 4. The Letter from the Magical Academy. The man vanished before Yeching like a fleeting breeze. The entire encounter left Yeching in a state of bewilderment. He purchased groceries at the supermarket and mulled over the identity of the person who had attacked him on his way home. Yeching can only access the information of a character when he interacts with them. The enigmatic man had not engaged with him, leaving Yeching utterly oblivious to his identity. Upon arriving at the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive in Huijing District, with a bag in hand and yet to step inside, Yeching was greeted by a resounding shout from within the house. It was the voice of Mr. Dudley, laced with terror, rage, and indignation. Perhaps a chase was unfolding inside. It was unclear what Harry had done to incite such fury from Mr. Dudley. As Yeching unlocked the door, he looked up to see envelopes swirling chaotically around the room, one of which smacked against his face. He peeled it off to reveal the address, under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, Surrey, for Mr. Harry Potter. It dawned on him that today was the day the owls delivered mail. But why were there so many letters? He made his way to the living room, where Mr. Dudley was furiously pursuing Harry, attempting to seize the letter from his grasp. Mrs. Dudley and Dudley stood aghast, helplessly observing as their fireplace transformed into a makeshift mailbox. Yeching's arrival halted the scuffle between the two. "Yeching!" Harry dashed towards him, as if seeking refuge, and stood by his side. Despite Mr. Dudley's frantic attempts to snatch the letter from Harry, Yeching refused to comply. "Mr. Dudley, whether you like it or not, Harry must go there." No, Mr. Dudley shook his head vehemently, his face reddening with fury. "I will not spend a single penny to send that boy to that place. Absolutely not. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements for Harry." Mr. Dudley had no intention of letting this insufferable boy off the hook. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Mr. Dudley squinted, a familiar expression of mischief crossing his face, an indication that someone was about to face misfortune. "You are already 16, which means you no longer have the right to stay here. You must leave immediately." For a boy with no blood ties to the Dudleys, allowing Yeching to live until the age of 16 was already a remarkable act of kindness. In fact, they had contemplated sending Yeching to an orphanage when he was quite young. In this harsh and unforgiving world, having a place to call home was an extraordinary luxury. Every single day and night that Yeching spent in this house was a struggle to familiarize himself with the narrative of the story. Frustrated, Harry attempted to reason with Mr. Dudley, but Yeching intervened. "I will move out, Harry. Once you start school, I will leave right away." "You said that. But if you can't find a place to stay, I want to welcome you back." Mr. Dudley huffed as he returned to the sofa, seemingly pleased even amidst the chaos of letters, relishing the thought of finally driving this freeloading boy away. Only Mrs. Dudley appeared conflicted. Dudley, hiding behind her, glanced at the composed Yeching and suddenly questioned whether his father's decision was overly cruel. Yeching was an excellent cook, and although Dudley often disparaged Yeching and Harry, he felt the kindness Yeching had shown him over the years. Nonetheless, Mrs. Dudley chose to remain silent. After dinner, Harry and Yeching retreated to the cramped storage room, where under the dim glow of the hanging light, Harry personally opened the letter. Yeching had never seen Hogwarts' acceptance letter before and had to admit that apart from the school logo, it appeared quite similar to an ordinary notification letter. "Yeching, why are there a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake on this?" "Because the school has 4 houses. I believe these symbols represent each one." Having only experienced the plot through a narrative lens, Yeching lacked detailed knowledge about this world and could only provide a basic explanation to Harry's inquiry. As Harry meticulously read the contents of the letter, he was uncertain where to procure the required supplies. Yeching shared his gaze, and together they set the letter aside and brought out a cake. Yeching had baked the cake, and as Harry perched on the edge of the bed, he noticed the time inching closer to midnight. When the final moments approached, Yeching congratulated him. "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry extinguished the candles, plunging the room into darkness. He could hear the rapid thumping of his own heart and the sound of Yeching rising to turn on the light when he suddenly grasped Yeching's hand. Wait, what is it? In the darkness, Yeching could not discern Harry's expression, only sensing his breath and the small hand that held onto him tightly. Yeching, will you leave me? The voice in the darkness was tinged with vulnerability, reminiscent of a lost kitten abandoned in the night, calling out in endless despair. How could I? Yeching's response came without a moment's hesitation. In the dim light, Harry's pale face broke into a satisfied smile, and when the lights flickered back on, his happiness meter surged to 50%. Make a wish. Harry closed his eyes and wished upon the candles, praying for a future where he and Yeching would grow up together. They shared the cake, with Harry consuming the most, for Yeching's culinary skills were unmatched. Harry had never tasted anything less than delectable throughout his life. In the late hours of the night, neither of them felt sleepy. Harry was stirred by the events of the day, occasionally sneaking glances at the letter hidden beneath his pillow, satisfied each time he returned it to its secret place. Yeching, what will you do when I go to school? I have saved enough money to rent a place outside. You need not worry. Yeching was a meticulous planner, always contemplating 10 steps ahead. Since he was 13, he had been secretly working part-time, and his little savings were more than sufficient to support both himself and Harry. At Starpath Academy, the survival course was mandatory. The first rule: every student must possess the ability to survive in a foreign world, adapting to every environment and utilizing all resources to endure. Why don't you come to Hogwarts with me? This question had long puzzled Harry, since Yeching was a wizard. Why couldn't he attend? Yeching suddenly remembered that he had failed to explain something important to Harry. Despite Mr. Dursley's constant derogatory remarks about him being an ungrateful beneficiary with no blood ties, Harry had never considered that Yeching was unrelated to him. Harry. The gentle tone of Yeching's voice was soothing in the quiet night, but the content of his words bore a contrasting weight. I have never mentioned that we do not share blood ties. Harry's hand, which rested on his waist, trembled slightly, tightening gradually. When I was 5, your parents took me in for a time, seeing that I had nowhere to go. They lived in Godric's Hollow then. 3 years later, when you were born, a prophecy led the Dark Lord to target many children born in the same month as you. Chapter 5. Leaving the Dursleys. Harry listened intently, his mind conjuring images of his parents' demise. What were Dad and Mum like? Yeching strained to recall, finding it difficult to envision their faces. And it took him a moment to remember James Potter's character, who, according to the story, had bullied Severus Snape in his youth. Despite their many blemished pasts, they harbored a deep love for their child. Mr. Porter was lively and courageous, while Mrs. Porter was attentive and gentle. Their love for each other was palpable. Of course, they had made mistakes in their youth. Yeching turned around to gaze at Harry. They love you dearly, and even in the face of death, they would exert every last ounce of strength to protect you. Harry. On a sun-drenched morning, the Dursleys remained in slumber when the doorbell chimed. While Yeching was preparing breakfast, Harry set down the clothing he was holding and dashed to the door. The visitor was a robust gentleman whose eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Harry. He eagerly enveloped him in a warm embrace. You must be Harry, yes? Yes, sir. May I ask who you were looking for? Goodness, my memory. The hefty man scratched his head and offered a bashful smile to Harry. I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I am here to guide you, Harry. Please, come in, Mr. Hagrid. Harry quickly stepped aside to allow the large gentleman to enter. At least while Uncle and Aunt were still asleep, he could converse with this man about school. Oh, Yeching. Hagrid also embraced Yeching, for he was familiar with him. Years ago, when they hastily arrived in Godric's Hollow, they had found 8-year-old Yeching holding Harry at the threshold of the ruins. In the blink of an eye, the child had transformed into a young lad, though his character had changed little since his early years. Mr. Hagrid, have you come to escort Harry? Indeed, it is getting late. I am here to take Harry to Diagon Alley for some shopping, and to deliver something to him. Diagon Alley? Harry blinked, his face glowing with joy. Are we leaving right now? Yes. Hagrid's imposing figure seemed particularly large in the cramped living room. Yeching asked Harry to wait a moment, rummaging through the small storage room to retrieve his saved money, offering half of it to Harry for the journey. Thank you, Yeching. Harry followed Hagrid as they exited Privet Drive. They would take a car to London and then board the subway. Hagrid's clumsiness and unfamiliarity with even the most basic modes of transport struck Harry as odd. Sitting on the subway, Hagrid, noticing Harry's puzzled gaze, shyly explained, I haven't been out in many years. His bushy beard nearly obscured his face, and fellow passengers kept their distance. Having prepared breakfast, Yeching returned indoors to pack his belongings. When Mr. Dursley left for work, he made a point to check whether Yeching had gathered his things. The house was eerily quiet, while Mrs. Dursley was in the back garden, tending to the roses. The sun shone brightly that day, and she collected a large bouquet of vibrant blooms to adorn the house. Dudley played with toys on the living room blanket, and the broken game console lay discarded beneath the table. Following Dudley's gaze, he noticed the boy at the door, ready to leave with his suitcase. Yi-Ching approached the hallway to bid Mrs. Dudley farewell with a bow. She said nothing, and Yi-Ching smoothly exited the home. He felt no attachment to the place, and as he walked some distance, a voice called out to him. Wait! The not-so-rotund Dudley was struggling to run towards him, clutching a box that he typically would not let Yi-Ching touch. Now, he held it tightly in his arms, panting as if he were suffocating. You move so quickly. Good thing I left early. What's wrong? Yi-Ching asked curiously. Dudley had always harbored disdain for him, creating trouble throughout their lives. The boy's cheeks flushed, whether from embarrassment or exertion, as he mustered the courage to extend the box. This is for you. Isn't this your treasure? You've been thrown out of our house. Do you want to sleep on the streets? Yi-Ching smiled as he accepted the box. Thank you. Opening it, he found a pile of coins and notes. Clearly, Dudley had saved this for quite some time. Are you really giving this to me? I've given it all to you, of course, Dudley replied. Being young, Dudley did not fully comprehend the pangs of reluctance he felt. Will you come back to see me? I don't know. Then are we friends? Perhaps. Dudley felt a twinge of frustration. He thought the boy who accepted his gift would be courteous to him. However, he miscalculated, as Yi-Ching had never sought to appease him for a more comfortable existence in front of his parents. That insufferable nature had not changed one bit. Goodbye. Faced with the silent boy, Yi-Ching turned and walked away with his suitcase. He had arranged with Hagrid to provide him with a room in the storeroom during his time of need, deducting 200 from his salary each month. The shop was wholly Hagrid's. The house was a legacy left to him by his grandmother. The second floor was his room, and the first floor housed the shop, with a storeroom in the back. Previously used for storing clutter, it had now been cleared to become Yi-Ching's bedroom. The room was small, even lacking a window, with only a tiny door. The bed was an old one Hagrid had brought down from the attic, and when he lay on it, the creaking echoed through the quiet. Yi-Ching did not mind the poor conditions. After tidying up, he hung his clothes on a rack, donned his work uniform, and set off for work. In recent days, Hagrid had been in high spirits, a fact that had not gone unnoticed by the residents of the neighborhood. In an unusual turn of generosity, Hagrid had marked down prices significantly, leading to a rush of local ladies eager to shop. Yi-Ching's workload increased, as he now had to work until 9 o'clock instead of the usual 7. He was indifferent, for he now resided in the shop's backyard. At night, after tallying the accounts and clearing the shelves, he closed the shop's door. Upon returning to the backyard, he saw Hagrid at the second-floor window, grinning and holding 2 bottles of liquor. Care to join me for a drink? Declining Hagrid's invitation with a firm shake of his head, Yi-Ching replied, Thank you, but I will turn in for the night. Hagrid watched as the door below closed, downing the contents of 1 bottle in 1 gulp, and the smile faded from his face as he muttered darkly, What an ungrateful little brat. Chapter 6. The Savior went to Slytherin. Harry attended Hogwarts. On the day of departure, Yi-Ching took leave from Hagrid and personally accompanied Harry to the train station in London. Passing through the magical wall, he watched Harry board the train along with numerous young wizards, until the train departed, vanishing into a cloud of smoke. That night, he received a letter delivered by an owl. 3 full pages. It was evident how excited Harry was when he penned this letter. The letter described the grandeur of Hogwarts and the enchanting sorting hat that placed him in Slytherin. Yi-Ching skimmed through the passage, but suddenly his gaze fixed upon the word Slytherin. Wait, something seems amiss. He hastily opened the plot, poking around the interface. The information summarized that Harry belonged to Gryffindor. Yet the envelope in his hand contained a personal account from Harry, stating that he had been sorted into Slytherin. The narrative had veered off course. Why on earth was Harry placed in Slytherin? Had the sorting hat rusted? This was utterly inconsistent with the storyline. He rubbed his aching temples, beginning to suspect that a reincarnated individual might be lurking within the school. Otherwise, how could Harry possibly end up in Slytherin instead of Gryffindor? Regrettably, every graduate of Starry Path Academy was prohibited from utilizing another's body for tasks. Only upon passing the school's examinations and truly becoming a Starry Path employee could one employ their soul to complete assignments. At present, he was not even a wizard. The knowledge he possessed pertained to advanced technologies from another realm. Although they resembled spells, they were decidedly not magic. Yi-Ching could soar through the skies like a wizard, without the need for a broom or wand to conjure items. All of this was facilitated by the pale gray mark on his wrist. This object was, in fact, an intelligent communication ring, akin to a mobile phone, yet far more powerful and multifaceted. It functioned as a nexus for space, communication, conversion, energy, and entertainment, encompassing all these elements. Moreover, it possessed essential protective skills for its wearer. The Slytherin dormitory accommodated 2 individuals per room, and Harry was assigned to share a chamber with Draco Malfoy, his roommate, a member of the aristocracy. had a house elf attending to all his needs from the moment they began cohabiting. Harry had never seen Malfoy make his bed, yet it was impeccably arranged each day. He was also quite discerning when it came to his attire and lifestyle, meticulously grooming his hair before class, resembling a miniature adult. Nevertheless, he treated Harry well, perhaps due to Harry's renown in the wizarding world. Now, wherever he went, whispers about him echoed through the corridors. Everyone referred to him as the Chosen One, the Savior, the fortunate survivor who had escaped the clutches of the Dark Lord. This narrative diverged slightly from what Yi Qing had conveyed, yet the essence remained the same. His parents had indeed fallen victim to the Dark Lord, whom he learned was named Tom Riddle, a detail imparted by Yi Qing. Faced with the myriad of staircases at Hogwarts, Harry witnessed Gryffindor students frequently ensnared in corners due to their disorientation or tardiness, losing points to Professor Snape. "Hey, Harry." On his way to class, Harry turned to see a familiar boy from Gryffindor rushing towards him. His name was Ron Weasley. They had met on the train, and Ron held a strong disdain for Slytherin students. He nearly clashed with Draco during their train journey. "I never expected you'd end up in Slytherin. It's quite a rarity to see you," Ron lamented, adding, "At least we share potions class. Aren't you joining them?" Harry noticed that the other students who had been with Ron abruptly turned away. Being ostracized was far from pleasant. "It's fine. We're in the same classroom anyway." Despite Ron's dismissive attitude, Harry felt a twinge of concern. After all, he had observed the pervasive exclusivity amongst the houses since arriving at the academy. The two entered the potions classroom, located in the underground, where the air was slightly colder than above. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by shelves lined with numerous jars containing green liquids, preserving various animal specimens, enough to send the faint-hearted into shivers. Slytherin and Gryffindor students sat in orderly separation, and Harry and Ron instinctively parted ways upon entering. Draco frowned at the sight of Harry and the red-haired boy. "Why are you with him? Ron is a decent guy." "Draco," Harry replied. "You've forgotten how he spoke to me on the train?" Draco retorted. "That was only because you instigated him." "Draco," Harry sighed in exasperation. He bore no animosity towards Slytherin. There was nothing inherently wrong with power and glory, nor with bravery. In truth, he had hoped to be sorted into Gryffindor. Yet the sorting hat had abruptly announced Slytherin without affording him time to ponder. As a tall figure entered the classroom, the previously animated chatter ceased in an instant. The man clad in a black cloak, with hair cascading to his shoulders, was Severus Snape. He was the potions professor, a figure who instilled fear among students throughout the academy. Harry keenly observed that this professor harbored an aversion towards him. Even now, as a Slytherin student, his head of house seemed to hold a bias against him. Aside from not deducting points, verbal jabs became a regular occurrence. Upon entering, Professor Snape immediately retrieved the attendance sheet, momentarily pausing upon reaching Harry's name before moving on. As anticipated, during the potion brewing lesson, Ron caused a commotion, resulting in Gryffindor losing 40 points. Amidst the thick smoke, Neville Longbottom was escorted out of the classroom by two classmates. "Foolish." Snape unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Ron. "Is your head filled with nonsense? If you can't even handle a trivial task like this, you have no business being in my class, you imbecile Weasley." Ron's face fell. Compared to the previous day when he had nearly been brought to tears, he now appeared considerably more composed. After class, Harry observed Ron's dejected demeanor and attempted to console him. "Don't be disheartened. I often find myself on the receiving end of Professor Snape's chastisements. He isn't particularly courteous to his own house, either. But this is different." Ron could clearly sense Snape's unfairness. He loathed Snape intensely, declaring, "He has been glaring at me repeatedly. If you had read a bit more before bed, such incidents might have been avoided." A girl's voice chimed from behind them. Ron frowned and retorted, "What is it to you? I'm merely trying to offer a friendly reminder. If you make such mistakes again, you might find yourself facing the wall in detention." The girl shrugged, turning to Harry with a smile. "Isn't that right, Harry?" They had met on the train. Her name was Hermione Granger, also a Gryffindor. However, the dynamic between her and Ron was somewhat discordant, as the two often bickered. Chapter 7. Little did he know, he was the villain. Until next time. After a long day's work, Yi Qing tidied up the counter. Rarely was he able to leave by 7:30, and he intended to stroll through the streets to purchase a few items and scout for suitable housing. Perhaps sensing his intention to depart, Yag blocked the door as Yi Qing removed his apron. "Where are you off to?" "Just taking a walk." "I'm bored too. Let's go together." "All right." The two strolled along the riverbank in London, where the city sparkled under the evening lights. Beneath the warm glow of the street lamps, the occasional car passed by. Yag scrutinized the youthful, delicate features of his companion. He had never anticipated that he would be stirred by someone like him. Nor did he realize that he felt nervous enough to stumble over his words. "I noticed you searching for an apartment in the newspaper. Are you preparing to move?" Jaeger cautiously probed. "I haven't made a definite decision yet," came the response. How long do you intend to continue working at my shop? Probably until the end of this month, replied Yeching, his apologetic gaze failing to win Jaeger's acceptance, who, in a fit of anger, retorted, where do you think you can go after leaving here? His tone betrayed a raw anger, deliberately aiming to undermine the boy, hoping to persuade him to stay. You are merely 16, lacking any qualifications, diplomas, or skills. What do you intend to rely on to survive in London? He raised an eyebrow with a sense of smugness, wishing the youth would retreat in defeat. I can offer you a raise, and you wouldn't have to pay rent. What do you say? In the face of such temptation, the boy remained utterly unmoved. Thank you for your generosity, Jaeger, but I have made up my mind. You need not worry about me. Jaeger clenched his fists. The boy's refusal evoking memories of his own childhood. He had loved drinking and fighting, and before even finishing middle school, he had ended up in a reform school. Upon his release, he was met with the harsh reality of being abandoned by his parents. His grandparents took him in, yet he repeatedly disappointed them. Only after their passing did he realize he had squandered the most crucial time of companionship in his life. He was determined not to lose another significant person. Strong arms enveloped the boy, and a pleading tone, accompanied by a tremor in his voice, whispered into Yeching's ear, Yeching, I apologize. I retract my previous words. You are a remarkable individual. Wherever you go, I believe you will carve out your own path. Please, don't leave me. In truth, it was he who felt utterly worthless. The boy shone with exceptional brilliance, and each secret glance he cast upon him stirred something deep within Jaeger's heart. This angelic youth instilled in him a newfound will to live. Jaeger, Yeching said, prying Jaeger's arms apart and stepping out of his embrace. He noticed the affection meter above Jaeger's head, indicating an 80% value. This was not a favorable sign, so he resolutely declined. I'm sorry. We are not suited for each other. He had no intention of engaging in romance in this world. The boy turned away with determination, leaving the young man beneath the streetlight, who collapsed to the ground, shielding his head and stifling the tears that streamed down his cheeks. Consequently, Yeching, who was supposed to move out at the end of the month, packed his belongings that very day and vanished from the shop. When Jaeger rushed back, he found the empty room and a brief farewell note, which pushed him to the brink of despair. He was haunted by memories of a few years prior when the innocent boy had stood at his shop's entrance, gazing at the help wanted sign, and their first conversation unfolded. Excuse me, are you still hiring? How old are you? 14. Get lost. How do you expect to find work at your age? Shouldn't you be in school? That was their first encounter. He had shouted at the boy, yet the youth did not panic like the other applicants. He neither ran away nor confronted him. Wearing a gentle smile, as if he had stepped out from the sunlight like an angel, he deeply regretted having spoken his feelings too soon. Had the boy learned of them later, perhaps they would not have faced this outcome. The flower had not yet bloomed, yet it was already destined to wither. Harry was thriving at school. Aside from Professor Snape's hostility, no subject bored him. The magical world felt like a new door, offering him experiences he had never encountered before. Harry had developed a fondness for a sport within the wizarding community, but regrettably, first years were not permitted to participate. He could only cheer for the older students from the stands during matches. In the biting cold of winter, snow began to fall in London. Yeching frowned as he read the news brought back by the purple dragonfly. In the storyline, Harry would encounter numerous events at school. Yet the messages from the dragonfly indicated that nothing had transpired. Harry had not faced trolls nor encountered any other incidents. The Wizarding World's newspapers had not reported any thefts at the Wizarding Bank. Everything felt excessively abnormal, likely connected to the reincarnator. But which reincarnator could be causing such significant changes? However, there was one silver lining for Yeching. If the plot had deviated, perhaps those who were fated to perish in the great battle would survive. He smiled, treading upon the thick layer of snow as he pushed open the door of the leaky cauldron. It was not difficult to impersonate a wizard, especially for Yeching. The pub was bustling with patrons, making it the most well-informed place. He had just settled down and ordered a drink when a peculiar man pulled out the chair opposite him. Hope you don't mind. Beneath a tall, pointed hat, a mature, magnetic voice emerged, melodious enough to prompt Yeching to glance up, momentarily taken aback. It's you. The man who had attacked him with a wand made Yeching grow wary. What are you plotting now? The man leisurely crossed his arms, resting his chin upon them, a smile playing on his lips, his black pupils resembling an unfathomable abyss. You bear an uncanny resemblance to him, as if shaped from the same mold, he mused, gazing nostalgically at Yeching's face. Who is your father? Yeching's brow had not relaxed since the man's arrival, and the inquiry about his father struck him as peculiar. He longed to touch the man's hand, for only through contact could he glean his information. And who might you be? The man smiled, elegantly shifting his posture, exuding an air of nobility. Laris, Yeching thought, certain that this was not his true name. So, Mr. Laris, what brings you to seek me? I wish to inquire about your father. Where does he reside? Yeching, still unmarried and a solitary figure, replied, "He has passed away." This revelation cast a frost upon Laris's features. He seemed incredulous, his fingers trembling slightly as they grasped Yeching's wrist. In that instant, Yeching glimpsed the character data hovering above the man's head, his pupils widening in shock. Tom Riddle, the arch-villain. He is dead? Laris's voice quivered, teetering on the edge of desperation. Where's his grave? I am unaware, sir. I was abandoned at an orphanage. And thereafter, I have known nothing of him. Every word was a fabrication crafted by Yeching. He pondered that he must have traveled back to the time of Riddle's youth, and that the father who bore a resemblance to him must indeed be himself. Riddle likely did not recognize him, considering how much younger he appeared now. Chapter 8. The villain of childhood was quite obedient. Yeching pretended ignorance of his identity and engaged him in extensive conversation. When he finally departed, Yeching stepped onto the snow-laden ground, returning to his rented room. He had resided there for several months, corresponding with Harry regularly, sometimes every few days, other times consecutively. Now, he finally understood where the problem lay. Tom Riddle had not perished, so who was the one responsible for the murder of Potter's parents? The reincarnator could either be Tom Riddle or perhaps someone else entirely. Sitting at his modest desk, he lifted a quill to pen the final letter to Harry for the month. In order to unravel the mysteries surrounding this matter, he resolved to make a journey to the past. Setting the time travel device, he fixed his location at the entrance of the Wolves Orphanage in London, England. The moment the device was activated, the air around him swiftly crystallized. Dust particles in the atmosphere began to swirl counterclockwise, and Yeching could distinctly see his own hair floating in the air. Before long, he vanished from his original spot, and, upon reappearing, he found himself amidst a scene of heavy snowfall. It was the 1930s, a considerable regression from his original era. He had arrived in London in the year 1929. Despite the biting cold of winter and the flurries of snow falling from the sky, Yeching felt no chill, as he was clad in a thick woolen coat. Before him stood a low, brightly lit building, surrounded by a square iron fence. A rusty sign hung on the gate, inscribed with the letters of the Wolves Orphanage, creaking softly in the gentle breeze. The desolate street was devoid of vehicles passing by, and the young boy who had suddenly appeared brushed the snowflakes off his shoulders and rang the doorbell. Shortly thereafter, a woman dressed in an apron emerged from within. She gazed at the youthful boy with a hint of surprise. "Who are you looking for?" "I am here to find a child named Tom Riddle," Yeching replied. Martha, somewhat puzzled, opened the iron gate to let him in, considering the fact that he had accurately pronounced one of the children's names. "Are you a relative of the child?" she inquired. The boy's youth was too tender for one to assume he was a father, leading her to speculate that he might be a distant relative. A cousin, indeed. Thank heavens, Martha sighed with relief, pushing open the wooden door to allow him entry into the warmth of the house. "However, we cannot simply let you take the child without proof of your relation." Realizing he must fabricate a story to substantiate his claim, Yeching produced a fictitious black and white photograph. It depicted Tom Riddle's mother, Old Tom, and a younger version of Yeching himself. "This photograph is a fabrication," he explained nonchalantly. "We are distant relatives. After Mrs. Riddle's passing, I searched for her for quite some time and only recently discovered she had come here." Martha scrutinized the photograph closely. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the child." While waiting, Yeching surveyed his surroundings. The orphanage was quite old, with the only warmth emanating from the roaring flames in the fireplace, which added a semblance of comfort to the building. Martha soon returned with the boy, and Yeching was taken aback by the sight of him. The boy's indescribable eyes met his gaze. He had a head of soft black hair, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Due to the insufficient food at the orphanage, he appeared somewhat emaciated as he followed Martha to stand before Yeching. This was the future antagonist who would become the infamous Dark Wizard, and the stark contrast left Yeching momentarily bewildered. He recalled an incident from his own childhood when, at the age of 8, his adoptive mother Lily Potter had sent him to the village to buy some spices. Upon his return, he had seen a tall figure disappearing into the yard. He had stumbled back into the house, only to find his adoptive father collapsed at the door and his mother's lifeless body inside, with baby Harry wailing inconsolably. He had held Harry in his arms until Professor Dumbledore arrived later that night. Before long, they were sent to the Dursleys. As he returned to the present, he was struck by the sight of the diminutive boy, the future villain, who appeared timidly before him. "Hello, Tom," Yeching greeted. "Good day, sir," the boy replied politely, displaying none of the rebelliousness one might expect from a villain. This was a stark contrast to the typical portrayals of antagonists. The child exhibited remarkable verbal and observational skills, and upon first glance, Yeching sensed a somberness about him. On the second glance, he noted the boy's striking appearance. "I am Yun," he introduced himself. "Are you coming with me?" Faced with Tom Riddle's hopeful gaze, Yeching, who had initially only intended to ascertain whether the boy was a reincarnate, felt a stir of emotion within him. Thus, under the weight of that expectant look, he nodded. Do you wish to come with me? Yes. Yi Qing took his hand, completing the necessary arrangements. As they vanished into the London streets under the cloak of night, they found themselves without a destination. Yi Qing had yet to devise a plan for the child's accommodation, so they continued walking until they arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Yi Qing noticed that in this era, muggles could still be seen at the pub, though they seldom stayed long, fleeing in fright upon overhearing the wizard's conversations. He selected a corner table, ordering 2 cups of honey water and a room for the night. Are we staying here? Tom asked. Of course not. We are merely resting here for the night. Yi Qing explained to the child, perplexed by how such an obedient and talented boy could eventually become a villain. Adopting the name Yi Yun was a precaution to prevent Tom from recognizing him in the future. The following morning, the snow in London continued to fall. Yi Qing took Tom to a tailor to purchase clothing and ultimately rented an entire floor of a small building in London. The house was well furnished. They simply needed to clean it. Yi Qing did not require Tom's assistance, as he could manage the task alone. Moreover, he did not conceal Tom's identity and shared everything with him, just as he had with Harry. I am a wizard, Tom inquired. Indeed, your mother was a witch. So you are a wizard too. And my father? Yi Qing hesitated before responding. He was an ordinary country gentleman. Are my parents both dead? Tom gazed at Yi Qing with longing, having never been informed of these truths. He had always believed his parents had perished, which was why he had been abandoned at the orphanage. No, Yi Qing replied, reluctant to elaborate further, and turned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. At merely 3 years of age, Tom was already perceptive enough to recognize Yi Qing's unwillingness to discuss his parents. He treaded carefully, fearful of upsetting Yi Qing, and clung to him closely. Yi Qing had never anticipated that this future antagonist, in his early years, would be even more clingy than Harry. Chapter 9. The Nighttime Trio. During the time spent nurturing the villain, Yi Qing received an urgent alert regarding Harry's impending danger and hastily returned to the present. He landed on the Hogwarts lawn, relieved to find it was night and no one witnessed his sudden appearance. The area surrounding Hogwarts was protected by Muggle-repelling charms, rendering it invisible to Muggles. To them, it appeared as a cluster of dilapidated houses, and even if they accidentally wandered in, they would quickly depart. Though Yi Qing could not be classified as a Muggle, as he hailed from a higher dimension and was immune to magic, he remained cautious. Even if wizards attempted to attack him with their wands, their spells would be shielded by his protective system. However, he understood that unpredictability could arise, and therefore he did not dare to act recklessly. Hogwarts resembled a labyrinth. Without a navigation system, Yi Qing would undoubtedly become lost in the vintage and tranquil castle. Along the way, he encountered numerous ghosts, who were also discussing him. No. A startled voice called from around the corner. Harry, wake up! Draco had not anticipated that Weasley would actually dare to use magic against him. In an effort to push him aside, Harry inadvertently fell victim to the magical assault, collapsing to the ground and remaining unresponsive despite their attempts to rouse him. Both Harry and Ron were pale with fear. I didn't mean to, Ron murmured. At such a critical juncture, Draco had no time to engage in a debate over who was right or wrong. The act of wandering the halls at night was already a grave misstep for them. And with Harry now in distress, he was at a loss as to how he would explain this to his godfather. Just as the two boys were racked with worry, a boy appeared silently behind Draco. What happened to Harry? Draco jumped in fright, only to discover that the figure was not a Hogwarts student. He brandished his wand, eyeing the newcomer warily. Who are you? You aren't a wizard. Yi Qing knelt down and lifted Harry in his arms, the residual magical energy coursing through Harry's body. He gently brushed his hand over Harry's forehead and sensed the lingering essence of a soul that did not belong to Harry. I am a friend of Harry's. My name is Yi Qing. Yi Qing? Draco echoed, having frequently heard this name on Harry's lips. Yes, Harry has been affected by magic, he added, not delving into the boy's true identity. Regardless of whether he was Harry's friend, the priority was to check if Harry was injured. It's all right. I have already removed the magical elements from within Harry. Yi Qing set Harry down and surveyed the two boys clad in distinctively colored robes. Are you Harry's classmates? Draco Malfoy, I am Harry's classmate. Ron Weasley, I truly didn't mean to. Ron stammered. Yi Qing smiled at the bashful red-haired boy. I hold no ill will towards you. You really are Harry's friend, Ron remarked, perplexed. Although the school housed children from various corners of the globe, he had never encountered anyone as strikingly handsome as this boy. Of course, Ron's eyes widened as a realization struck him. He recalled how his parents had often mentioned that on the day Harry was rescued, there had been another boy present, this boy before him. Yet, the youth did not appear to be an ordinary individual. No common person would sneak into Hogwarts in the dead of night without alerting the professors. The two boys were profoundly astonished. Yi Qing refrained from explaining further and instead expressed curiosity about what the two boys were up to at such a late hour. Aren't you going to rest? Actually, Harry keeps hearing strange noises, so we came out to accompany him in searching, Draco explained. During the day, Harry had frequently mentioned hearing odd sounds in the corridors. Although Draco fundamentally opposed Harry's nighttime escapades, he had succumbed to Harry's persistent pleas, not anticipating that he would encounter Ron, who was also sneaking out. Harry, lying on the ground, stirred slightly, noticing that he was about to awaken. Yi Qing prepared to take his leave, winking at Draco and Ron. Keep this a secret for me. In the next moment, the boy vanished into the darkness, leaving Draco and Ron gaping in disbelief until Harry awoke, regarding them with a puzzled expression. What is wrong with you? Why do you look so terrified? Harry rubbed his aching forehead and leaned against the wall to stand up. You were too rough, Ron. Luckily your spellcasting is not precise, otherwise I would have surely turned to stone. Ron, dejected, opened his mouth to say something but caught a warning glance from Draco, licked his lips, and pretended to have seen nothing. Are you all right, Harry? Absolutely fine. Let us go before we get caught. Thus, the three of them donned the invisibility cloak and, just as they turned a corner, encountered a cat. The feline let out a loud yowl at the empty air, causing the trio to flee in fright. Hurriedly seeking refuge in a nearby room, narrowly escaping the sound of approaching footsteps. Huddled behind the door, they listened as the footsteps faded away, then emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak, collectively exhaling in relief. The room was sparsely furnished and cluttered, and as Harry surveyed the surroundings, he noted that apart from a tall mirror, it resembled a storeroom. Hogwarts had many rooms, and not every one was put to good use. My goodness, where are we? Ron exclaimed, wrinkling his nose at the musty odor. Draco waved his wand and whispered, Lumos. A bright light emanated from the tip of his wand, dispelling the darkness that shrouded the room. I think we should head back, Harry. Draco was still on edge. He feared nothing more than his godfather's wrath. Moreover, as a proud Slytherin, engaging in such reckless nighttime escapades was against his principles. Draco could hardly fathom the expression on his father's face if he were to discover that his son had gone wandering at night in his first term at Hogwarts. Draco was a child burdened with significant pressure, despite being only 11 years old. While his father's expectations were not overtly oppressive, he understood that entering Slytherin was a lifelong commitment, and inheriting the family's responsibilities was an obligation he could not escape. The Malfoy family's every decision revolved around self-interest. They distinguished not between good and evil. As his father often asserted, anyone who could benefit the Malfoy family was a friend, which was quintessentially Slytherin. Hello, little kitty. A cat emerged gracefully from the shadows, its gray, fluffy tail swaying as it called out to Yi Qing, who had taken a position at the corner of the corridor. He knelt and cradled the cat in his arms, quickly recognizing its identity. The feline was named Mrs. Norris, the beloved pet of Mr. Filch. Meow, she responded. I will leave shortly. It seems your owner is looking for you. Yi Qing set the cat down, transforming into a shadow as he vanished from the corridor. A limping Mr. Filch soon spotted his cat, scanning the surroundings with a curious gaze. Dear Mrs. Norris, have you seen any suspicious characters? Meow, was the only response, accompanied by the cat's cheerful mew. The next morning, Draco, Harry, and Ron appeared in their defense against the dark arts class, each sporting conspicuously dark circles under their eyes. Ron dozed off halfway through the lesson, awakened by the uproarious laughter of his classmates. The entire morning was dominated by Professor Quirrell's stuttering lecture. He was the butt of jokes throughout the school, his short hair and halting speech rendering him a comical figure. In every class, students would interrupt him, preventing him from finishing his thoughts. Harry was penning a letter, a sense of worry creeping in as he realized he had not received any correspondence from Yi Qing lately. What are you doing? Draco glanced over at him. I'm writing to Yi Qing. The memory of the boy who had suddenly appeared the previous night lingered in Draco's mind. His demeanor was strikingly different and left him feeling both perplexed and intrigued. Harry, Draco suddenly inquired. Curiosity piqued about Harry's relationship with Yi Qing. Is he a muggle? Harry paused, setting down his quill, mistakenly believing Draco was dismissing muggles. Yi Qing is not a wizard. Have you considered that perhaps he is not an ordinary person? Harry contemplated this seriously, a look of longing crossing his face. If only that were true. I truly wish I could study alongside Yi Qing at school, to show him the beauty of the magical world. Chapter 10. A Troubling Life. In this school, most of the students hail from muggle families. They had never imagined that they would become witches and wizards in their lifetime. Over the course of 7 years, they would learn a great deal, including those from pureblood wizarding families like Draco. On Saturday, Draco and Harry arrived at the dining hall early for breakfast. By that time, many diligent students had already gathered. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had the largest numbers, while Gryffindor was represented by only a few scattered individuals. Throughout the day, Harry continued to hear strange sounds. a phenomenon that persisted until the arrival of Christmas. On a snowy morning at the year's end, the lawn lay blanketed in an endless expanse of white. The waters of the black lake frozen solid. Even the owls were reluctant to soar through such frigid weather, huddling together in the tower to rest. Thus, on the eve of Christmas, Harry stealthily returned to the room with the mirror. Not long ago, he, along with Draco and Ron, had inadvertently stumbled into this chamber and uncovered the mirror's secret. This mirror had the power to reveal one's innermost desires. Ron had seen himself as a Quidditch seeker, winning the championship and being celebrated by his peers. As for Draco, he had remained silent, and Harry was none the wiser. Harry beheld his parents. They smiled at him, and unable to contain his joy, Harry smiled back at the reflection of his parents. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing the grown-up versions of himself and Yetching. Harry's smile widened. He truly hoped that one day he would become strong enough to take Yetching away, never to wander aimlessly again. The image of Yetching in the mirror appeared mature and gentle, smiling back at him, while beside him stood another version of himself, a future self yet to come. Captivated by the fantasy within the mirror, Harry had visited this place more than once. In the empty room, Professor Dumbledore, who had been observing everything, prepared to step forward. But a figure appeared beside Harry more swiftly than he could. Harry! Dumbledore's wise gaze shifted slightly, concealing his presence as he silently watched the meeting of the two young men. Yetching! Harry exclaimed in astonishment. How did you get here? He had not forgotten that Hogwarts was not a place that ordinary people could simply enter. It's a secret, Harry, Yetching replied, glancing at the towering mirror. What did you see inside? Yetching gazed at his reflection in the mirror, having heard that it could reveal one's deepest desires. Yet, the mirror did not present what he yearned for, indicating that the safety measures had obscured its effects on him. Harry's cheeks flushed slightly, and his happiness meter surged a few points. I saw my parents, and Yetching. Can this predict the future? No. Yetching shook his head, patting Harry's shoulder. It cannot predict the future, Harry. It merely allows you to glimpse what your heart truly desires. At Yetching's explanation, Harry merely smiled faintly, knowing that his parents had passed away, rendering any notion of predicting the future impossible. Yetching, is there something you must attend to at school? I just came to tell you that I have some matters to attend to and cannot look after you for a while. You'll have to return to Mr. Dursley's home. I'm sorry, Harry. Yetching had recently promised Harry that they would spend a wonderful winter together in London during the winter break. However, he had not anticipated that plans would change. He had to return to another timeline to care for the antagonist, leaving him no time to accompany Harry for a joyful winter holiday. Harry's smile faded instantly. Yetching, is it something you must do alone? I wouldn't mind staying home by myself. He did not wish to return to the Dursleys. The mere thought of Yetching's absence filled him with discomfort and aversion. I'm sorry, Harry, but I must embark on an important journey and cannot return in the short term. All right. Harry reluctantly acquiesced, his mind brimming with curiosity. Yetching, are you really a muggle? I'm not sure how to explain that to you. Harry, Yetching gently ruffled Harry's hair. This world is not limited to just wizards and muggles. There are always some very special individuals. You might consider me an Eastern sorcerer. An Eastern sorcerer? Yes. After parting ways, Harry remained unaware that he would not see Yetching during the winter break, nor would he see him in the summer. Upon quietly returning to the dormitory, Harry was caught off guard by Draco. Where have you been? Aren't you asleep yet? Removing his invisibility cloak, Harry felt somewhat apologetic. I went to that room. Tomorrow. I'm heading home. Would you like to come to my house, Harry? Draco was very eager for Harry to accept, especially since even his father hoped for a friendship with Harry. After all, Harry was also from a pureblood family. I have to go back to my aunt and uncles. Didn't you say they treat you poorly? But Yetching asked me to return. Harry lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, speaking slowly. He did not wish to go against Yetching's wishes. Even if he was reluctant to face the Dursleys, he would still return. The brief night passed, and Harry embarked on the train journey home. After bidding farewell to Ron, Hermione, and Draco at the train station, Harry exited the platform to find his uncle wearing a particularly grim expression. True to form, he immediately began to hurl verbal barbs at Harry, though his eyes betrayed a hint of fear regarding Harry's peculiar abilities. Accompanying him was Dudley, who looked around, and upon seeing only Harry, wore a face of disappointment. Where's Yetching? Yetching had to go on a business trip. Mr. Dursley, driving ahead, grunted, I certainly hope that boy isn't coming. Dudley remained silent. But after 4 months apart, he missed Yetching's cooking dearly. Back in his own world, Yetching wasted no time returning home. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the child upstairs ran down, eager to greet his master as if he were a little pet awaiting his return. In the dimly lit living room, Tom spotted a figure in the kitchen making coffee, and he knew it was his master, rushing over with joy. Master, you're back. Haven't you gone to bed yet? Yetching sipped his warm coffee, the heat dispelling the chill from his body. gradually warming his pale cheeks. I waited for you to return. Tom smiled, having not left his room during Yeching's absence, merely heating up food from the refrigerator when hunger struck. Go get some rest. I won't be going on any business trips for the time being. Okay. With Yeching's assurance, Tom felt relieved and returned upstairs to rest. The next morning, the snow melted, but the air was even colder than the day before. Yeching ignited a fire in the fireplace and prepared a pot of fragrant porridge, along with roasted sausages, hot bread, and milk. 4-year-old Tom was a reassuring child, and with Yeching's experience in caring for children, he could discern the stark differences in personality between Harry and Tom. Chapter 11. Who is the powerful enemy? Harry was the kind of child who was exceptionally lively in his early years. Even though he was often bullied by Dudley at the Dursleys, he never complained in front of Yeching. When faced with the Dursley family, Harry mostly endured the grievances, occasionally exhibiting a bit of mischief. Tom, on the other hand, was silent. Whenever Yeching was reluctant to speak, he would quietly stay by her side, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed, clumsy and unable to let go. During such times, Yeching felt a pang of sympathy. Tom's overly obedient and sensible nature made him feel like an inadequate guardian, instead engulfed by a profound sense of guilt. One morning, Mr. Vernon Dursley let out a roar. You little brat, you've burned the bacon. He glared at the half-charred piece of bacon on his plate, his face reddening with rage. Can't you learn to cook properly from that little brat? Harry silently glanced at the bacon still sizzling in the pan, contemplating that they might consider not eating. How dare you speak to me like that, you little brat? Mr. Dursley fumed like an inflating balloon. Yet he didn't dare to act against Harry, as they all feared his magic. Dudley sat at the dining table, gnawing on bread. He would rather eat Harry's burnt bacon than his mother's breakfast. Harry nonchalantly served the last piece of bacon onto Dudley's plate and took his seat. During the summer holidays, he had fared relatively well. At least the Dursleys dared not do anything to him, as they were genuinely terrified of him uttering peculiar words. This was Harry's summer at the Dursleys. During the winter holidays, he had been unable to spend time with Yeching, and the summer could only be spent alone at the Dursleys. He missed Yeching, wondering how he was faring in another place, reminiscing about the drawer full of letters he had written but could not send through Hedwig. He did not even know where Yeching was, lacking even an address. He also yearned for life at Hogwarts, where he would receive letters from Draco every few days, as well as correspondence from Ron. Today was Harry's birthday. In the cramped cupboard, the table was adorned with letters from Draco, Hermione, and Ron, yet there was none from Yeching. A tinge of melancholy washed over Harry. He wondered if Yeching had forgotten his birthday. Perhaps so. He consoled himself in his mind, thinking that Yeching might be too busy with work and would never do so intentionally. Hedwig was locked in her cage, flapping her wings and gazing longingly at Harry, yearning to fly outside and stretch her wings. I can't let you out, Hedwig, Harry said apologetically to the owl. The sudden appearance of an owl in the neighborhood would cause quite a stir. Moreover, this wasn't the first time Mr. Dursley had warned Harry. If Hedwig were to cause panic among ordinary passers-by again, he would take her out to stew. Hedwig was a birthday gift from Hagrid, given to Harry when he was picked up for Diagon Alley. He also possessed a very special gift, a bracelet on his wrist. It was unadorned and slender. Despite its plain appearance, it was a magical tool. Only Harry could unlock the space within, allowing him to store the books and wand he had brought from school, thus avoiding the risk of Mr. Dursley confiscating his belongings. At night, after tidying the kitchen, Harry returned to his room to rest. To his astonishment, he almost fainted. Standing on his bed was a house elf. Harry had encountered house elves before. One was often seen around Draco, tidying his bed and clothes in the school dormitory. Hello, Mr. Potter. Oh, hello, Harry replied, his expression peculiar. Could you please get off my bed? I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, the elf exclaimed, jumping down from the bed. Dobby has long admired you, and it is truly an honor to meet you. What brings you here? Harry asked, feeling apprehensive about the sudden appearance of the peculiar house elf. Dobby is here to save Mr. Potter. The elf suddenly leaned closer, causing Harry to step back and bump into the edge of the table. Mr. Potter, you cannot go back there. He will harm you. It is very dangerous. Where? Hogwarts. But I have to go there. After the summer, I must return. No. The elf shrieked, and Harry sensed the lively chatter outside the room had momentarily halted. Could you keep it down? He requested. I apologize, Mr. Potter. I am just so excited to see you, the elf said, blinking its large eyes apologetically. Mr. Potter cannot go there. There is a very powerful person, sorry. I do not know his name, but he is more powerful than the Dark Lord. Mr. Potter must escape. Harry was baffled. More powerful than the Dark Lord? He knew the Dark Lord was the one who had killed his parents, Tom Riddle, in his first year at Hogwarts. He had found Tom Riddle's trophy in the school's trophy room. Indeed, he was an exceptionally skilled upperclassman, but undeniably, he had become the most malevolent wizard in the wizarding world. Who could be more powerful than the Dark Lord? Harry had never heard of such a person. While everyone at school knew of the Dark Lord, no one spoke of someone more powerful. I don't even know what he is called, Mr. Potter. Dobby is truly useless, the elf lamented, beginning to bang its head against the wall. Harry quickly intervened. He certainly did not want the elf to create a ruckus that would attract Mr. Dursley. Stop it. If you keep banging your head, I'll have to use my wand against you, Harry warned, brandishing his wand at the elf. The elf promptly ceased its actions, wide-eyed. As if unable to believe that its idol, Mr. Potter, would threaten it with a wand, on the verge of tears. Whose house elf are you? Dobby cannot say, Mr. Potter. Without my master's permission, I cannot disclose any information about my master. I must serve my master for life, until death. Harry furrowed his brow. The elf's words revealed much information. Our conversation ends here. Please leave, Dobby. Harry calmly waved his wand. Unfortunately, the spell had no effect. He merely intended to intimidate Dobby, who vanished like a gust of wind. Harry sighed in relief. Underage wizards were prohibited from using magic outside of school. Apparently, his outburst had been effective, as the elf did not reappear in the following days. Mr. Dursley's sister had stayed at the Dursley residence for about a week before leaving. During that week, Harry mostly hid in his room, avoiding any altercations with Mrs. Mason. He vividly remembered how, when Yetching was present, Mrs. Mason would often bully him, deliberately stomping on fallen puddings, forcing Yetching to kneel and clean up. Each memory etched deeply in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes felt moist with unshed tears. Over the years, had it not been for Yetching shielding him, it would have been he, kneeling on the ground, subjected to the scornful taunts of others. Chapter 12. The mysterious man surprisingly has a foster father. In the week preceding the conclusion of summer vacation, Harry and Draco had made arrangements for him to stay at Draco's home. Draco gleefully informed his father of this plan. Consequently, a few days later, when an extravagant car came to a halt in front of number 4, Privet Drive, Harry, who was pruning roses in the garden, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Mr. Malfoy did not merely possess a prominent status within the wizarding realm. As a Slytherin, he would not overlook any opportunity linked to profit. The Malfoy family's enterprises were also quite prevalent in the Muggle world. Thus, upon learning that Harry's friend was the sole heir of the Malfoy family, Mr. Dursley's disdainful expression swiftly transformed into one of obsequiousness. Unfortunately, Draco had no desire to engage in conversation with anyone other than Harry. Once in the car, Draco observed Harry's shabby attire and the beads of sweat on his forehead. Scorched by the sun, and it was evident what kind of life Harry endured at home. How dare they treat you so? It's all right, Draco. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia are not bad. They simply fear wizards, Harry chuckled, showing indifference. Just as he had asked Yetching in his childhood why he never got angry, Yetching would always reply, they are not bad. They merely fear that which is beyond their comprehension. Draco pouted in disagreement. He was reluctant to engage Harry in such discussions. As a birthday gift, he revealed a delicately wrapped small box concealed in his palm, leaving Harry curious about its contents. Thank you. Harry was somewhat taken aback. He had already felt immense joy upon receiving Draco's letter, and now, receiving a gift left him feeling quite overwhelmed. As he unwrapped the exquisite ribbon, nestled within was a deep green gemstone. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Harry inquired hesitantly, feeling that such a gem was overly lavish as a gift. As long as you like it, consider it a piece of my collection that holds some value, Draco remarked, believing the gemstone suited Harry perfectly, especially since their school robes were of a similar hue. If Harry chose to wear this birthday gift as a brooch on his robes, that would be even better. I love it, Draco, thank you. Draco feigned interest in the scenery outside, though a rosy hue crept over his fair ears. Sunlight poured through the car window, casting a golden filter over Draco, making him appear akin to an ethereal being fallen to the mortal realm. Malfoy Manor undoubtedly stood as the most opulent place in all of Wiltshire, England, a testament to generations of accumulated wealth. The estate exuded a profound sense of history. And within the meticulously tended gardens, one might occasionally glimpse a few white peacocks. As the vehicle entered through the grand gates, glimpses of a fountain, obscured by the garden's foliage, could be seen, its waters cascading in a vibrant display, while the beautiful white peacocks frolicked beside the pool. And the resplendent white roses bloomed around statues, rendering the scene reminiscent of a serene castle from a fairy tale. Mere words of grandeur could scarcely encapsulate the richness of this manor. As Harry and Draco stepped inside, he found it almost impossible to articulate the opulence that enveloped him. Luxurious, intricate carpets, exquisitely carved doors, gilded stoves, marble stairs, delicate tapestries, and ceramics from the east filled the space. He could hardly fathom that this was the place where Draco had spent his entire life. Come to my room, Draco beckoned. Mr. Malfoy had yet to return from work, and Draco's mother was occupied in London, commissioning a gown, leaving only the house elves bustling about in the vast manor preparing dinner. As Harry was towed up the stairs by Draco, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the chandelier in the hall, sparkling like crystal overhead, reminiscent of a multitude of gems glimmering above. Draco's room, however, was less ostentatious than the exterior. One wall boasted towering bookshelves filled with meticulously arranged volumes, while another wall housed a desk, with the bed and a cozy sofa placed nearby, and a high table positioned alongside the floor-to-ceiling windows, where climbing vines of white roses had adorned the window railing. The roses were tenderly cared for, each bloom vibrant and full, neither overly assertive nor lacking in grace, standing elegantly in the sunlight. From the second floor, one could behold the expansive view of the garden and the white peacocks frolicking beneath the fountain. This was Draco's first time inviting a classmate to his home, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Would you like something to drink?" "Anything is fine." Harry was still entranced by the splendor of Malfoy Manor, gazing out at the scenery like an inquisitive child, exclaiming, "This truly resembles a place fit for a prince." Draco smiled, relishing the praise, and particularly enjoying the affirmation from Harry's lips. "Of course, the Malfoy family boasts an ancient lineage within the wizarding world, even in my childhood. The treasures within Malfoy Manor had long existed, far older than my father and even my grandfather." Draco was not merely boasting. Indeed, many items in Malfoy Manor predated the living. They had withstood the test of time, preserved for the eyes of the contemporary world. A house elf quietly brought in drinks, bowing to Draco before disappearing into the bedroom. Draco happily shared his treasures with Harry, revealing his favorite books, beloved heroes, and cherished toys from his childhood. A newspaper inadvertently slipped from between the pages of a book, catching Harry's eye. He initially paid it no mind, but a particular clipping on the paper struck him as familiar. The newspaper dated back over 50 years, and Harry furrowed his brow as he unfolded it. Wizarding newspapers were animated, and within the scene of a reporter's interview, a young man wearing a hat strolled past in the background. Draco, perplexed, noted that the article had been from 50 years prior, concerning the mysterious man. "This is news from 50 years ago. There was an explosion in London at that time. A conflict between two wizards in the Muggle world," Draco explained, revealing that both individuals were associates of the mysterious man. As he spoke, his expression turned somewhat uneasy, for it was indisputable that his father had once served as an underling to that very figure. Thus, he cast a fearful glance at the savior, whose parents had been slain by the mysterious man. "You know, regarding my father, he was once that man's subordinate." Harry understood what Draco was implying and smiled reassuringly. "It's all right, Draco. I won't hold it against you. The mysterious man is the one who killed my parents. I want to direct my ire towards you." Draco felt deeply moved, wanting to embrace Harry, but was interrupted by Harry's exclamation. "It says here that the mysterious man has a foster father." Harry gazed in disbelief at the brief statement, which offered no further explanation. "I am not certain. Perhaps I can inquire with my father," Draco suggested. He himself was not well versed in those events. Perhaps his father might know more. "Isn't he an orphan?" Harry recalled having scoured the library for information on Tom Riddle, never imagining he had a foster father. Chapter 13. Rumors regarding the mysterious man's foster father. During the final week of summer vacation, Harry spent his days at the Malfoy residence. One sunny afternoon, while he and Draco indulged in cake in the garden, an owl delivered a letter containing the book list for their second year. With great enthusiasm, Harry tore open the envelope and read aloud to Draco. "Draco, the books we are to purchase this year include Standard Spells, Level 2, Breaking Up with the Banshee, A Journey with Ghouls, Vacationing with the Banshee, and Companions of the Troll." Harry furrowed his brow, sensing that this year's selections were rather peculiar. "All right, that's enough reading, Harry," Draco interjected, having already perused the titles on the list. He wore a sardonic expression, one that Harry had previously seen on Mr. Malfoy's face, a mimicked expression that Draco had perfected. "Gilderoy Lockhart, I know him. He is notorious for spinning tales to deceive wizards. My father always said he was nothing but a fraud. I truly cannot fathom what Dumbledore was thinking when he appointed such a character as a professor. Is there a change in faculty? Which subject?" Harry, out of the loop. "Couldn't he recall any professor resigning from Hogwarts?" "You don't even know?" Draco looked at Harry with a hint of disappointment as he explained, "It's Professor Quirrell. During the winter break, he was attacked by a creature in the Forbidden Forest and is currently unconscious in the hospital." Professor Quirrell was attacked in the Forbidden Forest, Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a significant event transpiring at school while he was still with the Dursleys. "Who did it?" "I have no idea. My father is investigating, and the father of the red-haired creature is also looking into it. However, despite the presence of a creature in the Forbidden Forest, Hogwarts will still open as usual." Although Draco spoke without a hint of fear, there was a trace of trepidation in his tone. "Harry, are you afraid?" A little, I suppose, but more than fear. I am curious about what lurks in the Forbidden Forest. How could there be monsters there? Draco reclined, plucking a bunch of grapes. There are not only monsters in the Forbidden Forest, Harry. It is home to many magical creatures. However, most of them have signed peace treaties with Hogwarts and won't harm students. As for the creature that attacked Professor Quirrell, it must be a perilous species. Harry pondered over the letter, steering the conversation back to the books. When shall we go buy them? Tomorrow, Draco replied. Do you have any money? I do. Yachting opened an account for me, and money is deposited monthly. Mentioning this always brought a faint smile of contentment to Harry's face. During dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy descended from upstairs. The family, including Harry, remained silent at the dining table, the atmosphere amicable. Although Mr. Malfoy was a formidable adversary in the business realm, he exuded an air of sophistication in the presence of family and guests. Seizing this rare opportunity, Draco spoke up. Father, may I ask you a question? Mr. Malfoy nodded. His silver hair tied back with a black ribbon as he elegantly sliced into a steak, gesturing for his son to continue. Father, do you know about the Dark Lord's godfather? The sound of cutlery clattering echoed around the table as Mr. Malfoy, ever the epitome of etiquette, momentarily lost his grip on his knife and fork. The fork clattered onto the table, and the knife trembled in his hand. Beside him, Mrs. Malfoy turned pale, as if haunted by some unwelcome memory. Draco, do not inquire about such matters at the dinner table. I'm sorry, Draco mumbled, confused, as he buried his head in his plate, hastily finishing his meal before returning upstairs with Harry. Believing the matter closed, at 7 o'clock, a house elf arrived at Draco's room with a message. Young master, master requests your presence in the study. Harry looked perplexed. Your father is calling you to the study. Could it be about what happened at dinner? He hadn't anticipated that mentioning the Dark Lord at the table would cast such a heavy pall over the household. Regret washed over him. Had he known it would lead to this, he would never have encouraged Draco to ask that question. I'll go. Mr. Malfoy's study was at the end of the corridor, and as Draco walked along the thick carpet to the dark wooden door, it swung open before he could knock. He entered to find his father seated at the desk, engrossed in reviewing documents from the wizarding world. His father was a busy man. To others, he appeared a ruthless, cunning politician, a duplicitous character. Yet, in Draco's eyes, he was a figure of greatness, charm, and gentleness. But in this moment, Draco sensed an unusual chill enveloping his father. Father, he called out, his voice trembling. Always the obedient and exemplary son in Mr. Malfoy's presence, Draco was reluctant to reveal his youthful vulnerability. He could be mischievous in front of Harry, act coolly before Dumbledore, and even embarrass himself in front of his peers, but in front of his father, all such behaviors were strictly forbidden. What else do you wish to know? Mr. Malfoy's tone was grave as he set aside his quill, turning to face his son. Does father know about that person? I know some things. Can you share them with me? Mr. Malfoy studied his son's youthful face, brimming with vitality, which stirred memories of his own youth around the same age. The man who adopted the Dark Lord was an exceptional individual and a formidable wizard. Rumors circulated that he was a relative of Marape Gaunt, and others claimed he was a friend, while some absurd tales suggested he was a man who loved Gaunt, thus selflessly caring for her son. Draco listened intently to the story from 50 years ago, a time before his own birth. His father had been a child then. And even further back, his grandfather had yet to arrive in the world, still a young lad. Draco had heard that his grandfather had once been friends with the Dark Lord, a fact he found hard to believe yet could not deny. What became of him? He vanished. He raised the Dark Lord and witnessed his burgeoning power, yet never intervened. So, Professor Dumbledore knew him as well? Yes, they were acquainted. Mr. Malfoy appeared weary, the resurfacing of long-buried memories causing him distress. Draco, it's time to return. Don't keep your friend waiting. Yes, father. Draco quietly closed the door, burdened with heavy questions as he returned to his room, relaying the information he had gleaned from his father to Harry. He knew the Dark Lord was up to no good but did not stop him. He certainly can't be a good person. This was Harry's first innocent judgment. He understood that without knowing a person, one had no right to judge them, yet in the throes of anger and the sorrow of losing his parents, it was all too easy to blindly cast blame upon someone. He even found himself deeply resenting the man who had raised the Dark Lord. Had he been able to guide the Dark Lord properly? How could he have allowed him to become the scourge of the wizarding world and cause him to lose his parents? Chapter 14, a gradual departure from the narrative. After finishing school at Hogwarts, the boy who returned had transformed into a graceful and handsome youth. Beneath his jet black hair and striking features lay a pair of ebony eyes. At this moment, the academically accomplished boy gazed at his mentor. He had embarked on his journey to Hogwarts on September 1st. During his time at school, he had been like a parched traveler in a desert, fervently absorbing the knowledge of the magical realm. To others, he appeared as a courteous, yet exceptionally talented individual. In just 5 short years, he had risen to become the top student of his 5th year. At the age of 15, his youthful charm rendered him particularly captivating. Among the Slytherin students, a group fervently admired him, idolizing him as their leader. Tom possessed the ability to rally the majority of students within the school. Upon returning to the small courtyard, his gaze was solely fixed upon the figure resting in the sunlight beneath the flowering vines. Verdant tendrils adorned the walls, while purple morning glories bloomed radiantly in the sun. Tom treaded lightly, retrieving a blanket and gently draping it over his mentor. Yi Qing lay in a deep slumber, unusually tranquil as he rested in the chair. The youth basking in the sunlight resembled an Adonis fallen from the heavens. The mentor's fair skin appeared delicate, leaving Tom parched with longing. He reached out, intending to brush away a petal from Yi Qing's lips, but his wrist was suddenly seized by the awakening Yi Qing. "Sir, you are awake," he said, exhibiting none of the traits of a caught voyeur, instead smiling with restrained charm as he looked at the youth. Yi Qing returned his gaze, having learned some astonishing information from Dumbledore. The boy who presented himself as impeccably composed had accomplished remarkable feats at school. A letter rested on the coffee table, delivered by Dumbledore that very morning. As the head of Gryffindor, he had also been Tom Riddle's supporter. It was Dumbledore who had introduced Tom to the magical world, and it was he who had informed Yi Qing of Tom's exceptional talents and peculiar behaviors. Yi Qing was concerned about Tom's increasingly dangerous conduct at school. His worries, however, did not reflect Yi Qing's own. Facing the composed youth, Yi Qing began, "I have heard some things, Tom." The boy's expression grew pale, his face devoid of emotion as he fixed his cold gaze upon the envelope on the coffee table, as if he could see through it. "It's from Professor Dumbledore," he deduced swiftly, realizing who had reported him. What had he said to his mentor? "An intriguing matter," Yi Qing replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I heard you discovered a classmate raising monsters at school. He is a year younger than you, named Rubius Hagrid." "Yes. Did he kill Moaning Myrtle, Elizabeth Warren?" "Indeed." Yi Qing smiled knowingly. He understood that a villain would hardly admit to their misdeeds, nor did he require Tom's confession. Previously, he had believed this remarkable boy would not become a villain, but he had underestimated the unfolding of the plot and the inevitability of fate. Despite numerous discrepancies and details that diverged significantly from the storyline, the characters remained on their destined paths, and events unfolded as they should. Believing he had successfully navigated through this falsehood, he noticed his mentor smiling at him. "That is rather disingenuous. Such a crude attempt at scapegoating is hardly sophisticated. Professor Dumbledore is astute. He has already begun to suspect you. Sir, you." Tom had anticipated that his mentor would be intolerant of his actions, yet he never imagined that his mentor was already aware of every misstep he had taken. The recognition from someone he cared about deeply instilled within him a sense of immense pride and elation. The anxiety and fear that had long resided in his heart dissipated in that moment. "You know everything, sir?" "Yes." "You're not angry?" Perhaps aware that the youth would not be angered, Tom grew bolder in his speech and demeanor. "I will not impede your thoughts and actions." "Thank you, sir. The magical world does not require those children who tarnish pureblood families. I have discovered a way to grow stronger. You need not worry." Tom's youthful exuberance manifested in a somewhat excessive arrogance. Yi Qing did not interrupt him, rising from the rocking chair to stretch his arms. "What would you like to eat?" "Anything will suffice." Yi Qing's culinary skills were exceptional. Even the simplest fare prepared by him could meet the standards of a top chef. However, when it came to Western cuisine, he preferred to create Eastern dishes, as he was not fond of eating bread and roasted meat at every meal. Observing his mentor in the kitchen washing rice, Tom busied himself washing vegetables. He regarded his mentor's back with a scrutinizing gaze, pondering how he had come to this place. While Easterners were not uncommon, powerful Eastern wizards like Yi Qing were indeed rare. "Do you have family in your distant homeland?" "No." The youth's voice was gentle, devoid of sadness or regret, indicating he truly had no friends in that far-off land. This revelation brought Tom joy. If his mentor had no family in the East, it meant he would have ample time to spend with him. He greedily imagined that this seemingly tranquil youth would remain by his side indefinitely. After preparing the meal, Yi Qing opened the cupboard and discovered the supply of dried chili was somewhat lacking. He instructed Tom to start cooking while he went upstairs to fetch more. The chilies and dried vegetables were sun-dried on the second floor. As Yi Qing descended with the dried chilies, he noticed that Tom's door was slightly ajar, a sliver of light from the setting sun streaming into the hallway. Approaching, he intended to close the door, but noticed a pitch-black book resting on an otherwise empty table, enveloped in dark magical energy. It was evident that this was a tome of advanced dark magic. At merely 5 years into his studies, Tom was not yet equipped to engage with such literature. Curiously, Yi Qing moved closer and read the title, revealing cutting-edge dark magic. Flipping open to the first page, he found the initial spell taught wizards how to project their souls and seize another's body. Further pages detailed soul splitting, soul control, and flawless memory alteration, among others. Each dark magic recorded within the book violated the laws of the magical community. Yi Qing could not ascertain how long Tom had been perusing this book, nor the extent of its wear. It was likely that Tom had acquired this book years ago, absorbing knowledge from its pages. Feigning ignorance, he returned the book to its original place and headed to the kitchen with the dried chilies, choosing not to mention his discovery. It was not until after dinner that Tom returned to his room and discovered that the spell book he had left on the table had been moved. He realized his mentor had visited his room and had discovered the book. Instead of fear, he felt a sense of smug satisfaction and joy. The fact that his mentor had not scolded him indicated an acceptance of his ideas. The starlight in the courtyard was abundant as Tom, clad in pajamas, descended the stairs and found Yi Qing still awake. He retrieved 2 glasses of red wine from the fridge and handed one to his mentor. "What are you contemplating, sir?" "Stargazing." Tom gazed upwards at the resplendent stars, undeniably beautiful. "Sir, is there a method to attain immortality in this world? Where there is life, there must be death. This is the law of nature. Of course, to defy such natural laws is to tread into another realm entirely." "Then I shall defy it," Tom declared. Yi Qing finally diverted his gaze from the stars to the young man beside him, lamenting the fact that such an outstanding scholar harbored such naive notions. "To fragment one's soul into pieces. This is your definition of strength?" Tom faltered, unable to conjure an explanation. Yet, he mused, dividing the soul might indeed allow him to live longer. "Sir, you do not comprehend. Do you not wish to possess multiple lives to survive perilous moments?" He nearly frantically drained the glass of red wine, slamming it down upon the table, causing fine cracks to spiderweb across the glass surface, emitting a fragile lament. "I wish you success." Yi Qing also consumed his wine in one gulp, gently placing the glass down before retreating indoors. Left alone in the courtyard, Tom shielded his eyes, listening to the sound of the glass table shattering. He pondered why the Sir did not wish to join him in the pursuit of eternal life. No previous follower had ever declined his invitation. Chapter 15. Departing from Tom, returning to Harry's side. Before long, Tom commenced his studies. He decisively recruited numerous followers at school. Even the suave heir of the Malfoy family, Mr. Abraxas Malfoy, walked alongside Tom with utmost respect. They were classmates. One, an exceptionally handsome heir of the Malfoy lineage. The other, a charismatic Tom, hailed as the heir of Slytherin. Together, they easily attracted attention as a pair within the school. "Dear Tom, how delightful it is to see you at school." Abraxas placed a hand on Tom's shoulder, his enchanting eyes gleaming with mirth. "Not receiving your letters over the holiday left me feeling quite lonely. I see you've been thriving amidst the blossoms." Tom glanced at him. Abraxas smiled bashfully. He was recognized throughout Slytherin as a notorious dandy, charming yet frivolous. One could not deny the Malfoy bloodline's excellence. Each member was a figure of great admiration. The two shared laughter as they traversed the corridors, until at a corner, a girl suddenly collided with Malfoy. She offered no apology and swiftly walked away. "Who was that?" Tom inquired. "Eileen Prince. You truly do not know her?" Abraxas chuckled, pleased that Tom's nature disregarded a mere young witch. "She is a student of Slytherin. Slightly younger than us." "Oh." Tom scarcely cared about such matters. "Are the preparations you promised ready?" "Rest assured, everything is in order." The fleeting encounter with Eileen Prince did not linger in Tom's thoughts. She was an introverted girl, unskilled in conversation, a mere shadow within the school. She had no friends. Often found sequestered in some corner, engrossed in a book for the entire day. Although a prodigy in potion-making, her solitary demeanor rendered her unlikable. On the day of his graduation, Tom returned home to London, only to find it devoid of familiar faces. He waited for a long time, until nightfall, finally realizing that the individual he sought had departed. He understood he had been abandoned. In a futile search, he scoured the world for traces of that person, ultimately conceding defeat due to his ignorance of the Sir's whereabouts. Time accelerated, and Yi Qing returned to Harry's timeline. The house, untouched for over a year, was now overgrown with weeds at the entrance. The old mailbox was crammed with envelopes, dating back a year and even recent ones from the past week. He retrieved all the letters, using a rusty key to unlock the door to his home. The interior was remarkably well kept, even after his long absence. Magic had preserved the tidiness of this abode. Regrettably, Harry had not returned home. Logically, Harry should have been on summer break. Yi Qing felt no urgency to seek Harry. Instead, he returned to his room to change his attire, settling down beneath the window in the living room to read through each letter. During the year of his absence, Harry had occasionally written multiple letters in a month, while at other times, several months would pass without a word. The letters contained much. He had discovered a hidden chamber at school and stumbled upon a notebook detailing the murder of his parents' murderer. He destroyed the notebook and vanquished the basilisk. His valiant actions garnered high praise for his school, though the price was a stern reprimand from the headmaster, resulting in a month spent cleaning the storeroom. Sorted into Slytherin. Harry's life had taken a starkly different turn. His grades had to be exemplary. He had to tread carefully around his headmaster, under the scrutiny of this stern potion prodigy. Harry's potion grades remained consistently high. However, most of the letters were filled with his longing for Yi Qing. In the sweltering heat, the storeroom felt akin to an airtight thermos. Harry lay on his bed, unable to sleep despite wearing a thin t-shirt, as the heat was unbearable. His thoughts were chaotic, buzzing like a cacophony of voices. This was not Harry's first summer spent at the Dursleys. He had grown accustomed to secretly reviewing his homework, knowing that if Mr. Dursley caught him, he might very well destroy the books along with them. Initially, Mr. Dursley's demeanor had softened slightly due to the Malfoy family connection. Unaware that Draco Malfoy was also a wizard, Mr. Dursley only recognized the Malfoy heir as a wealthy man of the business elite. Yet, everything reverted to its original state one fateful morning when Ron's phone call shattered the illusion. 13-year-old Harry had begun to exhibit a stark contrast. He could no longer tolerate the Dursleys' demeaning treatment and scorn. Seizing the opportunity while the Dursleys slumbered, he slipped out of the cramped storage room and into the breezy yard. The cool evening breeze brushed against his face, soothing his troubled heart. The summer moon shone beautifully, surrounded by a multitude of stars. He raised his head. Memories of lying on the grass with Yi Qing, gazing at the stars, flashing through his mind. He knew Yi Qing was still away on business and had not returned. But after a year of deception, Harry no longer believed that excuse. Though only 13, Harry had grown significantly taller. With a lanky frame, long hair tied back, and glasses framing his emerald green eyes, he was ready to welcome his birthday. He anticipated receiving special gifts. The presents from Hermione, Ron, and Draco were already on the table. But he was still missing one, Yi Qing's. Just as he self-deprecatingly chuckled at the improbability of receiving it, an owl swooped overhead, circling before dropping an object at his feet. Harry blinked in surprise, bending down to retrieve the box. The handwriting on the note was unmistakably Yi Qing's. He leaped joyfully across the meadow, scarcely taking the time to unwrap his gifts before dashing into the house to gather his clothes and belongings, preparing to slip away quietly. Yi Qing had returned. He hadn't yet had the chance to examine the presents. Instead, he first glanced at the letter resting atop them, with a box brimming with items in hand. He rushed out onto the street without even changing his shoes. His commotion roused the slumbering Dursleys, with Mr. Dursley, clad in his pajamas, trailing after Harry. But he was soon left far behind, vanishing into the night. Upon arriving at Yi Qing's doorstep via the night bus, Harry spotted a familiar figure waiting to greet him. In that moment, a wave of emotion washed over him, and he set down his box, sprinting towards the familiar face. Yi Qing. He embraced the young man, who had grown taller during their year apart. At 13, he still retained a childlike quality. Yi Qing gently patted Harry's shoulder, looking at the boy who had now reached his shoulder height, feeling fortunate to have returned just in time. Chapter 16. Harry's pet is quite astute. Yi Qing's abrupt departure had, in many ways, felt like abandonment. This could explain why Tom Riddle recognized him upon his arrival in this world. Back in this familiar home, Harry felt liberated to place his books on the table, toss his wand onto the sofa, and release Hedwig, allowing her to peck at the feathers on the shelf in the living room. This was the most comfortable and serene place, devoid of any sense of oppression. Rather, it made him wish to remain there for a lifetime. Yi Qing emerged from the kitchen, carrying a warm cup of tea, and cast a glance at the lively book on the table. The magical world was full of wonders, exemplified by this peculiar, bite-happy textbook that Harry was to study this year. Embarrassed, Harry hastily tucked the book away, aware that it was quite an aggressive tome. Accepting the steaming tea from Yi Qing, he drank it eagerly. Even in the sweltering summer heat, the warm tea did not irritate him. Rather, it left him feeling relaxed afterward. Yi Qing, will you be going on business trips again? Yi Qing pondered seriously before responding, not for the time being. He had no pressing matters requiring a reversal of time. Harry's eyes sparkled with joy, his happiness level resting at 80%. Yi Qing smiled widely, knowing that Harry's happiness signified the nearing completion of his first task. In the brightly lit living room, an idea struck Harry. He opened his box and retrieved a Hogwarts consent form. Just yesterday, he had despaired, thinking Mr. Dursley would surely tear it up in anger. His hopes of visiting Hogsmeade had long been extinguished, but seeing Yi Qing now reignited all his previous aspirations. Yi Qing, this is the Hogwarts consent form. Only with a parent's approval can I go to Hogsmeade. Where should I write? Yi Qing asked, picking up a quill and signing in the spot Harry indicated, saying, have fun. Regrettably, Yi Qing could not accompany him, which was Harry's greatest disappointment. He had always wished for Yi Qing to experience the grandeur and beauty of the magical world alongside him. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from documenting everything he witnessed in letters to Yi Qing. That night, Harry was as exuberant as an endlessly chatty young man. He and Yi Qing lay on the same bed, animatedly recounting all his experiences. He had vanquished the basilisk and destroyed a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul. Neither could recall when they had drifted off to sleep. Perhaps they were simply too exhausted to notice. The next morning, Harry awoke abruptly, momentarily believing he was still in the cupboard at the Dursleys'. Dazed, he stared at the chandelier overhead, blinked, and greedily inhaled the scent of the covers before reluctantly rising from bed. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he made his way to the kitchen, where Yi Qing had prepared breakfast. In the living room, the television across the dining table was broadcasting a news report. It was a brand new set, purchased by Yi Qing, who felt that his home lacked warmth and thus added various Muggle appliances like a television and an iron. Harry enjoyed watching television, as he had been unable to do so at the Dursleys', where Dudley monopolized the screen. As he watched the news, he saw a criminal displayed by the broadcaster, with disheveled black hair, gaunt features, and deep-set eyes. Before he could contemplate the report further, it transitioned to another segment. Just then, Yi Qing entered with a platter of fruit. Yi Qing, the news just said that Black has escaped from prison. He could only hope it was a case of mistaken identity, as his father had a friend named Black. Harry was aware of his own history, and Yi Qing had never kept anything from him. Concerning the reasons behind his parents' demise at the hands of the mysterious figure, Black had played a significant role. Everyone said that Black had betrayed his parents, leading to their tragic end. However, Yi Qing had consistently assured him that Mr. Black was not that kind of person. Harry chose to trust Yi Qing's explanation, yet throughout his years at school, the prevailing opinions had been quite the opposite. He found himself at a loss as to whom to believe. Is that so? Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, as long as it's not someone being killed by the mysterious figure. Everything else is irrelevant. Will he come after me? Perhaps, Yi Qing replied, uncertain. He had not read the original text, and the plot was quite ambiguous. Is he truly innocent? Yi Qing finally met Harry's gaze, saying earnestly, Harry, you are no longer a child. There are many matters you must learn to judge for yourself. Yet, Harry hesitated. He genuinely did not know whether Mr. Black, his so-called godfather, was wrongfully accused or deserved his fate. After finishing breakfast, Harry and Yi Qing stepped outside, deciding to take a stroll along the Thames in London to clear their minds. This was Harry's first leisurely walk with Yi Qing through the streets of London, bustling with people and flocks of pigeons fluttering by the riverside. As they crossed to the park on the opposite bank, they entered a shadowy grove. They soon heard the sounds of barking, and as they approached, they witnessed several high school students tormenting a black dog with stones. Harry shouted, "The police are coming." The high schoolers, however, showed no fear and mockingly gestured at Harry. Yi Qing, meanwhile, observed the dog with a look of curiosity. The dog appeared emaciated, yet its eyes gleamed with intensity. It regarded Harry as if he were a delectable treat, and when looking at Yi Qing, there was an indescribable nuance in its gaze. As Harry was about to be bullied by the group, Yi Qing's fingers, hidden behind his back, subtly glided, and several pebbles from the grass swiftly struck the students' hands, causing the sticks they held to clatter to the ground. Perhaps the sudden appearance of the stones was too uncanny. Or perhaps the combination of a dog and a seemingly expressionless young man frightened them, as they fled in disarray. Harry gazed at the dog, and the dog returned his gaze. "It's all right, you can go now." To his surprise, the dog followed Harry, wagging its tail with an unmistakable eagerness to please. Harry turned his attention to Yi Qing, inquiring, "Can we keep a pet? If you like it, that's all that matters." He reached out to stroke the black dog's head, and upon glimpsing the character information panel, everything became clear to him, though he chose not to reveal it. Perhaps this could prevent Mr. Black from starving on the streets. Thus, they brought the mysterious black dog home. Harry bathed it and prepared a fluffy blanket for it to sleep on the sofa. When Harry was about to head out to buy dog food, he noticed Yi Qing in the kitchen frying a steak and placing it on the floor for the dog. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. "Doesn't Teehee eat dog food?" Yi Qing clearly noticed that as Harry spoke, the dog's expression faltered, perhaps fearing that Harry might actually bring back a bag of dog food. "No worries, we have plenty of meat at home," Yi Qing reassured, which allowed the black dog to relax and happily devour the meat. Days passed, and Harry increasingly realized that the stray dog they had adopted was exceptionally clever. It knew when to go to the bathroom, how to flush the toilet, and would linger in the kitchen, staring at Yi Qing whenever it felt hungry. When it desired something to eat, it would bring the item to Yi Qing, requesting him to prepare it. Harry began to suspect that their pet had somehow become sentient. Chapter 17. Harry's friends come to visit. On another tranquil afternoon, Harry sat beneath the shade of a large tree in the yard, engrossed in a book on magic. The dog they had adopted was now named Buck, lounging comfortably on a wooden rocking chair, rolling onto its back and wagging its tail, appearing more relaxed than Harry himself. It was a dog that truly understood the art of leisure. One could hardly imagine that just a week prior, It had been a gaunt stray, but now, thanks to Yi Qing's care, it was clean and well-fed, resembling a poodle. Swallows perched on the branches of the garden trees until the doorbell rang, startling them into flight. Harry, basking in the sun outside, did not hear it, but Yi Qing, organizing clothes in the bedroom, did. He approached the door and opened it to find a red-haired boy accompanied by a girl with fluffy long hair. Both were taken aback upon seeing him. The most astonished was Ron, who had met Yi Qing in their first year. Recognizing him, Ron struggled to articulate his purpose for visiting, nearly losing his train of thought. While Hermione Granger gaped at Yi Qing's handsome appearance, her surprise more composed. "Hello, Mr. Yi," she said politely, pushing Ron aside. "I'm Hermione Granger. And this is Ron Weasley. We're classmates of Harry S. We recently wrote to Harry saying we would come to visit. And we wondered if you were aware of this." "I am indeed aware. Please, come in." The interior was spacious, clean, and warmly inviting. It stood in stark contrast to Ron's home, which was chaotic and crowded, filled with people. "Harry is in the yard," Yi Qing informed. "Thank you," Ron replied as he and Hermione proceeded toward the yard, while Yi Qing returned to the kitchen to prepare them some chilled lemonade. Upon seeing Ron and Hermione, Harry exclaimed, "Aren't you supposed to arrive tomorrow?" "We had a bit of a hiccup on the way," Ron explained. "My dad had to go on a business trip, and we hitched a ride to London. My mom is here to shop, and I figured it was the perfect opportunity to explain our plans." Hermione remarked in surprise. "I never expected your home to be so large." "This is Yi Qing's home," Harry explained sheepishly. "By the way, you met Yi Qing earlier." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. "Yi Qing is quite handsome," she admitted. Harry smiled gently, aware that Yi Qing's gentle demeanor would surely win the hearts of many girls. Yet he never anticipated Hermione would be among them. "You're in for a treat today. Yi Qing's cooking rivals that of the finest chefs in London." "Oh wow," Ron exclaimed, already looking forward to dinner, lamenting that he had missed lunch. "If I had known, we would have come sooner. All you think about is food." "We're here on business," Hermione chided, casting a serious glance at Ron before turning to Harry. "Can we talk in your room? It's fine to discuss it here," Harry replied, reassuring them. Yi Qing is well-versed in the magical world. There's no need to hide anything from him. "I had no idea Harry had a little secret," Yi Qing said, appearing at the yard entrance with the chilled lemonade, smiling as he offered the drinks to the three young people. "I hope it suits your taste." "Thank you," Hermione said eagerly as she accepted her icy cup. The refreshing lemonade was just what she needed, especially after enduring the sun's heat during the journey, which had rendered her sunscreen ineffective. "Thanks," Ron said as he took his cup, feeling a bit awed by Yi Qing, his previous encounter with him shrouded in mystery. Now face to face, he felt somewhat shy and hesitant to speak. "What are you discussing?" Yi Qing inquired, observing the three youngsters sipping their lemonade with curiosity. Both Ron and Hermione were indispensable characters in the narrative, and though Harry had entered Slytherin, they had forged a strong friendship through various experiences, as described in Harry's letters. "It's about the Dark Lord," Harry replied. The black dog, reclining on the rocking chair, perked up at the mention of the Dark Lord. Its keen black eyes fixated on Harry, displaying a level of alertness surpassing that of anyone else present. The atmosphere became tense, and Hermione hesitated to speak, feeling unfamiliar with Yi Qing and unsure how to engage him in conversation. Typically, she would be the first to respond, but now she and Ron awaited Harry's explanation, as he, being Harry's friend, held the most authority to clarify the matter. They had not forgotten the young man before them, who was also Harry's friend. "We believe the Dark Lord is not dead," Harry stated. "I often hear strange voices, Yi Qing, in the castle or during lessons, sometimes even in my dreams. I catch glimpses of fragmented visions." At Harry's words, the smile faded from Yi Qing's face. He gently brushed aside a few strands of Harry's hair, his fingers brushing against the scar that had been imprinted since his infancy. The essence of the soul was growing stronger, indicating that the owner of this fractured soul was gaining power. "Is there anything else?" "There's also the recent uproar in the newspapers. I heard that Black has escaped from prison," Hermione interjected, her voice rising. She was particularly concerned about this matter, as both she and Ron feared that the villain responsible for the deaths of Harry's parents might come after him. "Miss Granger is quite right. But let's leave this matter to the Ministry of Magic," Yi Qing replied, untroubled by the prospect of Black harming Harry, especially since he was currently in the yard, wagging his tail and intently observing the children converse. "Are you not worried he might come to harm Harry?" Hermione pressed. "Perhaps the truth of the matter lies shrouded in mystery, Miss Granger. Mr. Black is a fine wizard. There may be some misunderstanding at play, and I believe the truth will eventually be revealed." Yi Qing's words elicited a startled howl from the silent black dog, causing Hermione and Ron to nearly tumble from their seats. Ron sprang up in alarm, hastily retreating to Harry's side. "Goodness, Harry, you have a dog at home. And you never mentioned it in your letters." His fear of dogs stemmed from an incident in his childhood, when he, accompanied by his parents and the Weasley twins, went on holiday to India, where Fred and George provoked a stray dog, resulting in Ron being chased by two of them. This left him with a lasting fear, adding to his already profound dread of spiders. There's no need to be afraid, Ron. Buck will not bite indiscriminately. To demonstrate his docility, the black dog obediently sat in a rocking chair without moving. He is so well behaved, Hermione exclaimed. Has he been trained specifically? He is nearly on par with an owl. No, not at all. He was a stray dog, but I've only recently discovered that he is more obedient and intelligent than the average pet. The conversation swiftly shifted from the dog, and Yi Qing inquired, what were we discussing? About the Dark Lord, Hermione replied. Chapter 18, Draco's First Kiss is Gone. The tale of the Dark Lord is well known throughout the wizarding community. He is as familiar to witches and wizards as Harry Potter himself. However, little is known about the identity of the Dark Lord's godfather, a figure whose disappearance coincided with the Dark Lord's graduation year. The magical realm lost all trace of him, and even the esteemed Albus Dumbledore was unable to locate him. Harry's friends spent a few days at his home before embarking on their journey to the train station in London. To Harry's surprise, Yi Qing was among the group. In an effort to cultivate a closer relationship with Harry, Yi Qing resolved to apply for the position of Muggle Studies professor at Hogwarts. This course required no magic, and Yi Qing's background was rather intricate. He confided in Dumbledore about everything, though he kept the matter of Stellar Academy a secret. He fabricated a complex identity for himself as a wizard from the East. Unlike other wizards who wielded wands to perform magic, he controlled it through sheer will. When Harry learned all of this, he was not only astonished, but also filled with joy, albeit slightly irked that Yi Qing had kept such a significant secret from him for so long. As the Hogwarts Express began its northward journey with the sound of a whistle, dense smoke enveloped the windows, and the scenery outside gradually blurred. Harry and his companions were animatedly discussing their third-year classes. Ron was feeding his pet rat, Scabbers, while Hermione busily organized the books she had brought, as time had been too short for her to prepare properly. Harry curiously studied the man sleeping in the corner, who sat beside Hermione and Ron in a window seat. At his feet lay a rusty, peeling trunk. Harry noted the name Professor Lupin inscribed on the trunk. The man seemed to lead a rather modest life, for his robes were patched. Harry had no further thoughts. He simply wondered if this individual could be a professor at the school. At 1 o'clock, the food trolley rolled past the door, and Harry and Ron declined the snacks they usually bought in previous years, for Yi Qing had already prepared lunch. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a warm meal, setting out chopsticks, spoons, and forks for them to choose from. The aroma of the food wafted through the cramped compartment, rousing the man who had been dozing without a meal. He opened his eyes to the array of dishes, but remained silent and still. Noticing his gaze, Yi Qing politely inquired, "Would you care to join us?" The man, taken aback by the invitation, did not refuse, simply replying, "Thank you." Yi Qing offered him the utensils. Before long, the compartment door swung open, revealing a furious Draco, who glared at the group indulging in their feast. His noble upbringing prevented him from unleashing his anger, and he shut the door, directing an irritated stare at Harry. "I've been waiting for you in the next compartment for ages, Harry. Why didn't you tell me you were here?" "I'm sorry, Draco," Harry replied with an apologetic smile, having completely forgotten about him. "This is Yi Qing. Would you like to join us for lunch?" Reluctantly, Draco sat down beside Harry, accepting the utensils that Yi Qing offered. Eyeing the unfamiliar dishes with a hint of disdain, he hadn't expected much, but to his surprise, the food exceeded his expectations. Ron observed Draco's expression, stifling a chuckle at his incredulous look. "I had the same expression the first time. Mr. Ye's cooking is truly exceptional," Ron exclaimed. This time, there was no quarrel between him and Malfoy. They both agreed on the merit of the food. Ultimately, Draco was won over by the meal. How could an exceptional Slytherin be satisfied with mere sustenance? Yet, he was still a child, and indulging occasionally was no crime, especially when one could not resist the allure of deliciousness. "Thank you for the hospitality," Professor Lupin said politely after finishing his meal, leaning back in his corner, closing his eyes for a brief respite. "Who is he?" Draco asked. Harry shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The man had already been in the compartment when they entered. Before long, rain began to fall outside, and the bright sunshine faded into gloom. The passengers in the compartment gradually lost sight of the landscape outside, and the air turned noticeably colder. Yi Qing, under the astonished gazes of the young ones, produced a coat for Harry to wear, his thoughtful gesture earning him the favor of the children. Harry's happiness meter soared to over 90%. It would not be long before it reached its peak. Yi Qing's attentiveness and meticulous care were particularly resonant with the young lads at this age. "Weasley, please keep your rat from running around." Draco's irritated voice suddenly pierced the quiet compartment. It turned out Ron's pet had escaped during his play and had even climbed onto Draco's clothing. "Oh, sorry." Ron quickly retrieved Scabbers. placing him back in his cage to prevent further mischief. Yi Qing observed the rat with keen interest. He had come across information about the rat, aware that it would ultimately betray its owner to the Dark Lord, and felt compelled to intervene at this juncture. How long has your rat lived? Ron was taken aback by Yi Qing's question, momentarily stunned before replying. About 15 years, I suppose. Scabbers has been with us since I was very young. To my knowledge, rats do not live that long. Perhaps you should consult Dumbledore about it. Ron was perplexed but felt that Mr. Yi had a point. Indeed, Scabbers had lived far too long. The seemingly asleep Lupin squinted at the boy, who appeared only slightly older than these children, his demeanor gentle yet enigmatic. As the train swayed, the compartment gradually fell into a hushed calm. Hermione lay nestled under a fluffy blanket, in the depths of slumber, while Ron and Harry were engrossed in a game of wizard's chess at the table. Yetching, with his cheek pressed against the window, gazed intently at the blurred scenery outside. He harbored an unsettling feeling that something was approaching the train. The inky curtain of rain enveloped everything, yet he discerned that the train's speed was gradually diminishing. Though this was not their final destination, he caught sight of distant mountains on the horizon, and a peculiar chill permeated the darkness. Suddenly, the train jolted, rousing the sleeping Hermione, who murmured, "Are we there?" "No, right?" Harry sensed that something was amiss. The train had never reached Hogwarts this swiftly in the past. Draco, who had also been in a deep sleep, awoke with a shiver, questioning why the train had come to a halt. As the train stopped, the sound of rain pitter-pattering against the windows filled the otherwise silent compartment. Without warning, the lights flickered out. A commotion erupted in the corridor as upperclassmen began to restore order, loudly urging everyone to remain in their compartments and not venture outside. Chaos ensued in their compartment as someone stepped on Draco's foot, inciting him to curse vehemently. Another jolt of the train caused more chaos. Draco distinctly felt that he had knocked someone over. He froze for a moment before shoving the individual away. "Ouch!" Ron yelped, his head colliding with the compartment wall, indignantly exclaiming, "Who did that?" Draco's face flushed with embarrassment. In the darkness, no one could see his bashful demeanor. That cursed Weasley. The fleeting, soft sensation in the dark made Draco recoil in shame. All he wished was to obliterate this impertinent fool with his wand. His first kiss. Chapter 19, The Dementor on the Train. A wave of dread washed over Harry. A sensation that spread through his heart, but dissipated within moments as Yetching enveloped him in his embrace, providing a barrier against the fear. Yetching's warmth instantly banished the ominous feeling. Harry mused that Yetching must be a guardian sent by the heavens to protect him. Yetching peered into the pitch-black void outside the train window, where a shadowy figure flitted about. These entities were not monsters, they were rather peculiar. A dark silhouette emerged in the corridor. Ron leaned closer to the window for a better look, but was startled to find the glass frozen over, causing him to stumble back into Draco's arms. This time, Draco did not push him away. He was, in fact, too taken aback to react, and Ron quickly retreated. "Everyone, sit down," Professor Lupin finally spoke, breaking the silence. Hermione and Draco obediently complied. Even the chattering Ron fell silent. Shielded in Yetching's embrace, Harry could see and hear nothing. The frosted window and the slowly moving shadow had now reached their compartment door. With a sudden swoosh, the door swung open, allowing a frigid gust of air to swirl in. "Stay in your compartments," Lupin instructed, brandishing his wand as he exited the train. Once he departed, the temperature inside the compartment plummeted further. He had not ventured far when he spotted the approaching creature and hastily returned to the compartment. The creature was a towering figure cloaked in a tattered robe, its dark, swaying fabric resembling a specter that had crawled from a marsh. The cloak obscured its face, leaving one to wonder what horrors lay hidden in the shadows. A decayed hand, resembling a withered branch, emerged from beneath the cloak, glowing faintly like a wilting leaf submerged in water. The creature's gaze fixated on Harry, drawn by the allure of his memories and the scent of his essence. Just as it prepared to seize Harry's memories, a powerful, unseen force emanated from Yetching, sending the creature into a frenzied retreat from the compartment. Lupin was astonished. Never before had a wizard possessed such formidable power to frighten a Dementor away. His suspicions regarding Harry's companions deepened. The chilling darkness was suddenly illuminated, and the malfunctioning lights flickered back to life. "What was that?" "Terrifying," Ron murmured, recalling the creature's visage. Harry, curious, turned to Yetching, asking, "Yetching, what was that?" "A Dementor." Harry intended to inquire further, but Professor Lupin, seated across from them, interjected, "You are also a teacher at Hogwarts?" "Indeed, Yetching, I teach Muggle studies." Remus Lupin. Defense against the dark arts. The train resumed its journey, and after a brief while, it arrived at the Hogwarts station. This, however, was not Hogwarts. They would need to take a horseless carriage for a short distance to reach the school. The first years would traverse the lake in small boats. arriving at the school to partake in the ceremonial welcoming that every new student underwent. First years this way. As Harry disembarked, he spotted a tall figure among the first years. Hagrid noticed Harry as well, though he was preoccupied, merely nodding in acknowledgement as he ushered the newcomers. Reminiscing about his own first experience, Harry recalled the excitement and anticipation he felt stepping into the magical world. Ron approached George and Fred, bidding farewell to his sister, who was among the first years. They would part ways here, to reunite later during the opening ceremony. Harry and Yeching chose the same carriage, with Draco joining them, while Hermione and Ron boarded shortly after. The carriage carried a faint musty odor, and once filled, the enchantment upon it activated, causing the carriage to lurch forward. Before long, the carriage halted again, and Yeching peered through the window to see the Dementors inspecting each student. Harry shivered once more, although protected by Yeching. He still vividly remembered the penetrating chill that seeped into his skin and soul. Yeching clasped Harry's hand reassuringly, whispering, "It's all right, don't be afraid." They quickly passed the inspection, disembarking at the school entrance before heading to the Great Hall. Yeching and Harry bid each other farewell, while following Professor Lupin to his designated office. As they walked along the second-floor corridor, Lupin spoke, "I remember you as a child, cradled in the arms of James and Lily. I never imagined that after all these years, you would have grown so much." Lupin recognized Yeching as a friend of James Potter. During the time James had taken Yeching in, he and Sirius had visited the Potters' home, celebrating Lily's pregnancy together. Years had passed, and Lupin, who had led a tumultuous and impoverished life, never anticipated reuniting with this child, let alone as colleagues. "I am equally pleased to see you again, sir. You are not a muggle. Why did you deceive the Potters?" "I was young then, unaware of my extraordinary abilities." Yeching's justifications could fill 100 tales, and he responded with ease. Lupin remained skeptical, but bore no ill will. It was evident that Yeching held great affection for Harry, consistently considering him from the train ride to their destination, this nearly adult boy never straying from Harry's side. "Harry is fortunate to have met you. And I am fortunate as well." They parted ways, with Yeching's office being the first room around the corner, while Lupin's office was located on the third floor. As he pushed open the door to his office, he was greeted by a meticulously cleaned and organized space. His belongings had already been sorted and placed in the wardrobe by the house elf, and a steaming cup of tea awaited him on the desk. Before long, another little elf arrived to inform him that the sorting ceremony was about to commence, to which every professor was invited. At Hogwarts, there exists a tradition where first-year students don a hat that determines their house affiliation. Yeching's desk was nestled in a corner, adjacent to Professor Lupin, with Professor Snape seated beside him. Beyond them were numerous individuals whom Yeching did not recognize. The venerable headmaster Dumbledore exuded an aura of warmth. Just as he had many years ago, with his flowing white hair and half-moon spectacles, he was the oldest wizard in all of Hogwarts. Commanding respect from every soul within the school, even the Minister of Magic regarded him with a measure of trepidation. Following the introduction of the new students, the opening remarks were delivered, and the two new professors were introduced. The students displayed a greater interest in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, while the Muggle Studies course, restricted to those in their third year and above, failed to capture the enthusiasm of many, particularly since most of the attendees hailed from pureblood families. Once the proceedings concluded, Yeching gazed at the sumptuous feast that had suddenly appeared before him, indulging in the culinary delights. At the Gryffindor table, Ron remarked to Hermione, "I believe the food here pales in comparison to what Mr. Yi prepares." "You mustn't let the house elves hear you say that. They would be heartbroken," Hermione retorted. "It's the truth, isn't it?" Ron insisted, "Of course I understand. But let us not crush their spirits." Hermione shrugged. Having tasted Mr. Ye's cooking during the summer, she too found the school meals rather mediocre. Nonetheless, there were redeeming qualities, as the food was at least palatable, if not delightful. Mr. Ye's dishes presented a challenge to the palate, where seemingly unremarkable plates could elevate one's very soul. Perhaps the sentiments expressed were indeed accurate. The East was a culinary paradise, and those fortunate enough to dwell there were blessed to savor exquisite delicacies each day. Chapter 20. The unfortunate classmate who took Yeching's script by mistake. At the Slytherin table, Draco experienced an unprecedented impulse to forego his meal. Casting a sidelong glance at Harry, who was engrossed in his food, he muttered, "Perhaps the house elves ought to learn a thing or two from Mr. Yi." Yet, the school fare was far from satisfactory for Draco. Harry blinked in confusion, adding, "If given the chance, I would ask Yeching to prepare me some food as well." "Very well, it's settled then. I shall have sweet and sour pork and scallion noodles," Harry responded. On the first day of term, there were no classes with Yeching. His lessons were scheduled for Wednesday afternoons, allowing for but one class each week, while the remainder of his time was devoted to organizing materials and filing in the library. It was hard to fathom that Dumbledore had approved his employment application. laden with intricate implications that, while ostensibly a hiring, bore a resemblance to oversight. For one who appeared unchanged from 50 years ago, the astute Dumbledore harbored suspicions from the outset, contemplating whether Yi Qing might be the son or grandson of Yi Yun, the great wizard who had vanished 50 years prior. That very wizard had provided Dumbledore with numerous magical solutions, fortifying the protective enchantments around Hogwarts. When the deranged Dark Lord attacked, it was precisely this magic that had repelled him, rendering Hogwarts a sanctuary for young witches and wizards. As night fell and the twilight embraced the horizon, Yi Qing welcomed his first guest into his office, Dumbledore. Compared to the vibrant crimson robes he had donned at the start of term feast, the headmaster now appeared much more at ease in a soft white nightgown. "Good evening, sir. You seem quite cheerful," Yi Qing remarked as he offered Dumbledore a cup of freshly brewed tea, sweetened with honey, which he presumed the headmaster would appreciate. "You truly understand me, my child," Dumbledore replied with a smile, adding a generous amount of honey and stirring it gently. "How did you sleep last night?" "Very well, sir. I still recall the moment Potter adopted you. Such a small fellow. They will be grateful for your care of Harry." Yi Qing smiled at Dumbledore's friendly probing. What was the headmaster attempting to convey? Preferring to avoid any preamble, he steered the conversation towards the crux of the matter. The Dark Lord is not dead. He lurks in a safe haven, posing a constant threat to Harry's safety. Dumbledore reclined on the plush sofa, his demeanor serene and devoid of tension, embodying a figure of unwavering trust. Though he would utilize every resource at his disposal, his intentions were fundamentally noble. "I trust you have heard of Black's escape? I must implore you to safeguard Harry," he continued. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Dumbledore's implication that Sirius Black had betrayed Mr. Potter. Such a query prompted deep contemplation within Dumbledore, who recalled Black's childhood likeness, a close companion of Potter's, akin to the bond shared between Harry and Ron today. Initially skeptical, he found himself confronted with undeniable testimonies and evidence, leaving him unable to defend Black's actions. "What are your thoughts, my child?" "I suspect there is more to this story. With your acumen, I am certain you will unearth the truth," Yi Qing replied, stirring his cup of hot tea. Watching the rose petals gently descend into the depths, the water reflecting the contours of his youthful visage, Dumbledore observed Yi Qing, noting, "You are quite extraordinary, my child." "I am merely an ordinary person, sir," Yi Qing responded modestly. Dumbledore chuckled, harboring a rather absurd suspicion that this young man might possess knowledge far exceeding his own expectations. During Yi Qing's early years, Dumbledore had attempted to employ magic to delve into his memories, yet he had failed. He had relinquished hopes of succeeding now, abandoning the notion of psychological exploration. "Do you know who your father is?" "I regret to inform you, headmaster, that I have not located my biological parents. They may well be deceased, for why else would they abandon me?" Yi Qing portrayed a youth steeped in resentment, his words filled with bitterness towards parents he had never met. His performance was passable, enough to convince Dumbledore. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, Yi Qing returned to his private chamber. The office included a bedroom, a washroom, and a small kitchen for faculty use, a testament to the excellent provisions for Hogwarts teachers. Upon entering his bedroom, the first thing Yi Qing did was to touch the gray mark on his wrist. Invisible to others, it was vividly apparent to him. A suspended screen materialized before Yi Qing, displaying the current graduating students frantically completing their final projects. They lacked a designated class, sharing a common list of materials. Yi Qing found the unfortunate classmate who had mistakenly taken his graduation planning documents, and fortunately, their contact was still active. He promptly sent a video message. He wished to inquire about the well-being of his classmate from the ancient era. Before long, the video call connected, and a young boy with dark hair appeared on the screen. "Hello, hello." Their conversation was marked by an awkward silence, as Yi Qing noticed the dense forest behind him. Surrounding them was a blanket of white snow, indicating that this world had plunged into the depths of a frigid winter season. "Are you aware that you presented my graduation proposal?" The boy, with a stoic expression, replied, "Yes." In the depths of the boy's pupils, one could discern his discontent and jealousy towards Yi Qing. "Please take good care of my dear professor. Ensure he suffers no hardships, and look after Harry for me. I am his loyal fan." The boy's subsequent breakdown led Yi Qing to question whether he had just witnessed a scene of mental unraveling, as the previously aloof and composed boy suddenly transformed into a caricature. "Are you referring to Professor Snape?" Yes, yes, yes," the boy exclaimed, eagerly leaning closer to the screen. "I stayed up all night watching every film and reading every book. I had intended to vacation in this world, but unexpectedly found myself in a conference room, mistakenly presenting the wrong proposal." His voice escalated into a roar. "I hadn't anticipated that either." He had been taken aback when he opened his eyes to find himself in a world already steeped in civilization. "How are you faring over there?" "It's hard to describe. My brother, The boy gazed at Yi Qing in disbelief. I cannot fathom why you would choose to come to this desolate place to complete your thesis. You have no idea how arduous my life has been. Since arriving here, all my privileges have been stripped away. The thought of it left him feeling utterly despondent. I apologize. I have a penchant for ancient cultures. What is your name? The boy finally relinquished this taxing subject. I am Li Qi. Yi Qing. Li Qi expressed surprise. You are a student of the Dimension Development Department. Indeed. How unfortunate. I am a student of the Dimension Commerce Department. Reflecting on the absurdity of a commerce student traversing to an ancient era, laden with merchandise that could not be sold, was thoroughly exasperating. Do you realize that my thesis involves marketing products in the world of Harry Potter? Look at this ancient era. The preparations I made ended up being utilized by myself. And not a single item was sold. I have already sensed the grim fate of becoming a mere worker after the task concludes. Heh. Yi Qing could only respond with a hollow laugh. Every student at the Star Path Academy harbored no desire for menial labor. The Star Path Academy is situated at the pinnacle of cosmic technology, a hub of advanced civilization, where beings of various races converge. Humans are but a mere speck in the vast sea. Students at the Academy hail from diverse species across the universe, akin to a flourishing tree connecting countless small worlds. With higher dimensions tasked with managing these realms, the Academy's purpose is to cultivate individuals responsible for overseeing these worlds. Some serve as cleaners, tasked with clearing the memories of those who have unexpectedly reincarnated. There are also roles in character impersonation, where employees must step in to fill the void when a significant character suddenly goes missing. These are the unfortunate workers, receiving the bare minimum wage, devoid of year-end bonuses, without vacations, and perpetually engaged in labor. Their most comfortable days are spent studying at the Star Path Academy. Of course, 7 years is but a fleeting moment. Once those brief years pass, what awaits is nothing short of torment. Chapter 21. The Terrifying Elven Youth. During the break, Ron finally caught up with Harry in the corridor. But Draco stood beside him, glaring. Under the sunlight, Draco wore his usual scowl, yet Ron couldn't help but recall the cold fragrance from the train. His face flushing as he forced his gaze to rest on Harry's face. Harry, let's go together. Thus, their journey toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest included an additional member. This lesson was particularly significant for many students, as most were unsure how to open that perilous book. At the forest's edge, numerous students gathered. Hermione was the first to arrive, surprised to see Ron alongside Malfoy, and waved to Harry. Do you know how to open this book? Not yet, Harry replied, casting a glance at Draco. I don't know either. Draco shook his head. Ron, however, found himself at a loss, appearing unusually quiet throughout their journey, prompting Hermione to glance at him several times. Shortly thereafter, Hagrid arrived, disheartened to see that no one knew how to open the book. Children, gather around, Hagrid called out loudly. I will demonstrate, so pay attention. You should first touch it and slide your fingers along the edge of the cover. Hagrid's instructions were meticulous, yet Longbottom still managed to get bitten on the finger. Fortunately, there was no wound, just a bit of pain. Draco, with a stoic expression, followed suit and finally managed to open his book. He despised this method, and, had Harry not been nearby, he would have been unable to restrain himself from unleashing a torrent of ungracious remarks about the book. Hagrid instructed the students to remain outside the forest fence while he ventured inside. After about 5 or 6 minutes, a marvelous creature appeared before the astonished students. Goodness! What is that? Is it human? It doesn't look human. Harry's eyes widened, and Draco nearly dropped his jaw. There stood an elf with hair like flickering flames. Presumably one of the most primal elves, with pointed ears and fangs protruding from its mouth. Its neck bore strange patterns in a pale red hue, and its golden pupils shone from beneath a collar that restricted its ability to escape. Hagrid had not anticipated the students' astonishment. He cleared his throat and explained. This species remains unknown for now, but it should belong to the elven race. Despite its human-like appearance, it does not understand our language, and it consumes raw, bloody meat. Last year, it was this creature that attacked Professor Quirrell in the forest. It was captured and restrained in the forest by Mr. Dumbledore and the Hogwarts faculty. Hagrid brought the students to witness this monster to convey to them that there indeed existed dangers within the forest. They should not attempt to take risks. Even with the collar around its neck, the creature exuded aggression. It lowered its head, its fiery hair and golden eyes fixated on Harry. A chill ran down Harry's spine, as he felt the elf's gaze was anything but friendly. Are those wings on its back? Ron murmured. Only then did Harry notice the severed wings on the elf's back, sliced in half by a sword, rendering it unable to fly, the remnants dangling from its back. This creature must be perilous, for Dumbledore would never harm a magical creature. The only logical explanation was that this creature possessed a formidable propensity for violence and could inflict harm. All right, everyone, go observe the other creatures. I must return him to the forest. Hagrid stated as he led the red-haired elf away. Yet Draco remained transfixed, gazing in the direction of the creature as if his soul had departed. Harry shook his shoulder. What is it? Nothing. Draco struggled to articulate the feelings that surged within him upon witnessing that elf. He felt as though he had been ensnared by some unseen force. When he regained his senses, the creature had vanished, leaving only Harry's inquiry in the air. Was that truly a house elf? Draco could scarcely believe the events that had unfolded before him today. He felt compelled to pen a letter to his father that very night. Perhaps, Harry mused. He too was uncertain. I suppose I must inquire with my father regarding the truth of this matter. Did you not hear? Hagrid mentioned that the elf harmed Quirrell. How could such a perilous being be permitted near the school? Yet Hagrid had already asserted that the creature was magically restrained, and Draco believed it could not stray far from the forest. What if it escaped and posed a threat to wizards? What troubles you, Draco? Harry noted for the first time the sudden volatility in Draco's tone. Regaining his composure, Draco furrowed his brow. I apologize. I am unsure of what has come over me. You look rather unwell, Ron commented from the sidelines, only to receive a sharp glare from Draco, prompting him to sulk in silence. Observing the peculiar atmosphere, Hermione resolved to visit the library to investigate the nature of the elf. Did you not notice? Hermione broke the heavy silence. The elf seemed to be watching Harry, as if it recognized him. Harry nodded thoughtfully, recalling an incident from his second year when a house elf had warned him. Upon hearing the tale, both Draco and Hermione fell into deep contemplation, while Ron's thoughts wandered elsewhere, preoccupied with what he might have for dinner. Someone more powerful than the Dark Lord? Hermione gasped. Perhaps that house elf knows the truth. We should seek him out. But you do not even know who that house elf is, Draco countered. I know his name, Harry replied. What is it? Draco inquired. He said his name is Dobby. The book slipped from Draco's grasp as he stared incredulously at Harry. Are you certain he is called Dobby? Indeed, he told me himself. What of it? Draco's complexion shifted between hues of green and pale, recalling the erratic house elf at his own home, who had a penchant for banging his head against walls. Unfortunately, my household does indeed have a house elf named Dobby. He has been with us at Malfoy Manor since my father was quite young, and he is rather mad, always enjoying to bash his head against the wall. I sincerely hope the Dobby you speak of is not the same. Can you summon him? Draco nodded, glancing around at the many students present. This was not an appropriate setting. Let us find a more secluded place. I know of a suitable location, Harry offered. They made their way to the room that had once housed a grand mirror. The mirror had since been removed, leaving ample space for them to discuss their secretive matters. Chapter 22. Encountering a Reborn One. At Draco's summons, Dobby appeared before them, clad in tattered garments, his large eyes wide with trepidation as he gazed at Harry. Upon noticing Draco beside him, he instinctively took a step back in fear. Master, Dobby squeaked. Dobby, please recount to Harry what you have disclosed. Dobby knows not, Master. Dobby was clearly frightened of Draco, perhaps fearing the wrath of Draco's father as well. Witnessing the trembling elf, Hermione felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps we ought not to frighten him. Draco maintained a stern expression, believing his demeanor towards a house elf had been most amicable. If it were his father, Mr. Malfoy would not so easily forgive a lying elf. Very well, Dobby. We merely wish to inquire about a matter, Hermione asserted, her kindness evident in her tone, which seemed to ease Dobby's fear. But I know nothing, Miss Granger. Oh, you know my name? Hermione exclaimed, astonished. How do you know my name? Dobby lowered his gaze, fixated on his toes, unwilling to respond. Well then, let us return to my previous question. During the summer of your second year, you sought out Harry. Who was the one more powerful than the Dark Lord? Dobby gasped in surprise, not anticipating that Harry would divulge such matters to his classmates. If you do not reveal it, I shall inform my father, Draco threatened, and the frightened Dobby finally spoke the truth. It is an elf, it is he. Master Potter must be cautious of him. He is more powerful than the Dark Lord. Dobby cannot do anything. He resides in the forest near the school. Dobby pointed tremblingly towards the forest outside the window, where a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Everyone's gaze turned in that direction, and several owls flew past the window, snapping them back to reality. Is it the elf from class? Dobby nodded. He possesses the bloodline of ancient elves, and all elves must obey his commands. Hermione recognized the gravity of the situation. We must inform Professor Dumbledore. I do not trust him, Draco objected. Until we have thoroughly investigated, we must keep this matter confidential. But, Ron hesitantly spoke up. This time, I agree with Draco. What say you, Harry? Hermione turned to him. For now, let us remain silent. Yielding to the majority, Hermione conceded to the group's decision to keep the information from Dumbledore. In the depths of the shadowy forest, beneath a treehouse, the imprisoned elf lifted his head. A young man clad in wizarding robes approached the base of the tree. He bore no wand, and, gazing at the ensnared elf, sensed that even without making contact to glean his information, He understood that this elf did not belong to this realm. Through a twist of fate, the elf before him had fulfilled the second task. You are the reborn one, are you not? Notification: congratulations on completing the second task. The chime of task completion echoed in Yi Qing's ears. He did not find joy in this accomplishment. The dark elf that had suddenly appeared in this world clearly did not belong here, but hailed from a parallel universe strikingly similar to this one. And who might you be? The elf inquired, speaking in a very ancient tongue. Yi Qing understood, though the wizards of this world could not. A teacher from Hogwarts. The elf tilted his head, his golden eyes shimmering like the sun's rays, casting a chilling light even in the dark. That world has no place for you. Yi Qing stepped forward, inadvertently stepping on a chain that trailed to the elf's neck. The chains emanated a dark magical aura, indicative of high-level dark magic. He was taken aback to realize that even a Hogwarts teacher possessed such abilities. Evidently, considerable effort had been expended to confine this elf. You do not belong to this world either. He extended his hand, fingers brushing through the elf's crimson hair. And a wealth of information regarding the elf and his world unfolded before Yi Qing's eyes. The elf's name was Tu, a dark elf. He had been conceived by a human boy who was an ardent admirer of the Harry Potter series. Tu was unaware that he was a creation of human artistry. In order to fulfill the creator's lingering regrets, Tu has been by Tom Riddle's side since the inception of his existence. Deliberately drawing near to the orphanage of the W family, rescuing the young Tom Riddle from kindergarten. He nurtured him, educated him, until they grew up, entered Hogwarts, and eventually graduated. Tu devoted himself wholeheartedly to loving him, presenting all the beauty of the world before Tom, and the conclusion should have been a splendid one. However, the author passed away. A book, from its birth, had yet to reach its conclusion, and the creator's departure caused this world, which already lacked substantial support, to collapse. Everything progressed according to the original storyline. In the end, Tu could only watch helplessly as Tom was slain by Potter, enduring Tom's departure and anguish time and again. This world was also an incomplete experimental dimension, insufficient in energy support, which easily led to characters from other dimensions appearing in this timeline. When Yi Qing found him, it was naturally to return him home, declaring, "You do not belong here. I shall escort you back to your original place." "I will not go. I refuse to leave." Tu vehemently opposed, baring his fangs and sharp claws, intimidating Yi Qing. "Do not come near me, or I shall kill you." He had come to this world. Witnessing the hidden Tom among ordinary people, he was not dead, still alive, which brought Tu immense joy. He would rather guard him this way for eternity than witness Tom once again reflect the progression of the plot, being killed by Potter. Thus, he ventured to Hogwarts, intending to eliminate Potter. However, all of this was thwarted by Yi Qing, who lured many little fairies to stealthily infiltrate Potter's dormitory for assassination, only to be intercepted by Yi Qing. "If you do not wish to leave, then you must not interfere with Potter's life, or I shall not be polite to you." Tu scrutinized Yi Qing. The young man's eyes revealed no love, and he could not comprehend why Yi Qing chose to protect Harry. "He will kill my beloved. I assure you, he will not kill Tom," Yi Qing replied. "I have witnessed it with my own eyes." The fairies, in fear, covered their eyes. "I have seen it happen more than once. I could not stop it. It will always be him. It will happen again." Yi Qing found himself unable to elucidate to Tu all that he had seen. The creator of his existence had departed, his world had crumbled, and the one he loved no longer existed. The Tom of this world was not the one Tu cherished. Yet Tu could not bring himself to believe it. He trusted only his own eyes because the people of this world resembled those of the world he was born into. Thus, he became infatuated with the living Tom here, unaware that this world's Tom did not recognize him and did not belong here. Yi Qing kindly cautioned him, "Every world has its overseers. It would be prudent not to harm any significant characters of this world. Their disappearance will alert the overseers, and at that point, no one will speak to you as gently as I do. They would imprison those who disrupt the narrative flow in an endless abyss or exile them to lower dimensions, erasing their memories and casting them into a series of tragic fates, leading to their self-destruction. Such actions are the most cruel." Yi Qing, having graduated from the Star Path Academy, understood that knowledge of temporal laws is essential for every student of the academy. Similarly, Yi Qing could not harm any character of this world. His hands would never be stained with another's blood. Chapter 23, The Threatened Muggle. The last day of this semester marked the journey to Hogsmeade. Harry donned new attire and knocked on Yi Qing's office door. Still clad in his pajamas, Yi Qing, roused from sleep by Harry's knocking, opened the door. "Good morning, Harry." "Morning. Today is the day we go to Hogsmeade. Will you join me, Yi Qing?" Yi Qing had stayed up late the previous night. Without delving into details, it was to prevent that stubborn fairy from harming Harry. He spent the entire night resolving issues with the controlled fairies and only managed to snatch a few hours of sleep before being awakened by Harry. He yawned and shook his head, dark circles under his eyes. No, you go enjoy yourself. Remember to have a good time. All right, Harry replied regretfully as he bid farewell to Yi Qing. He knew Yi Qing's personality did not favor crowds, but on the significant occasion of Christmas, he thought Yi Qing would not decline him. Yet, he was turned down. Waiting on the stairs for a long time, Draco, upon seeing only Harry approach, understood the outcome. Is Mr. Yi not coming? Yi Qing looks quite fatigued. Then let us depart. Outside the castle lay a vast expanse of white snow. Harry spotted Fred and George frolicking and throwing snowballs, seemingly not daring to tease Draco, who was not familiar to them. Harry mingled well with everyone across the houses. In Slytherin, aside from Draco, the others maintained a cordial attitude toward Harry, likely due to Draco's influence. Ron and Hermione were already gathered at the castle's entrance, bickering playfully as they spotted Harry. The wind howled fiercely, and by the time the clock struck 12, snow fell thickly. With his stomach grumbling, Yi Qing finally rose from bed to prepare himself a warm bowl of milk. Taking a sip, wrapped in a blanket, he settled by the fireplace to bask in its warmth, resembling an elderly man in his twilight years. Ultimately, he set down the cup, quickly donned his clothes, wrapped a fluffy scarf around his neck, and made his way to the streets of London. He decided to purchase some rice to prepare his own meals. While the house elves at Hogwarts cooked excellently, Yi Qing was not accustomed to their cuisine during his time teaching. He preferred to manage his own meals rather than rely on house elves. The little creatures that often shared his meals had depleted his rice supply, and taking advantage of the Christmas holiday when the school was empty, he could venture out to shop. The snow in London was less heavy than that in Hogwarts, and the streets still bustled with people. He bought several large bags of groceries, stashing them in his space, then recalled Harry's seldom updated wardrobe and decided to procure some clothing. Thus, he entered a clothing store, selecting garments of his liking, only to unexpectedly come face to face with a familiar face he had not seen in years. Yag's age no longer reflected the youth of his past. Streaks of white had begun to appear at his temples, and he gazed, astonished, at the young man who had suddenly entered his line of sight. In the prime of his youth, Yi Qing exuded vitality, while Yag had already stepped into the realm of middle age. The clamor of the crowd jolted the two from their stupor. Yag strode briskly to stand before the young man, flustered and unsure of how to begin. Hello, Mr. Yag. Yi Qing, however, did not share Yag's awkward and excited demeanor. He greeted him politely. It is a pleasure to see you here. How have you been? I am well. Are you here to buy clothes? Well, I merely wandered into this store aimlessly, but now I find myself fortunate to have come out today. Where have you been all these years? Many places. I am currently teaching at a private school. A teacher? Yag's face flushed rapidly as he recalled how he had once mocked this young man. They emerged from the clothing store, strolling along the snow-laden streets. Delicate snowflakes cascading from above. Jaeger walked closely beside the youth, shielding him from the majority of the falling snow. Why not come over to my place for a while? He suggested. Not today, Yeching declined. It wasn't due to any lingering discomfort from Jaeger's confession years prior. Rather, he felt compelled to return home before Harry arrived, as he needed to prepare dinner. Do you live alone? Jaeger asked nervously, aware that with the youth's current appearance, he would undoubtedly attract a multitude of admirers. Yet he still couldn't help but hope. Not exactly. Do you have a partner? No, Yeching shook his head. It's my friends. Jaeger recalled the household on Yezhin Road not far from the Shaowijin district, which he had inquired about when Yeching still resided there. It's getting late. I think I should head back, Mr. Jaeger. Wait, Jaeger urged, hastily attempting to retain him. It's been so long, time is too fleeting. May I invite you to my home next time? He was as anxious as a bachelor on his first blind date. Yeching regarded him, unable to fathom why Jaeger would harbor feelings for him. Faced with the ever-increasing affection and admiration emanating from Jaeger, he felt an inexplicable weariness. If I have time, I will consider it. This was, in essence, a veiled rejection. Jaeger mustered his spirits, waving as he watched the youth board the subway. The train whisked away the person he missed the most, reminiscent of the boy's sudden departure long ago. It wasn't until the shadow of the subway had vanished that Jaeger turned back, only to find a man with a sinister expression observing him. Clad in a tall hat that obscured most of his face, the man had appeared behind him without notice, startling Jaeger. Need assistance, sir? The man's voice held a beguiling quality. I possess something that can make one love another unreservedly. Just a drop is sufficient. Jaeger deemed the man mad and prepared to sidestep him, but after taking a few steps, he found himself returning. The man awaited him, as if he had anticipated his return. I'll take a bottle. This cannot be purchased with money, the mysterious man replied. You must offer something in exchange. What do you want? Jaeger impatiently began to rummage for money. Is this sufficient? The man's tone remained assured. Money is not required, sir. If you agree to perform a task for me, I shall reveal how you can possess him. A glimmer of unattainable desire shone in Jaeger's eyes as he gazed at the stranger, though he could only see the man's dark pupils. The formidable aura surrounding him had already caused beads of sweat to form on Jaeger's forehead. I agree. Wise men recognize the times. Follow me. Jaeger trailed after the man dressed in a long cloak. Upon leaving the station, he realized that only he could see this peculiarly attired figure. The passers-by on the street were oblivious to the man's presence. The man led him to a small cabin within a forest. And Jaeger was certain that such a dense forest did not exist in London's parks. Upon pushing open the wooden door, he found himself stepping into a realm entirely different from the one he had just left. There was no time to retreat or marvel at this fantastical scene. The man guiding him removed his cloak, revealing a striking visage and a chilling gaze, instilling a desire to flee that came too late. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, severing the connection between the two worlds. To claim he was unafraid would be a lie. In that moment, Jaeger realized he had been deceived. What do you truly intend to do? The man poured himself a glass of wine and settled onto a sofa before the blazing fire, stating, "Tell me all you know about him." Jaeger understood that the man referred to was Yeching. The thought of having offended such a figure because of Yeching filled him with trepidation, coupled with a profound sense of humiliation. Not only had he failed to protect the one he cherished, but he was now being threatened by this ominously dressed individual. He is an orphan, raised by the Dursleys. I have a friend named Harry. As for his parents, I know nothing. Do you know anything about his parents? If it weren't for the murderous intent in the man's gaze, Jaeger might have relaxed in the presence of this exceptionally handsome individual. I do not. He worked in your store for so long. Did he never mention his father to you? No, sir, and no one knows anything about Yeching's parents. He is an orphan, sent to the Dursleys. Perhaps you should inquire with them regarding his parents. The man pondered deeply, perhaps genuinely considering Jaeger's words. Chapter 24, Mr. Potter's Suspicion. At that moment, the man raised his hand, gripping a stick that glimmered with a crimson light at its tip. I need you to do more for me. No, Jaeger screamed, helplessly watching as the red beam struck his forehead, his consciousness dissolving into chaos, rendering him a mere puppet in reality. Tom Riddle was consumed by jealousy. He envied the muggle who could share years of companionship with Yeching, while he himself could only exist as a shadow, endlessly seeking his traces. Tom possessed some knowledge regarding the death of James Potter. Almost everyone believed he had killed Harry Potter's parents. However, in reality, Tom was nowhere near Godric's Hollow at that time. He resided in Germany, searching for Yeching's whereabouts. When James Potter died, he read the headline in a muggle newspaper and thought little of it. As for the individual who impersonated him and claimed to have killed James and Lily Potter, Tom found it somewhat intriguing, yet he lacked the time to investigate further. Harry and Draco arrived early in the classroom, engaged in a discussion about the upcoming match. Harry was the seeker, while Draco was the beater. Just as they were discussing the timing, the classroom door swung open, and both Harry and the young wizards assumed it was Professor Lupin. To their astonishment, they turned to see Professor Snape, his face cold and his mood decidedly sour. Professor Snape, where is Professor Lupin? Harry inquired. He is on leave and cannot attend class today, Snape replied sternly, appearing quite displeased, as he had to substitute for an ailing colleague. Now, open your textbooks and study. The rustling of pages drowned out the curious gazes of the students. They recalled the curse that had reportedly claimed the lives of many professors who had taught the defense against the dark arts. Once the classroom quieted down, Professor Snape instructed them to turn to the page on werewolves. Yeching indulged in a long slumber. It was Wednesday, yet his classes commenced in the afternoon, granting him ample time for preparation. As the corridors were quiet during class hours, Yeching decided to sunbathe on the lawn. The willow tree, lush and verdant, swayed gracefully in the sunlight. Yeching gazed at the tree for an extended period, yearning to pluck a branch and see if he could cultivate a new tree from it. As soon as he turned around, he spotted Professor Snape emerging from the corridor. Since arriving at this school, Yeching had yet to have any interactions with Professor Snape. This reminded him of that unfortunate fellow, Li Chi, who had mistakenly taken his script. Li Chi had a great fondness for the character of Snape. Observing Professor Snape approaching, he greeted him with a smile. Hello, Professor Snape. Good day, Professor Yi, Snape replied, scrutinizing Yeching with a demeanor that lacked warmth. In fact, he had never shown enthusiasm towards anyone. What brings you here? It's a lovely day. I thought I would enjoy some sunlight, Yeching replied. The salary at Hogwarts is not intended to support idleness, Snape retorted. Yeching finally grasped the sentiment of those students who had been subjected to his sarcasm, silently lamenting that Professor Snape was indeed a person of sharp words but a tender heart. Despite exuding no malice, his tongue was often sharp and unyielding. I will work diligently, Yeching responded to Snape's admonition without displaying anger. Had Professor Lockhart been present, he would undoubtedly have contested Snape's remarks. In Snape's eyes, this student, who appeared far more agreeable than the ostentatiously dressed and insincere Lockhart, was a refreshing presence. After class, Harry, filled with curiosity, knocked on Hagrid's hut door. The heavy wooden door swung open, revealing Hagrid, who, despite not having invited Harry, smiled and welcomed Hermione, Ron, and the less-than-welcome Draco inside. The interior was warmed by a roaring fire, offering a respite from the chill outside. "Harry, what brings you here?" the immense Hagrid inquired, placing a plate of cookies on the table and pouring them warm milk. "I wish to know about Black," Harry stated. Hagrid's expression shifted to one of unease. He seemed reluctant to discuss the matter. "Why do you want to know, Harry?" "Because I don't know whom to ask. The newspapers say he escaped from prison, and I want to know if he truly betrayed my parents." Gazing into Harry's emerald eyes, Hagrid was reminded of Harry's father, James Potter. "I'm not certain how to convey this to you, Harry," Hagrid began, pulling out a chair to sit down, pondering where to commence. "What aspect do you wish to hear about?" Harry exchanged glances with Draco, while Hermione listened intently, and Ron struggled with the tough cookies. "On the night when Voldemort attacked my parents when Professor Dumbledore and I arrived, we found Yi Ching sitting outside the wrecked house, cradling you. He was the bravest child I had ever seen, not crying or causing a fuss, silently accepting everything, even when taken to the Dursleys." "So, you didn't TC Voldemort?" Hermione interjected. "No, no one did. But who else but Voldemort would want to kill the Potters?" Hagrid mused, his face growing somber, and his eyes glistening as he wiped them on his sleeve. "Did Yi Ching see Voldemort?" Hagrid shook his head. "He had been sent to town by your parents for errands, so he narrowly escaped that fate." "How fortuitous," Hermione murmured, not implying Yi Ching was a suspect, merely reflecting on the uncanny circumstances. After a visit to Hogsmeade, Harry had heard numerous whispers that cast doubt on Yi Ching. From the words of ministry employees, he had encountered different narratives. Voldemort seemed an elusive figure, shrouded in rumors, yet few had witnessed him commit murder. "How did my father take Yi Ching in?" Harry queried. Hagrid pondered. The events were distant in memory, requiring him to sift through his recollections for details. "Your parents discovered a begging child in London, Yi Ching. He was merely 5 years old, shivering in the cold winter of snowy London. Your parents decided to take him in for a time." Harry nodded, indicating his understanding. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Harry and his friends headed to the Great Hall for lunch before attending Muggle Studies class. Though it was not his first time in Yi Ching's class, Harry's mood felt markedly different this time. The classroom door swung open as Yi Ching entered. He commenced taking attendance before instructing the students to open their textbooks. "Yesterday, we studied electricity. Today, we shall explore hazardous items in the Muggle world." The upper year students displayed disinterest in the topic, but Yi Ching remained undeterred, delivering his lecture with earnestness and rarely deducting points from students. While wizards wielded formidable powers, they remained a minority in a world where Muggles thrived. Muggles formed a formidable collective, existing worldwide, whereas wizards were few in number. Although we possessed different powers, compared to the weapons forged in the Muggle world capable of destroying nations, our own seemed vastly inferior. Yi Ching utilized a projector to showcase the brutality and horror of human warfare. At that moment, the once boisterous classroom fell silent, as images of ravaged homes and devastated lands starkly contrasted with the minor skirmishes of the wizarding realm. These facets of humanity are profoundly cruel and merciless. I understand many of you may not wish to engage with the Muggle world, but the paths you embark upon after graduation will be exceedingly complex. Will you choose to confine yourselves to this circle? He smiled at the class, flipping to a new slide that displayed a magnificent commercial city, resplendent and comparable to the Malfoy estate. The world is vast, and a lifetime is dedicated to learning. Perhaps after graduating from the magical realm, you may pursue higher education in the Muggle world, acquiring knowledge that far exceeds your imagination. Muggles embark on an educational journey from primary school through secondary school, university, and even doctoral studies. In contrast, wizards only need to study until the equivalent of 7th grade before entering the workforce at the tender age of 17. It is common for many to marry shortly after graduation, as exemplified by Harry's parents. Early marriage is a prevalent norm in the wizarding community. Yi Ching's lecture transitioned to how wizards could engage in business within the Muggle world, capturing the attention of most students in the class. Indeed, the allure of wealth remained the most compelling motivator, as not every child enjoyed the affluence typical of Slytherin students. Chapter 25. The one who caused the death of the Potters is Yi Ching. That night, Harry returned to the Slytherin dormitory. Outside the windows, a vast blue lake shimmered, occasionally revealing merfolk swimming by. The sunlight reflecting off the water was a sight to behold. Noticing Harry lost in thought, Draco, now in his pajamas, approached and gently tapped Harry on the shoulder. "What is on your mind?" "Nothing." Harry shook his head. "You certainly don't look like you're fine. Come on. What is troubling you?" Draco pressed on, pulling a chair to sit beside Harry at their adjoining desks. Draco's workspace was meticulously organized with books, while Harry's was strewn with volumes and a few scattered quills. I don't understand him at all. Draco furrowed his brow. You mean Mr. Yi? Yes. Gazing into Harry's despondent eyes, Draco felt a pang in his heart. The peculiar expression in Harry's gaze compelled him to question whether his suspicions had indeed transformed into reality. Harry, do you harbor feelings for Mr. Yi? Draco inquired. And upon receiving no response from Harry, he realized that his assumption was confirmed. Anger surged within him, coloring his cheeks a deep crimson. He felt akin to a jester, cruelly teased by fate, deliberately approaching Harry, striving to forge a friendship and offering his assistance. Yet now, Draco himself was bewildered by the turmoil within his heart. He had long admired Harry as a hero in the wizarding world, a reverence that had evolved into an inexplicable affection over the years. However, Harry had declared that his affections lay with Yi Qing. Yes, Mr. Yi was indeed exceptional, yet Draco found himself unable to accept this reality. Harry, Draco bellowed in frustration, sweeping the books from the table to the floor before storming out, the door slamming shut behind him. The resounding bang snapped Harry back to reality, prompting him to chase after Draco. In the dimly lit corridor, he searched in vain, nearly caught by Filch. He ascended to the Gryffindor Tower, hoping the elevated vantage point would reveal Draco, but instead, he was met with the unexpected sight of Ron standing side by side with Draco under the moonlight. In the shadows, Ron embraced Draco, and although Harry could not hear their conversation, he could discern Ron's evident anxiety as his hands trembled. They held each other tightly, and Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Not long after, Harry returned to the dormitory, observing Draco's bed now draped with curtains, and he quietly climbed into his own to sleep. The following morning, Draco approached Harry's bedside to apologize. I'm sorry, Harry. I've come to understand certain things. Huh. Harry was completely bewildered, unable to grasp Draco's state of mind. He accepted the apology without inquiry. They resumed their camaraderie, dining together in the hall, yet Harry noticed the increasingly close relationship between Draco and Ron, at times feeling entirely overlooked. This brought him a sense of relief, as it alleviated worries of conflict between them. But an overly close bond could also pose its own complications. A week later, Hermione cornered Harry, pulling him aside. Don't you find Draco and Ron rather peculiar? She asked. What do you mean? They're holding hands, she replied. Perhaps they've reconciled? Hermione even playfully tapped Harry's forehead, urging him to awaken to the reality. Don't you think they're in a romantic relationship? Harry was taken aback. So you believe they are? Not just believe, I am certain. Hermione had been observing Ron and Draco for several days, keenly noting that the usually oblivious Ron was eager to please Draco, while the typically haughty Draco was reciprocating his attention. That is not inherently bad, Harry remarked, feeling only shock at the revelation. However, Hermione was visibly shaken, as if struck by a profound blow. Well, I wish them well, she conceded reluctantly, grappling with the new reality. She felt like a third wheel, desperately trying to avoid Ron and Draco, opting instead to converse with Harry. After parting ways with Hermione, Harry sought out Draco to practice on the Quidditch pitch. After joining the team, his schedule became increasingly hectic. On the day of the match, Harry noted the absence of Yi Qing in the stands. Though somewhat disappointed, he nonetheless poured his efforts into securing victory. Gryffindor's opponent was Ron, who also participated in Quidditch. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, having slept in, was oblivious to the cheers resonating from the Quidditch pitch as students flocked there. After breakfast, he basked in the sun on the empty field, only to soon see a group of students rushing towards the infirmary in a panic. A foreboding sense washed over him when Hermione arrived breathlessly to inform him that Harry had fallen from his broom, suffering a broken arm and extensive injuries. Inside the infirmary, Harry lay unconscious. Yi Qing's expression darkened as he gazed at the injured Harry. Although he was alive, he remained inexplicably unresponsive. Yi Qing examined Harry's soul and found it in slumber, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Only a wizard could awaken Harry from this state. When Dumbledore arrived, all extraneous personnel had been ushered out, but Yi Qing remained. Dumbledore, too, had no solution for Harry's condition, having never witnessed such an unusual occurrence. How did he fall? Dumbledore asked with regret in his eyes. A house elf, one that went out of control, cast a curse on Harry, he explained. Fuming, Yi Qing stormed out of the infirmary, making his way to the Forbidden Forest. He approached the red-haired elf imprisoned beneath a withered tree, forcefully bringing him to the ground, pressing down until the elf's face was bloodied and his breath was shallow. Why did you harm Harry? This will affect his graduation. If he fails to achieve good grades, he could end up working in another realm. If Harry could hear Yi Qing's thoughts while still unconscious, he would surely awaken in fury. He must die? The elf retorted. I have already declared that Harry will not harm Tom. What assurance do you offer? The elf questioned, eyeing Yi Qing skeptically. In this world, Tom never killed Potter's parents. Yi Ching bellowed, I killed his parents. The elf froze, peering through Yi Ching to see the spirit of a bewildered Harry hovering behind him. Unbeknownst to Yi Ching, he was unable to perceive the soul that lingered beside him, as Harry's spirit was not complete. Thus, Yi Ching could not detect it. Following his furious declaration, a shocked Harry fled in panic. The red-haired elf smiled knowingly, as if he had stumbled upon an intriguing spectacle, choosing not to explain his observations to Yi Ching. If what you say is true, I shall enjoy the unfolding drama, he mused. I have no reason to deceive you, Yi Ching replied. Why did you kill his parents? Do you harbor the same hatred as I? The elf assumed that Yi Ching shared his motives. No, Yi Ching clarified. He did not wish to kill James and Lily Potter out of hatred for Harry. When he ventured into Tom's era, he was perplexed to find that Tom had not followed the path of a villain as depicted in the original story. He posed no threat to wizards and had not gathered a powerful army of Death Eaters. Instead, Tom had strayed entirely from the path of a villain, causing Yi Ching to feel uneasy. Should he fail to eliminate Harry's parents, it would disrupt the narrative of the past. Thus, he had no choice but to assume Tom's identity, meticulously following the events of the original plot, ultimately culminating in the tragic events at Godric's Hollow, where he masqueraded as Lily Potter to lure the unsuspecting James and Lily, leading to their unintended demise. He had initially intended to render both individuals unconscious and conceal them in a remote location, only to release them once the turmoil had subsided. However, everything unfolded with alarming suddenness. James Potter turned against him, and the magic rebounded off the protective enchantments surrounding Yi Ching, ultimately inflicting harm upon James himself. Witnessing this chaos, Lily Potter and Yi Ching fought desperately, only to succumb to the repercussions of the magical backlash. Yi Ching, with a fragment of Tom's soul surreptitiously extracted, merged it onto Harry's forehead. In executing this act, he had not anticipated the ensuing complexity. His sole desire was to preserve the integrity of history, unaware that, too, the sprite would manifest. Too, having not heard any explanation, felt a twinge of disappointment but was also intrigued. Did he not fear that the child would harbor hatred towards him? Let it be. Ultimately, once he fulfilled his mission, he would depart from this world. The matters of love or hatred would cease to concern him. Yet, a slight pang of remorse gnawed at Yi Ching's conscience. The unintended consequence of Lily and James Potter's demise was a reality he had never envisioned. In his plans, he had envisioned putting James and Lily into a deep slumber, awakening them once everything had settled, allowing them to reunite with Harry. Alas, that dream had now evaporated. Chapter 26. After the escape, with nowhere to go. The third-year students busied themselves preparing for their examinations, while Harry remained in a deep, unyielding slumber in the hospital wing. Yi Ching visited Harry daily, yet Harry showed no signs of awakening. Unbeknownst to them, Harry's soul lingered, floating in Yi Ching's vicinity, trailing him as he attended classes and retreated to his office for rest. Harry had once roared and wept beside Yi Ching, yet his voice fell on deaf ears. Harry grappled with the incomprehension of why Yi Ching would murder his parents. If it stemmed from hatred, then the sheer fortitude required for Yi Ching to maintain a facade of camaraderie for so many years was unfathomable. Harry was in avoidance, evading the confrontation that would arise upon his awakening, reluctant to return to his body. On a particular day, Professor Lupin arrived at the hospital bearing a basket of fruit to visit Harry. Coincidentally, it was during Yi Ching's class, and he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. As Professor Lupin sat by Harry's bedside, speaking to him in hopes of coaxing him back to health, he noticed a solitary tear glimmering at the corner of Harry's eye. With a peculiar expression, Professor Lupin gazed intently at Harry, sensing that perhaps Harry could hear his words, even if his body remained immobile. Harry, can you hear me? Professor Lupin exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Do you have something to say? As more tears cascaded down Harry's cheek, Professor Lupin grew increasingly anxious, unsure of how to proceed. In desperation, he delved into Harry's memories. The memories began with the grand opening of a Quidditch match, filled with raucous cheers, fluttering banners, and the fervent shouts of students, all swirling around in Harry's consciousness. Professor Lupin felt as though he had stepped into a vivid oil painting, with the air around him carrying him through one scene after another. Before long, he beheld Yi Ching's silhouette, storming into the forest, his vision trailing closely behind. The moment Yi Ching proclaimed, "It was I who killed his parents," the images began to jolt and dissipate. Emerging from the vision, Professor Lupin was left astounded, realizing the immense deception this child must have endured to resist awakening. Harry, you will be all right. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore about this, he declared, hastily departing from the infirmary. Meanwhile, Yi Ching remained unaware of the turmoil brewing during his class. As he exited the classroom, he encountered Severus Snape and the eagerly awaiting Professor Dumbledore in the corridor, alongside Professor Lupin and Professor McGonagall, who stood nearby, all eyes fixed upon him. An unsettling sensation enveloped him. Yi Qing sensed that events were spiraling beyond his control. "Professor Yi, please accompany us to the office," Professor Dumbledore requested. "Is there something amiss?" He walked alongside Dumbledore, flanked by the other professors. Yi Qing keenly observed the wands concealed within their sleeves and the vigilance etched upon their faces. "Indeed. There are matters concerning the examinations," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "I wish to discuss the upcoming Muggle Studies exam project with you." Perhaps that was indeed the case. Yet, Yi Qing harbored doubts about the true nature of their gathering. As they rounded the corner on the second floor, Yi Qing took a leap, shattering the window, disappearing into the air amidst their astonished gazes. "It is as I suspected," Professor Dumbledore mused, his eyes deep and contemplative as he regarded the shattered glass. "It is he." "Who?" Professor McGonagall inquired, perplexed. "He is Yuan. Perhaps even that name is a mere facade," Dumbledore replied. "They are one and the same. He must have some ulterior motive. He killed Harry's parents." Professor Lupin insisted. "I witnessed it in Harry's memories." Professor Lupin could not condone Yi Qing's actions. He had slain Lily and James and framed Sirius Black. The mere thought of his dear friend Sirius languishing in prison for over a decade twisted his heart in anguish. "When Harry awakens, I shall directly inquire about his thoughts," Dumbledore stated. "Let us refrain from revealing the truth to the children for now. We shall say he has resigned." Before long, under Dumbledore's directive, most members of the Ministry of Magic were informed of the injustices surrounding Sirius Black. Regrettably, he had already escaped from prison, and news of his exoneration had been splashed across the wizarding newspapers. With the truth laid bare, Sirius no longer needed to live in hiding. He could openly visit Hogwarts to see Harry. Yet, Sirius could never have imagined that it was Yi Qing who had murdered Harry's parents. In a grimy alley, the two walked in tandem, separated by a mere 2 meters along the damp path. "Why are you in such a hurry?" the red-haired youth spoke, now clad in ordinary clothing, having shed his stunning elfin attire. With the onset of autumn, his exposed arms and legs appeared pale, yet he showed no signs of trembling. Yi Qing remained silent, his expression cold as he pressed onward. He had no destination in mind. The Ministry of Magic had located his London residence, rendering it inaccessible. The Dursleys' home was equally out of the question, for Dumbledore's spies were surely present there. Now, he found himself adrift, uncertain of where to settle. Especially with the Ministry actively seeking him, he was now branded as the murderer of the Potters. The evidence was irrefutable, and no argument could counter it. Harry's memories would persuade all wizards that no misunderstanding could exist. Yi Qing had not anticipated that on that fateful day, Harry's soul would silently follow him, and that his reckless words would be heard by Harry. Staring down at the murky mud beneath his feet, he struggled to fathom Harry's emotions upon learning the truth. The child who had always called out to him from behind. What would become of him upon discovering that Yi Qing was indeed the true culprit? Would he feel regret? Yi Qing found himself steeped in remorse. He even contemplated reactivating the time-space device to return to the Gokul Valley and prevent his foolish actions. Even if Tom had not become a true villain, nor embarked on the path of malice, he still wished to spare Harry from the loss of his parents. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. The energy of his time device was insufficient, with the remaining power only capable of returning him to his original journey. Should he exhaust his energy in this world, he would be forever trapped here, unable to return. Upon escaping Hogwarts, two had managed to break free from the wizard's enchantment and fled alongside Yi Qing. The two arrived at a low-lying patch of grass, beyond which lay a quaint, antiquated village. Not even a concrete road could be found, with every household comprising primitive wooden structures. "What are you following me for?" Two asked. "I believe that by sticking with you, I can find Tom." He had a premonition that as long as he followed this peculiar individual, he would undoubtedly encounter Tom. "Aren't you obsessed with killing Harry?" Two chuckled. "I doubt he would harm Tom. In fact, it is you who is the true adversary now. He wants to kill you." "Doesn't he?" Yi Qing fell silent. He had underestimated the gravity of the task at hand, maintaining a cavalier attitude that ultimately led to his downfall. "Stop looking so morose," Tu said, pointing with his slender, bamboo-like finger towards the illuminated village. "Let us procure some food. I won't go. If you want to, then go by yourself." He would rather face starvation than resort to theft, pride over survival. Tu shook his head. "The entire world is searching for you. Even the Muggle police are after you. Where do you think you can go? What business is it of yours?" Yi Qing retorted. "If you die, how am I to find Tom?" Tu blinked and vanished in an instant. When he returned, his hands were laden with dry bread. He happily took a bite and playfully offered the chewed piece to Yi Qing. "Care for a taste?" Gazing at the bread emanating the aroma of wheat, Yi Qing scoffed. But ultimately, compelled by the rumbling of his stomach, he reached out to accept it. That night, they discovered an uninhabited cabin deep within an abandoned forest. This forest was far removed from civilization, requiring humans at least 3 days to reach. The wizards would never suspect that a fugitive and a non-human were hiding on this remote island. In a brightly lit manor in Germany, a man, head bowed over a newspaper, fixated on a photograph. It was an uncanny resemblance. Even a biological kin could not look so alike. Tom's black pupils widened in shock, suddenly transforming to crimson. Perhaps the child he encountered for the first time was none other than his master, Yi Yun. This thought filled him with exhilaration. If true, his master was indeed in close proximity, and he had simply overlooked it. The newspaper featured none other than Yi Qing, summarizing the account of young Potter having witnessed Yi Qing confessing his crimes. The wrongfully accused Black was innocent. As for Yi Qing's motive for murdering the Potter family, the paper suggested jealousy, considering he was taken in and was thus bound to have a twisted mindset. Chapter 27. Two had not fared well in the past. Months later, Black received countless interviews at home. He had regained his youthful charm, capable of captivating a throng of young witches with his smile. At that time, Harry was preoccupied with exams at school, channeling his fury into his studies, working tirelessly to distract himself from his inner turmoil. He remained engrossed until the biting cold of winter and the onset of 4th year. He thought he had forgotten his hatred. Yet every time he glanced at his parents' photographs, his heart twisted in agony, tears spilling uncontrollably as he isolated himself in the dormitory to weep alone, without an outlet. Thus, during summer vacation, he declined his godfather's invitation to attend a match. Ron, Hermione, and Draco all went. This winter break, Harry moved in with his godfather. Black was not adept at managing household duties, so Harry took charge of the cleaning. Sirius Black relished the luxury of waking up leisurely each day. Watching Harry's obedient demeanor, feeling a twinge of guilt for Harry bore no resemblance to James. He had entered Slytherin and no longer possessed the vivacious spirit of a lion. Sirius pondered that perhaps Harry's personality differences stemmed from not growing up alongside his parents. He bought Harry numerous gifts, but seldom witnessed a genuine smile from him. As they sat at the dining table, Sirius filled the air with conversation. "Where would you like to go for Christmas, Harry?" Harry's gaze became unfocused, a memory flashing in his mind of once asking Yi Qing the same question. "Yi Qing, where shall we go for Christmas?" "We'll decide later. Anywhere you like is fine." Instinctively, Harry replied, "We'll decide later." "That won't do." Sirius disagreed. "I have a few fantastic places in mind. I'll take you to see them." Harry nodded, neither particularly excited nor disappointed. "Are you still thinking about the Triwizard Tournament?" No. How could Harry dwell on that? During the Triwizard Tournament, a prankster had mysteriously cast his name into the Goblet of Fire, forcing him to compete. He had also witnessed Hermione being confessed to by Gilderoy and her accepting. He realized that everyone around him was paired off, while he remained solitary. It wasn't that no one had confessed to Harry. He had merely rejected them all. Observing Harry's expressionless face, Sirius understood he was thinking of Yi Qing. "The Ministry will catch him," Black said earnestly. "What will happen if they do?" Harry asked, feeling a sense of unease. He truly loathed Yi Qing for murdering his parents. Yet the thought of the punishment Yi Qing would face at the Ministry made his heart ache. He would be imprisoned, perhaps even sentenced to death. Harry instinctively tightened his grip on the fork. "Godfather," Harry spoke with a pale face, "if I were to forgive him, would the Ministry cease their pursuit?" "What nonsense are you talking, Harry?" Sirius Black gazed incredulously at Harry. "Why would you want to forgive him? He killed your parents and pretended to be near you for all these years. Even if you forgave him, I would never do so." Harry fell silent, no longer arguing. Ding. Congratulations on successfully preventing Sirius Black's death. Hiding in a forest cabin, Yi Qing was taken aback by the notification of task completion and inquired of the system. "I did nothing. How did I complete the task?" System. Upon detection, Sirius Black is a pivotal character in the plot destined to die, due to your interference. The plot has shifted, and Sirius Black has survived. You have successfully completed a rescue mission. Well, that truly is a stroke of luck. Yi Qing said with a wry smile, tossing the fish he had caught from the sea into a pot, adding salt, and waiting for it to boil over a high flame. Every student of the Star Path Academy is equipped with an intelligence system, which is concealed within the patterns on Yi Qing's wrist, bound to his soul, and typically remains inseparable. Harry's happiness index plummeted dramatically, and Yi Qing had come to realize that this particular trial was the most arduous for Harry. Finding a reincarnator was the simplest task, saving the characters ranked second. In the past, he had inverted this order, believing Harry's happiness index to be an uncomplicated matter. Only after making a mess of it did he grasp the true difficulty involved. Not only that, but he could also perceive a trend towards Harry's darkening disposition. Opening Harry's task panel, Yi Qing wore a grim expression as he scrutinized Harry's information, his heart bleeding. Harry Potter, happiness index 20. Degree of darkening 10. Sighing heavily, He lamented the harshness of life. Your fish is almost overcooked. Suddenly startled by a flash of red hair, Yi Qing hastily removed the fish from the pot. Man, indifferent, strode past Yi Qing, placing items he had pilfered from a human dwelling onto a table outside the small cabin. I brought some fruit and a fairy tale book. The book lay on a slightly worn chair as he flipped through its pages. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow across his face, resembling a sprite dwelling within the forest. I can't read the words on it. Could you tell me the story? Yi Qing ignored him, but Tu remained unfazed. At present, they were akin to grasshoppers in the same boat. When Tu had made his escape, he had brazenly raided Dumbledore's office, resulting in a simultaneous manhunt for both Yi Qing and the Thieving Tuesday. After all, the portraits on Dumbledore's walls had witnessed everything, and they had already divulged the truth to Dumbledore, making Tu's escape all the more improbable. Guess what news I overheard outside? Yi Qing still did not respond, and Tu continued to speak for himself. Though the Ministry of Magic is after you, their enthusiasm seems to have waned significantly. However, I discovered that some peculiar individuals are searching for you. They don black cloaks and lurk among humans, appearing to be part of a mysterious organization. Yi Qing's expression shifted. You've seen them? Have they come here? Hey, you're finally acknowledging me. Let's get to the point. Not quite, Tu replied. I ventured to another island across the sea, adjacent to the mainland, and there I only spotted a couple of oddly dressed wizards. Did you hear any other news? Tu blinked, shaking the book in his hands. If you tell me a story, I'll share what I know. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qing snatched the book from Tu's grasp and, upon realizing it was a children's fairy tale, took a deep breath and acquiesced. I'll tell you a story tonight, but for now, answer my questions. What else did you hear? A muggle. What? Yi Qing was bewildered. A man who cannot perform magic. He is searching for you more fervently than anyone else. I don't know the name of the town, but I appeared at night and saw him sleeping on a dark street, clutching a notice filled with your name. Yi Qing pondered. How much hatred must this person harbor to go to such lengths? He shook his head, reflecting that he had not committed many heinous acts himself. After dinner, the night in the forest always descended early. It was time for Yi Qing to fulfill his promise. He opened the fairy tale book and began narrating a story to Tuesday. After the fifth tale, Yi Qing noticed that the sprite had yet to fall asleep, while he himself was already sporting dark circles under his eyes. Unable to endure any longer, he crawled into bed, nudging Tu aside. In the darkness, Tu reminisced about his entire existence. I know this world is different from mine, he said softly. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet Yi Qing, still awake, heard him but remained silent, listening intently to the words that followed. When I encountered Tom, I was born within a murky forest. I knew I was a dark elf, and my very existence was to bring calamity to humanity, plagues, viruses, and diseases. Tu was remarkably astute. Upon arriving in this world, he had already discerned that the Tom he encountered was not someone he admired. He was enamored with everything here, reluctant to accept the truth. I instantly fell for that child. He was so charming and delightful. I felt my existence was meant for his sake. Of course, the author who created you wrote it that way. Tu regarded the figure turned away from him, finding warmth in the person's breath, which alleviated his fear of the cold, causing him to crave that warmth. Do you have someone you like? Yi Qing feigned sleep, too lethargic to engage. But Tu's clumsy paw brushed against his face, prompting Yi Qing to finally speak. No, Starry Path Academy forbids romantic relationships, since they will face various worlds in the future. Love would become a hindrance, hence the prohibition. How pitiable you are, Tu remarked. You don't even comprehend what it means to like someone. But I believe those who like you are even more unfortunate, for you are so heartless. You disregard others' feelings, going all in, which only brings more pain. Once we find Tom, we can part ways, Yi Qing declared. What? Tu blinked in confusion, playing with Yi Qing's hair. Are you already starting to dislike me? How cruel. I've been supporting you all this way with my thievery. Had it not been for the restrictions on his powers, he would have stolen even more. He needed Yi Qing. If he pilfered food from ordinary households, he would be penalized, and losing points was far worse than failing. Upon returning to Starry Path, he would face the lowest and most arduous realms, essentially paving his own path to ruin. Sleep. If you keep bothering me, I'll toss you out. Tu pouted, turning his back to Yi Qing, though he was not asleep. Instead, he gazed at the silvery moonlight outside the window. Chapter 28. Harry forgives his foe. In the blink of an eye, another winter solstice arrived. Now in his 6th year, Harry had grown increasingly tall and handsome. No longer the frail boy, but a quiet youth on the cusp of manhood. He watched the snowflakes dance outside, his gaze lost in the swirling white mist. Frost coated the windowsill, and the heavy, cloud-laden sky loomed above, while below, he could see Hagrid dragging a Christmas tree across the courtyard, leaving a winding trail behind. Every year, Hagrid decorated the school for Christmas, a tradition that had remained unchanged. During the advanced potion-making class, everyone was diligently taking notes. After gazing out the window for a moment, Harry picked up his quill and began to jot down observations regarding immortality. For the past 2 years, various speculations had proliferated in the wizarding newspapers. Harry felt numb inside, unable to comprehend why Yi Qing had chosen to murder his parents. The person who had fled for 2 years had never reappeared, and the Ministry of Magic had failed to apprehend him. Amidst his depression, Harry had unwittingly sighed in relief. Perhaps he was relieved that Yi Qing had not been caught, or perhaps he mourned his own plight. Over these 2 years, he had buried his longing deep within, and his smiles had grown increasingly rare, a transformation that drew him closer to Slytherin. Ron and Draco's relationship had become public. Poor Ron had nearly had his ears boxed by his mother, but thankfully, Ron's father intervened. He wished his youngest son well in finding love, and while saddened, he acknowledged that the Malfoy family was quite respectable. In stark contrast to Ron's disapproving mother, Mr. Malfoy accepted his future daughter-in-law with remarkable composure. Not long after, Harry found himself devoid of time to ponder such matters. He had to prepare for examinations. As Christmas approached, the tense atmosphere dissipated during the ball, where every witch and wizard arrived resplendent in their finery. Harry cast a glance at the couple spinning together on the dance floor, entwined with Draco, and with a glass of wine in hand, he made his way to the quiet grass. A cascade of delicate fireworks erupted by the Black Lake, obscuring the figure of someone standing there. Rising to his feet, he squinted in that direction and discerned a silhouette. During the ball, no student would venture to that spot. Yet curiosity propelled him to tread cautiously along the lakeside. As he neared the figure, Harry's steps abruptly halted. His eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he was ensnared in an illusion. Yet, the young man stood palpably before him, clutching a recently extinguished firework. Yetching, he broke the silence. He had approached Harry, understanding that without dispelling Harry's resentment, happiness would forever elude him. Harry was momentarily paralyzed. In that instant, rage and helplessness surged within him, ensnaring him like a tangled mass, leaving him unable to think or breathe. His countenance appeared ghastly, devoid of humor or fury, merely wide-eyed as he stared at the young man. The cold wind enveloped them, freezing their strands of hair, a thin mist hovering above. At last, Harry spoke. "What are you doing here?" There was no accusation, no animosity, only a tone laced with the fear of being discovered. "Are you not afraid of being caught by the Ministry of Magic?" The young man smiled, a bitter smile. "They cannot catch me." Harry's intention to approach was thwarted by those words, anchoring him in place. "I want to know the answer." Yetching recognized the question Harry posed. He had racked his brain for 2 years, concocting various speculations and reasons, yet none sufficed as a credible excuse for why he had caused the death of Harry's parents. For the past 2 years, he had been found by Tom and remained by his side. It was only then that he realized Tom Riddle's influence had infiltrated the Muggle community. He had assumed the guise of an ordinary human, living under a different identity in Germany, known to all as the Dark Duke. Tom Riddle had not become the great villain, Dumbledore had not perished, Snape was still alive, and countless innocents remained unharmed. All that remained for Yetching was Harry's happiness. "I'm sorry," he could only utter in the end. "I want to know the reason," Harry insisted, as if he would not relent until he received an answer. "Do you hate me?" Harry bit his lip, a solitary syllable escaped his throat. "Hate." A gentle breeze brushed by, and Harry noticed the dagger in the young man's hand. In that moment, clarity washed over him, and he closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable assault. He could not discard the memories of being protected by Yetching throughout his life. The tenderness that had sheltered him beneath its wings was now absent. Had it not been for Yetching, his life would not have been so peaceful. Perhaps he owed him a life. If it was what he wanted, then take it. The anticipated pain did not arrive. The cold object shifted into Harry's hand. He opened his eyes in surprise, observing the shimmering blade under the moonlight resting in his palm. It was frigid. Yetching gazed at him. "I owe your parents a life. I shall repay it with my own." "You." Harry was at a loss. Torn between anger and greater fury, he gripped the dagger, yet did not strike. "I hate you. I hate you. I hate you." Harry roared into the night, directing his fury at the man before him who compelled him. Grasping Harry's trembling shoulders, Yetching inhaled deeply, seizing Harry's quaking hand, tightening his grip, and raised the weapon towards himself. Scalding blood dripped onto the ground, the color indistinguishable in the night, only the sound revealing its presence. Harry's pupils constricted. He shoved the young man away, witnessing him slowly descend. "No." A voice of despair echoed by the lake, as Dumbledore emerged from the darkness, having appeared unannounced. He glanced at Yetching, who lay at Harry's feet, unable to fathom that this individual would relinquish life so easily. "Harry, he is not dead." Dumbledore's words jolted Harry back to reality, and he implored, "Please, save him, Professor. Take him to the infirmary." After a night of urgent care, Coupled with the effective magic of the wizarding world, Yeching awoke the following morning, unscathed, save for a lingering ache from his wound, and he enjoyed a bowl of breakfast. Awaiting him was the judgment of the Ministry of Magic. Having just healed, after breakfast, Yeching encountered Dumbledore in the infirmary. "Good morning, young man." "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore regarded the now grown child with profound eyes, struggling to comprehend him. It reminded him of the time Yeching had appeared at the doorstep of James Potter's home. A small child then, with an expression equally perplexing. He seated himself in the chair beside the hospital bed and said, "Harry is very sad. You have made him experience a pain more profound than the loss of his parents. I am sorry. None of this was what I desired. I want to know why you killed James and Lily Potter." The young man's gaze fell to his hands, which seemed nearly transparent under the sunlight. He pressed his lips together and continued, "I would say it was all an accident. Do you believe that? I would gladly be a listener." Yeching recounted certain events to Dumbledore, of course, not revealing everything foolishly. He portrayed himself as an unfortunate soul who, prior to the arrival of the Dark Lord, had intended to hide his adoptive parents but accidentally caused the deaths of the two, only to later discover that the Dark Lord had not killed the Potters. It was all a consequence of his own actions. Naturally, such serendipitous occurrences could not exist. Tom Riddle indeed wielded considerable influence in the wizarding world for a time. He had contemplated establishing a powerful organization and had considered exterminating those of impure blood. Yet he had not the chance to implement any of it before hastily departing the wizarding realm in search of Yeching. "Perhaps you should tell Harry the truth. That boy is always troubled." Yeching had contemplated the truth, but revealing it would undoubtedly cause Harry further sorrow. It was better for Harry to harbor hatred. "Don't tell him. Please, Professor Dumbledore." He did not wish to witness Harry transform into a tearful youth. The narrative had already unraveled since his entrance into Slytherin. Perhaps it had spiraled out of control from the moment he appeared. His presence resembled a spark igniting cotton, a wildfire that spread rapidly, impossible to extinguish. After Dumbledore departed, Harry, having finished lunch, arrived at the ward. He observed Yeching looking considerably more haggard than the previous night, dark circles under his eyes, having endured a sleepless night. Setting the food on the bedside table, Harry silently sat by, engrossed in a book. Yeching ate, and upon finishing, he gazed at the silhouette of the boy still reading. Feeling a pang of discomfort, "Harry," he called out softly. The boy set down his book and approached. "What is it?" "I'm sorry." This was his second apology. Yet Harry remained unresponsive to it. He did not accept it. "Next year, I will enter the 7th grade, Harry declared to himself. "I intend to work at the Ministry of Magic. What do you think, Mr. Yi?" The way Harry called out to Yeching left him feeling somewhat disconcerted. Yet he maintained a smile and replied, "As long as you like it." Harry bore no resemblance to a cheerful youth, especially when he immersed himself in his reading, silent, somber, and enveloped by a sense of loneliness. Yeching felt a pang of shame, realizing he had nurtured a savior into such a dismal state. "I purchased a house in London," Harry stated. "Oh, that's splendid," Yeching replied, uncertain of how to respond, managing only a strained smile. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" "I suppose not. I heard everything from this morning." Yeching's pupils quivered, his fingers, concealed beneath the blanket, instinctively drew together, a manifestation of his unease. "Is that so?" he said, his tone weak and lacking conviction. "If all of this is merely an accident, I forgive you." How much courage must Harry possess to utter words of forgiveness to the murderer of his father without shedding a tear? He gazed at Yeching with calmness, declaring his forgiveness, and in Yeching's ears, it echoed with disbelief. Even he could hardly fathom that Harry truly forgave him. Chapter 29, Graduation from the Magical Academy. Harry's forgiveness was one matter, but the interrogation by the Ministry of Magic was an entirely different affair. After a week of trials, Yeching found himself imprisoned in the infamous Azkaban. This very prison also housed the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald. When Yeching arrived, the weather was perpetually gloomy, shrouded in rain, with no hint of sunlight. Accompanying him were Dumbledore and other members of the Ministry. He couldn't help but feel bemused by the number of people escorting him, as if it were some sort of welcome ceremony. He was ushered through a colossal entrance, traversing a long, desolate corridor, ultimately confined in a cell that, while austere, was far better than he anticipated. It featured a bed, a washroom, and an old-fashioned bookshelf filled with well-worn tomes. On the first day, Tom had attempted to infiltrate the prison to see him, but was unsuccessful. Azkaban was far more secure than Nurmengard, making it a formidable challenge even for someone like Tom Riddle. Yeching mused that Harry would stand even less of a chance. The patrolling wizards made their rounds twice a day, untroubled by the thought of Yeching escaping, even if he managed to breach the door. Navigating the labyrinthine prison would prove exceedingly difficult. From their conversations, Yeching learned that a very notorious inmate resided next door, Grindelwald. What a twist of fate. But Yi Qing lacked the audacity to provoke him. On the second day, while reading, Yi Qing occasionally chuckled at humorous passages, lifting his gaze to the small window, staring at the darkened sky. This monotonous existence continued until the end of the month when he noticed something amiss. The food delivery patrol failed to arrive. That night, two robed figures approached his cell. He watched as one opened the door and they entered, and when they removed their hoods, Yi Qing was taken aback. It was Tom Riddle, accompanied by the dazed Yak. "What have you brought him here for?" Yi Qing exclaimed angrily, his ire directed at Tom's actions. "Come with me," Tom urged. "Just a few years, blink, and it will pass. He will take your place here. No one will notice." Yi Qing gazed at the bewildered figure of Yak, aware that Tom had ensnared him. "Release him." "I will not go," he insisted. He chose this. Tom, having anticipated Yi Qing's reluctance, dispelled the controlling spell. Yak's eye sharpened, and as the blurred figure of Yi Qing came into focus, he could not help but move toward him. Yak, you and Tom should return." "I will not leave." "I am willing," Yak stubbornly replied. "I will take your place here. No one will discover it." "You must be mad," Yi Qing shouted. "Your hair has turned white. How many more years can you waste in this prison? If I leave, no one will know if you perish here." In the face of Yi Qing's fury, tears flickered in Yak's eyes. He relished the feeling of being cared for by Yi Qing, even if it came at a steep price. "It doesn't matter. I don't care. We cannot reason together." Yi Qing abandoned the conversation with Yak, directing his accusatory gaze toward Tom. "I will not leave, Tom. Take him back. It is merely 10 years. They will naturally release me after that." Tom laughed, mocking Yi Qing's naivety. He retrieved a newspaper from his pocket and handed it to Yi Qing. The Daily Prophet. The Ministry of Magic successfully apprehended the murderer of the Potters on XX year, XX month, XX day. According to Ministry Regulation XX, he has been sentenced to life imprisonment. Yi Qing's expression remained unchanged. Dumbledore had informed him of his 10-year sentence, and he paid no heed to the newspaper's proclamations. Even if the prison barred his exit after 10 years, he would find a way out himself. Moreover, by that time, he would have fulfilled his mission and returned to the Star Path. Tom Riddle and Yag swiftly departed just as the patrol arrived. For a long time afterward, Yi Qing saw no sign of Tom. As for Grindelwald next door, he knew the man had been observing him, but he remained indifferent. In the winter at year's end, Yi Qing received a scarf sent by Harry. He placed the soft scarf in a drawer, refraining from wearing it around his neck. Beep, beep, beep. In the silence of the prison, a sound emanated from Yi Qing's wrist. The communicator concealed there had received a message. Upon opening the panel, he was greeted by a text from the hapless Li Qi, filling the entire screen. Li Qi, the assessment period is nearing completion. How goes your task? Of course. I primarily wish to inquire whether my Professor Snape is still alive. Before returning to the Star Path, could you please obtain a signed memento from Professor Snape for me? I beg of you. Following this was an abundance of Li Qi's incessant ellipses. He was quite the chatterbox. Li Qi had perfectly missed his anticipated world, now struggling in the ancient era with a group of semi-evolved humans. Yi Qing felt a twinge of sympathy for him. As a student of business, he had mistakenly taken the files for dimensional development. It was akin to a misstep that rendered 7 years of study futile. Yi Qing was not fond of typing, so he promptly sent a video reply. Before long, the video connected, revealing Li Qi with disheveled hair against a damp backdrop. Where are you? Taking shelter from the rain. You have no idea how terrifying the storms are in this ancient time. I was nearly struck by lightning the other day. I can no longer dare to hide under trees during rain. This is the best cave I could find, though it is a bit chilly. Yi Qing, can't you start a fire? The mention of fire irritated him, and he shouted at the screen, I thought I was entering Harry Potter's world. Who would carry fire-starting equipment? Try friction fire, Yi Qing replied lightly. Li Qi cast a skeptical glance at him. You can? Indeed. Li Qi had no retort, conceding defeat. Please, spare me your sarcasm, and remember to fetch me a signed photograph of Professor Snape. You truly adore him. At the mention of this, Li Qi's eyes sparkled like tiny stars, resembling an ardent fanatic or a man possessed. You have no idea how charming Professor Snape was as a child. He grew into quite the handsome man as well. All right, enough. Yi Qing had no desire to hear his reminiscences any longer. Aside from Professor Snape's autograph, what else do you wish for? Li Qi rested his chin on his hand, enveloped in a tangle of withered grass, deep in contemplation. I genuinely regret not being able to experience that world firsthand. This was beyond Yi Qing's capacity to assist. Choosing silence, he simply aimed to achieve a commendable performance in dire circumstances. Li Qi's expression was one of distress, his gaze fixed on the wall behind Yi Qing, which was a dreary gray, poorly decorated and desolate, reminiscent of a prison. Where are you? In the Nurmengard prison. Ah, Li Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Brother, how did you end up in prison? It's a long story. Suffice it to say, I found myself incarcerated. You truly are impressive. Li Qi gave a thumbs up to the screen. After terminating the communication, Yi Qing picked up the book resting on his lap. What page had he reached? Flipping through a few pages, he located the spot he had just been reading when a voice from next door interrupted his thoughts. Young man, you are exceedingly noisy. The voice was aged and tranquil, yet it bore an undeniable air of aggression. Yi Qing paused, lowering his book to glance at the wall adorned with a grayish-white tapestry. The wall was bare, save for a solitary black and white portrait above, which depicted a scene of leaves swaying in the breeze, devoid of any figures. The voice had emanated from beyond that wall. As far as Yi Qing knew, it contained the infamous Gellert Grindelwald. He was the first Dark Lord, a character who was meant to meet his demise at the hands of Voldemort. However, due to Yi Qing's intervention, many characters had successfully evaded Voldemort's pursuit, resulting in a complete deviation from the original narrative, and Grindelwald had survived. My apologies, did I disturb you? While conversing with Li Qi, his voice had been contained. So he didn't believe it was his chatter that had caused the disturbance. It must have been the sound of his book flipping. One couldn't help but admire Grindelwald's keen hearing. Even through a wall, he could perceive the noise. What are you reading? Yi Qing glanced down at the book cover, a wizard's adventure journal. What led to your capture? I imagine that should pose no challenge for you, Mr. Grindelwald. Yi Qing replied with a smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his mood evidently buoyant. Although you are imprisoned here, I trust that Mr. Grindelwald is the most well-informed. A soft chuckle resonated from the other side of the wall. You were apprehended by Albus. Indeed, Yi Qing conceded. Were it not for Dumbledore's immediate spell upon him, he would have escaped long ago. After a lengthy silence without a response, Yi Qing reflected on the narrative. In the original storyline, the fates of these two individuals were rather grim, akin to a tragic romance. Mr. Grindelwald, why don't you step outside to see Professor Dumbledore? No reply came. Yi Qing understood that the man likely wished to ignore him, and his own mood for reading had been soured. This monotonous existence persisted until Harry's graduation, when the school hosted a grand farewell celebration. The seventh-year students sang and danced, and even Harry was swept up in the jubilant atmosphere. Congratulations, Harry, Dumbledore said, standing beside him, raising a glass in celebration of graduation. Cheers, Professor, Harry nodded, drinking from the cup offered by the professor. The taste was bittersweet, much like the toil he had endured over the past 7 years of relentless study. Amusingly, Harry found himself somewhat envious of Draco and Ron. They had encountered the right people at the right time and formed bonds. No need to envy, my boy, Dumbledore said with a smile. Your journey is still long. You will surely meet someone who makes your heart flutter. Observing generation after generation of youth falling in love stirred within Dumbledore a buried memory. In his youth, he too had been captivated by someone, an individual who was intelligent, handsome, and possessed an extraordinary demeanor, to whom even Dumbledore had been irresistibly drawn. In his youth, his infatuation had caused him to overlook the dangers that person presented. Those memories were worth cherishing, and even now, he felt no shame or regret. Rather, they were moments to reminisce. Yet, they also bore a deep scar. That was Dumbledore's sister. He could no longer recall her face, but remembered all too well how their struggles had led to her tragic demise. Every person bore guilt, himself included, along with Grindelwald and his own brother. I believe I will, Harry replied. Perhaps the person he awaited had already appeared. He simply lacked the appropriate opportunity to express his feelings. Exhausted from dancing, Hermione approached Harry. Harry, come dance. No, you all enjoy yourselves. Hermione shrugged. You are increasingly resembling a Slytherin. I am, after all, a graduate of Slytherin. Hermione dismissed this notion. What do you plan to do after graduation? I suppose I will work at the Ministry of Magic. Have you made up your mind? Yes. I intend to travel with Godric, Hermione said. Her eyes filled with concern for Harry. Just don't be too saddened, Harry. I won't be. I wish you a joyful marriage in advance. Hermione beamed with happiness, as she and Godric were planning their trip a month later, after which they would officially tie the knot. They had even chosen the island for their wedding, a beautiful place adorned with blooming flowers. What are you all so cheerful about? Ron inquired, emerging from the dance floor hand in hand with Draco. The two were already accustomed to such intimacy. Single and feeling like a massive light bulb, Harry could not help but feel out of place. You must come to Godric and my wedding, don't forget. Of course not, Ron assured, thumping his chest, while Draco nodded in agreement. Though Draco and Hermione's relationship was somewhat strained, they managed to coexist, albeit with frequent banter, thanks to Ron's intervention. Dumbledore watched the young ones with a smile, moving towards a group of teachers, gazing at his former colleagues, as well as Professor McGonagall, who was advising the students not to smear cake on their clothes. Dumbledore felt it was time for him to step down. He had unfulfilled wishes to pursue, and with the greatest troubles of the wizarding world now behind him, he would live for his heart's desires. Chapter 30. The second cycle, Severus, is born. After Harry's graduation, Yi Qing's results were released. He had not passed the assessments. Standing before the results board at Starway Academy, Yi Qing found himself at a loss for words regarding his performance. After departing from the world of Harry Potter, Harry, who had entered the Ministry of Magic, diligently devoted himself to his studies. He never allowed himself to relax and approached everything with remarkable effort, until his perseverance eventually bore fruit, leading Harry to become the Minister of Magic. His first act was not directed at the wizarding world, but rather a personal decree to revoke the imprisonment of Yi Qing. When this order was issued, there was little surprise among the wizards. Hermione and Ron breathed a sigh of relief at his decision, both well aware of how long Harry had waited for this moment and the immense effort he had expended to ensure Yi Qing received fair treatment. However, Yi Qing had left behind a lifeless prop, creating a false impression of death in prison, which ultimately plunged Harry into darkness. Harry's happiness quotient continued to decline, eventually turning negative. Out of 3 tasks, he had only completed 2, with the final one collapsing, rendering his performance pitiful. Another youth dashed towards the results bulletin board, exclaiming in astonishment. This was Li Qi. Having finally returned to Star Map Academy, he rushed to the bulletin board without even taking the time to wash his dirt-streaked face. To his dismay, the outcome was disappointing. He had failed. The 2 failed candidates exchanged glances, faced with only 2 choices: to retake the exams or to seek employment. Li Qi, with his short black hair, fair complexion, and endearing baby fat, possessed a face that was harmless and exceedingly popular among the girls at Star Map Academy. He was often affectionately referred to as Doll Face or Little Shota. At that moment, Little Shota looked up, gazing at the excessively gentle and extraordinarily beautiful youth before him. Yi Qing. You are Yi Qing. And you are Li Qi? They exclaimed in unison, one filled with surprise, the other with admiration. I never knew you looked so adorable. Yi Qing recognized that describing a male as adorable might be inappropriate. Yet he couldn't help but acknowledge the undeniable cuteness of the youth standing before him, with his quintessential doll-like face and charmingly tousled short hair, a few strands elegantly curling in the breeze. He was indeed captivating. You are Yi Qing. Li Qi was equally astonished to discover that the boy before him was the one who had mistakenly taken his script. Yi Qing's gentle appearance exuded an aura reminiscent of a spring breeze. His eyes sparkled like the light of March, and his smile would undoubtedly be enchanting. Clearing his throat, Yi Qing coughed discreetly into his fist to alleviate the awkwardness. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yi Qing, a recent graduate from the Dimension Development Department of Star Map Academy. It is a pleasure to meet you. Li Qi promptly took the young man's hand. Li Qi, a recent graduate from the Business Department of Star Map Academy. Thus, the 2 graduates made their way to the employment office, where their low scores left their mentor at a loss for how to assist them. They were on the verge of being assigned to menial tasks in lower-tier dimensions. The mentor, reviewing their profiles, sighed at the sight of 2 promising and youthful individuals who had, regrettably, missed out on high scores due to the mix-up of their documents. I have 2 sets of materials here. One pertains to a second round in the Harry Potter dimension. After discussions among the faculty, we have decided to offer you both a second chance, allowing you to return to your respective worlds and start anew, akin to a retake. Li Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could hardly wait to see his Professor Snape again. As for Yi Qing, he appeared slightly surprised, yet his expression remained composed. Unbeknownst to him that he too had sighed in relief. And what about the other set of materials? Yi Qing inquired. The teacher picked up the second document and, looking at Yi Qing, said, there is a unique world that requires development. Success or failure will not affect your scores, but should you succeed, you will be exempt from the risk of working in lower-tier dimensions. Count me in, Yi Qing replied without hesitation. As long as it meant avoiding menial labor in lower-tier dimensions, he was willing to accept any task. Very well, you 2 return to your dormitory and prepare accordingly. You will depart tomorrow. On their way back to the dormitory, Li Qi was so excited that he bounced along, chattering about what items he planned to bring. What kind of shampoo does Professor Snape prefer? Yi Qing felt somewhat perplexed, recalling the cold and sarcastic Professor Snape. I think he might. I believe roses would be a better choice. Li Qi, however, paid no heed to his suggestion, merely venting his thoughts. By the way, Li Qi looked up at Yi Qing. Aren't you afraid? Let me tell you, in the primitive dimensions, humanity's intellect is still not fully developed. They are akin to wild savages, devoid of laws, rules, or thoughts, even resorting to cannibalism among their own kind. You wouldn't want to venture into such a terrifying place, would you? I think it will be fine, Yi Qing replied. As a student of the Dimension Development Department, he viewed himself as a bearer of knowledge, dedicated to imparting advanced civilization to lower worlds. This was their mission. In many small worlds, they were revered as deities, envoys, and celestial beings. You're quite brave, Li Qi shrugged. He had grown weary of the terrifying and harsh conditions of such places. He would rather not go there at all. The dormitory buildings for the business department and the dimension development department were situated in different locations. After parting ways with the gentle youth, Li Qi headed straight for the supermarket. He purchased a multitude of items, from skincare products to essentials, both necessary and unnecessary, filling his space with a hoard of supplies. Perhaps having been shaken by his experiences in the primitive dimension, he felt an overwhelming need to prepare, even acquiring pots and pans. Observing the few bags of rice on the counter, the payment robot rotated its eyes, gazing at this impulsive student with an expression of bemusement. Immersed in his own joy, Li Qi remained oblivious as he returned to his dormitory, opened his wardrobe, and organized the overflowing boxes of clothing, ensuring he had outfits for every season. Naturally, he also bought children's clothing. Do not question why he purchased children's attire. It was simply for his dear Professor Snape. Grateful for the second chance his mentor had afforded him, he meticulously planned his preparations for departure. At Star Map Academy, each student resided in a single-room dormitory, which, although termed a dormitory, truly served as their home. Each graduate continued to live here. Their rooms resembled an uneven honeycomb, shifting positions slowly over time, a movement imperceptible to the naked eye. Their lifespans were notably extended, rendering the concept of time a vague notion for the students of Star Map Academy. The humans within this institution were unique. They did not experience infancy, awakening instead in adult forms, and even death did not bring aging. Unlike other races in the universe, the humans of Star Map Academy resembled a species with prolonged life, untouched by the passage of time. As heavy rain fell from the darkened skies of London, people hurried away with umbrellas in hand. In an inconspicuous alley, lights flickered to life under the storm's gloomy shroud, casting a soft glow over the uneven cobblestones. Just as the shops illuminated their signs, two hurried youths extinguished the lights and dashed out of the entrance. This was a small village in North Yorkshire, located near Hadrian's Wall, known locally as Snape, named after the castle within the village bearing the same name. The two youths, having instantly transported from London to this place, were united in their urgent quest for shelter from the raging storm. The two individuals eventually sought refuge beneath a rooftop, where the gentle-eyed youth gazed skyward, furrowing his delicate brows in uncertainty about when the relentless rain would abate. The boy with slightly curled hair brushed the droplets from his garments, pouting as he complained. Had I known, I would have remained in the shop to tend to the store. This accursed deluge is incessant. January is notoriously rainy. We should consider ourselves fortunate if we escape without encountering snow. As he spoke, Yi Qing opened the panel, the time frozen at 10 o'clock in the evening. He inquired of the youth beside him, "What time were you born?" Li Qi shook his head. "How would I know? The narrative does not provide such intricate details. Moreover, Severus Snape is not the protagonist. There is scant information concerning him, and it is already remarkable that we have located his birthplace." He gazed wistfully at the quaint village, uncertain of the path that lay ahead. The torrential rain rendered everything before them indistinct, the remote hamlet lacking the opulence of London, its streets devoid of streetlights, swallowed by an impenetrable darkness. Let us first seek out Spinner's End. Very well. As the rain diminished slightly, the two plunged into the enveloping night. In the pitch blackness, a heavily pregnant woman was struggling to steady herself against the wall as she made her way homeward. She clutched a bag containing her evening meal. Unfortunately, her complexion appeared pale. Despite the frigid January air, beads of sweat clustered upon her brow. One hand supported her round belly while the other grasped the wall, desperately gripping her bag. Gritting her teeth, even as waves of excruciating pain assailed her, the woman persevered step by step towards her home. It will be all right, she reassured herself, biting down hard. She had left her wand at home, unwilling for her husband to discover her as a witch. She had always been cautious with her magic and could not possibly carry her wand while out buying groceries. A sudden, searing pain caused the woman to collapse to the ground. She realized the child was about to be born, yet she had not reached home. On the cold street, both she and her child were at risk of succumbing to the bitter chill. "Are you all right, ma'am?" Li Qi called out, spotting a figure kneeling on the ground, appearing quite unwell, and hurried over. As he reached out to assist her, the character panel materialized before him. Eileen Prince Snape. Li Qi was astonished by his fortuitous luck. After all his wandering, he had stumbled upon Prince. He looked down to see the pregnant woman gritting her teeth, enduring her pain in silence. "Help me," she uttered, her voice strained. "I shall take you home. Please direct me." Prince extended her hand toward the path's end, her strength waning, reduced to pleading with this kind stranger to escort her home. In the distance, Yi Qing also spotted Li Qi. "Lend a hand," Li Qi called out. Yi Qing bent down and lifted the woman into his arms, while Li Qi gathered her belongings from the ground, hurriedly following along towards the end of the path. The agony of childbirth is indeed a tormenting affair. Even from outside, the two youths felt a chill run down their spines. The sounds of distress resonated from within the house, while the woman's husband, Tobias Snape, sat passively on the sofa, devoid of concern, neither showing joy nor anger. He had fallen under the spell of love, a magic that rendered him muddled and devoid of awareness. Thus, he remained oblivious to the peril his wife faced. No matter the calamity, his countenance bore no trace of alarm. The midwife, summoned from the nearby town, had now been at work for 2 hours. Approaching 1 o'clock in the morning, Miss Prince had yet to deliver her child. The two boys, lacking knowledge in this area, busied themselves in the kitchen, boiling water. Yi Qing prepared rice porridge, while Li Qi organized the infant's clothing, ensuring it was ready for the doctor to dress the child after cleaning. "This is terrifying," Li Qi murmured, his face pale. "Is childbirth truly this agonizing?" The anguished cries emanating from the room were haunting, instilling a sense of dread within him. He feared that Miss Prince might perish within those walls, failing to bring forth the beloved Severus Snape. "Such is the fierce instinct of motherhood," Yi Qing replied, stirring the porridge. The beings of the starry expanse had not yet entered the world. They pondered the journey from birth to maturity with curiosity, simultaneously awed by a mother risking her very life to bring forth a child. A wail of an infant filled the air, echoing throughout the house. The two boys hastily abandoned their kitchen tasks, racing to the bedroom door. The doctor emerged, cradling a child. She appeared utterly exhausted, placing the infant into Li Qi's arms. Instructing, "The mother's condition is precarious. Prepare some nourishment for her when she awakens." The doctor extended her hand. Yi Qing, momentarily bewildered, quickly regained his composure. Placing money into her palm and expressing his gratitude. The newborn, fatigued from its cries, nestled contentedly in Li Qi's embrace. "It is so soft," Li Qi remarked, his body stiff with uncertainty about what to do. Is it acceptable to hold him this way? He had heard that human infants were fragile, and even the manner of holding them was of great significance. He feared that his grip might inadvertently harm the delicate life. "I am uncertain as well," Yi Qing replied. "I shall fetch her husband." Descending the stairs, Yi Qing summoned the dazed Tobias, placing a basin of warm water into his arms and instructing, "Go tend to your wife." Obediently, Tobias, in a daze, entered the bedroom. He resembled a thoughtless marionette, executing commands without question, fulfilling the desires of his instructor. Chapter 31. Harry yearns to return to the past. When Eileen Prince awoke, a ray of sunlight bathed the soft white windowsill. Her stomach audibly grumbled, and the weary Eileen's eyes widened in terror. Realizing her belly was empty and that the child she had carried for 10 months was missing, a wave of panic washed over her. As she turned her head, she spotted the sweet infant peacefully sleeping against her neck, and she exhaled in relief. Like a deflated balloon, gently, she lifted her pale hand to caress the baby's cheek, a radiant smile blossoming upon her face. Meanwhile, her husband, Tobias, sat at the bedside, his gaze vacant, his expression blank. Eileen Prince Snape was unperturbed by her husband's lack of response. Over the years, she had often used magic to keep him in a state of confusion, satisfying her yearning and fantasies regarding their marriage. Yet now, gazing at the tiny child beside her, she longed for a normal life, one devoid of enchantments. She had a child, and she believed that her husband would not abandon her nor their offspring. Fumbling beneath her pillow for her wand, she intended to release her husband from his enchantment when a knock at the door abruptly interrupted Miss Prince's plans. She clearly remembered being escorted home by two unfamiliar youths the previous night, but the events that followed were a blur. "Are you awake?" A voice called from the threshold. "Come in," Miss Prince replied weakly, tucking her wand beneath her pillow. Li Qi entered, carrying a bowl of rice porridge. "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Qi. It was my friend and I who brought you home last night." He extended the porridge to Eileen Prince Snape. "You must be hungry. Please have something to eat." The warmth emanating from the bottom of the bowl brought a glimmer to Prince's eyes, and she hoarsely uttered her gratitude. Bowing her head, she savored the soothing porridge, its subtle sweetness and rich aroma of red dates momentarily ensnaring her in a reverie. "You haven't named him yet, have you?" Li Qi observed the infant beside her, his gaze imbued with tenderness. Prince blinked in confusion, sensing an affectionate warmth in the boy's eyes directed at her son. Yet she had no acquaintance with Li Qi. The Prince family harbored no relatives of Eastern descent. "Let us name him Severus Snape," she quickly resolved, the name aligning perfectly with the narrative. "What a splendid name. Thank you for rescuing me." Prince expressed her gratitude to the youth before her, hastily clarifying, "My husband is not in the best of spirits. He can be reticent and distant at times. Please do not take offense." Li Qi had no intention of concealing his knowledge of the magical realm and candidly revealed the truth to Miss Prince. "I am aware that he has been afflicted by magic. How should I address you?" At Miss Prince's astonished gaze, Li Qi smiled. "Eileen Prince Snape. Then I shall refer to you as Miss Prince." As you wish. How did you come to know? Li Qi sheepishly scratched his head. My friends and I are also wizards, and we happened to pass through this quaint town. Prince lowered her head, feeling a swirl of shame and sorrow at being recognized by two fellow wizards who shared her secret. Her voice trembled as she spoke. I never wished for this. I love him dearly, but Tobias is fearful. He is always afraid that I might harm him with these things. I would never do that. My love for him surpasses all, yet he does not believe me. I was left with no choice but to resort to this final avenue. It is not your fault. Miss Prince. Li Qi, uncertain how to console a grieving woman, could only awkwardly speak. What do you plan to do moving forward? Binding someone with magic is not a sustainable solution, and lifting the enchantment only leads back to harsh reality. I do not know, she replied. Her face buried in her hands, tears having long since dried during childbirth, her sore eyes red and unable to shed another drop. As her emotions calmed slightly, Li Qi hesitated before speaking. May I become the godfather of this child? Prince's eyes widened in surprise. In the wizarding world, those entrusted with the responsibility of a child's godparent were typically individuals of great reliability. She could not fathom why this young boy would wish to assume such a burden for her son, which would only add to his stress and troubles. Of course, that would be no problem. You saved both my life and my child's. How could I refuse? Li Qi beamed, his joy barely contained, as he would have leapt with glee were it not for the decorum expected in the presence of a lady. Thank you. I shall be a splendid godfather. Thus, on the morning of January 10th, 1960, under the bright sun and gentle breeze, Yi Qing and Li Qi became the godfathers of Severus Snape. Unbeknownst to them, in an alternate reality, Harry Potter was attempting to breach the fabric of time to alter everything of the past. At the tender age of 32, Harry had ascended to the position of Minister of Magic, his prowess undeniable, yet he had also received a recommendation for a teaching post at Hogwarts. He declined, for his mind was incessantly consumed by the study of time magic. He yearned to return to the past, to reshape destiny, so that his Yi Qing might live, rather than languish as a cold, lifeless form. In a house beside a London street, a tremendous noise erupted, and clouds of smoke billowed from the windows, startling Ron and Hermione, who had come to visit a friend during the Christmas season. Hermione and Ron rushed inside, brandishing their wands to disperse the oppressive smoke, eventually locating Harry, who knelt on the floor, engrossed in a magical circle. Harry, Hermione shouted, what on earth are you doing? Mate, you're going to scorch yourself. Ron stifled his mouth, using magic to clear the air, revealing Harry's singed hair and sooty face. My apologies. Harry casually wiped his face with his sleeve and used his wand to clean himself up. I'm close to success. This time I can accurately see the events from 6 months ago flashing before my eyes. Harry exclaimed with excitement. If only these energy stones could sustain their power a while longer, I could return to the past. Ron wore a glum expression, as he had come alone to visit Harry due to Draco's meeting at the company. Hermione was at a loss for words. Harry's current state was both gaunt and haggard. Despite being the Minister of Magic, he was unable to eat or sleep properly, tirelessly toiling away on time magic and wearing himself down to this wretched condition. Don't make us worry, Harry. Hermione gently waved her hand, and a magically filled cup appeared, brimming with tea. I know that incident has affected you deeply, but the dead are gone. You must look to the future, Harry. Harry silently drank the tea, unfazed by Hermione's words, for he had heard such sentiments countless times over the years. I'm sorry for causing you concern. This is the last time. If I fail this time, I will cease my research. Harry's tone was heavy, and his declaration only deepened the discomfort felt by Ron and Hermione. All right, mate, Merry Christmas. Ron produced the gift he had prepared in advance, and Hermione volunteered to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner, subtly creating space for her and Ron to converse. Some discussions were simply too delicate to share with her present. After Hermione departed for the kitchen, Ron found himself at a loss for words with Harry. After marrying Draco, Ron had quickly welcomed a child, and he had no desire to revisit his own painful experiences. Thus, the Malfoy line remained a single lineage. Are you really not going to find a partner to share your life with? Harry's reputation in the magical community had rendered him the most eligible bachelor. Countless young women lamented their unrequited feelings for him. I have someone I care for. We know, Ron shrugged. We all know you can't let go of Yi Qing. But everything you're doing now is truly reckless. Only Dumbledore would encourage you to hold on. But you must understand, Harry, Mr. Yi is gone. Harry nodded gently, his deep-set eyes revealing the weight of years gone by. I told you, but you wouldn't listen. Ron shook his head in exasperation. Have you really traveled back in time? His curiosity about the authenticity of time magic piqued. Harry replied earnestly, the first time I went back was a day prior. But I was quickly pulled back to reality. The second time was a month ago, and this time was even shorter. I didn't even get a chance to see the person's face before being yanked back. The third time, I returned 2 years ago, and it lasted a bit longer. I believe this is tied to the energy of the stones. I need to find more of them. With sufficient energy, I will surely be able to return to the past. Facing Harry's unwavering conviction, Ron licked his lips. I don't want to tell you to give up. You're always putting yourself through too much, Harry. I sincerely wish for your success. Thank you. Gentlemen, the time for idle chatter is over. Shall we enjoy dinner? Hermione chimed, waving a plate in her hand, signaling that they could come to dine. Chapter 32. Guest from Another World. In a quaint alleyway in London, a modest establishment named the Full Moon General Store has emerged. The shop, unremarkable in appearance, boasts a decor that is notably antiquated and out of fashion. A pot of evergreen plant graces the entrance, while a lantern hangs from the eaves, illuminating the night, yet serving merely as a decorative piece by day. This thoroughfare often witnesses the hurried footsteps of busy women and laborers, who remain oblivious to the sudden appearance of this shop. Yeah, what were yesterday's sales figures? Inquired a long-haired youth as he flipped through the ledger. Over 500, he replied. A short-haired boy let out a dramatic exclamation, collapsing onto a plush sofa while cradling a milk teacup adorned with a charming cat print. At this rate, when will we ever reach the maximum level? The maximum level referenced the ultimate goal they aspired to achieve in this world. Li Qi, a student of business, explained that their task was to traverse different realms selling goods, offering everything clients might desire, albeit with scarce customers. I still don't comprehend why you chose to study this major, he remarked. And I fail to understand your choice as well, the long-haired youth retorted, closing the ledger with a chime that captured both boys' attention. At that moment, a disheveled child entered the store, appearing no older than 4 or 5. He tiptoed inside, his large blue eyes darting about until they locked onto Yi Qing's. Hello, welcome to the Full Moon General Store. How may I assist you? Greeted Yi Qing, startling the child. Jim Markin had no idea another shop had opened in the village. He had traversed this filthy alley countless times with his brother, but today, having stolen a loaf of bread from the bakery and pursued by the proprietress, he sought refuge in the store without hesitation. Wrapped in his clothing was a stolen loaf, which fell to the floor in his nervousness. Li Qi raised an eyebrow. Are you all right, little one? Jim hastily picked up the fallen bread, akin to a startled bird, and fled the store within 3 seconds, uttering not a single word to the two youths. Li Qi and Yi Qing exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Doesn't he seem to be a character from the Harry Potter universe? Li Qi noted. Did you leave the time portal open? Yi Qing asked. Li Qi blinked. Didn't you say that leaving it open would allow us to connect with clients from more dimensions? Yi Qing, feeling he had spoken out of turn, decided to ignore the matter. It was evident that the child belonged to another realm, and since he made no demands, it was best to let it be. Yi Qing preferred to mind his own business and retreated to the storeroom to check the inventory. Unbeknownst to either of them, the child who had rushed out quietly sneaked back into the shop. At that moment, Li Qi was visiting his apprentice, Severus Snape, in Spider's Tail Alley. The store was left solely in Yi Qing's charge, who was preoccupied with managing accounts and inventory, leaving him little time to notice the door. Thus, when the golden-haired boy stealthily entered, Yi Qing was busy placing books on a shelf when he glanced down to find a little thief pilfering from his store. What are you doing? Jim Markin, clutching a box of cotton candy, jumped in surprise and turned to flee. Yi Qing made no move to pursue him, calmly observing as the child struggled to push open the glass door, which stubbornly refused to budge no matter how hard he pulled, as if it were non-existent. Yi Qing sauntered over to the child's back, stating, You cannot take anything from here. Return it to me. Perhaps realizing he was trapped, Jim obediently returned the stolen goods, his azure eyes fixed on Yi Qing, devoid of shame or fear, revealing his frequent thievery. What is your name? Yi Qing inquired. Jim deemed it foolish to divulge his name and remained silent. His brother had expressed a desire for sweets, and having already stolen from the bakery, now guarded by 2 watchful individuals, he had no means to procure anything else, thus resorting to this newly opened shop in hopes of fortune. Yet, his luck had proven unfortunate. That cursed door had barred his escape. Yi Qing, unperturbed by the silence, placed the cotton candy on a shelf and retrieved a box of white rabbit candy from the counter, saying, You cannot eat whatever you like here. Take this instead. Jim gazed at Yi Qing and reached out to accept it. Perhaps the youth bore no malice and did not resort to violence like others, sparking Jim's curiosity about this enigmatic shopkeeper. My name is Jim Markin, he finally confessed. As the saying goes, a short hand is easier to hold. A soft mouth is easier to feed. After savoring a piece of the white rabbit candy, Jim settled into a soft, low sofa, cradling a steaming cup of milk tea, now treated as a guest by the mysterious store owner. What would you like to purchase? Yi Qing asked. I have no money, Jim reiterated emphatically. Alone in the world with his brother, they survived by thievery and had no funds to buy anything. The youth smiled gently, his gaze warm as he replied. You can pay me back when you grow up. Jim had never heard such a humorous request. What if he grew up and remained poor? The boy's soft gaze met Jim's cerulean eyes, and he confidently asserted, "You won, TB. You will become a wealthy count in the future, possessing enviable riches. Come back to settle your debt then." Under the incredulous gaze of the child, Yi Qing discerned the darkness within Jim's heart. Subsequently, he retrieved a black-covered notebook from the shelf. "This is a death note. Simply inscribe the name of someone, along with the time and place, and they shall meet a perfect end in your stead. Can it kill everyone I despise?" Jim asked eagerly. "Certainly," Yi Qing replied. "How much does it cost? I will come to collect on the day of payment. For now, take it with you." Holding the sinister black notebook, Jim stood in the dim alley, staring at it in disbelief, his mind swirling with confusion. The sweet taste of milk tea lingered in his mouth, making it impossible to dismiss the reality of his recent encounter with the extraordinary. As he turned around, his pupils dilated in horror. Behind him stood a wall. There was no shop. The black notebook slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a thud, snapping him back to reality. If this were merely a dream, then what was this death note? Before long, the entire town met an untimely demise overnight. A sudden calamity that sent shockwaves through the neighboring villages. Why would you sell such a dangerous item to him? Li Qi questioned upon returning to the shop, bewildered by Yi Qing's actions. He has harbored such deep resentment at such a young age. What will become of him when he grows up? He is merely a villainous character, existing to highlight the hero's presence. I merely provided him with a fitting weapon, Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, feeling no remorse for his actions. Li Qi appeared defeated. And what if we cannot collect the debt? Then we shall see, Yi Qing responded. He had previously incurred debts, but those characters faced dire consequences, ultimately suffering catastrophic failures. Far from repaying their debts, they ended up incurring significant losses. Rest assured, that child is destined to become an earl. How could he possibly be impoverished? One can only await the day when he will reap substantial rewards. Yi Qing has already devised a plan. Once the child ascends to the title of Earl of Torin, he intends to personally visit and collect the owed funds. Chapter 33, Assisting Miss Witch. Is the door secured? Yes. Then let us depart. In an instant, Li Qi and Yi Qing vanished from the alley. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in Snapetown, standing before a two-story house at the end of Spidertail Alley. Due to inertia, the fruit basket Yi Qing was holding tumbled, causing several apples and oranges to fall. As he bent down to retrieve them, he caught sight of Mrs. Snape, who was walking about the yard with a child in her arms. Eileen also noticed the sudden appearance of the two young men. Upon recognizing their identities as wizards, her demeanor relaxed. "Good afternoon, Miss Prince," Yi Qing said, placing the fruit basket on the garden table. "Greetings to you both." Li Qi eagerly took the child from Eileen's embrace. "It's been a while, Severus." Regrettably, the little one could only stare with his round, wide eyes, unable to articulate any words. "He is still quite young," Eileen chuckled. Her complexion had improved significantly since last month, having recently given birth. She had initially resembled a pale specter. A month of recuperation had restored her vitality, allowing her to reclaim a semblance of tranquility in her life. "Where is Tobias?" Li Qi inquired, noticing Severus's father was absent. Eileen's expression grew somewhat haggard. "Lately, he has been awakening for increasingly longer periods. The potions have ceased to be effective. I truly do not know what to do." Eileen cradled her face in despair. She had employed magic to control Tobias, but since giving birth, her own magical energy had become unstable, affecting the spells cast upon Tobias. His waking hours had lengthened, and she could no longer ascertain how long she could maintain her secrets. Yi Qing and Li Qi exchanged glances, at a loss for words. No man would willingly endure being controlled, drifting through life married to a witch, and becoming a father in a state of confusion. And what of him now? He has gone out, perhaps to drink or to the tavern. I do not know. He always returns in the evening, and once he does, he hurls insults at me. I am compelled to use magic to calm him, but it is futile. By the next morning, he will awaken again. "Miss Prince," Li Qi said, holding the soft Severus in his arms, "you must make a decision. This child is a wizard. One day he will attend Hogwarts. Your husband cannot accept any of this. But you cannot allow your child's life to be ruined because of it. He requires a nurturing environment." The original narrative indicated that Severus's tumultuous upbringing led to his profound emotional deficits, resulting in unrequited affections and a lifetime of solitude. "I shall prepare dinner," Yi Qing said, feeling it inappropriate to linger in the garden. He rose, taking the vegetable basket to the kitchen to cook. As Severus's godfather, Yi Qing and Li Qi visited Miss Prince and her child every weekend, also striving to enhance her living conditions. Without their assistance, Tobias, who was unemployed, would be utterly incapable of providing for his wife and child. Miss Prince had resigned from her job to care for the child at home. She was now a full-time homemaker, entirely reliant on the financial support of her two children's godfathers. The Snape household boasted a large kitchen, its window overlooking a vast sloping field and a wooded hillside, with a road leading to another village in the distance. This alley, at the end of Spidertail Alley, was inhabited by the impoverished and the inebriated. Even while cooking in the kitchen, Yi Qing could hear the piercing screams of the woman from the neighboring house. Her life was fraught with hardship. Her husband frequently resorted to violence against her. Yi Qing had heard Miss Prince recount that the women living in Spidertail Alley endured similar fates. He seared the steaks to perfection and began to prepare beef noodles. Yi Qing's culinary skills were impeccable, and the enticing aroma of the food wafted through the half-open window, reaching the other side of the garden. There, a child was hiding in the low grass, peering through the gaps in the leaves to gaze at the handsome young man cooking in the orange glow of the kitchen light. His father was beating his mother, and Ariel Smith could only conceal himself in the garden's underbrush. If he ventured out, he would surely be struck as well. His mother had told him he could not return home unless she called for him. As twilight descended, the sun hung low over the mountains, and even the dust in the air seemed to thin. Yet Ariel still awaited his mother's summons. Hunger compelled him to creep closer to the neighbor's grass, fixating on the figure preparing food. The delightful sense of the steak and noodles made him swallow hard, as he yearned for the warm light. Imagining himself seated at the table with his father to his left and his mother to his right, sharing a meal together. His father would gently stroke his head, telling him he had performed well at school. His mother would kiss his cheek, bidding him good night. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, rousing Ariel from his slumber in the grass. He shivered as he left the underbrush, casting one last glance at the now darkened kitchen window of his neighbors before numbly making his way home. When Tobias returned, Yi Qing and Li Qi had cast a spell upon him. Not a conventional spell, but rather a method of memory obfuscation. This would confuse Tobias's memories, allowing him to love Miss Prince deeply while remaining free from magical control, living a clear-headed existence. In essence, they had violated temporal laws, employing advanced techniques from a higher realm to alter Tobias Snape's memories, making him believe he adored his wife and child. While perceiving Li Qi and Yi Qing as friends, Miss Prince stood in astonishment at the unfolding scene, faced with her husband's affectionate inquiries and jovial laughter. She found herself weeping in his embrace, like a bewildered child. "My dear, what troubles you?" Tobias asked, alarmed, uncertain which of his words had caused her such sorrow. "I am well. I am simply overwhelmed with joy." "Darling, you gave me quite a fright," Tobias said, caressing Miss Prince's forehead and gently wiping the tears from her eyes. "If something is troubling you, do not keep it bottled up. You must express it, my dear." "I will," she replied. Yi Qing and Li Qi exchanged knowing smiles, preparing to take their leave, as it was not suitable for them to stay the night. "We shall not impose any further," Yi Qing stated. "Little Severus. See you next week." Li Qi reluctantly kissed the little infant before departing the Snape residence. Upon reaching the entrance of Spidertail Alley, an ambulance was parked at the alley's mouth, paramedics loading 2 stretchers into the vehicle. Yi Qing and Li Qi exchanged glances, noticing a child lurking in the shadows at the alley's entrance. The child's gaze echoed a sense of desolation. Li Qi nudged Yi Qing with his elbow. "Just an ordinary NPC, I presume?" "Indeed," Yi Qing replied with a subtle nod. Chapter 34, A Dangerous Shop and People. Let us not dwell on it. Come. Let us go. NPC Li Qi displayed little interest, his attention solely captured by the pivotal figures within the narrative. As the two departed, the child's gaze trailed after their retreating forms. In the economically desolate town of Snape, daily occurrences included the abandonment of homeless children, the disintegration of families, and couples meeting tragic ends due to domestic discord. Ariel was an unfortunate child. His mother, a sales clerk, and his father, a truck driver, had once formed a happy family, now shattered by financial woes. His father succumbed to alcoholism, while his mother became increasingly vain. Ultimately, Ariel bore witness to his mother's suicide and his father's fatal mistake of consuming insecticide, mistaking it for alcohol. Tomorrow morning, he was to be sent to an orphanage, a prospect he dreaded. After the police returned him to their home, he hastily gathered his belongings and fled. In this timeline, Voldemort had evolved into a formidable leader, commanding a cadre of fearsome Death Eaters dispersed throughout the wizarding world. Muggles steered clear of them, while young wizards at Hogwarts found their only sanctuary within the school's walls. The prevailing belief held that Albus Dumbledore was the most powerful white wizard in the wizarding realm, having bested even Grindelwald. Thus, Voldemort dared not launch an assault on Hogwarts, fearing Dumbledore's might. However, unbeknownst to many, Voldemort was quietly executing his blood purification agenda. Yet, these matters bore no consequence to Yi Qing and Li Qi, whose shop was nestled in a shadowy corner of London. On a vibrant spring day, a father and son strolled down the street. both strikingly handsome and possessing an extraordinary aura. Their hair, pristine white, was styled differently. The father's longer locks were tied with a black ribbon, while the child's shorter hair, indicative of his 5 years, lacked the exuberance typical of youth, his serene gaze fixed upon a building across the street. "Lucius, wait for me here." "Okay, Dad." The child replied obediently, standing by as the man entered the office building, a temporary venue for a clandestine meeting necessitated by the pressure from the Order of the Phoenix. The gathering spots for the Death Eaters were ever-changing. As the child waited silently, the spring breeze carried the fragrance of riverside blossoms. Lucius Malfoy remained vigilant, adhering to his father's instructions not to wander, especially during such tumultuous times. Yet, his attention was captured by a shadowy figure, an Asian man, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, with alabaster skin and inky hair cascading over his shoulders, held back by a hair tie. At first glance, he appeared to be a statuesque woman. Yet he was undoubtedly a man. The individual carried groceries from the supermarket and, upon turning into an alley, drew Lucius's interest further. He noticed a wand peeking from the man's pocket. Just across the street, Lucius could clearly see the wand nestled within the man's clothing. His father had cautioned him that wizards should not be present in this area unless they were members of the Order of the Phoenix. Anxious at the thought of encountering such individuals, the 5-year-old Lucius quietly decided to follow. "I'm back," Yi Qing announced as he entered the shop, bags from the supermarket in hand, the bell above the door chiming melodically. A lethargic boy, just awakening, groaned from his position at the counter. "I'm starving. Hurry and cook something. I want fish-flavored shredded pork and stir-fried yellow croaker. Then go wash the vegetables." "Ugh," Li Qi lamented, expressing his disdain for the task. "I hate washing vegetables." Yi Qing shot him a sidelong glance. "Then why not cook? Forget it." With a resigned sigh, he took the bag from Yi Qing and trudged into the kitchen, calling out, "Come help me." Lucius Malfoy, clever enough not to intrude recklessly, retraced his steps and waited an hour. As twilight approached, he finally saw his father emerge, leading him to the end of the alley. By this time, the two had finished dinner. Li Qi sprawled on the couch, engrossed in a show, laughing like a fool, while Yi Qing sat on a high stool at the counter, examining a wand he had acquired from Diagon Alley, curious to see how such an object could conjure magic. With a soft chime, a silver-haired gentleman entered the shop with his son. Upon meeting Yi Qing's gaze, recognition dawned. He was Abraxas, a loyal companion of Tom Riddle. In another dimension, Yi Qing had the privilege of raising Tom Riddle, having interacted with Abraxas. As handsome and charismatic as depicted in reality, even with a wife and a 5-year-old son, Abraxas exuded an undeniable charm. With a warm smile, the man inquired, "What do you sell here?" A striking gentleman, his presence was captivating, sure to leave any young woman enamored. Yet Yi Qing, accustomed to encountering many striking individuals, remained unfazed. "Welcome to Full Moon General Store, where you can acquire anything your heart desires. What can I assist you with, sir?" Yi Qing replied amiably. "Oh," Abraxas mused, surveying the shop. Its decor, though antiquated, possessed a unique charm, reminiscent of a fairy tale magic shop. The shelves reached the ceiling, and a long staircase ascended to an unknown destination. From the outside, it appeared to be a modest space, yet the interior revealed an unexpectedly vast expanse. Space magic was inherently complex. Even Voldemort could not replicate such an extensive spatial charm. The proprietor of this shop was undoubtedly a powerful wizard, as Abraxas discerned from its size alone. The corridor extending into the depths, lined with numerous rooms and doors, hinted that this place was a treasure trove. Yi Qing smiled at the child at Abraxas's waist. Lucius had inherited his father's striking looks, even at a young age displaying a remarkable charm. Truly, the Malfoy lineage was blessed with exquisite beauty. "Do you know me?" Abraxas questioned, puzzled by the boy's familiarity. The boy's gaze, observing him and his son, bore a certain knowing quality, prompting Abraxas to wonder if this child recognized him. "Of course," Li Qi chimed in. "The heir of the Malfoy family. Your news is all over the wizarding headlines. Thank you for the compliment. I think you might need this." Li Qi retrieved a potion from the shelf, presenting it to Abraxas with a smile. "A panacea. It can cure any ailment." The boy with slightly curly hair grinned with a hint of mischief. Abraxas accepted it with a smile. "How much?" Chapter 35. He is Ron's father. Yi Qing was uncertain how to price the item, as the shop's goods lacked fixed prices and depended on Li Qi's assessment. 500 galleons. Abraxas frowned slightly. He could certainly afford the amount, yet felt as though he were being taken advantage of. Gazing at the small vial in his hand, he nonchalantly slipped it into the pocket of his suit, having written a check from the Wizarding Bank, as he was not carrying such a sum of cash. "I trust both of you are aware of how to withdraw money from the Wizarding Bank?" "Of course we do. We welcome your return in the future." After bidding farewell to this guest, Li Qi felt as elated as a 200-pound man. At last, he had earned a significant sum. Next time, He would surely take a hefty cut. Yi Qing shook his head in resignation and inquired curiously, "What did you purchase for him?" "A universal antidote potion. In the original narrative, this character succumbed to a certain illness, and I believe this potion might be of assistance to him." Upon returning to Malfoy Manor via apparition, Lucius could not comprehend why his father would spend such a vast amount on what appeared to be a useless bottle. "Father, why did you buy this object?" "I believe those two are simply charlatans." "Lucius, that shop is not to be underestimated. I must report this matter to His Highness." Lucius Malfoy's face lit up with excitement. The young Malfoy had already learned to admire and revere that exceptional prince. Although he had not yet commenced his schooling, he was diligently striving for self-improvement, aspiring to serve the prince just as his father did. However, Abraxas had no intention of allowing his child to come into contact with the prince. "Lucius, I have matters to attend to. Return to your room and study." "Very well, father." Lucius watched as his father departed the manor once more. He knew his father must be going to meet the prince. That enigmatic prince was an object of admiration among every pure blood in the aristocratic circles, with the Black and Malfoy families being devoted followers. Of course, there were also the Gunter and Lestrange families. One afternoon in April 1960, the Moonlight General Store stood desolate, having not received business in quite some time. Ever since encountering their major client, Mr. Malfoy, the shop had not welcomed a second customer. The weather in April was shrouded in misty rain, with London often experiencing heavy downpours. Just like now, the outside of the large display window was a dreary gray, with fine rain drizzling down the alley. And passers-by hurried by, with only a few able to notice the store. These individuals were deemed fated, yet not every fated person would step inside, resulting in the Moonlight General Store seldom receiving visitors. Suddenly, a distorted gust of wind heralded the arrival of a family of three, who landed in the alley. Li Qi, holding a cup of coffee, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Darling, are you all right?" The man wrapped his arm around his wife's waist to prevent her from slipping on the wet ground due to the inertia of apparition. Unfortunately, their child was not so fortunate, landing on the ground with a thud, soaking wet. "Daddy," the child protested, "you didn't hold on to me. I told you to grip your mother's hand tightly." The man shook his head helplessly, drawing his wand to clean up the child. Just then, through the glass of the display window, Cinderella caught sight of Li Qi, her gaze narrowing as she tugged on her husband's hand. "Dear, a muggle has seen us." Septimus Weasley stowed away his wand and looked in the direction of his wife's gaze. The unmarked general store boasted a large floor-to-ceiling window, with warm light illuminating the interior, where a black-haired youth sat cross-legged on a sofa, watching them intently. Perhaps the earlier scene had already been witnessed. "I'll go take a look." Septimus released his wife's hand and pushed open the door to the Moonlight General Store, the tinkling of bells accompanying his entrance as he prepared to perform a memory charm on the muggle. But to his astonishment, his magic failed him. He looked incredulously at the young man, who stood and greeted him politely. "Welcome to the Moonlight General Store. How may I assist you?" "With ulterior motives?" Septimus blinked in surprise. He had intended to use the wand concealed beneath his sleeve to erase the muggle's memory, having just witnessed a wizard perform magic. However, his wand had become ineffective, and he found himself unable to use any spells within the store. Li Qi, seeing through Septimus's intent, explained, "Sir, do you mind that I witnessed that earlier scene? It is of no concern. I am also a wizard. In the Moonlight General Store, all magic is rendered ineffective." "You are a wizard?" Septimus was taken aback, as he had not discerned that this youth was also a wizard, though the store indeed emanated a strong magical essence. He decided to trust him and called his wife and son inside. Arthur Weasley's eyes widened in astonishment. This was his first visit to London with his parents. He had always been curious about muggle things and, at that moment, broke free from his mother's grip to explore the store. Septimus and his wife, Cinderella, following Li Qi's introduction, ventured into the back garden, for Li Qi had recommended an excellent decorative plant that could protect wizarding homes while keeping muggles at bay. Meanwhile, the rambunctious Arthur Weasley climbed the stairs along the wall. The store was far larger than he had envisioned. The lower level was filled with various items, while the upper level was crammed with books. Higher up, he spotted things he could not comprehend, and the portraits on the walls, though motionless, exuded an eerie aura that frightened Arthur. In the hallway hung a deep crimson painting, its fiery background depicting a blurred silhouette. He was inexplicably drawn to the painting, his eyes ablaze with fervor, accompanied by a twinge of pain. He wished to close his eyes, but found himself unable to control his gaze. He felt an urge to scream in fear, yet he remained entranced by the artwork. Just as he believed his eyes would burst, a pair of cool hands covered his eyes from behind, and a soothing voice whispered in his ear, "The art of demons is not for human eyes to behold, even if you are but a young wizard." Arthur blinked and turned around. Before him stood a beautiful boy with long, black hair, illuminated by sunlight drifting through the dust, akin to a suddenly descended fairy. "You, hello?" Arthur stammered a greeting, his freckled cheeks flushing. "What do you need?" Arthur shook his head. "My dad and mom are downstairs. They are here to buy something. I just came up out of curiosity." Yi Qing nodded and lightly tapped the wall, causing the painting imbued with strange magic to vanish, leaving only a frame hanging on the wall. "It's gone?" Arthur gasped, staring at the empty frame. What was that? The intense pain in his eyes had stemmed from that very painting. That was the bride of the demon. Staring at it for too long could harm your eyes. Little one, Yi Qing did not deceive Arthur Weasley. The items within the Moonlight General Store were sourced from various dimensions and worlds, and the painting on the wall was indeed a product from hell. The portrait held a strong allure for ordinary humans. Those unable to withstand its pull would risk having their eyes explode, while the more unfortunate souls could be drawn into the painting. Chapter 36. That poor child. Arthur followed the boy as they perused the books on the second floor, unable to decipher the text. Curiously, he blinked and asked, "Are you a wizard graduated from Hogwarts?" "No." "Then which school did you graduate from?" Yi Qing smiled, casually pulling a white-covered book from the shelf, flipping through a few pages before returning it. "Guess." Arthur's cheeks flushed once more. He felt himself falling in love, his heart racing uncontrollably as he couldn't help but gaze at the enchanting boy before him. "I don't know. However, I will be attending Hogwarts next year, and my parents specifically brought me to London for a day of fun. Do you know any interesting places in London?" "I don't know, but I suppose there might be amusement parks." Suddenly, Arthur lost all curiosity about the amusement park. He yearned to spend more time with this boy, who seemed so mysteriously captivating. "Do you know about Hogwarts?" He trailed closely behind the boy like a little shadow, standing only at the boy's waist yet trying to appear mature by straightening his back. "I do." The boy's words were few and brief, yet not devoid of warmth. "Which house do you think I will be sorted into?" "Gryffindor." "I wish to be in that house too. My father graduated from there." Yi Qing regarded the 10-year-old child, who was the father of Ron, and whose future mother would be Molly Pruitt. However, the current Arthur Weasley was merely a 10-year-old boy, harboring dreams of Hogwarts, yet had yet to encounter his first love. "Arthur." His mother's voice echoed from downstairs, prompting Arthur to bid farewell to the boy and rush down. "I'm here, Mom. What were you doing up there?" There was a handsome older boy. Severus said, "Let us go to the amusement park now." "All right." "Dad, what did you buy?" Arthur inquired as he walked. "Your mother's favorite roses. They also serve to ward off muggle prying eyes, which we happen to need," he replied. Arthur, uninterested in such matters, turned to glance back as they exited the alley, his eyes widening in shock as the shop had vanished. He hastily grabbed his parents, exclaiming in disbelief, "Mom, Dad, that shop is gone." "There's no need to be alarmed, Arthur," Cedrella reassured him, patting his head. "It's a common hidden magic. The shop can only be seen from a specific distance, dear. Besides, it's located in Muggle territory, and we've walked quite far, so it's normal not to see it now." Having received his mother's explanation, Arthur finally felt reassured, fearing he would never see that beautiful boy again. Lysai counted the money he had earned, placing it on the counter. As Yi Qing descended the stairs, he noticed the golden galleons on the counter and inquired, "What did you sell to that couple?" "Roses. I thought they would appreciate them." "How much did you sell them for?" 12 galleons. Yi Qing was slightly taken aback, surprised that Lysai, who typically charged exorbitant prices, had shown mercy this time. "Why such a low price? You're not usually this generous." "Sigh, you wouldn't understand." Lysai shook his head. "Those two are Arthur Weasley's parents. His father is from the Weasley family, and his mother hails from the Black family. After Cedrella married Septimus, she was disowned by the Black family. Their financial situation has never been great. Even after Arthur gets married, they will still be quite poor." "You certainly have a keen understanding of the plot." "Indeed." Lysai puffed up with pride. "I'm a devoted fan of NP, aside from matters concerning our beloved Professor Snape. I am well versed in many storylines." Having bid farewell to a month devoid of customers, the Full Moon General Store finally made a modest income. "I'm heading to the supermarket for groceries. You watch the store." "All right." Lysai nodded, his fingers furiously tapping the screen, engrossed in his game. Yi Qing shook his head. This fellow was far too enamored with gaming. In his words, he felt nearly driven mad in the primordial realm and now sought to enjoy himself thoroughly. Leaving the Full Moon General Store, he walked on the damp road, turning right after exiting the alley. After a brief walk of several minutes, he arrived at the shopping mall. The supermarkets of this era were quite simple, yet the goods were sufficiently stocked. Yi Qing frequently visited this place for shopping, and the staff were already familiar with him, eagerly promoting rice and other foods favored by Easterners. He purchased vegetables, fresh fish, and ribs. Lysai, that picky eater, had a particular fondness for little yellow croakers and various grilled fish. Although he couldn't cook, he was extremely discerning. Thus, Yi Qing deliberately bought 2 types of fish, preparing to head to the checkout when a commotion erupted from the corner of the supermarket. Again, you little rascal. Coming here every day to steal. Just wait until I break your legs today. Let go of me. Let go of me. Hand over the goods. Hold him down. The supermarket staff rushed in, pinning the frequently thieving child to the ground. Just as a rotund adult was about to stomp on the child's leg, Yi Qing stepped forward to intervene. Wait a moment. What did he steal? I'll pay for it. I advise you not to get involved. The last person who pretended to be kind ended up with their wallet stolen and got hit by a car. Yi Qing's gaze lowered, observing the child, who kept his head down, too timid to meet his eyes. He had a good memory and recalled seeing this child in Snape Town. At that time, the child's parents had just been carried away on stretchers, leaving him all alone in a dark corner. It's fine, how much is it? Thus, Yi Qing paid, bringing the boy, who had narrowly avoided a broken leg, outside. The child's clothes were so filthy that their color was unrecognizable, and he had no shoes on his feet. He had endured countless hardships over the past few months. Pulling out the squashed bread from his shopping bag, he handed it to the boy. What is your name? Ariel accepted the bread, but did not eat it, answering in a hoarse voice, Ariel Smith. Have we met in Snape Town? Ariel nodded. He had been scheming to wander around this place for 2 months, hoping to encounter the boy before him. Each time he came to this supermarket to steal. It was deliberate. He had miscalculated the timing several times, getting caught and punished by the staff. But today, he had finally succeeded in being noticed. Would this kind stranger take him in? He longed for the aroma wafting from a neighbor's window, clutching the bread tightly to his chest. How did you end up alone in London? My parents are no longer here, and our house has been mortgaged. I have nowhere to go. Ariel's tale was a sob story, albeit a lie. His house was not mortgaged. Being a minor, it was temporarily entrusted to relatives who were unwilling to care for him. He could only inherit the house after growing up in a welfare institution. Ariel did not wish to go to the orphanage, so he had run away. Chapter 37. Taking in a poor little beggar. This presents quite a dilemma. Yi Qing was unsure how to accommodate the child, feeling that, since arriving in this world, he had been encountering various juvenile humans, which put him in a difficult position. Do you have a place to stay? Ariel shook his head. He lived under bridges or among heaps of discarded items, anywhere that offered shelter. Shall I rent you a room? The child remained silent, staring at his bare feet. Yi Qing realized that his suggestion might not be appropriate. It was unsafe for an underage child to live alone. He had no money or means of support, and ultimately, he would become a vagrant. Never mind, let's just take you back to the store. Ariel. Yi Qing crouched down, meeting the child's gaze and said, I want to ask, would you like to live with me? Ariel had been eagerly anticipating this moment, suppressing his inner joy, and shyly nodded in response. However, I do not live alone. I have a companion, and together we operate a quaint little shop. You see, we are rather unique, and I fear we may frighten you. We are not ordinary beings. Would you still wish to reside with us despite this? Ariel blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend the youth's words. Yet, he soon grasped the reality before him. Observing the shop, its facade was narrow and modest, yet the interior was spacious, as if it belonged to 2 entirely different realms. How utterly unscientific. Looking up, he beheld the chandelier suspended overhead, with candles that ignited spontaneously, shelves that tidied themselves, and brooms that swept the floor autonomously, along with pots that poured themselves water, and so forth. Ariel understood. The boy's words held truth, and this shop was indeed extraordinary. He adapted swiftly, even though the environment appeared bizarre and daunting. The 2 young inhabitants of the shop were remarkably amiable, and Ariel found himself quite fond of them. When Yeqing brought a human child into their midst, Li Qi showed no aversion, busily preparing a room for the child. The Xingtu Academy had a unique protective law, caring for the young human offspring, which explained their generous and affectionate treatment towards such beings. Ariel sat upon the sofa, cradling a warm cup of milk, his feet adorned with charming rabbit plush slippers, feeling snug and cozy. There was no fireplace, and despite the drizzling rain outside, he felt no chill whatsoever. In the kitchen, Yeqing busied himself with cooking, while Li Qi attended to Ariel's room upstairs. Curious, Ariel approached a shelf and gently touched a round, plump roly-poly toy. Its eyes suddenly sprang open, and it grinned at Ariel, emitting an eerie laugh. Startled, Ariel nearly dropped his cup, taking a step back and colliding with another shelf. The roly-poly continued to chuckle. Its unsettling gaze remained fixed upon Ariel, prompting him to flee back to the sofa, where the toy's eyes followed him. A shiver of dread crept over Ariel, and he dashed into the kitchen, where the boy was cooking in an apron, allowing his fear and unease to subside. Sir, he timidly called, biting his lower lip, hesitating to utter another word. What is it? Yeqing turned to him. I touched something in the shop. Oh, what did you touch? Yeqing was unconcerned and not the least bit angry, as long as he and Li Qi had accepted Ariel. The items in the shop posed no threat to him. After all, there was a contract. A red roly-poly, its eyes move. That fellow enjoys teasing children. Do not be afraid. All right. Ariel nodded, though he still felt too timid to return to the parlor. Li Qi descended with an armful of miscellaneous items. And upon noticing Ariel at the kitchen door, he smiled and said, Ariel, your room has been tidied up. Would you like to see it? I'll look later. Very well. If you find anything lacking, do let me know, and I shall provide for you. Ariel watched as the short-haired gentleman carried the clutter to the end of the first-floor corridor. That dark, deep hallway resembled a gaping maw. Yet he showed no fear as he vanished into the shadows. In truth, the short-haired gentleman was rather handsome, especially when he smiled. As two charming dimples appeared on his cheeks, Ariel glanced back at the long-haired youth, a slight smile gracing his lips. He found himself quite fond of the gentleman before him. At the round dining table, there was now an additional guest, Ariel, who had just joined the shop. Being still quite young, he could not yet become a full-fledged employee of the Full Moon General Store. There were clear regulations stating that only children aged 14 and above could officially join, and Ariel was merely 9, with a few more years to wait. After dinner, Yeching informed Ariel, who was engrossed in a fairy tale book, Ariel, there are certain areas in the shop where you must not wander. I understand, sir. Aside from your room and the first-floor parlor, you must not enter any of the rooms on the second floor, nor should you rummage through the first-floor rooms. And remember, you cannot go up to the attic without informing us. Understood, sir. Li Qi pondered for a moment and added, and do not touch the items on the shelves. Although nothing will happen, it can be quite troublesome to deal with. Yeching gently ruffled Ariel's hair before turning to tidy the items on the counter. He was so engrossed in his tasks that by the time he glanced back, it had already passed 11 o'clock, and Ariel was still seated on the sofa. It is quite late. Ariel, you should rest. Yes, sir. Ariel Smith ascended the stairs. His room was the second one near the staircase. With a sign hanging on the door that read his name, Ariel Smith, he cautiously pushed the door open and was greeted by a gentle breeze reminiscent of the sea. His eyes widening in astonishment. The room was beautifully adorned, with a window flung open to the outside, but the view beyond left him utterly speechless. Before him lay an expanse of cerulean ocean, and the scent of the sea breeze wafted into the room. Ariel recalled that this shop was situated in a narrow alley in London, making it impossible for a mere window to unveil such a magnificent vista. He suspected that everything before him was merely an illusion. Walking onto the balcony, the warm glow of the setting sun kissed his face. Looking down, Ariel discovered that the window was set high upon a cliff, with seabirds soaring overhead. The scenery was breathtakingly ethereal. Perhaps this was the very peculiarity of the shop that the gentleman had mentioned. That night, Ariel slept profoundly. He dreamt of a strange laughter that reminded him of the terrifying roly-poly. Hee. The gentleman had not divulged what the roly-poly was, and its mournful, haunting laughter startled him awake, revealing the dawning light. Dust motes danced in the sunlight, and the morning rays streamed through the window, spilling warmth upon his quilt. A few seabirds perched on the railing of the balcony, chirping merrily, while some even tapped at the window with their beaks. Ariel's gaze drifted in a daze, and he soon recalled all that had transpired the previous day. He had been taken in by Mr. Yi. The child scrambled out of bed, rushing to the washroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Upon opening the wardrobe, he was taken aback once again. The entire wall was lined with clothes, ranging from dark to light hues, and the drawers were filled with socks of all lengths and seasons, while the bottom shelf held a neat row of shoes. Yet, what astonished him most was the talking dressing mirror beside the wardrobe. Very nice, child. This outfit suits you perfectly. Ariel nearly screamed in fright, but he managed to stifle the sound, clutching his pounding chest. From the previous day to this one, he had experienced an overwhelming array of bewildering events, and he quickly came to accept that the mirror could talk. Why do you speak? Why do I speak? The mirror laughed heartily. Ah, that tale is quite ancient. My first master was a wizard who created me. I was sold to my second master, a lady of exquisite beauty, but she did not cherish me, for I did not conform to the aristocratic aesthetic. I was cast aside, only to be reclaimed by my current master, who has placed me in this room. Now, you are my master. A wizard? Ariel grasped the crux of the matter. Is Mr. Yi also a wizard? This thought conjured images of the terrifying sorcerers from fairy tales, a stark contrast to his perception of Mr. Yi. Undoubtedly, Mr. Yi is a formidable wizard. He mended my shattered mirror. Ariel swiftly donned his attire, dismissing the mirror's incessant monologue, and descended the stairs. Chapter 38, Tom of this World. Ariel observed Mr. Yi and Mr. Li arranging a plethora of fruits upon the table, seemingly preparing to depart. Mr. Yi, your breakfast is still warm in the pot. Do hurry and eat, Yi Qing chimed, busily placing the fruits into a bamboo basket. Ariel remained motionless, fixated on the two. Are you both heading out, sir? Indeed, Li Qi replied, lifting his head to set a neatly packaged bundle on the table. Today, Yi and I shall pay a visit to Jiaozi's home. Ariel, could you please keep an eye on the shop for us? There aren't many customers. And if they do arrive, just engage in some casual banter. Yi Qing interjected, what do you mean by casual banter? He cast an apologetic glance at Ariel. Do not heed his nonsense. Jiaozi? Ariel blinked, confusion etched on his face. The more he interacted with these two gentlemen, the more secrets he unearthed. They were so youthful, yet already had a child. His name is Severus Snape, Li Qi clarified. He resides in Snape Town, a place you must be familiar with. At the end of Spider-Tail Alley. Your home seems to be quite close by. Li Qi was keenly interested in everything pertaining to Snape. Ariel silently retreated to the kitchen, expressionless as he retrieved the warm breakfast from the pot, steamed buns, and a cup of steaming soy milk. Mr. Yi seldom allowed him to have milk in the morning. It was usually reserved for bedtime. Mr. Yi claimed that soy milk was more beneficial for one's health in the morning. Taking a bite of the fluffy, savory bun, he was met with a burst of meat filling, and as he chewed, the juices flowed forth. Sipping the rich soy milk, akin to the thickness of milk, Ariel's eyes narrowed slightly. He had developed a fondness for Eastern cuisine. It was utterly delightful. This was far more enjoyable than consuming a vegetable salad. Yet, the thought of Mr. Yi and Mr. Li leaving cast a shadow over Ariel's mood. Once he had finished his breakfast and cleaned the dishes, the shop was eerily desolate, almost hauntingly silent. When Mr. Yi and Mr. Li were present, the shop did not seem so daunting. But now, Ariel felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon him, making it difficult to quell the rising tide of fear within him. Approaching the counter, he seated himself on a stool, and upon hearing a faint sound, he turned towards the source, only to find the terrifying Weeble Wobble staring back at him. Startled, Ariel sat up straight, every moment akin to an agonizing trial. Suddenly, a sinister laughter reverberated through the corridor. Ariel's eyes widened, his grip tightening on the edge of the counter. Ha 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 ha. The eerie laughter echoed again, chilling and unnatural, as if it emerged from the depths of an abyss. Fortunately, this bizarre and frightening occurrence did not persist for long. As a customer pushed open the door to the department store, the instant the door swung open, Ariel felt the temperature in the air warm slightly. Why you hello, Ariel stammered, momentarily forgetting his purpose as the imposing figure approached. The man possessed hair as dark as ink, skin pale as alabaster, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes that, upon closer inspection, revealed a crimson hue. He surveyed the mundane Ariel and the vacant store with keen interest. Where is the owner of this establishment? The man inquired, his voice rich and captivating, akin to the resonance of a cello. Mr. Yi and Mr. Li have stepped out. What do you require? Lacking any knowledge of the shop's inventory, Ariel felt as though he were being thrust into the deep end of a pool. He recalled Mr. Ye's instruction to have customers jot down their requests on a sticky note, which would be addressed upon their return. They are not here? No, sir. However, you may write down the items you wish to purchase. The two gentlemen will attend to it when they return. Ha! The man scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. Let them come and collect your remains, then. Drawing forth his wand, he pointed it at Ariel. In a panic, Ariel tumbled from his chair, landing on the floor with a thud. Time seemed to freeze as the wand, imbued with potent magic, failed to unleash any spell. The wand's owner furrowed his brow, a tempest brewing above him, yet it merely produced a distant rumble, lacking any deluge. It turned out to be a false alarm, and Ariel mustered the courage to rise. He could not ascertain whether it was the store that safeguarded him or if this peculiar man had simply spared him. Observing the man's expression, Ariel opted for the former. Mr. Yi had assured him that as long as he remained within the confines of the shop, no harm could befall him. Sir, I believe the use of magic is prohibited within this establishment, Ariel quietly reminded him, having perused a book on wizards after discovering their existence in this world. Tom Riddle's expression shifted, a tempest of emotions playing across his face. For years he had commanded respect, and none dared defy his will. This damn shop, however, rendered him incapable of casting even a single spell, leading him to contemplate demolishing it. Interesting, Tom Riddle suppressed his inner fury. He understood that the moment he chose to fragment his soul, his temperament had become fearsome. Yet, his foul mood did not escalate significantly. Thanks to a delightful aroma wafting from a corner of the shop, the fragrance brought him comfort and stability, soothing even the offense he had just endured. Tom Riddle stowed away his wand, transforming once more into a refined, charming gentleman. Inform your master that I shall return this evening. With that, he turned and exited the shop. As the door closed, Ariel beheld the man vanish directly before his eyes. A wizard, Ariel mused aloud, a twinge of envy creeping in. How he wished he, too, could be a wizard. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a drowsy Ariel lay nestled upon the counter, lost in a deep slumber. The doorbell chimed as he continued to dream. Yi Qing hanging his coat by the entrance, not wishing to disturb the peacefully slumbering Ariel. He entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. The aroma wafting through the air roused Ariel from his dreams, prompting him to abandon the book in his arms and dash into the kitchen. "Sir, you have returned." Indeed, Yi Qing was simmering fish soup. Given that it was just the two of them, he had prepared a modest meal, a fish soup and a vegetable dish. "Why is it only you, Mr. Yi? Is Mr. Li not returning?" "Severus is unwell, and Li Qi has accompanied him to the hospital. I came back first to prepare dinner for you. After all, he can manage to care for Severus on his own." When Yi Qing and Li Qi arrived at Spidertail Alley, the children were wailing uncontrollably. Miss Prince was overwhelmed, and Tobias Snape was still at work in the factory. At first, Miss Prince thought the child was hungry and prepared a generous amount of milk powder, only to find that the child refused to drink even a drop and continued to wail. This prompted the two of them to realize something was amiss. The child was unwell. Chapter 39. The hostility of this world. Yi Qing recalled that there was another child at home, so after ensuring that Shifei's condition was stable, he returned to the shop. "How was business today?" he inquired. At the mention of this, Ariel felt a wave of apprehension and hurriedly explained the events of the day. "Did the customer mention his name?" "No." Ariel shook his head, but he said he would return tonight. "Very well." Yi Qing lifted the lid of the pot, gazing at the bubbling fish soup, and asked Ariel, "Do you enjoy spicy food?" Ariel shook his head, expressing his dislike. "Then I shall refrain from adding chili." Yi Qing was not particularly picky with food. He could consume nearly anything. Considering Ariel's aversion to spice, he naturally chose not to add it. After dinner, the mysterious customer indeed arrived. At that moment, Yi Qing was engrossed in studying a wand when a familiar figure pushed open the door of the Full Moon General Store. His appearance and aura bore an uncanny resemblance to Tom Riddle, whom Yi Qing had encountered in another realm. The only distinction was that this Tom Riddle would no longer gaze at him with tender affection and address him as Sir. "Good day. Welcome to the Full Moon General Store. How may I assist you? You are the proprietor here?" "Indeed." Tom Riddle scrutinized the youthful boy before him, who stood around 1.7 meters tall, reaching just to his shoulder. Though his visage was youthful, his eyes, resembling dark grapes, told a different story, like amber beads that had traversed the annals of history. "I have heard that you possess a plethora of items, Mr. Riddle had learned of this from his friend, Abraxas, who mentioned a wizarding shop in London that sold all manner of things. The Dark Lord, naturally, was not at ease and had come in person to take a look. He was also intent on assessing whether this young man was worth courting. "Yes, you can find whatever you desire within our establishment. Do you possess items that transcend death?" The boy paused, his pale eyes shimmering with amusement. He had not anticipated Tom Riddle to pose such a question. "Is there such a thing?" Mr. Riddle pressed. "Indeed, there is," Yi Qing affirmed with a nod. The shop did indeed harbor items capable of allowing a human to transcend death, though they were hardly items of benevolence. Tom Riddle's gaze sharpened, akin to a blade of ice, fixating on Yi Qing with a dangerous intensity, as though he deemed the latter to be jesting. Yet Yi Qing's expression bore no hint of frivolity. "How much? Do you not wish to inquire about the consequences of using it? What could be more valuable than eternal life?" Tom Riddle chuckled, for in his eyes, the ability to conquer death and acquire boundless longevity outweighed all else. "Sir, it is best to adhere to nature." No, you do not comprehend. Only by living can one truly possess everything." Aware that he and Tom Riddle shared no common ground, Yi Qing extended his hand, inviting, "Please, follow me." At the end of the first floor stood a red door, its handle gilded and devoid of a key. Yi Qing turned the handle, and the door emitted a faint creak, revealing a realm of darkness within. Tom Riddle followed him inside. The spacious room was not devoid of life. It housed a captive. As Tom Riddle beheld the emaciated figure, shackled in confinement like a grotesque creature, his expression darkened. The being raised its head, revealing a ghastly visage adorned with fangs, eyes of crimson hue, and slitted pupils, exuding a primal aggressiveness and threat. "This is a pure-blood vampire," Yi Qing elucidated. "An ancient vampire race, endowed with an extended lifespan. They are nearly impervious to death." "And this is the price you speak of?" "Indeed. To attain eternal life, one must inevitably pay a price, do they not?" Tom Riddle stepped closer. The fearsome vampire did not attack him, but merely observed. Within its red pupils lay a semblance of tranquility, as if it relished its confinement. "How did you capture him?" Yi Qing produced a syringe, piercing the vampire's pallid arm to draw half a vial of blood. The dark liquid, illuminated by the light, appeared viscous. "I did not capture him," Yi Qing stated, tossing a blood bag to the vampire. The creature grasped the blood bag eagerly, consuming it without resistance or aggression. "He came willingly," Yi Qing added, for the vampire had voluntarily presented itself as a commodity in the shop. "Have you made your decision?" Yi Qing inquired, holding the syringe toward Mr. Riddle. Upon transformation into a vampire, you will not only gain longevity, but also retain the ability to bask in sunlight and consume human food. You shall exhibit none of the typical characteristics of a vampire. This is the trait carried by this particular creature. Yi Qing explained, ordinary vampires can assimilate humans, but this one is unique. Those bitten or tainted by its blood retain their human traits, yet possess infinite life. Tom Riddle's eyes burned with an intense desire. He was eager to acquire this life that transcended death. How much? All your wealth, Yi Qing replied. Are you certain? Riddle's eyes glinted with a dangerous warning. No one had ever dared to negotiate terms before him. Sir, Yi Qing noted Riddle's subtle movements. I believe you are aware that magic cannot be wielded within this establishment. Why would I need magic? Mr. Riddle adjusted his suit, gradually approaching Yi Qing. Once I eliminate you, everything here will belong to me. Such a naive thought. Riddle lunged at the youth, yet he entirely underestimated the agile reflexes of the slender boy, who deftly leapt aside, landing several paces away. Not bad, mister. Riddle commended the boy, though his gaze grew colder. Will you hand it over, or shall I retrieve it myself? Unbeknownst to him, the vial containing the vampire's blood had somehow found its way into Yi Qing's pocket. He had no intention of willingly surrendering it. With a swift kick, he slammed the crimson door shut, a smile dancing upon his exquisitely crafted features as his hands flexed in anticipation. I look forward to witnessing your prowess, sir. Thus, mere minutes later, Ariel, who had been eavesdropping by the door, was startled by its sudden opening. Why, Mr. Yi, Ariel stammered, are you all right? He peeked through the crack of the door, only to be met with darkness and an overwhelming scent of blood that caused him to step back. I am fine, Yi Qing reassured, ruffling the little one's hair before closing the door. The customer is tired and needs a moment to rest. Ariel gazed uncertainly at the closed door, his earlier apprehensions lingering. Had he not heard the boy's voice, he would have been deeply concerned about Mr. Yi being bullied by that man. However, his worries had proven unfounded. With Yi Qing's skill, there were few in this world who could inflict harm upon him. Chapter 40. The arrival of Harry, a legendary figure. The Dark Lord had sustained injuries. In this peculiar shop, he found himself unable to utilize apparition or any form of magic. Relying solely on brute strength, he was swiftly vanquished by a frail youth, blood streaming from his wounds. Should word of this reach the wizarding world, it would surely tarnish his reputation for eternity. The vampire, shackled by iron chains, emitted a derisive laughter, seemingly mocking this overconfident man while also exuding pure delight. Fallen on the ground, Tom Riddle seized the potion that had rolled away and plunged it into his arm. The pain jolted him back to a semblance of consciousness, making him acutely aware of the vampire's blood transforming his very essence. He felt an urge to scream, yet gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His entire body racked with agony akin to having his bones crushed by a hammer and then doused in salt. Tom Riddle possessed a remarkable fortitude. Even as he endured the torment of metamorphosis, he resolutely remained silent, refusing to utter a single cry of despair. In his suffering, memories of his childhood resurfaced, those days at the Wolves' orphanage, where he often went hungry and bore the brunt of the matron's cruelty. He learned to navigate through deceit, harnessing terror to intimidate those who had bullied him, mastering the art of survival in squalor, and understanding that only by strengthening himself could he dominate the lives of others. At 35, Tom Riddle once again experienced inhumane torment. He had often relished in using malicious magic to torment those of lesser bloodlines, finding joy in their suffering. The physical pain he endured conjured images of muggles he had tortured to death, their faces flashing through his mind, blurring the line between reality and illusion. The laughter of the vampire echoed in his ears, a sound he found utterly detestable. Tom Riddle loathed the presence of such mockery, yet in his pain, he felt as frail as a newborn. Time passed, and the door swung open, revealing a boy with straight legs standing at the threshold, gazing at the gasping figure sprawled on the floor. Mr. Riddle, congratulations on your rebirth. The buzzing in Riddle's head subsided as he lifted his gaze toward the entrance, momentarily forgetting the beating he had received mere hours prior. His senses sharpened. Even in the dim, cramped room, he could discern the boy's amber-like, exquisite eyes. He rose to his feet, brushed the wrinkles from his clothing, and spoke with fatigue. This is the key to the wizarding bank. You may take it. He handed the key to the boy, staggering past him as he exited the room. The boy, Yi Qing, bowed slightly, bidding, welcome for your next visit. As Tom Riddle pushed open the door to the full moon emporium, the sunlight struck him with an unexpected intensity, prompting him to shield his eyes until he adjusted. He paused at the alley's mouth, glancing back at the shop where flowers bloomed vibrantly and bells chimed softly in the breeze. Yet, a sharp pain pierced his heart, leaving him confused and unable to articulate his feelings. Night descended like ink, and Yi Qing, resting in his spacious room adorned with a vintage, pastoral aesthetic, found himself unable to sleep soundly. The room was filled with wooden furniture, and beyond the sliding doors lay a sea of flowers and fields. With the majestic Alps in the distance, their snow-capped peaks surrounded by the vibrant blooms of spring, creating a scene akin to a celestial paradise. Stars twinkled in the sky, and the gentle moonlight spilled across the plush carpet as the boy, barefoot, rose to pour himself a cup of tea, cradling the warm cup as he stepped out onto the balcony, where the alpine breeze carried the scent of fresh grass. However, the unease within him prevented sleep, and after sipping his tea, he resolved to explore downstairs. The hallway clock indicated 5 o'clock. Dawn would break soon. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of cooked food, while vegetables and fruits lay in a basket. Finding himself with nothing to occupy his time, he ignited the flames in the fireplace, the roaring fire warming the living room. At that moment, a loud thud echoed from outside the glass door. Yi Qing turned his gaze toward the dark alley, where the shop's light illuminated the cobblestones, revealing a shadowy figure rising from the ground. Another wizard, perhaps? Lately, it seemed wizards frequently appeared near the shop, drawn by apparition. Curiosity piqued. He watched as the figure abruptly turned to face him. Due to the lighting, Yi Qing could not discern the individual's features, yet he felt the intensity of their gaze. Sharp and predatory, like a wolf fixated on a delectable piece of meat. Frowning, Yi Qing disliked the sensation of being scrutinized as prey. The figure rushed to the shop's entrance, slamming the door open with a force that suggested an attempt to dismantle it. The orange glow of the light transformed the intruder's face into a grotesque mask, enhancing the sharpness of their gaze. Yi Qing's eyes widened in shock. The youth approached him recklessly, enveloping him in an embrace as though he were a long-lost treasure returning home. Yi Qing, called Harry, certain he had not erred. This boy was indeed Yi Qing. They had shared countless days and nights together. How could Harry possibly mistake him? This wretched individual had abandoned him. And for over 30 years, Harry had never loathed his own helplessness as he did now. If only he could conceal the entire truth. Perhaps he and Yi Qing could lead a blissful life in another world. In stark contrast to Harry Potter's excitement, Yi Qing's lips twitched in discontent, his brow furrowing as he attempted to push Harry away, yet the young man's strong arms held him tightly. Yi Qing, I have missed you so much. The longing that transcended time caused the weary man to finally slump his shoulders, breathing in the familiar scent of the boy. Harry felt a sense of peace wash over him, though his emerald green eyes were like still waters, harboring a storm that could erupt at any moment. Harry, Yi Qing's voice was hoarse. How did you end up here? The two realms were not meant to intersect. Harry was merely a character in this world. By what means had he crossed over? The existence of two identical beings in the same time frame was forbidden. Harry's arrival would undoubtedly impose immense pressure upon this world. The only comforting thought was that this universe's Harry Potter had yet to be born. Yi Qing needed to take this grown savior away before the Harry of this world came into existence. I know you must be astonished, but this is the only thing I could do. I spent countless days and nights in the forests of Albania, exhausting all my magical resources. With each attempt to reverse time, I sought to alter our fate. Harry reached out to caress Yi Qing's cheek, his eyes filled with longing and determination. You have no idea how hard it was for me to arrive here. Yi Qing, you made it so difficult for me to find you. Chapter 41, I will not leave your side. Gently brushing Harry's trembling hand aside, Yi Qing replied, Harry, you shouldn't have come here. His sudden appearance in this realm, one that did not belong to him, would only lead to confusion and headaches. Harry had fantasized about Yi Qing's surprise upon seeing him, envisioned an exhilarating embrace, and imagined countless scenarios, yet none of them included this moment. Yi Qing's face bore no smile, his tone of refusal unmistakably direct, shattering the belief that had propelled Harry across time and space to this very place. Harry's smile disintegrated, akin to a bowl of water that had evaporated, leaving only a parched, uneven earth, desolate and forlorn. Yi Qing, Harry's voice trembled, his hoarse throat akin to a hand gripping his neck, stifling his breath. Do you not wish to see me? Not at all. Then why do you not welcome me? You do not belong here, Harry. A bitter, desperate smile cracked on Harry's face, tears welling in his eyes, but never spilling over. Are you jesting? I do not belong here. Why? Excessive explanations failed to impart the gravity of this truth to Harry, and Yi Qing could not elucidate the underlying principles. Was he to inform Harry that he was merely a character from a derivative narrative that compared to the characters in the original work? His essence was far too fragile to withstand this world, leaving him utterly without hope. Indeed, Yi Qing resided within the very realm of the original plot. The world from which this Harry emerged was but a fanfiction. The two realms were incompatible. A more potent original world would naturally reject a soul not meant for its existence. Harry, I cannot elucidate the reasons to you, but I harbor no malice. Regarding your parents, I am truly sorry. I have already forgiven you. I prefer to believe that those were merely dreams of fantasy, never to be taken seriously. Harry, I do not know what you have endured in these years since my departure, but look at yourself. You are in your 30s now. You ought to pursue what you love, rather than wallowing in the agony of the past. Yi Qing's attempts at consolation fell flat for Harry, who had tasted solitude and feared nothing. The anguish he had experienced throughout life was profound, yet what he yearned for most was the solace that only this person before him could provide. The temporal device on Harry's wrist indicated a depletion of energy. He grasped Yi Qing's arm, desperate to drag him back. Come back with me. You should return alone. Yi Qing replied. Harry stared rigidly as the energy dissipated from the device, transforming it into an ordinary wristwatch. He relinquished hope of returning and collapsed into Yi Qing's embrace. The immense energy required to traverse time and space had nearly shattered him. Yi Qing carried him upstairs, where they encountered Ariel, who was descending. Seeing Mr. Yi carrying a strange man, disheveled and resembling a drunken vagabond, Ariel inquired, Sir, who is he? A friend, Yi Qing replied. Ariel, could you do me a favor? Of course, sir. Ariel would never refuse Yi Qing's requests, even if it meant risking his life. Please fetch some toiletries from the supermarket. The money is in the drawer at the counter. You may take it. Understood, sir. Ariel dashed downstairs, retrieved the money, and vanished into the night through the shop's door. The London night was far from lively. Lines of lights illuminated the streets, and occasionally, one might glimpse solitary passers-by, drifting through the darkness. Their movements were sluggish, expressions numb, as in this age of economic crisis. Everyone seemed to live like specters. Upon returning from the supermarket with a plastic bag, Ariel found Mr. Lee seated on the sofa, cross-legged, chuckling at a television drama while cradling a bowl of instant noodles. Mr. Lee, Ariel greeted dutifully. You're back. What did you buy? Li Qi curiously scrutinized him, unaware that another person had joined them upstairs. Mr. Yi asked me to purchase some toiletries. What? A guest has arrived? How did I not know? Yes, Ariel nodded. He is a man who appears to be in his 30s. Mr. Yi has taken him upstairs. Who could it be? Li Qi dropped his noodles, padding upstairs in his plush slippers. Just as he was about to knock on Yi Qing's door, it swung open, revealing Yi Qing's beautiful visage, brow furrowed. Understanding Li Qi's imminent question, Yi Qing instructed him to go downstairs. Encountering Ariel on his way up, Yi Qing thanked him and urged the young boy to sleep, before descending to the living room with Li Qi. All right, you may speak now. Are you in a relationship, hiding a man in the house? Li Qi's face was a mask of curiosity. Yi Qing cast him a sidelong glance. It's Harry. Harry hasn't even been born yet. Do you think I'm foolish? Hurry and tell me who you've been involved with. It is Harry Potter, but not the Harry Potter of this world. He hails from another timeline. Born of a fanfiction, his soul will be repelled in this realm, and I currently lack the means to send him back. Ah, Li Qi exclaimed, mouth agape in astonishment. He must be extraordinary. How did he traverse time and space to arrive here? That is a question I, too, wish to answer, Yi Qing replied, shaking his head in resignation. If he knew, he would have long since returned him, sparing himself this perplexity. Should we consult the school? Is this situation considered a violation? It should not be, for our primary task is to sell the items in the store, is it not? That is true, Li Qi conceded with a nod. The teachers and leaders had granted them another opportunity to test their skills, with the task being to sell the merchandise, and no additional conditions had been stipulated. As the noodles began to cool, Li Qi took a sip of the broth and pondered aloud. What will you do? Now we have to feed another mouth. And he is a character. We can't just silence him, can we? I will find a way to send him back before the Harry Potter of this world is born. But there is no clarity in time magic within this realm, and the energy we possess cannot return us to that world, Li Qi lamented. Though they possessed energy capable of traversing time and space, it could not take them back to the timelines they had previously inhabited. This meant that Yi Qing was fundamentally unable to return to that fanfiction world. The rules established by Star Path Academy dictated that one could only visit a mission world once, designed to protect these realms. The reappearance of any character would induce chaos. The original Yi Qing had perished, and his sudden return would disrupt the world. Therefore, students of Star Path Academy could never step again into a familiar world. Chapter 42, Unexpected Gains. As dawn broke, Harry awoke from a soft slumber. He had dreamt a lengthy dream, one where Yi Qing had abandoned him, where he bore the nightmares alone, and where everything had turned terrifying. He longed to burrow into the soft blanket, reminiscent of the times he had snuggled in Yi Qing's warmth. Suddenly, Harry's eyes flew open in realization. The contents of his dream were indeed real. He was awake, and the unfamiliar room incited a sense of dread, yet the scent of the blanket felt comforting. Through the window, the meadows and fields of flowers beckoned, a gentle breeze wafting in, revealing the majestic Alps beneath the azure sky. birds soaring above, the landscape romantic and dreamlike. "You are awake," Yi Qing announced, entering with a fresh set of clothes. "Put on my clothes first, we can shop later." Harry's eyes brimmed with tears as he reached for the garments, only to find Yi Qing's arms encircling him from behind, pulling him into an embrace. "I had a nightmare," Yi Qing, with a voice laced with tears. Harry, who had undergone a profound transformation throughout his long, solitary existence, had once again learned to seek comfort and express his grievances to familiar faces. "It's nothing." Yi Qing gently patted Harry's broad shoulder. No longer the tender child he once was, he still clung to Yi Qing like a child. "Get dressed and come downstairs for breakfast." "All right," Harry replied cheerfully, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes as he began to don his clothes with a carefree demeanor. Yi Qing regarded the myriad of wounds adorning Harry's back, unable to fathom how the joyful child he had once sheltered had become so scarred and battered. He said nothing, and after dressing, the two descended together in silence to have breakfast. Li Qi kept glancing at Yi Qing, urging for an introduction. "Harry," Yi Qing set down his chopsticks. "Allow me to introduce my colleague, Li Qi. This is Ale Smith, the child Li Qi and I have adopted. Ale, this is Mr. Harry Potter, who is also a wizard." "Hello, Mr. Potter," Ale dutifully greeted. "Just call me Harry," he replied warmly, his demeanor not harsh or overly formal despite being the elder. "Mr. Potter has a wonderful relationship with our Yi Qing," Li Qi chimed in, his eyes twinkling mischievously. "Do eat more. These dishes are all specialties of Yi Qing." Yi Qing felt a nagging suspicion that these two were conspiring about something. After breakfast, as Ale prepared to head to school, Yi Qing had enrolled him in a local primary institution to ensure he could keep pace with the other children. Although Ale was an orphan, he lived a life of greater happiness than many other orphans. Harry Potter took up residence in this establishment, where Yi Qing had cleared out a bedroom for him during the day. The window of this room overlooked a serene maple forest, vibrant with the autumn air. Compared to Yi Qing's room, this space exuded a sense of maturity and tranquility. Standing at the door with a new set of bedding in his arms, Yi Qing noticed Harry lost in thought and asked, "Do you like it?" "I love it, Yi Qing, and I love you too," Harry replied, his eyes sparkling with joy as he joined Yi Qing in making the bed. On Harry's desk rested a framed photograph of his parents, a couple dancing hand in hand amidst falling leaves. In the wizarding world, photographs were animated, unlike the still images of the Muggle realm. As Harry gazed at the picture, he was momentarily entranced, touched by Yi Qing's thoughtfulness that stirred something deep within him. "Thank you, I truly cherish it." "Harry, in truth, Li Qi and I are not wizards. I believe you've already discerned that," Yi Qing confessed. Harry fell silent, indeed aware of this fact. No wizard could wield magic as casually as Yi Qing and Mr. Li did. Even among wizards, the use of non-wand magic was limited. Yi Qing and Mr. Li's magic and energy were so powerful that they could not be compared. "Li Qi and I do not belong to this world, nor to the world in which you were born. You may regard us as visitors from beyond, mere echoes within the crowd, transient figures in each other's lives." Harry placed a hand over Yi Qing's mouth, silencing his words. "In my heart, Yi Qing will never be a transient figure. You are someone I shall always remember and never forget." Yi Qing smiled. "Thank you. You two are the most important person to me." Harry's lips moved, yet he could not articulate the deeply buried feelings within. He feared that uttering them would render this moment fleeting, leaving him a true solitary figure, a wandering soul. Days later, Harry began to venture out frequently. Yi Qing did not impede his movements, but advised him not to carry any prejudiced notions towards anyone in this world based on his memories, not even towards Voldemort. Harry took this to heart. He merely observed familiar figures from the shadows, without impacting their lives. Gradually, Harry discovered that Voldemort had gathered a cadre of formidable followers. Though he was an extremist leader, prone to killing muggles in fits of rage, this terrifying image had recently begun to shift. In the Leaky Cauldron, numerous wizards were engaged in discussions about Voldemort. Rumor had it that he had spared a muggle who had dared to confront him, refraining from killing the individual. This incident became a topic of great intrigue among the wizards. Harry sat in a corner, listening intently, spotting some familiar faces, such as the young Lucius Malfoy, who had passed through the pub alongside his father, disappearing from Harry's view. My godfather must still be a child, Harry pondered, remembering that in his previous world, his godfather was an old man who constantly fretted over him, lamenting his lack of a romantic partner as he aged. In another world, a carriage halted before an opulent manor. Yi Qing settled the fare with the driver and surveyed the grand estate. The guard at the entrance glanced at him and inquired, "Who are you seeking, sir?" "Alois Torrensey. I believe he is the owner of this manor." The guard nodded. "Are you here to visit the master? Please wait a moment. I shall inform the butler." The servant dashed toward the manor, which took several minutes to traverse from the entrance to the interior. After 15 minutes of waiting, Yi Qing saw the guard return with a tall man dressed in butler attire. The man was poised and sophisticated, sporting a pair of conventional glasses that concealed his keen gaze. "Greetings, esteemed guest. The master requests your presence." The newcomer bowed deeply, extending his hand in invitation. "The sunshine is delightful today. What flowers does our guest prefer?" "Indeed, it is quite lovely," Yi Qing replied, glancing at the garden brimming with blossoms, regrettably informing the butler. "Unfortunately, the flowers I favor are not found here. A versatile butler should surely be able to fulfill any guest's request. Please specify," the butler insisted. "I adore the catalpa flowers," Yi Qing said. Claude, adjusting his glasses with a finger, led him to the entrance. "Please, come in." Claude opened the door, the previous conversation fading into obscurity. The catalpa flower, a beautiful bloom native to the East, was indeed beyond Claude's ability to procure for this guest. Chapter 43. The beautiful gentleman. The lavish drawing room reflected the wealth of a noble lineage. Alois Torrency, still groggy from sleep, rushed toward the entrance. His morning tea barely finished. He beheld a figure from his hazy memories, the mysterious shopkeeper who knew his true identity and had previously helped him exact revenge. Now returned to collect his dues. "You actually came," Alois murmured, a thought long buried in his heart. Now, he truly was the master of Torrency Manor, constantly haunted by memories of his past, unsure if it was all a dream or reality. "Of course I would come, Lord Torrency," Yi Qing replied politely, bowing to the young man. "I am here to collect my payment." Alois, unconcerned, motioned for his guest to take a seat. He bypassed Yi Qing, personally draping a napkin over him and taking a plate from a maid's hands, sitting closely beside Yi Qing, his manner overly familiar and somewhat frivolous. "I am quite wealthy now. It matters not how much you ask. Everything here belongs to me. Just tell me your price." Yi Qing smiled, meeting Alois's striking blue gaze. "Simply give me your most valuable possession." "What?" Alois was taken aback. The most valuable possession he bore was absent today. He had left behind the ring, a symbol of the Torrency family. Without this token, what else could possibly be of worth? His garments, shoes, and the exquisite gemstone brooch adorning his attire. Alois tore the purple gem from his sleeve and handed it to Yi Qing, declaring, "I believe this should hold the most value." "Thank you, this will suffice," Yi Qing replied, not intending to demand more, as he was merely going through the motions of this visit. Yi Qing noticed a child in the corridor on the second floor, gazing at him. This must be Alois's younger brother. Perhaps it was the item he had sold to this child long ago that had altered the course of this world's narrative. Anna, who ought to have been by Alois's side, was absent, leaving only Claude in her stead. Later, he had ventured to that alley, where no shops existed. "Where has your shop gone?" Alois tilted his head, his gem-like blue eyes scrutinizing Yi Qing. "Even Claude cannot locate you. I am curious as to where your shop has relocated." If anyone embodied an air of mystique in Alois's memory, it was Yi Qing. During the most harrowing period of his childhood, this man had sold him a vial of potion and a book, enabling him to eliminate those he despised. Though his subsequent path was fraught with challenges, armed with divine artifacts, he had slain the elder Count Torrency and forged a pact with the demon Claude. Acquiring this estate and all its riches, he was indifferent to souls. As long as one lived, that was sufficient. What became of the soul after death held no significance for him. Only those fated to see it would perceive the existence of the shop. Yi Qing remarked. Young Master Torrency, in his youth, also found himself in the shop due to fate. "Does that mean I am now devoid of such fortune?" Alois's expression darkened, a tempest brewing within him, though he restrained his fury. "I believe I must take my leave," Yi Qing stated, rising from his chair and performing a slight bow. "Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Torrency." "Wait." Alois rushed to the door, capturing Yi Qing's arm. "Where do you intend to go?" "I must return." "Will you not stay as a guest?" Yi Qing smiled gently. "I would be more than willing to visit again if the opportunity arises." "When will that be?" "I cannot say, Lord Torrency." Alois glared furiously. "Are you mocking me? You have no intentions of returning, do you?" Yi Qing remained silent. Indeed, he had no plans to revisit this world. His only connection to it was the young Alois, who had once been known as Jim Mackin, an orphan bereft of parental care, not a noble. Seeing the boy's resolute intent to depart, Alois commanded Claude, "Capture him, Claude." "At your command, my lord." Claude, like a gust of wind, appeared suddenly behind Yi Qing. Yet Yi Qing was not to be trifled with. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished outside the estate, leaving Claude momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that this boy, radiating the essence of humanity, possessed such agility. By the time Claude reached the estate's entrance, the boy had already disappeared, leaving no trace behind. He had failed to fulfill his master's order, and upon returning, was met with Alois's furious wrath. The sweltering summer in London enveloped the populace in an atmosphere of agitation, coinciding with the season of frequent thunderstorms. "Harry, dressed in short sleeves, appeared hurried as if he were on the verge of departure. Yi Qing, noticing him descend the stairs, inquired with concern, "Is there something urgent?" "Nothing," Harry replied, burdened by unspoken troubles, and swiftly exited the shop. Yi Qing observed his retreating figure, a frown creasing his brow. Harry seemed unusually preoccupied lately. The office he had allocated for him in the basement was often filled with thunderous sounds. It appeared he was engrossed in some perilous research. Yet Yi Qing never pried into Harry's affairs, remaining oblivious to what he concealed in the depths below. He left early each day, sometimes absent for several days at a stretch, and when he did return, he bore wounds. Yi Qing's heart ached for him, yet Harry consistently disregarded his concerns. Today was no exception. Li Qi was off to visit his beloved godson, Severus Snape, leaving Yi Qing alone in the vast shop. The 1-year-old Severus was utterly charming, and Li Qi had nearly become a full-time caretaker, frequently delivering goods to the Snape household, leading the residents of Spinners Inn to mistakenly believe he was the child's father. Yi Qing seldom visited, preoccupied with the shop's business and caring for the school-going Ariel. Shortly after Harry's departure, the thunderous roar of a storm erupted outside. Initially, a few raindrops plinked against the ground, but soon, a torrential downpour ensued. The thunder rumbled intermittently, and lightning flickered across the sky. Yi Qing opened a music box, listening to the slow piano melody while seated in the rocking chair at the counter, tilting his head to read by the light. A boy, drenched by the rain, paused at the shop's entrance, first glancing up at the unmarked storefront, devoid of any sign. The warm light spilled into the damp alley, illuminating the boy's black cloth shoes. He pushed the door open, and a bell chimed cheerfully. Yi Qing looked up, his ordinarily indifferent gaze widening in astonishment at the sight of something so beautiful. At first glance, he mistook the boy for a dirty but strikingly lovely girl entering the shop. Upon closer inspection, he realized the child had an Adam's apple and a flat chest, unmistakably a boy of extraordinary beauty. Panicking, the boy dashed into the shop, too flustered to compose himself, and dove beneath a table, as if evading pursuers. Chapter 44, A Visitor from Another World. Yi Qing glanced outside. The storm raged on, and aside from the sound of rain pattering, no one had appeared in the alley for several minutes. He understood. This child had emerged from another dimension. He likely had no inkling that he had stumbled into a shop nestled within a temporal rift, nor that those who sought him today would not succeed. "Come out. They cannot reach you," he encouraged. After a minute, the young boy crawled from beneath the table. His wet footprints had dried on the tiled floor, leaving a vivid trail behind him. Only then did the boy take the time to observe the shop's strangely decorated interior. "I'm sorry for making a mess," he stammered, terrified that the proprietor would expel him, bowing repeatedly in apology. "Not to worry. Why not sit and enjoy a cup of tea?" "But I'm filthy," the boy replied, wide-eyed. Yi Qing handed him a clean cloth to dry himself, then stoked the fire in the hearth, preparing a warm cup of tea and setting out a plate of pastries on the table. "Take your time." The boy assumed this to be an inn, albeit a peculiarly styled one. Afraid to drink the tea or eat the pastries, even as his stomach grumbled loudly, he hesitated, fearing he would be charged. Yi Qing perceived his apprehension and smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Everything is complimentary." Only then did the boy seize the teacup and gulp down a mouthful, choking on it due to his haste. Before he could compose himself, he began shoving pastries into his mouth, clearly starved. As Yi Qing made contact with the child, he glimpsed the boy's name and details. The boy was named Bai Ruo and was merely 12 years of age. Intriguingly, this Bai Ruo inhabited a realm entirely distinct from this world. In his domain, humanity was stratified into 3 tiers: contract masters, contract subjects, and non-contractors. The contract masters, being powerful, could bind numerous contract subjects to their will, akin to signing multiple contracts of life and death, leaving the chosen subjects with no choice. Typically, contract masters were formidable figures of high status, often nobility or royalty, and no one dared to provoke them. The contract subjects were inherently subjugated. Their lowly status afforded them no autonomy. Possessing an androgynous yet exquisite beauty, regardless of gender, they were often the servants of the contract masters. Non-contractors, on the other hand, were free from such constraints, occupying a middle ground. They comprised the largest demographic within humanity, yet their societal standing was generally low. Even though they were not bound by the contract masters, they could not defy their commands, given the latter's noble stature. The boy before Yi Qing, Bai Ruo, belonged to a family residing in the city of Gongtu, being the son of the city lord, yet he was classified as a contract subject. Had he been a non-contractor, it might have been more bearable, but as a contract subject, his identity was destined to be far from noble, leading to his abandonment. The city lord did not treat him harshly, merely neglecting him while fathering another child with his wife. This new son being a contract master with an arrogant demeanor who took pleasure in tormenting Bai Ruo daily. This time, it was Bai Qilin who pursued Bai Ruo with a servant in tow, prompting Bai Ruo to hastily flee into an alley, inadvertently stumbling into a time-space shop. Yi Qing had never encountered such a unique human and found himself drawn to the extraordinarily beautiful youth, noting that, at first glance, he bore no distinction from other humans. He struggled to comprehend the differentiation between contract masters and contract subjects. I apologize for the intrusion. Dawn approaches, and I must take my leave. It's of no concern. What is your name? I am Bai Ruo of Gongtu City. Although he was aware that revealing his identity might not elicit recognition from the youth, he understood that while everyone knew of Bai Qilin, none knew of Bai Ruo. After all, he was a lowly contract subject, born without the fortune or status that would elevate him, relegated to a life of insignificance within the Bai household. His biological father treated him worse than a dog, and his mother refused to acknowledge his existence. Living in the Bai residence, he lacked the privileges of a true young master, burdened daily with endless chores and subjected to the bullying of his younger brother. At times, he contemplated that such a constrained existence would be better ended in the rivers, accepting death as a release. Are the people from your realm all so unique? What? Bai Ruo replied, bewildered, struggling to grasp the young man's meaning. Yi Qing simply smiled and remarked, I observe no distinction between you and the contract masters. Why does your society delineate so many tiers? You. Bai Ruo's eyes widened in shock as he realized that the youth before him bore no discernible aura. This shattered all his preconceived notions. Every person typically emanated one of three essences: contract master, contract subject, or non-contractor. Yet, this young man possessed none of these, transcending all classifications, embodying a quality that every contract subject yearned for. How did you achieve this? Bai Ruo speculated that the youth had discovered a unique method to escape the constraints of their system. It is innate. Bai Ruo's hopeful gaze fell. He had imagined the youth possessed some secret technique. Noticing his despondent demeanor, Yi Qing spoke, I can assist you in becoming a contract master. What? Bai Ruo exclaimed. Spilling his cup as scalding tea splashed onto his palm, oblivious to the burn, his eyes fixed intently on the youth. Is that true? Becoming a contract master would afford him unimaginable power, liberating him from the demeaning treatment he endured and enabling him to openly vie for resources against Bai Qilin. A dream he longed to realize. However, wait a moment. Yi Qing rose and ventured to the storeroom. Although he had never visited such a peculiar realm, he recalled possessing an item that could grant the young boy's wish. He returned holding a vial of azure liquid, a transparent glass bottle containing a shimmering, golden-hued elixir, radiant and captivating like a silver galaxy. What is this? Drinking it will transform your unique essence, granting you the desires you seek. Bai Ruo hesitated, wary of such fortuitous offerings, aware that nothing came without a price. What do you want from me? I require nothing from you, Yi Qing clarified. As you can see, every item in this shop demands a price to be taken. However, I can offer you credit. In 6 years, I will seek you out, and you may repay me then. Bai Ruo stared at him in disbelief, suddenly dropping to his knees, vowing, I shall never forget your kindness, and in 6 years, I will repay the debt. As he sent the young boy on his way, Yi Qing caught a glimpse of Bai Ruo's world through the doorway, a simple, archaic alley, reminiscent of a bygone era, yet even more primitive. Once the door closed, the view shifted to the bustling streets of London, two disparate scenes rendered forever incompatible. Chapter 45. She has passed away. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. Time had left no trace of wrinkles on Li Qi and Yi Qing's faces, yet it had transformed those around them. Harry immersed himself in the study of time magic, obsessively seeking clarity, his visage marred by the marks of fatigue and weariness. Yi Qing, accompany me to the Snape residence. Noticing the grave expression on Li Qi's face, Yi Qing sensed impending misfortune. What is amiss? Miss Prince has passed away. This news bore a heavy sorrow. The beautiful, young, and gentle which had departed. On that day, Harry also set aside pressing matters to visit Spinner's End. The man whose memories had been altered by Yi Qing and Li Qi had descended into madness at the moment of his beloved wife's death. The magic she had cast upon him unraveled. The forcibly altered memories created by Yi Qing and Li Qi had twisted, overwhelming the fragile human psyche and triggering a complete mental breakdown. Have the doctors take Tobias away, Li Qi said hurriedly as he ascended the stairs. Unable to locate Severus, he felt an instinctive pull towards the backyard, where he discovered a pallid boy amidst the vibrant rose bushes. Severus, godfather. Li Qi approached and embraced Severus, his most cherished character, witnessing the boy's growth from a frail child into a charming young lad. A remarkable journey. Godfather, mother has left us. I am sorry. We should have arrived sooner. Severus shook his head, None of the blame lay with his godfather, for his mother's health had always been precarious. In Severus Snape's memories, he had two godfathers, one named Li Qi and the other Yi Qing. From an early age, his mother had conveyed to him that these two young men were his benefactors and the only individuals he could trust after her departure. Foreign funerals are rather informal. There is no need for a lavish banquet, merely a grave to dig and a body to inter. Without relatives, only a handful of individuals were present: Yi Qing, Harry, Li Qi, and the tardy Ariel, who arrived after school. Now in junior high, Ariel hurried home and, upon discovering the letter left by the teacher on the table, promptly utilized the portkey to reach Spinner's End. Familiar with the route from previous visits, he navigated effortlessly. The overcast weather cloaked Severus's town, with a persistent drizzle seemingly mourning the passing of Miss Prince. On the first night, Li Qi chose to remain at Spinner's End, accompanying Severus through the most harrowing hours. Yi Qing returned to the shop with Ariel and Harry, respecting Li Qi's decision, for it was evident that Li Qi held a deep affection for Severus. Perhaps due to a nurturing upbringing, Severus's personality differed significantly from that depicted in the original narrative. He was an exceptionally endearing and well-behaved child, though his eyes, reddened from weeping over his mother's demise, caused Li Qi much anguish as he baked cakes and tidied his clothes. The modest house bore the indelible marks of Miss Prince's presence. Li Qi honored Severus's choices, should he prefer not to reside with him. Li Qi would remain here to keep him company until it was time for him to attend Hogwarts. "Where is my godfather, my father?" Severus recalled his mentally unstable father, who at times would be lucid and kind, yet during his episodes would either strike or verbally abuse him. His mother had explained that his father's condition was the cause of such behavior. Severus, perceptive despite his quiet demeanor, could decipher much from the adult's veiled glances. He understood that his father did not harbor the love for his mother and him that he had once envisioned. It was his mother who had forced his father into such a state. He had overheard his father call him a monster, labeling his mother as one too, claiming that they, as two monsters, had ruined his life. "Mr. Tobias is in the hospital. Don't be afraid, Severus. He will return once he is well." "Would you like to come and stay with me at the shop?" The child hesitated, eventually responding, "I need to think about it." He was reluctant to leave the house filled with memories of his mother. "That is all right. I will await your decision." Li Qi had resolved that regardless of Severus's answer, he would remain there to support him. Though he did not comprehend the intricacies of human relationships, he recognized his fondness for Severus. This character, who had loved yet was unable to possess, ultimately sacrificing himself for his beloved's child, was one he could not easily let go. He believed that his purpose in this world was to be there for Severus. On the following morning, Severus awoke to the serene visage of his godfather, and the pain in his heart began to dissipate as he nestled closer, savoring the morning. He heard the chirping of sparrows outside, the sound of cars passing by, and the gentle rhythm of his godfather's breathing. Li Qi had risen early but refrained from disturbing the slumbering child, smiling softly as he noticed Severus nestled beside him. "What would you like for breakfast?" "Wontons. Your wontons are delicious." "Very well." Li Qi was proficient in making wontons, and while Yi Qing could be considered a master chef, Li Qi was merely a novice. His culinary skills were limited to simple human fare, such as tomato egg soup, noodles, and wontons. As they both got up, Li Qi intended to dress Severus, yet the boy, displaying remarkable independence, managed to clothe himself without assistance. This burgeoning independence brought a pang of sadness to Li Qi, who had wished to nurture Severus into a joyful young master rather than an overly mature child. The wontons in the morning were fragrant and delectable, and Severus finished his bowl of soup eagerly. The sunlight today was brighter than the previous day, the rain having left a faint aroma of fresh grass in the air. Li Qi hung the clothes he had set aside to dry. Miss Prince's garments were carefully stored in the wardrobe, while bed linens billowed gently in the sunlight, creating a picturesque scene tinged with a hint of sorrow. He could almost hear Miss Prince's laughter, bright and comforting. "Severus, you will undoubtedly grow to be as formidable as your mother." Under Li Qi's expectant gaze, Severus was unaware of the depth of his godfather's hopes for him. "Was my mother truly remarkable?" "Indeed, your mother was an extraordinary potion master. When you grow up, you will attend a magical academy and become a master in your own right." Severus had often heard his mother speak of such things and eagerly anticipated the day he would grow up. "Will you accompany me?" "I will seek a teaching position at your school. I shall certainly be there with you." Li Qi vowed earnestly, "I will ensure that you do not suffer. And I will see to it that you grow up joyfully, ultimately transforming your tragic fate into one filled with happiness until you marry and have children of your own." Chapter 46. Professor Dumbledore's visit. Li Qi envisioned things unfolding smoothly, yet reality often diverged from expectation. For instance, the teachers at Hogwarts, particularly the newly appointed headmaster, Mr. Dumbledore, had come to visit Spinner's End. The arrival of this gentleman put Li Qi on high alert. Unlike Yi Qing, who regarded Dumbledore with astute admiration, Li Qi perceived him as an entity more perilous than Voldemort himself. The astute Dumbledore, with his seemingly benevolent demeanor, concealed his true intentions behind a facade of warmth and amiability. "May I inquire who you are?" Although Li Qi recognized him, he could not overtly acknowledge Dumbledore, opting instead for a tentative greeting. "Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts." The elderly man smiled serenely. His age was indiscernible, for he had lived for many years. Despite his white hair, his gaze remained sharp and penetrating. "May I ask what brings you here?" From the outset, Li Qi was reluctant to permit Mr. Dumbledore entry, lingering at the threshold with hesitation. "Miss Eileen Prince Snape wrote to me last week, expressing her desire for me to guide young Mr. Severus Snape into Hogwarts upon her departure. Please, come in." Reluctantly, Li Qi stepped aside, pouring tea for Mr. Dumbledore just as Severus descended the stairs, clutching a book. Noticing the unfamiliar gentleman in the living room, he politely nodded. "Good day, sir." Dumbledore scrutinized the dark-haired, pale-faced boy, noting his resemblance to the memory of Eileen. Severus's eyes sparkled with intensity, reminiscent of his taciturn mother. Though outwardly calm, his gaze was remarkably expressive. "You must be Severus Snape." "Yes, sir. I have been sent by your mother to check on you. She was once my student and an exceptional potion master." Hearing about his mother transformed Severus's expression. "You know my mother?" "Indeed. Let us sit and converse." Li Qi felt like an outsider, sidelined from the unfolding dialogue. However, he politely refrained from interrupting the conversation between Dumbledore and Severus. Perhaps Severus should communicate with Mr. Dumbledore, for he certainly has the right to know everything about his mother. "Once you turn 11, you will receive a letter from Hogwarts, and then you may attend the school. It will become your home for the next 7 years, where you will forge friendships, grow, and learn the art of magic. Thank you for sharing all this with me, sir. It is evident that this child is destined for Slytherin." Dumbledore is impartial. Regardless of the traits possessed by this child, he treats all students with unwavering fairness. After concluding his conversation with Severus, Dumbledore finally had the opportunity to engage with the young lad before him. "You are his godfather." "Indeed. I have heard Aaron mention you. And I am aware that you operate a rather peculiar shop in London. I shall make it a point to visit. I presume Mr. Dumbledore did not come solely for this matter." Dumbledore smiled. "You are quite astute, child. I indeed have other reasons for seeking you out. Please, sir, do share. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Order of the Phoenix." As anticipated, Li Qi's smile vanished instantaneously. His and Yi Qing's remarkable magical prowess had already captured Dumbledore's attention since their arrival in this world. It is entirely normal for members of the Order to approach him at such a critical juncture in the fight against Voldemort, as they too require powerful wizards. "I will consider it." Dumbledore clearly did not expect such a response from the boy. Many wizards feel honored to join the Order. If the boy did not express any desire to join, it would undoubtedly concern Dumbledore, for allowing a powerful wizard to remain unaligned would be perilous. His thoughts mirrored those of Tom Riddle, who, now a full-fledged vampire, was also apprehensive about Yi Qing and Li Qi joining the Order. He even stationed a wizard near the alley to monitor them around the clock. "I look forward to hearing from you." After Dumbledore departed, Li Qi felt overwhelmed. All he wished for was to accompany Severus in this world, yet trouble continually sought him out. Inside the shop, Yi Qing, who had merely intended to step out for groceries, found himself abruptly enveloped in a cloud of yellow sand the moment he opened the door. The air was scorching and dry, a stark contrast to the persistent drizzle of London. The portal of time and space had reopened, thrusting Yi Qing into an unfamiliar realm. Behind him lay the shop, while before him stood a city ravaged by swirling sands. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and turned back to behold a dilapidated wooden door that buckled under the cold wind. He covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve as he navigated through the tempest of sand. It was hardly common for anyone to venture out in such treacherous weather. This city was exceedingly impoverished, its technological advancement reminiscent of ancient times. The drought was so severe that after wandering for quite some time, he had yet to see a single green plant. Only brittle branches littered the ground. The sandstorm was fierce, and he chose a tavern, pushing open the door to find it surprisingly bustling with patrons. Seated at the tables were groups of individuals dressed in exotic attire. Some brandished curved daggers, while others were clad in rugged garb. Yi Qing, in his unique ensemble, stood out among them. He wore a white shirt paired with dark jeans, complemented by a vest, and his inky black hair cascaded over his shoulders. His aristocratic appearance resembled that of a nobleman, ill-suited for this perilous town. "Waiter," he called. "Coming right up, esteemed guest." The waiter rushed over, momentarily distracted. "What would you like to eat? What do you have?" Yi Qing quickly adapted to the role, selecting a seat and pouring himself a glass of water, brushing off the dust from the bowl. His fastidiousness attracted numerous gazes, marking him as a noble in the eyes of those around him. Such a label could lead to dire consequences. Once he stepped out of the tavern, this young lord might find himself in grave danger. Nevertheless, as a customer, he was obliged to engage with the waiter. "We offer fine scallion noodles, roasted lamb, and strong liquor, though you don't seem like someone who enjoys drinking," the waiter replied. Yi Qing smiled. "2 portions of lamb, a jug of wine, and a bowl of noodles, please." "Certainly, esteemed guest," the waiter exclaimed, bustling off to prepare the order. As he departed, the eyes of the patrons converged upon Yi Qing. He resembled a modern individual who had inadvertently wandered onto a film set. His behavior was unremarkable, yet his attire was strikingly out of place. Chapter 47, A Harsh Life. Not far off, a brother and sister, dressed in an adventurer-esque garb, were dining. The young girl, despite her boyish attire, was possessed of a curiosity that surpassed her brother's. Having lived in this city for several days, she had encountered nothing but the grim visages of the unfortunate. Spotting a fair-skinned youth in the tavern, her gaze remained fixated upon him. "Brother, where is that person from? I have never seen such peculiar clothing." The young man, referred to as her brother, glanced at Yi Qing and shook his head. "I do not know. Focus on your meal, little sister. Do not gawk at others, lest you attract attention. I am merely taking a look. It won't cost me anything," she retorted, unimpressed. After all, she was not the only one observing. The entire tavern was watching. The waiter was quick and soon returned with a fragrant roasted fish, a bowl of scallion noodles, and a jug of wine. Yi Qing, surveying the food, could surmise the economic backwardness of this era. The roasted meat was simply seasoned with salt. The scallion noodles were nothing more than plain noodles with green onions, and the wine had a low alcohol content, unlike the stronger varieties of modern times. He took a sip. The wine was pleasant, but lacked depth. A bite of the noodles revealed them to be adequate, though he preferred spicier fare. The roasted meat was too greasy. After a few bites, he found it unpalatable. He then called the waiter to settle the bill and inquire about local matters. For this was the true purpose of his visit. "Waiter, may I ask you something?" "Of course, esteemed guest," the waiter replied, beaming with delight at the prospect of a generous patron. "What is the name of this place?" "This is the city of the butcher, my lord." "You arrived here and did not even know the name of the place." The waiter scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Indeed, with the recent storms, many have lost their way. Just like you. By the way, is there someone named Bairoa here?" "Shoo." The waiter gasped in shock. "My lord, you must never utter that name. In this place, to speak that name is utterly forbidden." The waiter appeared genuinely frightened, clearly not feigning. "And why is that?" Yi Qing inquired. The waiter wiped the sweat from his brow, clearly shaken. "You are an outsider and may not be aware. The name you mentioned belongs to the lord of the butcher city. It is strictly prohibited to speak his name directly. Those who do so openly often meet a grim fate." Yi Qing nodded and rewarded the young attendant with a handful of silver coins before departing from the inn. Unbeknownst to him, a small mouse stealthily trailed behind. He feigned ignorance, winding through narrow alleys until he successfully disoriented them at the street corner, leaving them behind. The city of Gongtu, ruled by Lord Bairoa. The boy who had once been bullied had now ascended to lordship, a testament to the swift passage of time in this realm. Yet, in Yi Qing's eyes, Gongtu was not a prosperous place. It was beleaguered by oppression and natural disasters, with its inhabitants living in dire straits, gaunt and haggard. Occasionally, he would catch sight of a robust figure, either a government official or a wealthy merchant, while the common folk, unable to fill their stomachs, wandered about with hollow eyes, resembling specters of starvation. In this impoverished city, the most grandiose structure was the lord's mansion. The Bai residence was adorned with willow trees. Yet these shade-loving plants thrived only in areas abundant with water. The willows before the Bai manor had long become mere relics, with only 2 trees enduring the relentless sun. Yi Qing arrived at the entrance of the Bai estate and knocked on the door. A servant opened it, casting a hostile glare at him. "Who are you?" "I seek an audience with Lord Bai. Please inform him that I have come to collect payment for goods rendered." "Madman," the servant cursed, slamming the door shut, dismissing the youth's words entirely without relaying them. The rejected youth shook his head, retreated beneath the eaves, gazing up at the towering city walls. With a nimble leap, he ascended the wall effortlessly. The stark contrast between the inside and outside was striking, while the ordinary folk outside struggled even for a sip of water. Within the confines of the Bai estate lay a resplendent courtyard with azure waters stretching to the horizon, where several plump whales swam amidst lush greenery and lotus flowers. Groups of servants wandered about, carrying trays down from the upper floors. Yi Qing, uncertain of where Lord Bai resided, decided to intercept one solitary servant, covering her mouth and dragging her into a corner. The servant, frightened and about to scream, turned around and froze at the sight of him. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to inquire about something. Her cheeks flushed, as a lowly servant. She had attended to countless dignitaries, but had never encountered anyone with a presence so exquisite as this youth, resembling a rare gem. What would you like to know, young master? The maid, her earlier fear dissipating, now displayed the bashfulness of a shy girl. Do you know in which room Lord Bai resides? The Lord's chambers are in the West Wing, at the Tianshu Hall, she answered timidly. He has a temper, so please be cautious. Thank you. With a wave of his hand, the fragrant scent wafting from his sleeve caused the maid to faint. He gently leaned her against the wall, and with a swift motion, his lithe figure vanished into the courtyard like a swallow. Tianshu Hall presented a stark contrast to the outside world, filled with exotic flowers and plants, exquisite pavilions, and fluttering butterflies. A white cat basked in the sun, revealing the wealth of its owner. Yi Qing perched upon a rooftop, surveying the beauty beneath the eaves. He wandered inside the house, but found it empty, indicating that Bai Ruo had not yet returned. After a brief wait, he indeed saw a tall man enter the courtyard. Unaware that the guard accompanying him had paused slightly before disappearing around a corner, Yi Qing heard a rustle of wind, and, before he could turn, felt the cold steel of a blade pressed against his neck. Who are you? Trespassing in the Bai estate is a capital offense. The assailant's skills were formidable, catching even Yi Qing off guard. I mean no offense, Yi Qing replied confidently, turning to find that it was the armed servant who followed Bai Ruo. I seek your master regarding an important matter. I bear no ill intent. The servant sheathed his blade, and together they leaped down from the rooftop. Yi Qing scrutinized Bai Ruo, who in turn assessed Yi Qing. To Yi Qing, time seemed to drag on, but for Bai Ruo, he had matured from a child to an adult. Throughout these years, he had tread upon the bones of his past, long forgetting the life he once led in the marketplace, save for the memory of a benefactor who had helped him cleanse his sullied identity. Who are you? Bai Ruo furrowed his brow, unable to recall where he had seen this youth before. The boy's striking beauty felt familiar to him. Lord, you may have forgotten, but on that stormy night, you visited my shop, and I sold you an item. You were short of funds, and I offered to extend credit. Yi Qing nodded slightly, expressing his respect. I have come to collect that debt. You are. Bai Ruo's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly regained his composure. Please come in. With a wave of his hand, Bai Ruo beckoned for refreshments as the armed servant instructed a maid to fetch the payment. Yi Qing quickly interjected. I did not come to collect money. Bai Ruo understood immediately. He had encountered many who would use favors as leverage. He felt a twinge of regret for the youth, yet maintained his cordial demeanor. Indeed, money felt rather mundane. If the young benefactor desired, he could even offer a position in the court, though he wondered how much the youth could truly stomach. The handsome youth smiled amiably, producing a pen from his sleeve along with a small booklet. He opened it to a blank page and presented the pen to Bai Ruo. As compensation, might I request a verse of poetry from you? Is that all? Bai Ruo, incredulous, had grown accustomed to those who demanded exorbitant favors, and he was both skeptical and astonished by this request. Indeed, Bai Ruo, perplexed, held the pen, unable to comprehend. You traveled all this way for a single poem? He had scoured the entire city for that shop, believing it had moved. Now, witnessing the youth before him, he was not only taken aback by his eternally youthful visage, but also by his unexpected arrival. A lord's poetry is worth its weight in gold. A single verse is more than enough for me, Yi Qing replied with a smile, and he spoke truly. In this world, Bai Ruo, despite being a ruthless lord, had his poetry valued immensely in the distant future. A single poem could fetch billions, equating to untold wealth. Furthermore, currency in ancient times was far more valuable than in the modern era. Yi Qing's choice to request a poem was strategic, intending to bring this precious artifact to the Star Map Academy. Many scholars from the academy sought to preserve valuable relics, ensuring they would be immortalized in the annals of history rather than reduced to mere dust in the vastness of time. Very well, Bai Ruo, still baffled, took the pen and penned a poem inspired by a fleeting moment of inspiration from the previous night. Once the ink dried, Yi Qing examined the poem with satisfaction, preparing to take his leave when Bai Ruo, sensing his intent, urged him to stay. There is an assembly in 2 days. It will be a lively time in Gongtu. Why not remain and witness it? Yi Qing considered, recognizing the charm of the season. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. Thank you, my lord. Bai Ruo arranged for him to have a room adjacent to Tianshu Hall. The pillow is soft, the quilt is soft, the tea is fragrant, and the house also boasts refreshing, thirst-quenching water. A delicate flower, exuding a subtle scent, rests beside the window, while every piece of furniture is meticulously polished, exquisite and beautiful. Yet, his gaze strayed beyond the swirling yellow sands outside the white manor, where countless souls languished, enduring hunger and cold. After a night of peaceful slumber, Yi Qing awoke to a slight stiffness in his neck. The pillow was excessively high, twice the height of what he was accustomed to. It had been comfortable at first, but once he fell into a deep sleep, his neck could no longer bear the strain. Cradling his sore neck, he rose from bed. At the door, a maid, hearing the commotion, knocked and inquired, "Young Master Yi, are you awake?" "I am," he replied. "You must get dressed. Come in, please." The maids entered, carrying water and clean garments, attending to Yi Qing's washing and grooming. Initially, he felt somewhat out of place, but as the maids showed no sign of discomfort, he suppressed his unease. Under their attentive care, he donned his attire and crowned his head, lacking any distinguishing marks. The maids were oblivious to whether this mysterious guest was a contract holder or a non-contractor. Regardless, no maid would ever perceive this strikingly handsome youth as a mere contractor. Contractors held a lowly status, unbefitting of someone with such an imposing presence. The city lord awaited in the dining hall. "Young Master Yi, please follow me." The head maid beckoned, guiding him through the long corridor. They traversed a courtyard embraced by verdant waters, and amidst the melodies of a zither and the graceful dances of the maids, he arrived at the dining area. Bai Ruo was a man who truly understood the art of indulgence. Having shed the identity of a contractor, he no longer feared any forces that sought to oppress him, reveling in the privileges and power that came with his station. At that moment, he held a white porcelain cup, swirling the wine within, savoring the exquisite dishes, raising an eyebrow in delight as he welcomed Yi Qing's arrival. "Did you sleep well last night, young Master Yi?" "Very well. Thank you for your gracious hospitality, Lord." "No need for formalities. Please take a seat." Yi Qing sat across from Bai Ruo. Unlike others, he did not eat with chopsticks. Instead, he washed his hands in the basin brought by the maids, dried them, and took a piece of bread, rolling it around the dishes on the table to eat directly. Yi Qing found it perplexing that one would forego chopsticks in favor of using their hands. Sensing his confusion, Bai Ruo chuckled and explained, "I find chopsticks cumbersome. Too much trouble." Yi Qing offered an awkward smile, choosing silence as he continued to eat his breakfast. After the meal, with nothing pressing to attend to, Yi Qing accompanied Lord Bai on a leisurely stroll, only to witness just how languid the lord of a city could be. Unable to contain himself, he ventured, "My lord, do you not venture outside the mansion?" Bai Ruo disdainfully shook his head. "The outside world is a murky place. It is quite bothersome to behold. But those are your subjects, my lord. If you do not concern yourself with their well-being, how shall they survive?" Bai Ruo scoffed, his gaze cold and devoid of empathy. "Do you not know how those lowly commoners mistreated me when I was a mere contractor? They hurled vegetable leaves in my face, spat vile words upon me. Every one of them felt entitled to trample upon my dignity. Why should I show them kindness?" Yi Qing lowered his gaze, ceasing his attempts at persuasion. Hatred brewed within him. He understood, yet felt powerless to offer solace. "What will you do in the future, my lord? Will you simply abandon those commoners to their fate?" "I shall adapt to circumstances." Yi Qing had surmised correctly. Bai Ruo had no intention of treating this city well. His actions were rooted in vengeance, each word and deed laced with malice directed at the innocent populace. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, dark clouds gathering over the flower-laden garden. Bai Ruo glanced up and said, "Let us return indoors. A strong wind is approaching." Yi Qing beheld the ominous clouds rolling in from the horizon, heralding a violent sandstorm. Chapter 49, The Assassin's Strike. Outside, the wind howled, creating a cacophony, and though Bai Ruo's manor boasted sturdy walls and double-glazed windows, the fierce gusts penetrated with an ear-splitting roar. Reaching the ears of the two inside, Yi Qing sat before the bookcase, engrossed in reading, while Bai Ruo idly toyed with artifacts bestowed by other cities. Among them was a telescope, a rare curiosity in this era, owned solely by the nobility. Yi Qing found it unremarkable and thus remained uninterested, instead developing a keen fascination with the ancient texts on the shelves. For Bai Ruo, his interest lay in the young man before him, twirling the telescope in his hands. He peered at Yi Qing with a playful glint in his eye. "Does your shop sell anything else of interest?" Yi Qing lifted his gaze from his book, meeting Bai Ruo's query with curiosity. "Is there something you seek, my lord?" Bai Ruo smirked slightly, reclining in his chair, lamenting, "The human heart is like a bottomless abyss, never satisfied." "That is indeed the case," Yi Qing affirmed. "It is only natural. Life compels one to yearn for that which is unattainable, be it a beloved who remains elusive, glory that cannot be grasped, or miracles that evade pursuit. These desires are what fuel our existence, are they not? Then, does the young master know what I require?" Despite appearing older, in truth, Yi Qing could be considered Bai Ruo's forebear. "I do not know," he replied. "This world is utterly uninspiring. I seek some amusement." "Does your shop possess anything that might invoke interest?" "Alas, it does not." Yi Qing shook his head. "But I do have a thread of longing that may guide you to your soulmate, should you wish for it." "A soulmate?" Bai Ruo sneered derisively. Does such a ridiculous notion truly exist? How can you know if you do not try? Yi Qing urged. Then I shall give it a try. He handed the red thread to Bai Ruo, one end entwined around Bai Ruo's finger, while the other lay comfortably in his palm. When you encounter your soulmate, the thread will bind you to them, ensuring a perfect match. Bai Ruo, skeptical yet intrigued by this whimsical notion, accepted the thread as the winds outside began to subside, and the evening sky dimmed with the setting sun. The maids, having taken refuge indoors, emerged one by one, lighting the lamps in the courtyard and swiftly clearing the dust from the corridors. 2 hours later, after finishing dinner, Yi Qing returned to his room to rest. Not long after lying down, he heard faint noises from outside the courtyard. The sounds were not within his vicinity, but they were close enough. The intermittent murmur reached his ears indistinctly. Dressing quickly, he opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. Adjacent was Bai Ruo's quarters, where the door stood wide open. Guards lit torches while the maids stood respectfully at attention as Bai Ruo stormed out, clad in a long black garment, his expression furious. Before Yi Qing could inquire about the cause, he followed the servants out of the manor. In the oppressive night shrouding Gongtu City, a palpable fear hung heavy in the air. Wherever Bai Ruo ventured, those around him trembled in fright. The lowly commoners knelt abruptly, pressing their foreheads to the ground in submission. They were cloaked in a primal fear of Bai Ruo, an instinctive terror ingrained within them. Before long, they arrived at the government office, where an official had apprehended 2 petty thieves. These 2 miscreants had attempted to infiltrate Bai Ruo's manor under the cover of night, but were captured by the guards and brought to the government office. Though this should have been a trivial matter, hardly warranting the city lord's attention, the audacious thieves boldly proclaimed their intent to kill Bai Ruo in the name of justice, exuding a bravado befitting a chivalrous hero. Upon the arrival of Bai Ruo, the attendant bowed and greeted her. I have met the esteemed lord of the city. These 2 little rascals have uttered foul words and displayed audacity beyond measure, daring to intrude upon the Bai residents within the city, even threatening to assassinate you, my lord. Bai Ruo lowered her gaze upon the 2 bound thieves kneeling before her, one a girl disguised as a boy, and the other a severely injured man, blood still seeping from his wounds. Who are you? She inquired. The girl, gritting her teeth, remained silent, exuding an air of defiance as if she welcomed death. The man, however, maintained his composure, replying, If you wish to kill or torture me, do so swiftly. Do not waste time here. I shall not divulge anything. How curious. For I bear no grudge against you. Why then, do you seek to assassinate me? The man chuckled bitterly, gazing directly at Bai Ruo, unperturbed by her authority. He was an unbound one, impervious to the aura of any master. Regrettably, he had implicated his junior sister, who was also unbound. The 2 had been entrusted by a friend to eliminate this absurd lord who harmed the common folk, yet their lack of skill had led them into a trap, leaving them with deep regret. In your eyes, there may be no enmity, but in mine, the number of lives you have extinguished could pave a path throughout this city. Do you believe yourself innocent? The attendant paled at such brazen words. Bai Ruo gestured for him to continue. Speak freely of any grievances. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I may set you free. A dog of a city lord like you should have perished long ago. Even if I do not kill you, there are countless others who would take your life for your abhorrent deeds. It would not be surprising if one day you lost your head in your sleep. With a fleeting smile, Bai Ruo covered her lips with mirthless laughter. Thank you for your flattering words. Given your earnestness, I shall first confine you to the dungeon, where you may endure a few days of punishment. As for the woman beside you, Bai Ruo pondered, stroking her chin, does the esteemed attendant have any recommendations? The attendant quickly understood. The recent Fenghua Tower would suffice. Very well, she shall be sent there. Yi Qing, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, my lord. It is better to kill than to humiliate. Though the girl has erred, she should not be subjected to such treatment. I implore you to show mercy. You plead for her? Both the girl and her senior brother looked at Yi Qing, recalling their encounter at the inn, their impression of him still vivid. They could hardly fathom that someone they had met at the inn would befriend such a scoundrel. Yi Qing shook his head. I am not advocating for them. The strong rule over the weak. This is the law of survival in this world. As a strong individual, my lord indeed possesses the right to dictate the fates of others, a matter I cannot interfere with. If you feel they have offended you, you may certainly execute them. But this humiliation is excessive. Excessive in what regard? Bai Ruo smirked, advancing towards Yi Qing, scrutinizing him from her elevated position. I never intended to spare her life. I merely wish for her to enjoy herself before her demise. Ha! Observing Bai Ruo's callous retreat, Yi Qing, for the first time, realized that in this feudal society, the emblem of power was akin to darkness that could never penetrate the light. He turned back to glance at the 2 siblings, inhaled deeply, and departed. Chapter 50, Unable to Forget You. The night was cool as Yi Qing stood to close the window, only to find Bai Ruo standing at the door, the candlelight casting an eerie glow upon her paper-white visage. "Young Master Yi, I have a request that I hope you might grant." Yi Qing's expression remained neutral, uncertain whether Bai Ruo had contrived this encounter as a test for him. "Please, go on. All beings yearn for longevity. I am no exception. Young Master Yi, do you possess a method?" Yi Qing gazed into her eyes, which revealed an insatiable desire for power, wealth, and unparalleled respect. "I am afraid not," he replied, shaking his head. He could not offer Bai Ruo such a proposition. Though he was indeed a merchant, he had his principles. Bai Ruo was no longer the person she once was, and he could not promise her eternal life. Living too long can lead one to become a greedy monster. Under the moonlight, Bai Ruo's complexion was as pale as silk, devoid of any smile. When Yi Qing looked again, she had vanished from the doorway, her light footsteps echoing in the courtyard. Before dawn, Yi Qing returned to the shop. Upon his arrival, he was promptly enveloped by Ariel's embrace. "Sir, you have finally returned," Ariel exclaimed joyfully, clinging to Yi Qing as if he would never let go. "You were gone for quite a while. Mr. Potter has come by several times." "Apologies for worrying you," Yi Qing said, producing delicacies he had brought from another world and placing them in Ariel's hands. "What has Harry been up to?" "I do not know. Mr. Potter went out again this morning. He will return for dinner," Ariel replied, eagerly unwrapping the gift Yi Qing had brought him. The aroma wafted from the paper, revealing tender, flaky food nestled within. "What is this?" Ariel's eyes sparkled with delight. "It smells amazing. Lotus leaf crispy pork. A specialty from that world. Do give it a try." With anticipation, Ariel took a bite, and the delicate, succulent meat melted in his mouth. Bursting with the fragrance of lotus leaves, greasy yet not overwhelming, delicious and unforgettable. Since following Yi Qing, Ariel had truly experienced the essence of gastronomy, understanding that the complexity of exquisite cuisine arises from ordinary ingredients transformed into the most delightful dishes. "Eat as much as you like. I brought plenty and stored them in the fridge. You can heat them up whenever you wish to indulge." Yi Qing placed the excess into the refrigerator. When he emerged, he found the living room devoid of Ariel's presence, the remnants of their meal already cleaned up. He wondered, where had the child vanished so quickly? Approaching the counter, he retrieved the piled-up ledgers from several days past and began to address his overdue tasks. Golden sunlight poured from the heavens, casting a fiery hue upon the glass of the large windows, the warm light shimmering as time slipped away beneath this sea of gold. A dark cloud rolled in with the wind, thunder rumbled, and raindrops rushed in from afar, pouring into the bustling city. People began to seek shelter, some beneath eaves, some in the corners of banks, some at the narrow mouths of alleys, while others, armed with umbrellas, joined the throng heading home. Yi Qing raised his gaze. The rain had intensified, and the crisp leaves at the entrance swayed in the wind, the bells chiming incessantly. Ariel, wrapped in a bathrobe, dashed down the stairs, exuding energy as he burst into the kitchen, rummaging through the refrigerator for snacks before racing back upstairs. Recently enamored with the study of medicine, Ariel had developed a keen interest in medical texts, vowing to become a doctor. Yi Qing fully supported his ambition, scouring the world for the finest books for him to read, even planning to hire a teacher. However, Li Qi vetoed this whimsical idea, deeming Ariel too young at just over a decade old, still caught in a fleeting moment of fervent enthusiasm. Perhaps such questions should wait until he reached adulthood. Thus, the matter of what kind of person Ariel Sismuth would become was temporarily set aside. As time quietly passed, Severus Snape grew up, shedding the tragic childhood of the original narrative to become a graceful, exceptional youth, captivating and charming in his demeanor. His academic performance is exemplary. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, a plethora of young ladies from every house vies for the attention of Severus. Li Qi takes immense pride in having nurtured Snape, who undoubtedly stands as the most outstanding youth in all of Hogwarts. Even Lucius Malfoy, renowned for his striking looks, must concede the second place. With a chime, the door to the shop swung open, revealing a dapper young man. It was Li Qi who was tasked with guarding the store today. The youth, still untouched by the passage of time, lay blissfully asleep at the table, drool trickling from his rosy lips onto his wrist. Not wishing to disturb his godfather, Severus settled onto the sofa beside him, perusing a book with great care. For years, he had been unable to fully unravel the mysteries of this enchanted abode, and he felt no urgency to do so now. But Severus has another godfather, named Yi Qing. However, his affection leans more towards Li Qi, as it was this godfather who accompanied him through his fleeting yet sweet years, becoming the closest person to his heart. Today, Yi Qing had taken Ariel and Harry on an excursion, leaving only the peacefully slumbering Li Qi in the shop. When Li Qi finally awoke, groggy and dazed, he spotted a familiar silhouette in the living room and took a moment to comprehend. "Severus," Li Qi exclaimed, hastily wiping the drool from his mouth. What brings you here? Severus smiled at him. School is on break. Do you not welcome me? Of course. Your presence brings me joy, Li Qi replied, quickly tidying the cluttered table, arranging fruits and snacks, and pouring a cup of tea. Suddenly remembering Severus' aversion to tea, he snatched the cup away and replaced it with a glass of wine. Severus lifted the wine glass, the translucent vessel revealing a delicate hue of grape, captivating and intoxicating in its fragrance. This wine had been crafted by his godfather, each sip offering a unique taste that evoked nostalgia and a desire to indulge further. With a gentle sip, a subtle sweetness danced in his throat, and with another, the rich aroma unfolded on his palate, layer by layer, reminiscent of the artisan's craftsmanship and the journey of the grapes from the earth. Your skills have improved, my dear. This year's vintage surpasses last year's, Severus remarked. Li Qi chuckled shyly. Please, no need to flatter me. When I first attempted winemaking, I was unaware that the wine needed to breathe, resulting in a shattered glass that left the kitchen strewn with shards. It was quite the spectacle. Chapter 51. I adore you. What would you like to eat today? I shall prepare something special, Li Qi offered. Over the years, his culinary skills had significantly advanced, thanks to his tutelage under Yi Qing. While he had not yet reached a level of mastery, he could easily outshine many renowned restaurants. Everything you make is delectable. You need not always ask me. Prepare what you enjoy, for I relish it too. Severus, often referred to as a gentleman, exuded an air of grace that left Li Qi enchanted and secretly proud. This was the character he had raised, elegant and handsome, drawing countless suitors eager to win Severus's heart. He resolved to seek a suitable partner for Severus, crafting a beautiful tale of romance, which would be nothing short of perfection. Without further ado, Li Qi headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Soft music wafted through the shop, soothing and relaxing, never too loud, just right. Each return to this haven allowed Severus to release the tension that had gripped him. His godfather was admirable in every way, albeit a bit foolish, bounding about like a child who never grew up. Of course, Severus was aware that he had never witnessed any change in his godfather's appearance. He also knew that Li Qi harbored many secrets he could not fathom, but he believed that one day, Li Qi would confide in him. And he eagerly awaited that moment. Ariel, returning from the excursion, was exhausted and retreated to his room for rest, noticeably tanned. Meanwhile, Harry entered the kitchen, animatedly chatting with Yi Qing. What are you making? Yi Qing inquired. Bude Chong, Li Qi replied excitedly. I've heard it's quite challenging. Unfortunately, I couldn't source all the necessary ingredients here, so I substituted some with other seafood. I wonder if the result will be authentic. For whom are you preparing it? For Severus. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, a silent smile playing on his lips as he handed a bottle of drink to Harry, and the two exited the kitchen. I can smell something delightful. The food from your place has a unique charm, Harry remarked. That dish is somewhat complex, and I've never made it before. But it should be quite delicious. I truly look forward to tasting it someday, Harry hinted. I'll prepare it for you this week, Yi Qing responded, aligning with his words. That sounds wonderful, thank you. No need for thanks. Before long, Severus graduated from Hogwarts, marking the conclusion of Yi Qing and Li Qi's endeavors. Yet, at that moment, both harbored a multitude of regrets, unwilling to confront the impending separation due to their attachments. As the examination period drew to a close, Li Qi found himself restless that night. He knocked on Yi Qing's door and found him still awake, seemingly aware of Li Qi's troubled heart. Have you made up your mind? Yi Qing was engrossed in a book, yet the pages remained untouched, the corners slightly curled, revealing the burdened thoughts of its owner. Li Qi pulled up a chair, crossing his legs, visibly discontent. He seldom allowed worries to linger, but matters of the heart often eluded his control. Noticing Yi Qing's silence, he grew anxious. Speak to me. What am I to do if you remain silent? Then share your thoughts. What thoughts could I possibly have? Li Qi replied, casting a discontented glance at him. You don't have feelings for Harry? I refuse to believe it. He treats you so well, and you care for him dearly. Even I can see it, so don't deceive me. You like him. I do like him, Yi Qing conceded. When did this affection begin? Perhaps from that world. Yi Qing. Yi Qing, your cooking is exquisite. Yi Qing, Dudley bullied me again. Yi Qing, when I grow up, I will protect you. Yi Qing, I wish to attend Hogwarts. Will you come with me? Perhaps it was from those moments that he found himself irresistibly wanting to protect Harry. Yet, he had been evading this truth, allowing it to weigh heavily upon his heart, a painful burden. But, Li Qi, we do not belong here. Remaining would violate the laws of time and space. And what of it? Li Qi retorted. The school has not decreed that we cannot fall in love with those from this world. Yi Qing, shall we remain together? This is our choice after graduation, and the school cannot prevent us. I am willing to forsake all memories of the higher world, relinquish any rights belonging to it, and become a native of this world, sharing my life with Severus until old age. He smiled brightly, and Yi Qing could sense his joy. In Li Qi's eyes sparkled the vastness of the cosmos, and as he spoke, his face radiated the happiness of having the entire world. You are very brave. Yet this bravery was something Yi Qing felt he could not muster. He still has relatives in the higher realm, and he cannot relinquish them as readily as Li Qi. What are you worried about? I'm going to rest now, Yi Qing said. Li Qi understood that further entanglement would do no good and, feeling dejected, retreated to his room. On his way, he caught sight of an elegant silhouette. It was Severus. Since graduation, he had fully embodied the allure of a mature man. A mere glance or smile from him left Li Qi utterly captivated. However, the way he had been caught was somewhat disheveled. Where has the godfather gone? Nowhere in particular. Li Qi quickly defended himself. I was just having a chat with Yi Qing. Come on, he needs to rest, and we should too. Severus sometimes seemed to know more than he let on, yet he never shattered the enigma surrounding their godfather, acting as a safe and reliable protector, guarding his cherished treasure. Even when battered and bruised, even knowing that his love was perilously fragile, he was unwilling to forsake what he held dear. This resolve mirrored that of a man who had perished for the woman he loved. His love was so humble that it ultimately led to his total loss. But Li Qi was different. He would never abandon Severus, not merely because he had raised him, but more so because, from the moment he had entered this world, he had been entranced by him for many years. He was willing to forsake his relatives in the higher realm, to relinquish all the privileges he had acquired there, in exchange for a mundane existence, living out his life alongside the one he loved in this small world. The godfather smiled with great joy. What brings you such happiness? I was just pondering what preparations are needed for a wedding here. Severus's wand trembled slightly in his hand, nearly causing him to inadvertently ruin the godfather's home. He thought he must have misheard, looking incredulously at the godfather. The godfather is getting married? At that moment, fear coiled like a vine around his heart, the barbed tendrils causing him unbearable pain and difficulty in breathing. I've thought it over, Li Qi said, noticing the pallor of Severus's face. His heart ached as he smoothed the furrowed brow, rising on his tiptoes to plant a kiss on his forehead, leaning against his shoulder to speak softly. Would you like to be that groom? In an instant, their thoughts intertwined, and words became unnecessary. Severus understood precisely what his godfather wished to convey. Who will be my bride? Severus whispered into the godfather's ear. Do you think I am suitable? I believe there is no one more fitting than you, my dear godfather. Do you have any idea how long I have awaited this moment? I apologize. I should have told you sooner. Chapter 52, The Conclusion. In stark contrast to Li Qi's situation, Yi Qing's circumstances were far less amicable. As dawn broke, Yi Qing finally set aside the book he had been reading. At this hour, it was precisely afternoon in the higher dimension. He thought that his parents must have finished work by now. It was a perfect time to connect with them without interrupting their duties. When the video call connected, no image appeared, but the voice came through promptly. It was the voice of a mature woman, Yi Qing's mother, an exceptionally capable yet stern individual. After giving birth to Yi Qing, she had been largely indifferent, though she had never neglected him, offering little in the way of maternal affection. Good afternoon, mother. Is something the matter? I have a peculiar idea, and I'm afraid it might frighten you. There was a pause on the line. Perhaps a unique bond existed between mother and son, for upon hearing his words, she seemed to grasp something, yet she did not find it strange or become angry. If you've made up your mind, don't seek my opinion. Your father and I will always support you. At that moment, Yi Qing felt droplets forming on his face. He had always thought of himself as someone incapable of tears, and he had long believed his mother to be indifferent. He had imagined their love to be as elusive as morning dew, until those droplets grew larger, swept away by the winds of realization, revealing that love is nurtured through the minutiae of daily life. Mother, I'm sorry. I can no longer be there to honor you. Don't be so sentimental. We can always have a second child, as long as you cherish the one you love. That's what matters. You're not a child anymore, and when you have your own children, your father and I will come to see you. Even if you don't remember us, as long as we do, that is enough. Her cold words interrupted the warm atmosphere, causing Yi Qing's cheeks to twitch before he regained his composure. After the call ended, the heavy stone pressing on his heart finally lifted. The wedding proceeded smoothly, with friends and family in attendance. Severus had few friends, those he could converse with being mostly from Slytherin. Among the guests was Lucius Malfoy, the eldest son of the Malfoy family, who was engaging politely with other attendees, never forgetting that he was a businessman. Friends from other houses also appeared, some there to offer blessings, others driven by curiosity. The ceremony was held on an island, and since Li Qi favored red, the wedding did not adhere to Western traditions, but followed his arrangements. Dreamy red peonies and jubilant red satin enveloped the event, transporting everyone into a mysterious and blissful realm. The officiant delivered blessings, wishing the newlyweds a lifetime of love and togetherness. and the officiant was none other than Yi Qing, clad in a dapper white suit. He stood between the two newlyweds, witnessing their exchange of rings and the kissing of hands. Harry sat among the audience, fantasizing that he was the one marrying Yi Qing. Although Yi Qing had not rejected him, the pace of marriage felt too extravagant. He believed he had ample time to accompany Yi Qing, waiting for the day when they could be together. Ariel, standing on the fringes of the audience with his girlfriend, was also dressed in a fine suit. Though he came from humble beginnings, his life was now filled with joy. The shadows of his childhood had faded, and he was on the verge of becoming a father. His girlfriend was a classmate, and their love seemed preordained. Watching the couple exchange vows, he had already decided on a name for their future child. After the wedding, Li Qi and Severus planned to vacation together. They had chosen a remote little country, picturesque and perfect for a getaway in the gentle spring of March. Li Qi had long desired to see the beautiful blossoms there, but previous commitments had hindered him. Now, however, he could finally fulfill this dream with Severus by his side. On their departure day, a light rain began to fall. Yi Qing bid them farewell, watching the ship at the port depart with its cheerful chimes. Then strolled back with Harry through the rain. Harry, Yi Qing's voice was soft, yet clear against the gentle patter of the rain. Please, speak. Are you envious? Harry understood. He knew how much Yi Qing cared about his feelings, or else Yi Qing would not have chosen to remain in this world, separated from his family. I'm not afraid. I'm just a bit sad. From now on, I will no longer see my family. I will forget the memories that belong to me in that world. And all I will have are the moments shared with you in this one. One hand holding an umbrella, the other embracing Yi Qing. Harry realized that Yi Qing was afraid. I vow that throughout my life, I shall accompany you to the fullest of my abilities. If only time could linger a little longer, for he does not wish to grow old, preferring to be forever frozen in this moment. Hand in hand, they returned home, where a sumptuous dinner awaited them. They reclined on the sofa, exchanging confidences, bursting into laughter at each other's amusing anecdotes, and occasionally gazing deeply into one another's eyes, pecking tender kisses upon each other's brows. As the night deepened, Yi Qing suggested, "Shall we retire for the evening?" Very well. At the instant he closed his eyes to rest, far away on the cruise ship, Li Qi did the same. In that very moment, a formidable force sealed their memories. As the first rays of dawn painted the sea with hues of color and cast reflections in the shop windows, both youths would find their profoundly significant memories erased. Yi Qing often pondered whether, without that segment of memory, he might transform into another person. The answer, however, was unequivocal. It was impossible, for he remained, indubitably, himself. The celestial order would restore the voids in their minds, allowing them to truly integrate into this world. The misty dawn illuminated the earth, while the sun, akin to a great hand, swept away the clouds and dispelled the dampness, gradually infusing the air of London. Yi Qing opened his eyes, having not slept so soundly in quite some time. As he gazed at the wooden ceiling, a fleeting sense of confusion overcame him. He stumbled to the window, which overlooked an ordinary little alley, yet he vaguely sensed that his room was not quite as it appeared. Though still grappling with uncertainty, he was aware that he was a Chinese merchant with a lover named Harry, who was a wizard. His life brimmed with happiness. Yet he could not shake the feeling of a subtle emptiness within, an ineffable sense of regret. Descending the staircase, Yi Qing discovered that this familiar two-story house, while imbued with strangeness, also exuded a sense of familiarity. He greeted his beloved, who was tied up in an apron, with a smile, finding their intimacy endearing rather than off-putting. "What is it?" Harry, concerned by Yi Qing's groggy demeanor that morning, inquired whether he had slept poorly the previous night. "Not at all," Yi Qing replied, shaking his head as he took an apple and stepped outside. This was a very ordinary two-story house nestled in a London alley. They had a private yard, filled with lush trees, and as spring arrived, the branches were adorned with budding blossoms, soon to bloom. The air was damp, reminiscent of the freshly washed apple in his hand. Sunlight poured into the yard, illuminating Yi Qing's fair and delicate cheeks, rendering him as if he were a figure lifted from a painting, isolated from the world and time. Harry embraced him from behind, whispering affectionately in Yi Qing's ear. "It's time to eat, my dear." "Very well," Yi Qing replied with a smile, choosing not to dwell on the peculiar dissonance that lingered. He felt assured that he would never make a wrong choice. Years later, Harry and Yi Qing welcomed a child into their lives. The magical realm was tranquil. With Harry teaching at Hogwarts, he encountered a charming little boy who shared his name, a delightful young wizard who bore a striking resemblance to Harry, inciting jealousy in their son. Bai Qing Potter, raised with love by Yi Qing and Harry, felt nothing but envy towards this boy who looked so much like his father. Nevertheless, he excelled academically, consistently ranking among the top students, and after mastering magic at Hogwarts, he enrolled in a Muggle university. While many of his wizarding friends did not comprehend his decision, Bai Qing understood that he did not aspire to be a quintessential wizard. Rather, he yearned to become an adventurer. One day, he noticed that his parents were aging. The couple, who had loved each other from youth to old age, lay hand in hand in the yard under the sun. When Bai Qing returned home with his girlfriend and children, he could not bear to disturb the serene sight of his parents and quietly ushered the children inside. He exchanged a knowing smile with his wife as they gathered items to prepare dinner. The aroma wafted through the air, eventually rousing the two elderly figures from their slumber. Their movements had become slow, their faces etched with wrinkles, yet their eyes sparkled with happiness, devoid of regret. After dinner, the grandchildren began to wish them a happy new year. Yi Qing bestowed red envelopes upon them, encouraging them to play in the yard while he took the opportunity to discuss his final arrangements with his son. Aware that his time was limited, he desired to ensure everything was in order. Bai Qing, reluctant to confront this reality, understood that life could not go on indefinitely. He listened obediently to his father's plans, tears brimming in his eyes as he felt a mixture of helplessness and sorrow. While they were still present, he had felt perpetually like a child. Now he recognized that he could no longer be that child. It was time to embrace adulthood. Years later, Bai Qing returned home, having settled in the East. The journey to London was arduous, yet he made the trip each year, knowing this time might be his last. Yi Qing urged him not to return, but to remain in their beautiful homeland, alongside his wife and children. One afternoon, London suddenly turned chilly. As Yi Qing brewed tea, the doorbell rang. It was an unusual hour for visitors. He slowly shuffled to the door, only to find a pair of young, beautiful individuals standing outside. Though he did not recognize them, they regarded him with loving eyes and offered him a gift. Happy New Year, though it may be a tad late. You. Who are you? Tears welled in Yi Qing's eyes, for he did not know these young souls, yet their features bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. The woman smiled gently. Seeing you so happy here brings me solace. After this world concludes, you will embark on the next chapter of your life, becoming a wholly unfamiliar version of yourself. We have come to bid you farewell. Yi Qing remained silent, his aged mind struggling to grasp the situation. By the time he comprehended, the man had embraced him in a farewell hug and vanished at the doorway. Harry passed away during the night, and Yi Qing kept vigil by his side for what felt like an eternity, ensuring everything was arranged. He often found himself wandering alone in the living room, occasionally revisiting well-worn books. This home was filled with the echoes of their shared history, resonating in every corner. When his son called, Yi Qing heard the sorrowful cries emanating from the other end of the line and smiled softly to comfort him, reminding him that such moments are part of life. At dawn, Yi Qing departed. His passing was serene, devoid of anguish. When Bai Qing arrived, he did not have the chance to bid farewell to Yi Qing, for both of his fathers had left this world long before him. Later, he learned that his father and Harry had already purchased a burial plot, and he laid his father to rest beside Harry, fulfilling his father's final wish. The rain began to fall once more in London as Bai Qing held an umbrella, having come alone, leaving his wife and children in their homeland. He longed to bring his father back to see the world once more, yet he knew that such a reunion would never come to pass. Yi Qing opened his eyes once more. He found himself an infant, unable to speak. Even his vision obscured, as if afflicted with severe myopia. This condition did not persist for long, as he transformed into a baby. He had no knowledge of his identity, possessing the cognition of an adult, yet devoid of any memories. In this world, he is the young master of a wealthy family, attended by servants and transported by car. His mother is a lady of considerable means, while his father is a refined merchant. Thus begins his new life. Chapter 1. The Underachiever of Starway Academy. The scent of fresh grass wafts gently, mingled with the warmth of sunlight. Where's this place? Ah, and the cheerful laughter of children. Tang Xiaotian opened his eyes to discover that he had shrunk in size and found himself ensnared in a delicate spider's web, akin to a wretched insect. In truth, he had transformed into a bona fide spider. Bewilderment and helplessness barely encapsulated the fury he felt at that moment. The irate little spider gazed skyward and shouted, "Master God, come out." Instantaneously, the sky was devoid of clouds, perfectly serene, showing no signs of disturbance due to the spider's wrath. Nonetheless, a voice unexpectedly echoed in Tang Xiaotian's mind, saying, "Ah, it's you again, young one. What brings you to summon me?" The voice of the Master God, deep and resonant, continued, "Why have you changed worlds once more?" His tone carried a surprise that rivaled Tang Xiaotian's own. "I ought to be asking you, how have I transmigrated again? In my previous world, I toiled from dawn till dusk, scribbling tirelessly, fearful that a moment's negligence would lead to my demise at the hands of other sorcerers. Why, in the world, have I met my end once more?" Tang Xiaotian lamented, for he was but a lowly student at Starway Academy, the bottom of his class. His previous world had been progressing well until he inexplicably perished, only to find himself in yet another new realm. He had struggled in a world filled with elven sorcerers, barely surviving to adulthood, only to meet his demise on the eve of graduation. In his former existence, he was a magician of meager skill, the least proficient in his class. The Master God sighed, revealing to the spider the unfortunate events leading to his demise in his last life. A translucent screen flickered to life, gradually unveiling a scene. Before him lay a well-appointed classroom of Western design, where scattered students were seated, clad in white wizarding robes. Some bore golden locks, reminiscent of noble princes from fairy tales. One youth, strikingly beautiful, possessed a mane of resplendent golden hair, illuminated by the warm sunlight streaming through the glass adorned with intricate totems. His pale gray eyes resembled a misty haze. He was the tragically short-lived Tang Xiaotian. Then, into the hushed, tiered classroom entered a white-haired man, surrounded by numerous classmates. Casting a disdainful glance at Tang Xiaotian, seated beneath the window, the man's pale gray eyes betrayed an unmistakable contempt, as though he had encountered something revolting. Beside the white-haired man, a black-haired youth leaned in, eager to curry favor. "Young Master Arland, since you find him so intolerable, why not teach him a lesson?" The black-haired youth smirked mischievously, producing a vial from his pocket. "What is this?" Arland frowned, casting a cursory glance at the vial. The black-haired youth, oblivious to the flicker of compassion in Arland's eyes, eagerly proclaimed, "Young Master, this is Demon's Tear. A rare find. It will surely humiliate that little pest before the entire school." "Is it dangerous?" Arland scrutinized the vial, his amber eyes swirling with a tumult of hatred and affection, akin to flames reaching their breaking point. "No, young Master Arland. This will merely darken the skin for a month before fading away," the black-haired youth assured, his desire to please the noble evident. With the assurance of safety, Arland decided it was time for Tang Xiaotian, the illegitimate son of the Marcoutier family, to suffer humiliation. The mere thought of Tang Xiaotian's habitual disregard and aloofness filled him with a simmering rage. "Go ahead, but be sure to clean up after yourself." Arland waved his hand dismissively, granting his approval. The scene shifted, revealing Tang Xiaotian returning to his private dormitory after a grueling black magic class, rubbing his fatigued temples. Upon settling down, he noticed that his desk had been ransacked. Books lay askew, cups displaced, and a dirty footprint marred the floor beneath the window. The boy had grown accustomed to this treatment. As the illegitimate son of the Marcoutier family, with a mother of Eastern beauty, he had inherited none of her traits, resembling instead the head of the Marcoutier household. The head's eldest son, Arland, a haughty noble, had once been on good terms with Tang Xiaotian in childhood, but their bond had gradually faded with time. With a sigh, Tang Xiaotian lifted his cup to sip, only to grimace at the strange taste. "This water, it's poisoned." The golden-haired youth collapsed, a faint crimson trickling from the corners of his pale lips. Tang Xiaotian's lifeless body was discovered the following day, as attendants carried him away on a stretcher, quickly surrounded by a crowd. What happened? The throng parted to reveal the white-haired man, now at the center of attention. The attendant, bowing respectfully, informed him, "Sir Arland, this is Tang Xiaotian. Someone found him dead, and we are taking his body to the priestess hall." "Who died?" Arland's voice trembled, his gaze fixed on the stretcher with a mixture of disbelief and horror. "He was fine just yesterday." The attendant, noticing the red-rimmed eyes of Arland, shuddered and shook his head in fear. "I do not know, Sir Arland." In a fit of panic, Arland shoved the attendant aside, prompting the others to drop the stretcher. Trembling fingers pulled back the white sheet, revealing a familiar, beautiful face. The boy's usually gentle, distant gray eyes were tightly shut, as if he were merely asleep. "Xiaotian." Arland fell to his knees, collapsing onto the cold corpse like a lost child. What happened? How could he be dead? Arland's gaze lingered on the boy's pale lips, now slightly darkened. He reached out to touch them, but no matter how he tried, the color would not fade. In that instant, a memory of a black vial flashed in his mind, and the truth dawned upon him. Arland, now bereft of sanity, wept uncontrollably over the lifeless form. As the scene concluded, the little spider remained utterly bewildered. "Why is he crying?" "I'm dead. Shouldn't he be pleased?" Tang Xiaotian inquired of the Master God. He had not forgotten how Arland had bullied him in the past. His notorious reputation at school was indeed a product of Arland's cruelty. "Perhaps you died before he had enough time to torment you." "What a pity," the Master God fabricated. "Why is it that you seem to have such a short lifespan in every world? Cherish your current identity, as a butler and demon in this realm. You can wield power. So formidable." Tang Xiaotian felt a surge of excitement. Yet, casting a glance downward at his spider form, he recalled the infamous antagonist Naraku. "Am I to become Naraku?" He pondered. "Transmigration into Inuyasha wouldn't be so bad." "No, you are Claude from Black Butler." A demon who is absolutely powerful as long as you don't bring about your own demise, the Master God reassured him. Isn't this identity delightful? Tang Xiaotian was only vaguely familiar with Black Butler. He had merely heard others speak of it, but had never watched it himself. Then why am I a bug? He roared. Is there no chance for me to become human? He did not aspire to much. He simply wished to be human. Chapter 2. Rescued by another. After the Master God painstakingly explained the fact that demons could transform into insects, Tang Xiaotian rekindled his hope for life. Though he is but a mere insect, he is a master of disguise, a demon that sustains itself by devouring the souls of humanity. His lurking presence in the forest not far from this village is no mere coincidence. It is because this village is on the brink of calamity, with a vast multitude of souls destined to perish in the impending disaster. He is but a harbinger of doom, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to silently consume the souls of the unfortunate. The supreme deity has departed. After all, he oversees countless worlds and can hardly spare the time to engage in trivial conversations with Tang Xiaotian. The reason the deity granted him such a significant favor of rebirth is largely due to the fact that his demise was a consequence of the deity's negligence, carelessly altering his fate and condemning him to a life of brevity. A child dashed into the forest, cradling a handful of yellowed, somewhat rotting fruits. This child, with deep brown hair and amber eyes, appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, attired in a quaint suspender outfit reminiscent of the 17th or 18th century. Brother, the child suddenly called into the forest. Hurry, it's going to rain. Tang Xiaotian glanced upward, belatedly realizing that the once azure sky had been veiled by a layer of ominous gray clouds. No sooner had the child spoken than a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, sending the child scurrying beneath a tree trunk, trembling with fear. Little brat, you shouldn't hide under a tree during a thunderstorm, don't you know that? Tang Xiaotian grumbled casually, unaware that his words had echoed through the woods for the frightened child to hear. The boy, clearly startled, abandoned any thought of the falling rain and stumbled deeper into the woods, colliding with his brother who was rushing out, both of them tumbling to the ground. The golden-haired youth pinned beneath his younger sibling, their mushrooms and fruits scattered about. Look at what happened. Jamarkin helped his brother to his feet and noticed the tears on his brother's face, trembling as he pointed towards a large banyan tree by the path. There was a monster. It spoke just now. A monster? Jim's pupils dilated with fear. While he did not truly believe in the existence of a genuine monster, he was nonetheless anxious about the possibility of something far worse. Recently, he had heard whispers among the villagers about nobles collecting beautiful children. Jim, acutely aware of his striking appearance, felt a pang of unease. Cold raindrops lashed against their cheeks as they huddled close to the banyan tree, scanning their surroundings but finding nothing amiss. Jim looked up to see a spider's web adorned with glistening droplets, upon which rested a black spider with red eyes fixed upon him, mirroring his gaze. Tang Xiaotian recalled the supreme deity's warning before departing. Do not court death. Had he inadvertently revealed himself by speaking human language? If these two children were to spread tales of him being a monster throughout the village, would he be at risk of being hunted down by humans? Surely not, for he was now a demon of considerable power. With this realization, Tang Xiaotian felt emboldened, allowing the golden-haired boy to scrutinize him without flinching. Luca, did you perhaps mishear? Luca glanced between his brother and the surroundings, shivering from the cold and uncertain. I don't know, brother. Perhaps I was too nervous, and it was just an illusion. But that voice told me not to hide under a tree during a thunderstorm. Well then, let us return home quickly. Jim took Luca's hand, collecting the fruits strewn on the ground, and they hurried down the hill, their clothes thoroughly soaked. Once the two children had retreated, Tang Xiaotian transformed into human form, now aware that this body was once known as Claude. Yet, following his fusion, he had undergone significant changes. His hair was now a lustrous black, cascading nearly to the ground, secured with a black ribbon, and his visage bore the grace of an exquisite Eastern countenance, softened and beautiful, with red eyes that betrayed his demonic nature. The transformation was markedly different from his previous life. Observing his reflection in a puddle, he contemplated the small village below, divided by a narrow river, where he could see the shadows of the two children dwindling as they ventured down the path, eventually disappearing into a narrow alley. Feeling a lack of purpose, Tang Xiaotian morphed back into a spider and returned to his web. Yet, this tranquil existence was shattered on the 7th day. Awakening from a deep slumber, he discovered chaos unfolding in the village below, smoke billowing, houses collapsing. He swiftly materialized within the village, devouring the souls of the deceased, feeling invigorated with each one consumed. Amidst the carnage, he fortuitously spotted the child with brown hair and large amber eyes, who, due to his lack of invisibility, was directly observing him. Tang Xiaotian waved amiably, but before he could utter a word, the child collapsed to the ground. He rushed over, utilizing a burst of speed to catch the child, only to realize the severity of the little one's injuries, wounds adorning his legs, hands, and shoulders, his breathing shallow. If left untreated, he would surely perish in moments. But was there a hospital nearby? Tang Xiaotian momentarily forgot his formidable demonic abilities as he darted about. Finally locating a dilapidated apothecary. Kicking open the rusted door, he carried the child inside, rummaging through vials and bandages to tend to the child's wounds. By the time he finished, the sun was setting on the horizon. In the back of the apothecary, he discovered a kitchen and dragged the apothecary's lifeless body to the backyard, hastily preparing some food to place by the child's bedside before transforming into a spider and crawling onto the rafters. Soon, the previously tranquil village erupted into a cacophony as carts entered, filled with numerous individuals who lingered only briefly before departing. As a spider, Tang Xiaotian sensed that this group had taken something significant. He was about to pursue them when the child on the bed stirred, his amber eyes locking onto him with intensity. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Tang Xiaotian approached the bedside, checking the child's forehead and finding the fever had subsided. He handed the boy a piece of toast. "Eat something. It will do you good." Luca quickly grasped the bread, stuffing it into his mouth. He appeared somewhat dazed, likely still in shock from the events he had witnessed, his parents perishing before his eyes, nearly losing his own life in the chaos, and then stumbling upon this striking youth. "Who are you?" Luca asked softly, his voice tinged with wariness as he gazed at the boy. Chapter 3, The Noble's Domain. "Ah, we have indeed met before," Tang Xiaotian replied. "Perhaps you do not recall, but just days ago, you referred to me as a monster." The child seemed to recall something, his amber eyes widening in surprise, causing the piece of bread he had been nibbling to fall from his mouth onto his hand. He appeared as if he wanted to scream, yet the boy's smile gradually quelled his fear. "You are the monster who spoke on that rainy day?" "I am no monster. I am a demon." Luca could hardly believe that a demon could possess such beauty. His mother had always told him that demons were hideous creatures that preyed on disobedient children, yet he had always been obedient. "I am very obedient." "What is it?" Tang Xiaotian questioned, puzzled by the child's train of thought. "I am very obedient. Please do not eat me," Luca pleaded, as if he wished to climb down from the bed and kneel in supplication, but the boy stopped him. "I would not eat a child as frail as you. With so little flesh on your bones, you would only get stuck in my teeth." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaotian noticed the child's expression relax, only for it to quickly ignite with wariness as his gaze fixated on the door. He seemed eager to flee, but his frail body could only entertain the thought. "What is your name?" "Luca Markin," Luca replied timidly, suddenly struck by a thought as he scrambled to grab the boy's clothes. "Brother, and my brother. Please, I beg you. Save my brother. The house collapsed, and he is still trapped beneath. Where is your home?" It was then that Tang Xiaotian remembered the golden-haired boy. He scooped Luca into his arms and swiftly exited the house, soaring to the rooftops with a mere flick of his foot, flying in the direction the child pointed. When they arrived at a pile of rubble, he began to clear the debris and bricks with his hands, but he found no sign of the golden-haired boy, only the lifeless bodies of two children as parents. "Mother! Father!" Luca cried as he clutched the corpses, refusing to let go. At that moment, the cursed rain began to fall again. Tang Xiaotian, responding to the child's pleas, buried his parents. Of course, there were many corpses in the village. He could not bury them all. By the time he finished laying the child's parents to rest, the mayor from the neighboring village had arrived with a group to investigate. As he prepared to leave, the child clutched his clothing. Luca, timidly trailing behind him, mirrored his every step, appearing exceedingly pitiful. "I have not found my brother," Luca lamented. "He must be very worried about me." "I do not know where your brother is," Tang Xiaotian replied, feeling a headache coming on. He had saved this child out of compassion, yet the thought of carrying this little brat around was quite bothersome. "But you are very capable." Luca sensed that the boy who could save him was not a bad person, unlike those despicable nobles. He could perceive the purity in the boy's gaze and felt comfortable in his presence, not repulsed at all. "But I am a demon. Are you not afraid?" Tang Xiaotian feigned a scary face to frighten the child. They were a step apart, and while the child still clutched his clothing, he instinctively tightened his grip but showed no intention of letting go. "Even if you are a demon, you are a kind one," Luca remarked, offering the boy a faint smile. "How can foreign children be so adorable?" Tang Xiaotian, who already had a fondness for cute things, felt his heart melt when the little one smiled, exclaiming inwardly, "Oh my, how cute, how adorable." The boy, appearing outwardly composed, clenched his fist and coughed softly into it, turning his face away while extending his other hand towards the child, saying, "Let us go." Luca looked at the boy's outstretched hand with a mix of gratitude and disbelief, hesitating only a moment before eagerly reaching out to grasp it, wishing to hang onto the boy completely. "Thank you, Mr. Demon." "Do not call me Mr. Demon. I have a name," Tang Xiaotian replied somewhat irritably. "Then what is your name, sir?" I am called Crow. Oh no, I mean Tang Xiaotian. He nearly revealed the name of this body, but now that he had taken on this identity, he would simply use his own name. It mattered little. Then, Mr. Tang, where shall we find my brother? Lucas seemed to open up, unafraid of the boy, and even a bit too familiar. You should call me Mr. Tang, not Xiaotian. Xiaotian is my given name, and Tang is my surname. Tang Xiaotian corrected the child's address, finding the little one was moving rather slowly. So he scooped him up and took to the skies. Earlier, before you woke, a group entered the village. When they left, it seemed they took someone with them. Let us follow. Perhaps they have taken your brother. Upon hearing this, the child's face turned pale, and he clutched Tang Xiaotian's shirt collar tightly, clearly frightened. What is wrong? What did those carriages look like? Luca inquired. He feared that his brother had been captured by those nobles, who would take him to a terrifying place. A filthy place his brother had warned him against. I did not see clearly, but it seemed the pillars of their carriages bore a spider emblem, Tang Xiaotian replied, recalling only a fleeting glance. After all, foreign carriages were much the same. They typically had 2 wheels, a horse, and a canopy. So he could only describe them in this manner. They flew through the air, yet they were still a step too late. The group had entered a grand estate, dramatically set in an expansive landscape, unmistakably housing someone of noble rank due to its opulence. Tang Xiaotian stealthily concealed himself in the nearby woods. He had no idea where the carriage had been taken or where the child had been captured, but the little one in his arms needed to eat. As a demon, he did not require sustenance, but the human child would perish without food. He placed the child behind a large tree trunk for hiding and stealthily infiltrated the beautiful house, only to become lost while searching for the kitchen. Although he found the kitchen, he lost his way again upon exiting. The estate was vast. As he darted about, he finally spotted an open window and leaped through it, landing abruptly in a constructed greenhouse, where he found the boy he had been searching for, Luca's brother. The boy stood amidst the flowers, completely unclothed, surrounded by several men in tailcoats administering punishment. Other children similar to him stood nearby. Tang Xiaotian's sudden intrusion immediately drew the attention of the men in formal attire. He realized he had jeopardized the rescue mission and crashed through the greenhouse roof, soaring away. Fortunately, he managed to keep the food he had carried, returning to the tree where he had hidden the child, handing the food to Luca while sitting beside him, contemplating how to rescue the others. Brother, are you not eating? Luca offered the remaining piece of bread to the boy, exclaiming, it's delicious and sweet. I used to never get to eat such bread. Only the wealthy could afford it. I am not hungry. You eat it, Tang Xiaotian replied, not particularly fond of bread. Accustomed to rice, he found even the most exquisite bread delightful only on occasion. If he were to eat it regularly, he would surely be repulsed. Chapter 4. Regrets of the Previous World. The priest declared that Tang Xiaotian had indeed been killed by the dark magic potion, and his body was taken away by the head of the Marcoutier family after being stored at the school for 3 days. Alan followed silently behind his father as they boarded the carriage. The head of the household gazed at his eldest son, a flicker of sorrow evident in his eyes, and said in disbelief, I always thought you had an affection for Xiaotian. Did you know that? Arland, there is something I must reveal to you. Instinctively, Arland clenched his hands at his sides, acutely aware that regardless of whether his father's words were laced with reproach or something else entirely, he would find himself culpable. Yet, he never anticipated that the revelation would lead him to loathe himself for all eternity. Xiaotian's relationship with his mother and me was not as the rumors suggest. My brother, John Marcoutier, was an adventurous mage who traversed the seas and met a beautiful noblewoman named Tang Cheng. They married in a foreign land and were blessed with a son, whom they named Tang Xiaotian. You see, that was a nation ravaged by conflict. The Tang family had fallen into decline, and John brought them back here, but by then, he was already in dire straits. John sought refuge with me. After all, he is my brother. How could I refuse him? He implored me to safeguard his only child, Xiaotian. Please, do not continue. Father, Arland interrupted, his hands trembling and his body shaking with cold, as if he had suddenly plunged into a freezing abyss. Yet, the head of the household did not relent, pausing momentarily before continuing. That child bears an uncanny resemblance to my brother, with golden hair and azure eyes reminiscent of the Marcoutier lineage, which is why I acquiesced to his request. I publicly proclaimed him to be my illegitimate son, casting my poor brother and sister as mere interlopers in another family. Tang Cheng was discovered lifeless in the guest room the following morning. Perhaps she longed for John. With a sudden burst of fury, the head of the household struck his son across the face. But I never imagined, you ungrateful wretch, that you would be the cause of Xiaotian's demise. How shall I explain this to John in the afterlife? It was my indulgence that led to this. You tormented Xiaotian at home, and I refrained from intervening to maintain appearances. Yet, could you not have exercised a modicum of foresight? If he were truly a mere illegitimate child of no standing, Why would I invest so heavily in his education at such an esteemed magical academy? Why? The father's wrath surged like a tsunami, and Arlen had never witnessed his father's countenance so incensed. It is my fault. Arlen knelt on the ground, unable to face his father, let alone confront the deceased Tang Xiaotian, whom he had secretly cared for. As a child, he had yearned for companionship, for his father, as a count, was perpetually preoccupied and seldom present. It was during that time that his deepest desire was fulfilled. A golden-haired, azure-eyed boy, 2 years his junior, arrived at their home. A delicate doll dressed in foreign attire, standing in a garden lush with blossoms, seamlessly blending into the scenery of March as if he were a living oil painting. Only later did he learn that the child was his brother, a half-brother, born of a mother who had intruded upon their family. He should have despised the boy. Yet Xiaotian brought him immense joy during his childhood. As they matured, their bond gradually waned. Arlen, unwilling to disappoint his mother, distanced himself from Xiaotian, outwardly dismissing and ridiculing him before the servants, though he never truly inflicted harm. But what did any of that matter now? Xiaotian was dead. Tang Xiaotian awoke with a start, the thunder rumbling ominously overhead. On the eve of an impending storm, the air was thick with tension. Luca lay sleeping in his embrace, a small figure resembling a beautiful doll. Tang Xiaotian gently placed the child on the side of the bed, tiptoeing to the balcony, where in the distance, the lights of a grand manor flickered. To be precise, he was currently hiding in a garden shed, directly across from the estate of Count Terenxi, that repugnant and corpulent old man who was a formidable adversary. However, his current turmoil was not with that matter, but rather with the dream he had just experienced. He had dreamt of a world long past. Although the vision was fleeting, he beheld a despondent Arlen standing before a gravestone, where he saw his own name inscribed. Surrounded by fresh flowers, his beloved roses. In life, he had cherished these blooms, believing no one would know of his fondness, yet in death, someone had placed an abundance of fresh roses at his grave. Blood-red, Arlen wept at the grave, resembling a lost child unsure of how to return home, or a desolate failure mourning the loss of a companion. The scene left him with an unsettling feeling. Hadn't Arlen despised him? How could he possibly weep at his tomb? Was he trying to repulse himself? Sigh. Such thoughts were futile. He was already dead, and that world was no longer his concern. Tang Xiaotian resolved to remain obediently in this world. With a resounding crack, a silver lightning bolt illuminated the sky, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Torrential rain poured down, blurring the distant castle lights. Luca woke with a start, gazing at the empty bed, and cried out, "Brother! Brother!" "I'm here," Tang Xiaotian replied, rushing to embrace the frightened child. With a flick of his finger, the candles on the wall ignited, a newly acquired skill, instinctively manifested. The warm orange glow enveloped the room, dispelling the darkness, allowing Luca's anxious heart to calm. The remnants of his earlier fear clung to him as he clutched Tang Xiaotian's flowing robe. "Brother, don't go," Luca pleaded. Though he was aware that Tang Xiaotian had admitted to being a demon, he clung to this unfamiliar brother, now his only support after Jim's departure. "I will not leave. I promise I will rescue you, brother." Tang Xiaotian was a man of his word. Having made a promise, he would fulfill it, especially since he had long harbored disdain for that old scoundrel Terenxi. The little one nodded, continuing to hold tightly to the youth's slender waist, finding comfort in his embrace, even more than in his mother's arms, not to mention the faint scent of roses wafting through the air. The rain fell incessantly, drumming against the ground, mingling with the sound of approaching footsteps, orderly and deliberate, nearing the garden shed. Tang Xiaotian had never realized how keen his hearing could be, his gaze fixed on the door. Sensing something approaching, he positioned the child behind him, whispering, "Something is coming. Hide well." Luca obeyed and concealed himself in the corner of the bed, fearfully watching the door. Moments later, he too heard the sound of shoes on the ground, terrified to even breathe. Chapter 5. The Search for the Boy. The footsteps paused at the door, and Tang Xiaotian sensed that the person outside was akin to him, a familiar aura indicating that they, too, might be a demon. However, he sensed not one, but 4 individuals. "Brother," Luca quivered, hiding behind the youth, his voice trembling. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on him, making it difficult to breathe. The young man gently ran his fingers through the child's hair, offering a reassuring touch, signaling that all was well. With a creaking sound, the wooden door slowly swung open. A chilling breeze rushing in, mingled with the dampness of the rain. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of elegant women's leather shoes. As one gazed upward, they beheld a purple maid's gown, cascading down from a figure adorned with light lavender tresses that flowed gracefully behind her, standing shrouded in the darkness. Tang Xiaotian could not discern the lady's eyes, for behind her stood 3 others, equally cloaked in shadow, their garments untouched by the rain. "What brings you here?" Tang Xiaotian asked, his gaze fixating dangerously on the figures outside. His long, lustrous black hair nearly brushed the ground, cascading like a waterfall across the bed, rendering him as beautiful as a fallen angel from the heavens. "You have not forged a contract with him," remarked the lady at the threshold, her tone laced with surprise, yet devoid of malice. "What?" Tang Xiaotian replied, bewildered. However, he was a person who often concealed his inner turmoil behind a calm facade, and he resolutely declared, "It is of no concern to you." The lady smiled. Her striking appearance, enhanced by her maid's outfit and distinctive headpiece, rendered her an odd sight. "Are you Claude?" Hannah inquired, her gaze fixed on the raven-haired youth. The last time she had encountered him, he was idly wandering in search of delectable souls. She had long set her sights on the boy behind him, yet was taken aback when he had snatched the opportunity first. "I can partake in his soul alongside you." "What do you say?" "I fulfilled his wish, yet this little one has not granted me his soul." "What are you talking about?" Tang Xiaotian shook his head decisively, offering comfort to the trembling child beside him. "Do you wish to hoard it all for yourself?" Hannah expressed her confusion. "I thought you would be more intrigued by that child. Isn't the one in the castle more to your taste?" At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, allowing Tang Xiaotian to perceive that the three individuals behind the lady bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. They were likely triplets, all possessing purple hair and purple eyes. "Are you not considering it?" Hannah, aware that she was no match for Claude, had no intentions of seizing anything. Observing that the youth remained silent, she seemed to grasp his intent, casting a lingering glance at Luca before turning to leave. The shadows of the four figures gradually faded into the rain-soaked night, their words echoing in the air. "I shall return to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Your return matters not to me." Once the figures had vanished from sight, Tang Xiaotian hastily closed the door. He too had been unsettled. The lady exuded a formidable presence, akin to his own, imbued with the essence of a demon. "Have they departed, brother?" Luca nestled deeper into the youth's embrace, fear gripping him, especially after the woman had fixed her gaze upon him, making him feel as though he were a delectable morsel. "It's all right, they have gone," Tang Xiaotian reassured him, ruffling the little one's hair. Possessing a unique identity, he could always detect the tantalizing essence of human souls. "Luca," Tang Xiaotian said solemnly, "did you forge a contract with that demon? Otherwise, it would be inexplicable for a demon to follow you without reason." Luca nodded in fear, wishing to fulfill his brother's desire, which was for the entire village of Alakaru to perish. Tang Xiaotian offered no response, uncertain of what course of action to take. Of course, the soul of this child did not particularly appeal to him, hence he felt no hunger for it. However, the golden-haired boy was an entirely different matter. When they had first met beneath the tree, he had been unaware of what had drawn him in. Only now did he realize it was likely the allure of a delectable soul to a demon. The rain fell relentlessly throughout the night, and by dawn, the Torrance manor remained shrouded in a silent mist. Amidst the fog-laden atmosphere, an opulent carriage departed from the estate. This was the perfect opportunity. Tang Xiaotian stealthily slipped back into the manor. His objective was to rescue Jim, Luca's brother. Upon entering the estate, he encountered several familiar faces, the very individuals who had appeared the previous night. They stood ostentatiously in the lavishly decorated hall, their feet resting upon an exquisite carpet, attending to a rotund old man seated at the dining table. The woman clad in a maid's outfit glanced at Tang Xiaotian, who was concealed in the corner, her expression impassive, devoid of any smile, as she continued her duties. "Is there really a need for such haste?" Tang Xiaotian turned and made his way toward the basement, deeming it unnecessary to linger there any longer. The manor was teeming with servants, and he had also noticed many children, afflicted by illness, being quietly taken away. Suddenly, Tang Xiaotian sensed that the spiderweb he had laid out was being disturbed. To conceal Luca, he had spread numerous webs around the forest. Thus, he would be the first to be alerted should anyone enter. He swiftly turned and departed, racing toward the forest. Jim's mind was still preoccupied with the words of the children he had encountered in the basement regarding the elves, believing that by making a wish to the elves, he could escape his current life and locate his brother. The forest was eerily quiet. Jim, dressed in a dark shirt, appeared grimy and emitted a sense of malnourishment. His once platinum hair dulled, mirroring the overcast sky. Having been captured for so long, he had grown accustomed to being cold and hungry. In the frigid winter, he traversed the chill of the forest. Snowflakes began to fall, and as he reached out to catch them, he was met with grayish flakes. Gray? No. It was merely the snow's hue that seemed off. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching swiftly from behind. Jim turned, and in the next instant, found himself ensnared in a dense spiderweb, his limbs immobilized, leaving him to gaze in terror into the unknown darkness. Tang Xiaotian had cast the web with the expectation of ensnaring a guard from the Torrance manor, yet instead, he had captured a child, the very one he had been searching for. Jim likewise observed the long-haired youth standing on the spiderweb, whose beauty was striking. with flowing black hair nearly brushing the ground, and crimson eyes reflecting his own, approaching him with an expression of astonishment. "Jim, is that you?" Despite already knowing the child's identity, Tang Xiaotian could not resist inquiring once more. "Who are you?" Jim, who had ventured into the forest in search of an elf, looked at the descending boy with a mix of panic and fear in his azure eyes. Yes. You are quite dirty." Tang Xiaotian waved his hand, causing the spider web to dissipate, and grasped the boy's collar, setting him on the ground. "At last, I found you. Let us go." Jim, frightened, hesitated. "Are you an elf?" "No, I am a demon," Tang Xiaotian replied with a smile, not looking back. "Hurry, don't get lost. Where are you taking me?" Jim queried as he chased after the boy who turned a corner. He had come seeking the elf to make a wish. Initially skeptical, he now believed wholeheartedly. Following closely behind the youth into the depths of the forest, Jim's fear was unmistakable. Before long, a shadowy, quaint wooden cabin materialized in the forest, faint light emanating from its windows, indicating that it was inhabited. Upon reaching this point, Tang Xiaotian halted, turning to the anxious boy beside him. He said, "Step inside." "What?" Jim, confused, wondered if the boy was inviting him into the house. Jim's mind wandered to that repugnant old man and those who had pressed him down beneath their weight. Was this demon also one of them? Chapter 6. Reluctance to depart. The cabin was shrouded in the night's embrace, nestled among the trees, with twinkling stars glimmering overhead. Jim's gaze was clouded, his mind swirling with dark thoughts, yet he never anticipated that the person emerging from within would be his long-cherished brother, Luca. "Brother!" Luca exclaimed as he opened the door, equally surprised to see Jim. Hearing footsteps approaching the cabin, he was acutely aware of Tang Xiaotian's warning. He mustn't open the door to strangers until he discerned their intentions. With caution, he cracked the door, fearing it could be the castle guards. But he sighed with relief upon recognizing Tang Xiaotian in his dark attire. As he glanced at the shadow beside Tang, he could no longer restrain himself and dashed towards the boy with the platinum hair. The two children embraced tightly, Luca never once contemplating that his brother was still alive. Those who had taken him claimed that Jim was dead, a notion Luca refused to accept, as he had never seen his brother's corpse. His fragile hope had gradually eroded under relentless despair, and just as he began to relinquish that hope, his brother appeared before him. "Luca, you're safe." "This is truly wonderful," Jim said, embracing his brother, only then realizing that the demon beside him bore no intention of harm, but was there to reunite him with Luca. He turned to face the demon, who had already entered the cabin. Jim took his brother's hand and followed him inside, where the delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. At the center of the cabin, a pot hung over the fire, simmering with broth, flecked with green onions that heightened its appeal. As the scent of the soup reached Luca's senses, he remembered he had yet to have dinner and quickly urged his brother to sit down. "Brother, wait a moment, I'll fetch some bowls." He hurried to the cupboard, climbed onto a wooden stool, and stretched to retrieve 2 wooden bowls. Though somewhat worn, they were clean and serviceable. Gazing at the vividly colored broth, Jim felt a lump form in his throat. Although he resided within the Torrency family, he was a neglected presence in the household. Daily, the more obedient and innocent-looking boys were sent to serve the elderly master, leaving Jim with the least favorable treatment and the most meager provisions. Yet, he felt a sense of fortune, for those who had served the master had succumbed to illness, either dead or barely alive. The number of inhabitants left in the basement was dwindling, and he pondered how soon it would be his turn. But with Luca here, what was he to do? Jim accepted the bowl of broth from his brother, blowing on it before taking large, hearty sips. He cast a glance at the youth by the fire. It was as if they existed in entirely different realms. The young man was remarkably handsome, his brilliant red eyes resembling flames. One glance was enough to render Jim's senses nearly overwhelmed. Luca turned his gaze to the bowl, his hands trembling as he filled it with steaming broth, eagerly offering it to the young man. "Brother Tang, have some dinner." "I'm not hungry." "You eat," Tang Xiaotian replied, shaking his head, struggling to suppress the instinctual reaction his body had towards the soul before him. Demons are inherently drawn to unique souls, and it was only then that Tang Xiaotian recognized the intoxicating allure emanating from Jim, the golden-haired boy. From the moment he entered the cabin, Tang had felt an irresistible pull towards Jim's essence, akin to the euphoria one experiences when intoxicated. "Brother, are you unwell?" Luca noticed the slight daze in Tang's eyes, which gazed at the crackling flames as if veiled in a delicate mist, an enchanting sight. "No." While Luca sat nearby, cradling his bowl of soup, his mind was occupied with his own thoughts. Initially, he had stealthily ventured into the woods, seeking a female demon residing in the castle, pleading with her to eliminate everyone in the village in exchange for his soul. This was how it was meant to be. Luca had never imagined he would be rescued by such a demon youth. At first, he merely sought solace in the warmth of the boy's embrace. believing a fleeting moment of intoxication would suffice. Once he found his brother, he would surrender his soul to Hannah, and all would be well. But now, he hesitated to let go. With his brother and the demon brother both present, it felt perfect. After finishing his soup, Jim's gaze returned to the youth. You are a demon? Tang Xiaotian shot him a bemused glance. Isn't that a question already answered? But why did you save me? Jim pondered, struggling to comprehend. In his worldview, no one would intervene for another without motive. Such actions always carried a price. Brother, it was me. Luca interjected, visibly agitated. I asked him to find you. It was my request. You made a pact with this fellow? Jim's brow furrowed. While the demon did not appear malevolent, he was disinclined for his brother to be entangled in any contract with one. He had heard that those who entered into pacts with demons often lost their souls. No, brother. He merely made a pact with Hannah. Luca cast a pleading glance at the demon, hoping he would keep this matter from Jim, burying it within his heart forever. Tang Xiaotian perceived the boy's silent plea, and the truth he had intended to reveal died on his lips. He turned away, frowning, his tone decidedly unkind. Very well. When do you two plan to leave this place? Why should we leave? Jim's gaze bore into Tang Xiaotian's. He was trapped here. The Torrency family's guards surrounded the estate. The moment he attempted to lead his brother out of the woods, capture was inevitable. Do you wish to remain in this castle? Becoming a plaything for that old wretch? Tang Xiaotian frowned. If you wish to leave, I can assist you. No, I refuse to leave. Jim's emotions flared as he vehemently protested. I want to stay here. Please take my brother away. Why, brother? Both Tang Xiaotian and Luca were bewildered. Jim looked at his brother, his spirit sinking. Luca, don't you wish for a life of luxury? Riding in carriages, adorned in splendid attire, no longer a lowly peasant. Free from stones being hurled at you, no longer driven away, but instead watching those wretches kneel at your feet? How wonderful such a life would be. But brother, we are merely commoners. Luca struggled to grasp Jim's perspective, yet he would support whatever his brother desired. They say I bear a striking resemblance to the Torrency family's child, and that old fool has no heirs. I must remain here until he passes, then I will do everything in my power to become the new heir of the Torrency family. Chapter 7. The pact is sealed in Jim's brilliant blue eyes burned an insatiable yearning for nobility, a fervor that consumed him as relentlessly as the expanding ache within his heart. Suddenly, he turned to face the quiet demon sitting by the fire. Mr. Demon, how fares my soul? Jim inched closer to Tang Xiaotian, his human guise becoming increasingly devilish in his fervor. Your soul is quite splendid. The moment the youth approached, Tang Xiaotian felt his body stiffen, as if encased in ice. The delectable essence of the soul wafted tantalizingly at his nostrils, rendering him immobile, akin to a soul submerged in a vat of wine, intoxicated and dazed. As the boy's hand brushed his cheek, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Sir, would you consider entering into a pact with me? Jim yearned for the demon before him to fulfill his wishes. He longed to escape his current existence, aspiring to elevate his brother to a life of affluence, yet he knew this was unattainable without assistance. He had heard whispers from other boys imprisoned in the dungeon, tales of demons capable of granting any desire. Much like fairies, they would barter for a human soul, ensuring that even the mightiest of kings could be summoned. Should one be willing to pay the price? No. Tang Xiaotian shuddered at the thought, his muddled gaze sharpening with clarity, though his body still felt weak and drained. He resembled a pitiful creature, just awakening from a drunken stupor. I cannot enter into a contract with you. You must leave. The very notion of becoming a human's thrall was unthinkable. He had been warned by the supreme deity that demons often consumed human souls as a condition for fulfilling their desires, and it was said that these souls were particularly delectable. He had no interest in the peculiar cravings of demons. He sought only the tragically deceased souls to feast upon, never intending to hunt the living or conjure such souls into existence. Though he had tasted the exquisite nature of such souls, he could not bring himself to commit murder. In his previous life, he had been too engrossed in studying magic to undertake any practical tasks, leaving him a mere novice, adept at verbal incantations, but faint-hearted at the prospect of bloodshed. Jim's azure eyes darkened with despair, anger, and fury. He could not comprehend why this demon would not choose him. Was his soul lacking in worth? Why? Jim cupped the demon's face in his hands, leaning in closer, catching a glimpse of the flicker in the demon's crimson eyes. The demon's inability to meet his gaze sent pangs of anguish through his heart. Is it because my soul is inadequate? Why do you not select me? Once more, Tang Xiaotian was assailed by the intoxicating allure of the boy's soul, its delicious essence tantalizing him. It felt like a form of self-torture, as if a sumptuous feast lay before him, yet he was powerless to partake. The temptation gnawing at him to consume it. What a cruel world this is, he lamented. No, I do not disdain your soul. Might you kindly keep your distance? Tang Xiaotian was on the verge of succumbing to the overwhelming allure of the boy's soul, his fingers trembling slightly as his fangs elongated, resembling a vampire in a frenzy. Jim seemed to grasp the situation, realizing that the demon was not repulsed by him, but rather terrified of his proximity. The moment Jim reached out to touch him, the demon recoiled as if burned, his face flushing a deep crimson akin to a ripe tomato. "Sir, my desires are quite simple, though I am yet uncertain of what I truly seek. However, there is one thing you must assist me with." With his head bowed, Jim toyed with the demon's ebony locks, tugging at them forcefully, causing Tang Xiaotian to wince in pain. Overwhelmed by the encroaching essence of the soul, he collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise. "Brother, what are you doing?" Luca gasped, fearing his brother intended to harm the demon. Just as he prepared to intervene, he witnessed Jim draw a fork across his own palm, crimson blood oozing from the jagged wound and pooling onto the floor. The intoxicating scent of blood acted like a potent toxin, and Tang Xiaotian found his willpower crumbling. As Jim pressed his finger to Tang Xiaotian's lips, the blood trickled in, and he instinctively sank his teeth into the boy's arm, his pupils dilating as he savored the fresh, ambrosial taste. A euphoric sigh escaping his throat as if he had tasted ambrosia itself. What a delectable flavor. In that moment, Tang Xiaotian was enraptured by the taste of the boy's blood, oblivious to Jim's almost tender gesture as he cradled his head, stroking his hair as one would a cherished plush companion. "Drink slowly. More shall come, my dear steward." Ensnared by the allure, the demon was deaf to the words of his blood's owner, gripping the boy's arm tightly, only to realize he had applied too much pressure and quickly loosened his hold. When he regained his senses, he noticed a triangular sigil imprinted upon Jim's palm, encircled by dual rings, with 3 intersecting lines cradling a sleek black spider, its eyes as red as the demon's own. Jim gazed at the sigil in disbelief. Would this truly compel the demon to heed his words? He instinctively glanced at the bewildered demon, a wicked smile curling his lips. "I am weary and desire milk." Tang Xiaotian looked at the child, perplexed, his heart reluctant to comply. But suddenly, as if sensing his reluctance, he found himself moving of his own accord, rising and darting from the wooden cabin toward the castle's kitchen. "What is happening to me?" The unfortunate demon was compelled to breach the kitchen of the Torrancy family, hastily carving a hole in the wall, narrowly escaping the chaos he would surely have faced otherwise. He set a warm cup of milk upon the modest wooden table, panting heavily, finally grasping the situation. The sigil on his palm was intrinsically linked to him. He was bound to fulfill the boy's desires. To defy this would result in an excruciating sensation, akin to being struck by lightning, a punishment tethered to his very soul. Observing the obedient demon who had procured a cup of milk for him, Jim felt a spark of joy, eager to share this newfound delight with his brother. "Luca, is there anything you wish for? You may command him to fulfill your desires." Luca looked at his brother with uncertainty, glancing at the exhausted demon sprawled on the ground, his heart heavy with compassion. "But brother, is this truly right? What could possibly be wrong? He is now my steward and must heed my every command. I have wagered my very soul for this. What could be amiss?" Jim remained blissfully unaware of the inexplicable yearning stirring within him. All he sought was the companionship of the demon, hence he spoke words that belied his true feelings. Chapter 8. Executing the Master's Wishes. The beleaguered young demon found himself at the mercy of the golden-haired boy, tossed to and fro, questioning the very essence of his existence. As dawn broke, the golden-haired youth audaciously squatted by his bedside, tugging at his long locks and commanding, "I demand you to venture into the castle and slay that old man," subsequently forging a will proclaiming me to be his long-lost son. Tang Xiaotian stared in sheer disbelief at the young boy beside him, incredulous that such a thing could be asked of him. He was utterly unprepared for this task. Yet, how could he possibly execute it? With a bewildered expression, he stammered, "Well, it seems I am unfamiliar with the characters used here." The demon's mutterings displeased the golden-haired youth. "What do you mean, the characters here? What do you know?" "I recognize Chinese characters." Jim's lips twitched slightly. "Chinese characters? That seems to belong to a faraway land, one that is quite distant from ours. I care not how you achieve this, but I must inherit that castle. It is imperative. Immediately." Jim, without any hesitation, clutched the boy's slender neck, appearing more demonic than the timid youth beside him. I understand. Please release my hair. Ouch, it hurts. I was wrong. Under the torment of the golden-haired boy, Tang Xiaotian finally relented. He cast aside his final vestiges of dignity, kneeling at the boy's feet, tears welling in his eyes as he pleaded, "Master, I was mistaken. I shall not dare again." Jim sat regally upon a dilapidated chair, his every gesture reminiscent of true nobility. Having spent his life amidst the circles of a grand family, he was well versed in the ostentatious manners of noble science, making imitation easy. "Where did you err?" he inquired, lifting the boy's chin with his foot. Demons are naturally endowed with striking crimson eyes, their long hair cascading like a fallen fairy. For a fleeting moment, Jim found himself almost breathless, captivated by those scarlet orbs. Before a response could be uttered, he kicked the demon steward aside, his tone harsh. "Why are you so useless?" Tang Xiaotian, labeled as useless and unceremoniously kicked, felt his lips twitch. Though his expression was dazed, internally, he experienced a complete reversal of sentiment. Goodness, this little rascal is getting too bold. His brother, Luca, could no longer bear to watch. Observing as his brother tormented the demon, he felt a pang of guilt, for it was this very demon who had saved his life, as well as his brother S. He was uncertain whether this constituted a betrayal of such kindness. "What is the matter, Luca?" Jim smiled at his younger brother, his wicked demeanor vanishing. Had he not previously witnessed the terrifying side of this boy, Tang Xiaotian might have been ensnared by his innocent smile. Foreign children are indeed frightening. He had learned never to judge by appearances. Beautiful things are often treacherous. Initially, he had thought the golden-haired youth merely mischievous, but after a night of Jim's antics, he had come to know another side of this child, one that was cruel and terrifying, wielding merciless methods. Were it not for the demon's ability to recover unscathed from injury, his fingers would have long been slashed by knives and forks. "What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and act. I wish to reside in that castle before nightfall." Jim's gaze was icy as it fell upon the demon in the corner. That smile resembled that of an executioner toying with the lives of others. "I desire to move and openly. You comprehend?" "I do not comprehend. Not in the slightest, unfortunately." Before he could voice his frustrations, the contract was already in effect. The moment the boy articulated his desires, Tang Xiaotian was bound to comply without the slightest hint of defiance. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself compelled by the contract's demands. Standing at the entrance of a grand manor, surrounded by several servants. "Who are you?" The sentinels at the manor's entrance regarded the young man, with flowing black hair and red eyes, with suspicion. He appeared peculiar, yet strikingly beautiful, emanating an aura of danger. "I am here to take your master's life." Tang Xiaotian never imagined he would utter such a melodramatic proclamation one day. Several guards rushed forth to subdue the raven-haired youth, only to have their throats severed by suddenly launched cutlery, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Demon. The last surviving soldier, paralyzed by fear, fell to the ground with a wretched scream, which soon ceased as his own throat was cut by a piece of silverware. Crimson blood oozing from the wound until his body went cold. Tang Xiaotian, unnaturally calm, stepped over the corpses, though his mind was in a state of bewilderment. Despite his profound reluctance to kill, the contract's coercive nature left him with no choice. He bloodied the castle, leaving no servant alive in his wake. Eventually, he arrived at the door of a chamber, where he heard muffled sounds of distress intermingled with the anguished cries of a youth. Kicking the door open, he beheld a rotund old man sprawled upon the bed, and on the floor, a boy lay crumpled, evidently on the brink of collapse. "Who are you?" The old man, with wispy golden hair, recoiled in fear, attempting to rise from the bed. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror, and before he could comprehend what was occurring, he was dead. "Wait, I haven't even laid a hand on you." Tang Xiaotian noticed someone outside the window, but that figure departed after extracting the old man's soul. He sensed an otherworldly presence. Surely, it was a reaper. What a bewildering era this was, where demons and reapers coexisted. With the old man now lifeless, Tang Xiaotian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached, yanking the bedclothes to cover the fallen youth. "Can you still walk?" The boy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing up at Tang Xiaotian with trepidation. "Are you here to rescue me?" "Of course not. If you can walk, you should leave quickly." Tang Xiaotian turned to depart, but the boy grasped his foot desperately. "I'm in so much pain, I can't move. Please, save me." Faced with a living soul pleading for assistance, Tang Xiaotian ultimately extended a hand of mercy. He scooped the boy up, swiftly applying medicine to his wounds and inspecting the more intimate injuries, packing a large bag of remedies for him and finding some appropriate clothing before escorting him to the door. "You may go now." Just as Tang Xiaotian prepared to shut the door and tend to the corpses within, he suddenly recalled something. "Where are the other children being kept?" The boy, trembling and biting his bruised lip, replied, "They are all locked in the basement. Some are in the warm room." "I see." The door closed mercilessly. The boy clutching a trove of medicine and money against his chest, casting a lingering glance back at the shut door before ultimately departing from the dreadful manor. Chapter 9. An incident caused by red wine. The task of clearing the bodies consumed considerable time. Tang Xiaotian utilized magic to replicate several forged letters, crafting documents that purportedly detailed Jim's return to the old man, before finally making his way to a small cottage in the garden to await the young master's return. However, upon arriving at the cottage's entrance, he was met with the furious glare of the golden-haired youth. I told you not to return before dark. Look what time it is now. Tang Xiaotian cast a desperate glance at the setting sun. But it's not dark yet. I am your master. And you shall not contradict me. Kneel. With a sudden thud, Tang Xiaotian found himself kneeling at the feet of the golden-haired youth, who nonchalantly rested his foot upon Tang's thigh. The boy exerted little force, merely seeking to vent the frustrations accumulated during his prolonged wait. He believed the demon had abandoned him, that the fiend had forsaken him entirely. The overwhelming dread had consumed him since the moment the other had departed, compelling him to pace back and forth by the window, yearning for the familiar silhouette to return. He wished fervently for the boy's swift return, abandoning thoughts of nobility. All he desired was that the demonic youth would not leave him behind. Fortunately, his young master had returned. The fury etched on Jim's face transformed more swiftly than the turning of pages, giving way to relief as he bent down to embrace the boy's head. Xiaotian. Yes, master. Tang Xiaotian responded almost instinctively, feeling an inexplicable compulsion to answer the boy. He perceived the child's plight. Despite his tender years, his soul was shrouded in darkness. Only those who have endured profound suffering could harbor such resentment towards the world. Yet, he noticed a faint glow emanating from the boy's spirit, perhaps a yearning for love. Loneliness, abandonment, and pain drove him to seek a semblance of affection in this world tainted by malevolence. You have returned. Indeed, master. Tang Xiaotian was poised to embrace his young master as well, only to be callously kicked away, followed by an even angrier voice from above. You worthless steward. Alas, he had once again been labeled a failure. Ever since he forged a pact with this golden-haired boy, he felt as if he had truly become a burden. A flawless will was, for the people of this era, something not easily discerned even with advanced technology. That letter had been magically forged. In his previous life, although Tang Xiaotian was not a genius magician, he had spent ample time at the Magic Academy, and he could certainly manage simple spells. The master of the Torrency Manor had perished. Yet, while the butler and all the servants were still in shock, a boy named Aloys took residence in the castle. He possessed golden hair and striking blue eyes, proclaiming himself the lost son of Torrency, Aloys Torrency. Tang Xiaotian despaired, realizing that his master, no, the master with whom he had signed a contract in every conceivable sense, had expelled all the servants from the manor. Angrily, he stormed into his master's chamber, ready to confront this troublesome little brat about his intentions. Upon entering, he found the golden-haired boy proudly lifting his chin and hurling a pillow at him, shouting, Tang Xiaotian. How dare you disregard the time as my steward? Do you not hold me in esteem? That is not the case, master. Then what do you mean? Hurry and come here to dress me. Faced with Aloys' accusation, Tang Xiaotian had no choice but to assist him in dressing. However, the impish boy could not remain still. Just as Tang finally managed to put a coat on him, the little rascal discarded it. Sighing, he felt utterly at a loss with this insufferable master. As he dressed the boy, he attempted to curry favor, saying, Master, I feel the manor is rather empty. Then simply add more furniture, Aloys replied disinterestedly, tugging at the tie Tang had just tied for him. He relished the pleasure of watching the boy seethe with frustration, yet remained compelled to kneel at his feet to dress him. To put it more aptly, he reveled in the attention of the boy's gaze upon him. That is not what I meant, master. I believe there should be more servants in the manor, more servants. Aloys, lowering his gaze to the young man before him, reached out and grasped his long black hair, bringing it to his lips for a kiss. His face adorned with a smile that was decidedly unbefitting for a child. Did you not just tell me yesterday that 4 people were loitering in the castle? Unwilling to leave? Then make use of them. Truly, this was akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Those unwilling to depart were, in fact, demons. Tang Xiaotian could sense that those fiends were constantly scheming to claim the master's brother's soul. Each day he was tasked with caring for his master while also soothing the master's brother to sleep at night, feeling like an all-purpose nanny. He felt deceived by the divine. For what was this so-called freedom? He now felt as though he had been sold and was merely counting the coins for another. Moreover, that wretched Aloys had once again torn away the tie he had just tidied. Silently, he gazed at the discarded tie upon the floor and retrieved another from the wardrobe. His master possessed some peculiar habits, such as never reusing items that had fallen to the ground and always ordering a complete overhaul of the household decor. Fortuitously, he was adept in magic. Otherwise, he would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. Just as he finished dressing his master, the door to the room swung open. A delicately dressed boy, resembling a doll, entered and affectionately embraced Aloys, calling him brother, before turning to Tang Xiaotian and hugging him as well. Good morning, brother Xiaotian. Good morning, Luca, Tang Xiaotian replied, squatting to adjust Luca's slightly tousled bangs. Breakfast is ready, let us go eat. All right. Luca took Tang Xiaotian's hand, glancing back to ensure he was following. Leading the way down the stairs, Tang Xiaotian felt increasingly like a caretaker. After serving his master at the dining table, he then attended to the young master, dutifully performing his tasks while still subject to punishment from Aloys. For instance now, he was tasked with pouring a glass of red wine for his master, but before he could even begin, Aloys' sharp voice sliced through the air. Tang Xiaotian, do not tell me you do not know how to pour red wine. Is there really so much to it? He stood awkwardly, clutching the wine bottle. For he truly did not know how to pour. His knowledge of dining etiquette was scant, and he had been reprimanded just yesterday for misplacing the cutlery. Let me handle it, master, a woman in a purple maid's outfit said, stepping forward from behind the dining table. With a smile on her lips, she gracefully took the wine bottle from Tang Xiaotian's hands, and, with a flawless bend, single-handedly poured the wine. Worthless. Aloys sipped the wine, throwing another insult at his steward. Tang Xiaotian felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart. He longed to shout at the heavens, if you're so capable, go to the east. I refuse to believe you can use chopsticks, you big fool. Yet he lacked the courage to voice such thoughts. Bound by the constraints of the contract that forbade him from defying his master's demands, lest he incur divine wrath. Chapter 10. The Beginning of Tragedy. Tang Xiaotian, utterly ignorant of red wine, felt as though he was suffering an unjust punishment. He looked woefully at Hannah and the three identical figures behind her. To this day, he could not distinguish between Thompson, Timber, and Canterbury. The purple-clad maid, having finished pouring the wine, cast a disdainful glance at Tang Xiaotian, her beautiful eyes filled with contempt, as if to say that competing with her for the young master's soul was sheer folly. Frustrated and gritting his teeth, Tang Xiaotian stood there for a moment, staring at the rose-patterned floor, only to be struck on the head by a spoon, followed by Aloys's furious roar. Why are you not coming over here immediately? Tang Xiaotian approached the young boy with a sense of frustration. Just as he was about to speak, he found his chin grasped by Aloys, compelling him to lower his head to provide his master with a measure of comfort. What should I do, Xiaotian? Aloys suddenly exhibited a look of terror, releasing his grip and burying himself in Tang's embrace, as if paralyzed by fear. That old wretch Yeruludo is coming, but I have already altered the decor. What should I do? If he discovers that I am not his legitimate nephew, he will seize everything. Do we need to revert the decorations to their original state? Can you manage that, Xiaotian? Aloys leaned heavily against Tang, who, despite being taller, found the weight of the 12-year-old boy quite significant. Master, could you please stand properly? The issue is that I am on the verge of being toppled by you. Aloys complied, straightening up and gentlemanly adjusting his black tie. I shall grant you 1 hour to restore the room to its former glory. I trust this will not pose a challenge for you? Aloys beamed at the butler behind him, his eyes sparkling like a blossoming flower, his exuberance evident. If the room returned to its original state, that old man would never suspect a thing. I will manage it, rest assured. Tang Xiaotian nodded in agreement, watching as Aloys took his adorable little brother, Luca, to the backyard. Hannah and her trio of mountain-born siblings swiftly tidied the table, not sparing him a glance. Humph. It's not as if I can't learn to pour red wine. He could certainly master it, without a doubt. Tang Xiaotian was momentarily puzzled. Why must he learn to pour wine? Was it merely to serve that little brat? Forget it. I don't want to do this anymore. Yet he silently began rearranging the decor, tears welling in his eyes as he waved his wand to tidy up. Ah, yes. The wand was also brought from the previous world. That accursed deity had specifically transported his wand as compensation, insisting that he adhere to the narrative. He could protect these people's lives while simultaneously ensuring the plot of this world unfolded as intended. It was rumored to be a realm where reapers and demons coexisted. The protagonist was a man named Charles Fandom, accompanied by a demon known as Sebastian Michaelis. Meanwhile, he portrayed a demon named Claude, a particularly nefarious creature lusting after souls. How despicable! As Tang waved his wand, restoring everything to its original state, he contemplated the storyline transmitted to him by the deity. Intriguingly, the narrative proved quite useful. Due to his involvement, there were numerous events he had not partaken in, yet the world seamlessly filled in the gaps. For instance, he had not attempted to seize Charles's soul. Nevertheless, after the story filled in the void, Charles's soul was sealed away in the basement storeroom. There was a saying, perhaps better left unsaid. Tang Xiaotian had no desire to meddle in the narrative, yet the malevolent heavens had already orchestrated everything for him. By the time he restored the room, the guest would be arriving. Aloys entrusted his brother to Tang. Take him to a room. We must not allow that wretched old man to see Luca. Understood. Tang Xiaotian took Luca's small hand and led him upstairs. Hannah and her servants exited to greet the guests who had arrived at the entrance of the Torrensey Manor in a horse-drawn carriage. Passing by the long corridor windows, he paused to glance at the two individuals disembarking from the carriage. One bore an uncanny resemblance to the former master of Torrensey Manor, though he was not. That fellow was the brother of the late Earl of Torrensey, Ludo, a greedy and cunning old man. His purpose for visiting was merely to extort some money. After all, with his own brother deceased and no profit garnered, it was only natural for him to feel some ire. "Brother Shoution, what are you looking at?" Luca chimed in, eager to see as well. He waved his small hand, but alas, he could not reach the window. Otherwise, he would have liked to see what his brother was observing. "There's nothing worth seeing. Luca, let us return inside." "Oh." Luca withdrew his gaze, disappointment evident as he followed Tang. Once inside the room, he felt a tinge of boredom, uncertain of what his brother was doing downstairs, especially since Shoution had forbidden him from going down. He sat on a stool, gazing at the luxurious books and shelves, the plush carpets, and the comfortable sofas. Initially, he had thought it all a dream, only to find that his brother had transformed into a noble, and he had become the friend of a noble. Tang Shoution descended the stairs, inhaling deeply as he positioned himself behind his master, listening to the adults' conversations at the dining table. He truly admired Aloys. Where did he learn to smile with such flowery exuberance? And that saccharine tone, was it not an invitation to hasten someone's demise? Damn, how could such speech be permissible? He observed Aloys's abrupt changes in tone and demeanor, watching as the excessively rotund Ludo seethed, nearly ready to hurl his plate. Yet, with a guest present, he refrained from confronting this interloper who had audaciously claimed to be part of their family. Tang Shoution could see the sweat of anger beading on the man's face. Yet he forced a smile to maintain his noble facade. He could not fathom why these self-proclaimed nobles felt the need to put on airs even while dining. Did they not tire of it? He smiled as he served the dishes, dutifully standing behind his master to pour tea and refill glasses. Regardless of his gentlemanly demeanor, he was still an Oriental, lacking the dominant aura, instead exuding a gentle and obedient presence. Coupled with his striking appearance, with long black hair, he easily captured the attention of two individuals. Aloys despised others prying into his affairs. Upon descending, he splashed red wine across the table, then exclaimed with feigned horror, "I apologize, Uncle Ludo. I noticed a fly buzzing about your mouth and became a bit too animated." He then flashed a smile that could only be described as diabolical. Tang Shoution shuddered slightly, taken aback by that disingenuous grin. Chapter 11. The Curious Trio of Brothers. Thus, what began as a polite and grand dinner descended into chaos. After the adults finished their meal, Tang Shoution followed his master upstairs. Aloys was undeniably a troublesome boy, capable of concocting various schemes to torment that wretched maid. In truth, he bore no particular animosity towards the maid. He merely wished to protect his brother on behalf of his master. Just as they reached the doorway, Aloys abruptly halted, causing Tang Shoution to nearly collide with him. "How did I perform just now?" He suddenly turned, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at Tang. He resembled a child who had scored a perfect 100, eagerly awaiting parental praise, a stark contrast to the devilish smile he had worn moments before. Quite well." Aloys was clearly displeased with his response and took a step closer, seizing the butler's long hair and compelling him to bend down to his level before demanding, "Then give me a smile." Tang Shoution, feeling extremely awkward, managed a smile that, while slightly strained, was nonetheless quite charming. Aloys, with a satisfied wave of his hand, released the other person and, seemingly unconcerned, turned back with an air of confidence. "I'm well aware of that old fool's intentions, and as for that Viscount Dorheit, they merely seek to line their pockets." The individual awkwardly trailed behind, refraining from speaking or voicing any thoughts of his own. Aloys was dressed particularly elegantly today, adorning a beautiful little dress with a snug bow tied at his neck. He could hardly comprehend why foreign nobility favored such elaborate attire. He currently detested the heavy classical suit he wore, primarily because he was unaccustomed to it. The maid, Hannah, had already escorted the esteemed guests downstairs to rest, and they would not depart from the Torrensey castle until after dinner. Just as they reached the entrance, the impatient Luca burst forth from the room, leaping into his brother's embrace and calling out "brother," his tousled hair framing a curious gaze directed at Tang Shoution. "Luca, why did you come out?" "It was too dull staying inside." "Brother," Luca replied, looking up at him with an endearing expression, adjusting his posture to appear more refined. Knowing his brother preferred him to behave like a little gentleman rather than a boorish country child. "Then let us return indoors to play chess," Aloy suggested, taking his brother's hand as they walked back, with Tang Shoution dutifully following. As they played chess, Tang Shoution prepared red tea nearby while enduring Aloys's numerous, rather unflattering insults. For instance, after the 87th brew of red tea, Aloys wrinkled his brow, took a sip, and instead of hurling the cup as he had previously, he simply spat out the tea. "You've made some progress compared to last time, but your tea still leaves much to be desired. This manor has already wasted too much red tea. I do not mind that, so practice more. Oh, by the way, Aloys added with a cheerful smile. You still cannot pour red wine, dear Xiaodian. I do not wish for my esteemed guests to ridicule my butler for being incapable of pouring wine and brewing tea. I hope you will take the time to learn from Hannah in the coming days. Very well, my master, Tang Xiaodian replied through gritted teeth, a slight frown creasing his brow. He then served a glass of milk to the young master and quietly exited the room under Luca's beaming gaze. He proceeded to Hannah's quarters, and upon knocking, the door swung open to reveal the three identical twins inside, though Hannah was conspicuously absent. Their expressions were inscrutable, and Tang Xiaodian still struggled to differentiate between them, as they seemed like mere replicas of one another. Where is your mistress, Hannah? He inquired. The three whispered among themselves before one replied. The mistress has gone to prepare the ingredients for dinner. Oh, Tang Xiaodian began to turn away, but suddenly paused. Glancing back at the trio, what is your name? The purple-haired boy who had spoken earlier hesitated before responding. Thompson. Tang Xiaodian nodded, knowing he would soon forget who was who. So, Thompson, while your mistress is busy in the kitchen, what are you three doing here? Nothing, they chorused in unison, clearly concealing something. Sensing that they were hiding something, he chose not to dwell on it and headed to the kitchen. There, under the derisive gaze of the wretched female demon, Hannah Anaphoros, he spent nearly 2 hours learning the art of pouring red wine, and over an hour on the intricacies of brewing red tea. Finally, Hannah asked, have you remembered everything? Tang Xiaodian, for the sake of politeness, shook his head. Hannah smiled gently, tidying up the mess, and remarked, how long will Mr. Claude pretend to be inept? Having known Claude for centuries, she suspected he was merely feigning incompetence. What he sought remained a mystery to her, and she had no interest in unraveling it. She only desired the soul of that child as her rightful reward. Tang Xiaodian, disregarding her comments, turned and left, remnants of red wine still staining his attire. Chapter 12, A Visitor Arrives. After dinner, Aloys, clutching a box of money, hurled it from the second-floor balcony, delivering a harsh humiliation to the portly old man below. Tang Xiaodian initially intended to intervene, but sometimes the unfolding of events was beyond his control. That evening, a sudden storm erupted, and once Aloys waited for his brother to fall asleep, he gleefully tormented Tang Xiaodian. Xiaodian, brew me a cup of red tea. Master, perhaps you should drink less tea at night. How about a glass of milk instead? Tang Xiaodian found it perplexing how children of this era favored red tea over the more nourishing milk, which could help them grow taller. Observing the golden-haired youth's disdainful expression, he kindly suggested, drinking milk could help you grow a bit taller. His smile was sincere, entirely oblivious to the boy's thoughts. Aloys, measuring the height of the dark-haired boy beside him, felt discomfort as he realized that he was indeed a head taller. Thus, he reluctantly agreed to switch from tea to milk, consuming it with alacrity before lying down and requesting a bedtime story from the boy. It was at this moment that an unexpected guest arrived at the manor. Tang Xiaodian soothed the agitated Aloys and took a lamp to open the door. He was met by a dashing figure clad in a high-collared trench coat, a strikingly handsome man who towered over him. Oh dear, a handsome fellow, Tang Xiaodian thought. Somewhat infatuated, completely oblivious to the fact that this man was Sebastian, the butler of the story's protagonist. Despite the top hat obscuring part of his face, his chiseled jawline was unmistakably impressive. A storm is brewing, the man remarked, his voice pleasing to the ear. Tang Xiaodian mused aloud, indeed. I see the storm approaching quite fiercely. May I inquire as to your purpose? Caught in the storm, might I impose upon you for shelter tonight? Tang Xiaodian hesitated, unwilling to acquiesce. The man held a suitcase and was dressed in an overly formal manner. Only now, with a clearer mind, did Tang Xiaodian sense that this individual, like himself, was a demon. His expression darkened. Why did these demons seem so drawn to this place? No, he resolutely refused, unwilling to allow this powerful demon to enter the manor. Sebastian had not anticipated such a firm rejection, and with a slight lift of his chin, he regarded Tang Xiaodian with a penetrating gaze, as if assessing whether the person before him was indeed akin to himself, or perhaps no longer so. You are not Claude. The words from Sebastian Myrtilus sent the long-haired butler into a fit of rage. What business is it of yours? Regardless, it is inconvenient for you to stay. As he attempted to close the door, Sebastian placed his hand against it, stating, you are him, yet not entirely. Thus, the contract has lapsed. Tang Xiaodian, bewildered, struggled to comprehend the situation, as Aloys, waiting for his story, emerged barefoot from within. Ah, is this the visitor of the midnight hour? How dreadfully soiled he appears. Aloys, like an inquisitive child, bounded out from behind the long-haired youth, his gaze contemplative as he scrutinized the traveler trudging through the rain. He resembles a rat from the sewers. Quite the enticing aroma. Tang Xiaodian hurriedly pulled Aloys back, who was on the verge of lunging at the ominous figure before them, a demon, no less. He could not bear the thought of Aloys frolicking in front of such a creature. The consequences could be dire, and he would be tormented by the contract's repercussions. Aloys reveled in the sensation of being protected by the butler, turning to Tang Xiaotian with a gleeful declaration, "I consent to let him stay the night." Tang Xiaotian felt an unexpected surprise stir within him. When had this boy become so benevolent? The master's decision was final, after all. Regardless of what he said, Aloys would certainly disregard it, leaving him with no choice. Tang Xiaotian first carried his master back to change clothes and instructed Hannah to prepare a midnight snack for their guest in the kitchen. However, matters proved to be far more complicated than he had envisioned. The finicky guest insisted that even a mere drop of juice on the plate warranted a complete replacement. For someone like Tang Xiaotian, who had never been raised among the nobility, this was akin to finding faults in an egg. Fortunately, Hannah's expertise allowed her to navigate these demands with ease, swiftly resolving the situation. Dressed in fresh attire, Aloys's eyes darted mischievously, clearly concocting some mischief. He turned to the long-haired man tidying his garments and said, "Xiaotian, I desire your homemade noodles with fried sauce." Tang Xiaotian looked at Aloys with a furrowed brow, replying, "But it is already late, master. I have not prepared the ingredients for the sauce." "I care not. I want it now," Aloys retorted, throwing himself onto the bed in a fit of anger, hurling a pillow at the youth. All right, I understand," Tang Xiaotian conceded, helpless against the boy's insistence. "I shall make it, but it may take some time." "No matter, just go," Aloys replied nonchalantly. With a strange glance at Aloys, Tang Xiaotian turned and made his way to the kitchen to prepare the dish. He truly wondered if Aloys's late-night craving for noodles was a form of torment or merely a whim. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, Aloys stealthily approached the door of the room where their guest had just settled in, knocking softly. Under Sebastian's guidance, Aloys ventured into the cellar where the tea was stored, inadvertently handing over the box containing Charles's sealed soul to Sebastian. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaotian busied himself in the kitchen, believing the child genuinely craved the meal, unaware of Aloys's penchant for mischief that rivaled that of a troublesome rascal. As he neared the final step of preparing the sauce, Hannah pushed open the kitchen door, her expression peculiar as she regarded Tang Xiaotian. "Has your contract lapsed?" "What contract?" Tang Xiaotian was entirely distracted, struggling to converse with Hannah while inadvertently over-seasoning the sauce. His mind in disarray. "You should check the cellar," Hannah remarked before departing. She had no time to deal with Claude's antics. Her singular focus remained on obtaining Jim's soul. Due to Claude's interference, she had failed to secure the soul, and the child seemed reluctant to part with it. Thus, Hannah found herself compelled to remain in the manor. Tang Xiaotian, bewildered, pondered Hannah's reminder but ultimately decided to inspect the cellar. As he approached, a sudden realization struck him. Was he unwittingly enacting a narrative? Chapter 13. The Master Fears the Dark. At that moment, the idol deity, wishing to check on the child lost in another world, reminded him. That man is the partner of the protagonist in this realm, Sebastian Michaelis. Inside the box he holds lies Charles, while his soul is sealed within the tea box. Although you have not committed this act, it was done by the original host prior to your arrival. The deity chuckled. Are you not thrilled and surprised to share a narrative path with the protagonist of this world? Does it not fill you with joy? Where do you see me filled with joy? Tang Xiaotian thought to himself, relieved merely to be alive. What am I to do now? According to the plot, quickly deliver the utensils to demonstrate your intent to seize the soul. Only then can this narrative proceed. Find the utensils? Tang Xiaotian glanced at his empty hands and decided to conjure them through magic. In an instant, he hurled knives and forks at Sebastian with little warning. The swift projectiles caused no harm, merely grazing Sebastian's clothing and hat as he evaded them, revealing his strikingly handsome visage. Caught off guard by Sebastian's allure, Tang Xiaotian momentarily froze, only to regain his senses as the man dashed away with the box. Where did he go? Tang Xiaotian exclaimed, bewildered. What are you dawdling for? Go after him, the deity urged. Tang Xiaotian turned and pursued, feeling utterly perplexed. Sebastian's striking features flashed through his mind. Realizing he was not merely handsome, he resembled a crafted star. In his thoughts, he bantered with the deity. This man is truly dashing. Are you certain he is just the protagonist's partner and not the protagonist himself? The protagonist is in his box. Perhaps you'll find that the protagonist's appearance rivals his. The deity replied, exasperated by Tang Xiaotian's naivety. It was no wonder he had met his demise in the previous world. With such intellect, surviving this long was already remarkable. Do not harm him. Xiaotian, I want him alive, Aloys exclaimed, exuberant as a child receiving candy, entirely oblivious to the danger at hand. From the beginning, he had sensed something peculiar about the traveler, and his suspicions only deepened. Tang Xiaotian was not heeding Aloys's warnings. It was not a matter of whether he would kill the man, but whether he could defeat him. Sebastian was far superior in combat and skill. As Tang Xiaotian Wielding magic, rushed into the parlor. He was struck on the forehead by several forks and nearly had a basin crash onto his head. Observing the spectacle, the deity silently facepalmed. Sebastian was certain that this youth was not Claude, though he bore Claude's aura. The true Claude had long since ceased to exist. Replaced by this young man, he could sense no soul within him. This individual's essence did not belong to this realm. Tang Xiaotian evaded and maneuvered around the room, directing an array of furniture toward Sebastian. A table tripped Sebastian, causing him to lose grip on the box, which tumbled open to reveal a serene, dark-haired boy within, the protagonist of this world, Charles Phantomhive. Seeing the protagonist brought a flicker of excitement to Tang Xiaotian, his gaze fixed curiously on Charles, void of malice. Merely intrigued by the boy's appearance, he thought to himself, this child is adorable. Please, for the love of all that is holy, do not display such a foolish expression at this critical juncture, the deity admonished, utterly mortified. Tang Xiaotian quickly composed himself, but Sebastian seized the opportunity to redirect his attention toward the golden-haired boy behind him, launching several blades in his direction. As the blade descended upon Aloys, Tang Xiaotian, who was a short distance away, leaped forward, embracing the golden-haired youth in his arms, only to feel the stabbing pain of knives piercing his back, one after another. Without fail. Ah, it hurts. Xiaotian. Aloys's cerulean eyes flashed with a momentary concern, swiftly transforming into anger and murderous intent. However, his concern quickly dissipated, replaced by a stunned expression at the actions of the incompetent butler. I am unharmed, my master. Tang Xiaotian managed a strained smile as he pulled the knives out from his back. Although it was painful, such minor wounds were not lethal for a demon. Aloys's lips twitched slightly, his gaze fixating on the youth in the chest, his expression becoming agitated and restless. Yes, Charles, since you are here, do stay. He was eager to ascertain just how noble this Charles was, that even his butler was infatuated with him. In truth, that was merely the past Claude, for Tang Xiaotian, who had undergone a soul exchange. It evoked no particular feelings, just a vague thought of how adorable the child was, pondering how such cuteness could exist in the world. No, you mustn't. Sebastian snapped, securing the chest with a mocking tone. How could my master be touched by someone as morally corrupt as you? Touching you would tarnish my master's purity. What? Aloys felt a pang in his chest at those words, his expression morphing into fury. Never had he been so insulted. Stirring painful memories he thought he had buried. Countless nights he would awaken from nightmares, and without Xiaotian's companionship, he would suffer from insomnia. Tang Xiaotian looked at his master with concern, thinking Sebastian's words were excessively harsh. In his eyes, Aloys's temperament might be extreme, yet he was not without merit. At times, he could be quite endearing. However, it mattered little, for once Sebastian had spoken, he fled. Tang Xiaotian chased after him, feeling as though this man was deliberately toying with him, igniting a sense of frustration. Is this guy truly so detestable? He questioned the divine presence. There's nothing to be done. It's the inevitable course of the plot. Sebastian's retreat resembled a circus act, and as Tang Xiaotian grumbled while pursuing him, he felt the strain of his magic's cool down. After a while, it became increasingly arduous. Sebastian was indeed toying with Tang Xiaotian, driven by curiosity about the extent of the power behind his magic. It appeared to be limited, perhaps dictated by the abilities of the user. Infuriating, infuriating, infuriating. Tang Xiaotian waved his hand, causing a multitude of floating furniture to soar into the air, hurling towards the agile figure. In an unfortunate turn, he struck a chandelier. And amidst the cacophony of shattering glass, darkness enveloped the room, accompanied by the terrified screams of the youth. Ah, it's over. It's over. I forgot my master is afraid of the dark. Chapter 14. You are the best. Xiaotian. Xiaotian. It's so dark, so terrifying. Tang Xiaotian. Tang Xiaotian hurried towards the fallen youth in the darkness, channeling his magic to conjure a shower of fireworks. As he spoke, the surrounding lights flared to life, illuminating the air with a cascade of glowing colors, transforming the atmosphere into a surreal paradise. He swiftly scooped Aloys into his embrace, suspecting that the boy had an intense fear of darkness. Even with the room now brightly lit, the earlier terror had left him trembling. Aloys clung tightly to his butler, finding solace in the warmth of his body. Tang Xiaotian gently patted Aloys' shaking back, saying, "It's all right, my master. Look, it's all bright now." He had no time to concern himself with the already escaped Sebastian, instead instructing Hannah to bring him the freshly prepared noodles. "Would you like a bowl of hot noodles? Why are you still dawdling? Come with me to pursue him." Aloys' eyes burned with hatred. Hannah and her subordinates dashed out after Sebastian. Yet, Aloys refused to release Tang Xiaotian, clinging to him tightly, the fear within him quaking. He was terrified of being abandoned by the only person he had. Jim, too, had been saved by the same person, And although he often remarked disdainfully about the seemingly useless Tang Xiaotian, he cherished him deeply, for the butler belonged solely to him. And no one could take him away. Only in the embrace of the youth could he find comfort, where he was treated with the affection of a protective older brother, everything he desired in life. You don't have to go, Xiaotian. Rest assured I won't. Tang Xiaotian had known from his very first day serving this fellow that he harbored an intense fear of the dark. He allowed Aloys to hold on to him, waiting for him to gradually regain his composure. I'm scared when I'm alone, Xiaotian, Aloys murmured. How could my master ever be alone? Jim, and everyone else will always be by your side. Forever? Aloys looked up at the youth, gazing into his crimson eyes that burned like blood and fire, echoing the unspoken feelings blossoming within his heart. Forever, Tang Xiaotian assured him. That is what you promised, Xiaotian. Aloys buried his head in the youth's embrace. Yearning to grow up quickly, Tang Xiaotian was increasingly resembling a competent caretaker, effortlessly managing the lives of Aloys and Jim. He regarded the boy clinging to him like an octopus, feeling both exasperated and indulgent. He heard the youth murmur, but what if one day you grow tired of my soul? He could not fathom the scenario of the youth abandoning him. How could that be? Tang Xiaotian ruffled Aloys' slightly disheveled golden hair, saying, My master is so adorable, the most precious child I have ever seen. When you grow up, you'll be the most handsome man. It is my honor to be by your side. How could I ever abandon you? After all, the contract had firmly bound the two together, and since that moment, they could never truly part. Aloys was particularly fixated on this topic, asking, who was more handsome, me or Charles? Tang Xiaotian pondered this question seriously, feeling that neither could be labeled as more adorable. Both were equally charming. He had never interacted with Charles, so he was unaware of his character. Nevertheless, in his eyes, his master, Aloys, would always take precedence. Of course, it's you, my master. You are the most beautiful. Your hair is the loveliest color in the world. It's truly beautiful, Tang Xiaotian smiled, gently caressing the boy's golden locks, which sparkled like sunlight. Aloys, upon hearing the youth's words, suddenly felt less disdain for his golden hair. As long as his butler liked it, that was enough. A hint of sadness and discomfort flickered in the boy's eyes. Do you think I am dirty, Xiaotian? Tang Xiaotian recalled the trials this child had faced, his fingers trembling slightly. My master should disregard Sebastian's earlier words. In this world, light and darkness coexist. Purity and corruption are intertwined. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful and sacred person in this world, incomparable to anyone. The golden-haired youth gazed at Tang Xiaotian in a daze before bursting into tears. He resembled a child who had found a refuge, finally able to pour out his pain in the arms of an adult, releasing all the pent-up feelings within him. Tang Xiaotian spent the latter half of the night soothing the child, finally managing to lull Aloys into slumber. Even in sleep, Aloys clung tightly to Tang Xiaotian. As long as he could sense the other's presence, he was able to drift into a deep and peaceful rest. Chapter 15. The Master's Affection. Alas, poor Tang Xiaotian was unceremoniously kicked out of bed the following morning by a certain awakened blonde youth. That kick was utterly devoid of any tenderness. Bewildered, Tang Xiaotian scrambled from beneath the bed, only to be met with the furious visage of his master, feeling a surge of grievance. What are you doing, master? Who allowed you on the bed? It seemed Aloys had forgotten how he had stubbornly clung to Tang Xiaotian the previous night, leaving someone quite exhausted and yawning. Seeing the spacious bed, he had decided to lie down, resulting in the awkwardness of that morning. This is truly incomprehensible. He could only swallow his indignation, feeling utterly wronged. The youth scrutinized the young man before him, though his eyes were ablaze with anger. The corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of amusement. Come closer. Tang Xiaotian approached the youth slowly, inhaling the faint aroma of black tea that clung to his beloved master, who was particularly fond of the beverage. The enticing scent lingered in the air. Suddenly, a sharp tug at his hair jolted him, forcing him to lift his head. Xiaotian, don't you think you should take responsibility? The bewildered young man stared blankly at the blonde youth, whose eyes sparkled with playful teasing and a possessive glint. Master, what are you talking about? What do you mean by responsibility? Please do not speak so irrationally. After all, he had merely rested beside him last night, yet he was being burdened with such accusations. The blonde youth narrowed his eyes, leaning closer to Tang Xiaotian, his warm breath brushing against the young man's cheek, while his cerulean gaze fixated on the gradually reddening complexion of the youth. Sometimes, he truly felt his incompetent butler was not quite a demon. His skin was so fair, resembling the delicate hue of a blood vessel, and even a slight blush could reveal his alluring fragrance. Fortunately, this person belonged to him. Xiaotian, are you not going to take responsibility? The youth's tone carried a hint of threat as he crumpled his silk nightgown, lifting a corner for the young man to bite down on. Tang Xiaotian, witnessing his master's playful antics early in the morning, felt utterly helpless. It was likely that his beloved master had been startled by Sebastian the previous day, hence his current display of charm, akin to a peacock flaunting its feathers before him. A strict and sound-sensitive individual. "Master, are you not hungry?" "Indeed, a little," the youth chuckled softly, as he gazed at the young man's lips, which resembled cherry blossoms in their rosy hue. He felt a gentle warmth emanating from the touch of his fingers, akin to the warmth of morning coffee or the lingering heat of sunlight. "Then you shall feed me." "All right, I shall fetch breakfast." Just as Tang Xiaotian prepared to leave, the youth, still gripping his hair, abruptly yanked him back, sending him tumbling onto the bed. The soft sensation against his lips left him momentarily dazed. Now he finally understood what his master meant by feeding. Meanwhile, Luca, waiting outside his brother's door with a teddy bear in his arms, furrowed his brow at the sounds emanating from within. "Hannah, what are Xiaotian and my brother doing in there?" Hannah, dressed in a purple maid's uniform, smirked slightly, aware of the scene within the room. Her eyes widened in surprise before she whisked the little boy away. "They are discussing the truths of the human realm." "The truths of the human realm?" Luca replied, his curiosity piqued. "Well, you're still too young. Let us go play in the garden." "All right." Though Luca felt a twinge of regret for not receiving his brother's morning kiss, he was content to follow Hannah for some fun. Besides, Hannah had no intention of claiming his soul just yet. They had an agreement that he would offer it to her upon his natural death. For now, as long as he was alive, Hannah would remain by their side, just as Xiaotian would always be there for his brother. In the garden, the roses bloomed abundantly, and Luca enjoyed breakfast there, as Thompson and Tinsley cleared away the plates. Canterbury took him to the pond to watch the goldfish. Under the blazing midday sun, sleepiness began to envelop Luca, and as he was on the verge of dozing off, a dark shadow approached, rousing him from his stupor. "Xiaotian!" Luca exclaimed, rushing into the young man's embrace, inhaling the faint scent of bath lotion, reminiscent of roses. Tang Xiaotian caught the adorable boy, cradling him in his arms. "Luca, are you playing in the garden?" "Yes. The sun is splendid today." Jim noticed the red marks on his brother's neck, confusion etched on his face. "Xiaotian, did you hurt your neck?" The young man paused for a moment before casually strolling into the flower bushes. "Oh yes, I was bitten by a heartless little beast." Luca sensed something peculiar in Tang Xiaotian's words, but being young, he couldn't fully comprehend. Meanwhile, the so-called heartless little beast, Alois, indulged in his afternoon tea, thoroughly enjoying himself. Though still a youth, he was not one to be easily subdued by Tang Xiaotian. After all, he was slightly taller than his butler. For Alois, this year was delightful. Akin to the peony blooming under the sun, those beautiful flowers said to only grow in the east, enchanting and noble. The happiest moment of his life was encountering Tang Xiaotian, a person he could trust. Although his butler might be somewhat unreliable, what did it matter? Love was enough. Today, the Torrance Manor was imbued with a bubblegum pink aura. Visiting ladies engaged in lively conversations with the Earl of Torrance in the garden, while the young and attractive butler stood behind the blonde youth, eliciting soft giggles from the noble ladies, who could only understand the unspoken sentiments in each other's eyes. Truly, they were a pair of perfect companions. Chapter 16. Persuading him to let go of his obsession. Days passed, and just as Tang Xiaotian believed Alois had relinquished his obsession with Charles. On a sunlit afternoon of yore, Alois turned to his butler, his enchanting golden locks catching the light. "Xiaotian, I wish to host a social ball. How about inviting Charles?" Tang Xiaotian's heart sank, realizing this was a connection to the unfolding narrative. He was certainly not pleased. "Master, truly, you need not involve yourself with Charles." The blonde youth narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his butler with a hint of suspicion. He would not forget the moment Charles had appeared, tumbling out of that box. In that instant, he had sensed his beloved butler's admiration and lingering affection for the equally handsome youth. Jealousy surged within him. His butler belonged to him. Not even a fleeting glance should linger upon another. He was acutely aware of his imperfect lineage, lacking in proper upbringing. No matter how well he concealed it or how splendidly he dressed, a voice always echoed within him, reminding him that he was born a commoner, never truly a gentleman or a noble. The young man looked down upon him. He felt inferior to someone he had only met once, Charles. The fire within him blazed like a raging inferno, and just as it was about to engulf his heart, the young man enveloped him in his embrace. The gentle warmth of his breath and the profound care in his affection extinguished the flames, akin to a soothing stream dousing a wildfire. "Master, I do not harbor feelings for Charles. There are many matters I cannot elucidate to you, but my concern for you is unequivocal." Tang Xiaotian gazed at the youth, who had gradually outgrown him. The boy's demeanor had transformed, existing between the realms of youth and adolescence. He spoke with a sense of relief. "Being too close to Sebastian and Charles Fandom is not beneficial for you, my master. The queen holds Charles in high regard. In that moment, the boy nestled in his arms held a fleeting resolve, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed into the ebony-haired youth's eyes, where tenderness and protection resided within those crimson orbs. From childhood, his greatest yearning had been to receive love, to possess a love that was solely his. He had no desire to ascend to nobility or become a gentleman of the countryside. Upon becoming the master of the Trancy Manor, he found himself in the service of the queen, yet she placed greater value on Charles. Aloys felt a pang of jealousy, initially indifferent. This envy ignited within him like wildfire upon witnessing the youth express admiration for that individual. Xiaodian, can I trust you? Are your words sincere? You may trust me, master. Why would you ever feel inferior to Charles? Tang Xiaodian observed the peculiar boy, adorned with a head of beautiful golden hair. In my eyes, you are akin to an angel. It may seem a trite sentiment, yet Aloys possessed an exquisitely perfect visage, with his golden locks and azure eyes. Like an angel descended from grace, he bore the scars of worldly affliction, shaping him into someone so guarded and sorrowful. You seem to harbor many secrets. Indeed, master. Please believe that I would never harm you. Aloys smiled, a genuine joy radiating from his heart. I naturally trust you, for you are my butler. Aloys languidly reclined in the embrace of the youth. Were it not for his stunning countenance and overly delicate demeanor, many might suspect the nature of their bond. The stark contrast in their temperaments made it exceedingly difficult for Tang Xiaodian to assert his authority. The little angel, feigning lethargy in his embrace, was, in truth, a mischievous sprite. He set aside his inner barriers and felt a deep-seated fondness for this pitiable boy. Aloys was not inherently wicked. A person's childhood environment often shapes their adult character. He sympathized with Aloys, acknowledging the persecution faced due to his lowly status in such a tumultuous era. The sun suddenly blazed fiercely, prompting Aloys to return to his study. The boy sat at his designated desk, poring over documents while Tang Xiaodian stood patiently by, awaiting orders. A servant under Hannah, one of the triplets, delivered a stack of files before departing. Aloys perused the documents for a time, his expression growing peculiar. Xiaodian, what troubles you? Master? Having grown accustomed to the boy occasionally calling upon him, he still regarded the youth as his master, and he as the boy as servant. Recently, there have been incidents of self-immolation in London. The boy gritted his teeth as he scrutinized the file, his gaze dark and imbued with a bitterness not typical for his age. Yet the queen entrusted this matter to Charles. That damned fool. Isn't that a good thing? Aloys approached, attempting to soothe his golden-haired angel. Master, this is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Aloys shot a vehement glance at his butler. Do you revel in my misfortune? Or do you doubt my capabilities? Of course not, master. Tang Xiaodian understood that in this era, especially under the queen's aegis, there was a desire to excel in her presence. However, he believed that as the master of Trancy Manor, the wealth and industry beneath the estate were vast enough that there was no need to seek favor from Her Majesty. The estate's prosperity had been established over centuries, and considering that old Lord Trancy was a spendthrift, the treasures within the manor were inexhaustible. Even if the boy were a reckless libertine, he could still live comfortably for generations. Master, you are now a noble earl. You have inherited the previous earl's fortune, and Trancy is replete with taxes and industries. You need not seek to impress Her Majesty with such exaggerated displays. Aloys meticulously analyzed the situation and suddenly recognized that his butler's assertions held merit. Otherwise, how would that ancient miser, Yano, be so eager to extract funds from him? That extravagant fellow surely coveted the earldom's wealth. Alas, that fortune belonged to him, and the old man would find no solace in claiming it after his demise. With this thought, the boy smiled. He reached for the youth beside him, pulling him into a warm embrace, burying his head against the boy's chest. The faint, comforting fragrance enveloped him, instilling a sense of peace and security. Your perspective is admirable. Xiaodian, from this day forth, I shall no longer concern myself with such matters. I am glad you can understand, master. Tang Xiaodian smiled with relief. Yet, he suddenly noticed the hands around him had become somewhat unnatural, his face twitching. Master, you must exercise restraint as you are still growing. It is precisely because of my youthful exuberance that I find it difficult to restrain myself. The boy looked at the youth with a pitiful expression, as if accusing him of some grave transgression. Under the weight of the boy's sorrowful gaze, Tang Xiaodian found himself yielding. Chapter 17, The Master of the Parallel World. In the dead of night, after ensuring the boy beside him was soundly asleep, Tang Xiaodian donned his clothing and made his way to the study. He opened the very documents the boy had perused earlier in the day. According to the previous narrative, the mastermind behind these events was none other than Aloys himself. Yet, the boy was not the orchestrator this time. Under the whims of fate, it seemed that some unfortunate scapegoat had filled the void. He set the documents aside and, noticing the hour was still early, decided to visit the kitchen. Outside, A gentle rain began to fall. After preparing breakfast, Tang Xiaotian observed the sky gradually brightening. The trancy manor was vast, and he ventured under his umbrella to the rear of the estate, where a garden had been designated for him to cultivate. Tang Xiaotian's habits were hard to break. He enjoyed planting fruits and flowers. In this era, he had even established contact with an Eastern merchant, acquiring rare seeds. The passion fruit in the garden thrived beautifully. As he crouched down to harvest the fruits, placing them in his basket, he also gathered a few lemons and tomatoes. Suddenly, he noticed a rustling in the bushes. Standing up with his umbrella raised, he peered toward the path leading to the woods beyond the garden. If one continued down this road, they would arrive at an open area where the master often camped for meals. However, on a rainy day, no one would be there. The rustling persisted, and Tang Xiaotian's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance as he drew his wand, preparing to defend himself. From the thicket emerged a pair of pristine white hands, stained with blood, followed closely by a cascade of golden hair, and then the familiar visage of a young man. "Master!" Tang Xiaotian exclaimed in shock, rushing over to him and draping his coat over the youth's shoulders. "Damn it, master! Why did you run out in this downpour?" The boy stared blankly at the somewhat unfamiliar, yet vaguely reminiscent face of Claude. He recalled vividly that he had already met his demise at Claude's hands. The youth's gaze was vacant, even incredulous, as he reached out with those bloodied hands to touch the young man's face. Claude, what is it, master?" Tang Xiaotian hesitated to allow his master to use that name, for he had adopted this person's identity, possessing two names. At times, half in jest, his master would call him by that name. Tang Xiaotian covered the boy with his coat and held an umbrella above him. Squatting down and turning his back to the youth, "I will carry you back." Such tenderness, a gentleness never before experienced. Aloys had always remembered the way Claude looked at him, as though he were a filthy, wretched insect. Yet the boy before him was indeed a younger version of Claude, albeit slightly shorter. However, he could not mistake the identity, for their bond was still palpable. This person was his Claude. But the tenderness in his eyes was overwhelming, as if he were handling something fragile. Aloys could not help but wrap his arms around the youth's neck, feeling the warmth of the one carrying him back to the manor. But then, everything descended into chaos. Tang Xiaotian hurriedly bore his master back, only to encounter an irate figure striding down the corridor, fully dressed. In that moment, he wished for nothing more than to disappear. "Master, why is there another person who looks exactly like you?" In the silent study, a proud golden-haired youth sat in a chair, unable to contain his rage as he glared at another boy who bore his likeness but appeared even more distraught. "Xiaotian, who is he? Where did he come from? If you don't explain this to me today, you can forget about ever sharing a bed again." The boy's threats seemed trivial to the young man, who suppressed a laugh at the absurdity of the situation. What lay before him was a grave matter. He regarded the haughty, pampered child, the true Aloys, with an innocent expression. "I don't know, master. I found him in the woods of the courtyard. As you can see, he resembles you quite closely." Aloys was on the verge of madness. He had painstakingly claimed Xiaotian as his own, only for fate to play a cruel joke on him by introducing another identical figure, sitting on the sofa, having only managed to change into clean clothes. The youth with damp hair looked at Tang Xiaotian with a sense of grievance. In that moment, he understood completely. This world was not like his original one. Although many aspects were strikingly similar, the butler was distinctly different. In his former reality, he had been killed by his own butler. As for why he found himself here, he could not fathom. He envied the young man before him, who was merely adored by another version of himself. Had he encountered someone as gentle as Tang Xiaotian, perhaps he would not have turned into a pitiful creature, lowly and yearning for someone he could not have, until his dying moment. His heart was filled with solitude and humble pleas. Tang Xiaotian understood that such matters could not be resolved in a day. A knock echoed through the room, and Hannah entered with 2 cups of coffee. Tang Xiaotian took a cup and first offered it to the agitated youth. "Master, drink some coffee to warm yourself." He then approached the other boy. "You should also have some coffee." He spoke little, placing the cup down and turning to leave when his hand was suddenly grasped by the youth. "Claude." He still refused to believe that the person before him was not Claude. "Forgive me, sir, my name is Tang Xiaotian. Let him go." Aloys, having just taken a sip of coffee, rushed over and swatted the other boy's hand away, protectively guarding the young man as if he feared his butler would be whisked away. Tang Xiaotian embraced his master, soothing the now irate figure. "Calm down, master. We will find a way to resolve this. He may be you from another world." For the boy who had already experienced a transition, this situation likely represented a jest from the divine, sending another pitiable Aloys from a parallel realm to stir trouble. With a sigh, Tang Xiaotian called for Hannah to take his master away, deciding to speak with this youth alone. Once the first Aloys was escorted out, Tang Xiaotian sat opposite the second Aloys in negotiation. "How shall I address you, sir?" "You may call me Jim." This was a name he had borne before becoming the Earl of Torrensey. A simple name from a time when he had a dear younger brother he wished to protect for eternity, though now, those days were gone. Suddenly, he envisioned his brother from this world, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Very well, Mr. Jim. Do you recall how you came to this world? Tang Xiaotian understood that, according to the narrative, this youth would have likely met his end at Claude's hands long ago. He distinctly observed a flicker of pain in the boy's eyes. I do not know. I should have died then. Apologies, but as you may have noticed, this world differs somewhat from your original one. Indeed. Jim nodded, aware that Claude would never have looked at him with such compassion. Since you are here now, would you consider adopting a new identity to live in this world? Tang Xiaotian offered gently. You are likely deceased in your former life. Why not embrace this new existence as a gift and pursue what you cherish? I believe my master can assist you financially. Jim gazed at the young man with disbelief, a faint smile gracing his lips. He felt genuinely fortunate that the other version of himself had encountered such a commendable butler. A twinge of jealousy sparked within him, yearning to destroy it all. They were identical, yet why was the person he met in his world not this one? I accept your proposal, with no other choice. Jim acquiesced to Tang Xiaotian's suggestion. With the assistance of his other self, he became a mysterious guest at Torrensey Manor. Aloys gifted him a factory and a modest estate. Not as grand as his own, yet sufficient to sustain a small gentleman with a bit of savings to afford servants. Aloys's only stipulation was that the other version of himself should refrain from disturbing him, as he did not wish to see that face lingering before his butler every day. Chapter 18. The Grand Finale, Departure. Amidst a carpet strewn with crimson roses, the boy awoke, embraced by the vibrant blooms. The dark-haired youth approached and lifted him, suddenly realizing that his beloved master had gained a bit of weight. The entire manor remained enveloped in a thick haze, with a fine drizzle falling for days. The weather fluctuated between chilly and warm. Having resolved another facet of himself, Aloys relished a rare, restorative slumber. Stretching languidly, he embraced the neck of his butler and planted a soft kiss upon his cheek. Tang Xiaotian, with no other recourse, knelt down to assist the young master in donning his shoes. In his previous life, he believed that magical realm was his true home, yet, after his demise, he found himself in this new world, encountering the one he wished to cherish for eternity, the very boy who was now playfully toying with his long, dark hair. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. The once youthful Count Torrensey had matured into a striking young man, having served as a loyal subordinate to Queen Deli. Unlike his peers, Torrensey possessed a remarkable aptitude for magic, a skill imparted to him by Tang Xiaotian, who believed that Aloys had now fully mastered the manipulation of such sorcery. Over the years, myriad events transpired. Notably, Charles and his butler vanished, leaving their estate to the servants. After consulting with his master and obtaining permission, Tang Xiaotian transformed Aloys into a demon. On the day of their departure, the sunlight streaming through the castle was dazzling. Returning from the noble academy to inherit the estate, Luca Torrensey had blossomed into a dashing young gentleman. He wed a striking young lady, not of noble birth but the daughter of a merchant, and her substantial dowry proved advantageous. The Torrensey estate was not in want of wealth, having entrusted the castle's affairs to his brother, Aloys, accompanied by his partner, set forth to explore the enigmatic lands of the East, with hopes of settling there. As they departed, the castle's inhabitants gathered to bid them farewell. Hannah and her 3 subordinates continued to serve Luca within the castle. Aloys had forged a pact with Hannah, stipulating that she could not claim Luca's soul until his natural demise. Hannah acquiesced, recognizing that life in the mortal realm was not devoid of its own vibrant allure, and remaining at the Torrensey estate was indeed quite agreeable. Yet, Tang Xiaotian lamented that after all these years, he still struggled to distinguish between the 3 identical triplets, who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Conversely, Aloys could effortlessly identify each of them. The 2 embarked on a voyage aboard a cruise ship to an eastern port, traversing war-torn lands, and they lingered there for several years before journeying elsewhere. Tang Xiaotian observed the relentless march of time, returning in the final days of Luca's life. The once charming young lad had aged considerably. His hair had turned gray, his face was etched with wrinkles and age spots, and he lay in bed, enveloped in the pallor of death. As the servants exited the room, Aloys quietly seated himself by the bedside, with Tang Xiaotian standing beside him. The slumbering elder stirred, his gaze landing upon the golden-haired, azure-eyed young man and the brother he remembered from days gone by. A smile graced his lips. "You have returned," he murmured, relief flooding through him as he saw his brother and Tang Xiaotian. Aloys nodded silently, content to simply observe the elder's words. Transformed into a demon, he was unable to age, yet his beloved family was not spared the passage of time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the elder drew his last breath, leaving behind many children. However, they did not recognize Aloys. To them, He was merely a friend of their father. Following the funeral, the two departed. Luca had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest inherited the estate, the second ventured abroad as an adventurer, and the youngest wed the daughter of a landowner and moved away. The 4th daughter married a distant nobleman, and though her life was said to be difficult, she never sought financial assistance from her family. Even when Luca passed, she did not return to visit. The 5th daughter, now engaged in trade overseas, also failed to make her way back. As Aloys and Tang Xiaotian took their leave, they cast a glance out the window, and much like when they first departed, everything in the castle remained unchanged, save for the identity of its master. This time, they ventured forth unburdened towards distant horizons. Tang Xiaotian, accompanied by his partner, beseeched the deity to transport them to the world of his previous life, a realm where magic flourished. Aloys quickly acclimated to life there. On his first day in this new world, Tang Xiaotian sought information regarding the Marcoutier family. To his astonishment, decades had passed since his demise, and the man who had once sought his life, John Marcoutier, had ascended to nobility and now commanded respect as a powerful lord. Tang Xiaotian, preferring to distance himself from the connections of his former life, chose to focus solely on the golden-haired youth by his side. Years rolled on, and Tang Xiaotian adopted a child, naming him Kato Deng Torrenzi. They discovered the boy on the edge of a forest, and at that moment, Tang Xiaotian was greeted by the long-dormant voice of the deity. Congratulations, fortunate one. Your task is to raise this child, for he shall become the protagonist of this world. After a lengthy journey, Tang Xiaotian finally understood the purpose behind his reincarnation. All of this had been to await the growth of this little rascal. Thus concludes the tale.